of 10
Okay.
and has
Check.
trained
Check.
under renowned gurus Srimati Geeta Garud Prithviraj and Dr. Ashok Huganavar. He is an All India Radio National Competition winner, an A-grade artist of All India Radio, and the recipient of prestigious honors including the Bharat Ratna Dr. M.S. Subbulakshmi Fellowship and the Sur Josna Award. He has performed at several prestigious festivals across India, including the Savai Gandharva Mahotsav, and also toured the USA and Canada, receiving the great appreciation. And accompanying him today, we have some wonderful musicians. Let me welcome them as well. On tabla, we have Shri Sumit Naik. On harmonium, we have Shri Tejas Katoti. On Tanpura, we have Shri Aditya Bhaskar and Shri Jagannath Rao. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands to some more extent and join me in warmly welcoming Aniruddh Aithal and his accompanying artist to the wonderful beginning of the day. Thank you.
ಇದು ಮಾನಿಟರ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ ಮಾನಿಟರ್ ವೋಕಲ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಇದು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಇದು ವೋಕಲ್ ಈಗ ವೋಕಲ್ ಕೊಡಕ್ಕೆ ಲೋ ಮಿಡ್ಸ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬೇಸ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ ತುಂಬ ಶಾರ್ಪ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಶಾರ್ಪ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಶಾರ್ಪ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಎರಡು ಹೊಡಿತಾ ಇದೆ ಡಬಲ್ ಹೊಡಿತಾ ಇದೆ ಇದನ್ನ ಬೇಸ್ ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ರಿವರ್ಬ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಇವಾಗ ಇದ್ರ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಲಿಟಲ್ ಬಿಟ್ ಮಾನಿಟರ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಇದೆ ತಬಲಾ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಫ್ರೀಕ್ವೆನ್ಸಿ ಹೊಡಿತಾ ಇದೆ. ತಿರುಗ್ತದೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಆನೇ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಬೈಕೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಮಾಯಿಗಿದೆ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ತಬ್ಲ. ಫ್ರೀಕ್ವೆನ್ಸಿ ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಶಾರ್ಪ್ ಹೊಡಿತಾ ಇದೆ, ಫ್ರೀಕ್ವೆನ್ಸಿ ಹೊಡಿತಾ ಇದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಫ್ರೀಕ್ವೆನ್ಸಿ ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಅದೇ ಫ್ರೀಕ್ವೆನ್ಸಿ ಒಂದು ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಫ್ರೀಕ್ವೆನ್ಸಿ ಹೊಡಿತಾ ಇದೆ. ಬರ್ತಿದೆ ಫ್ರೀಕ್ವೆನ್ಸಿ. ಕುಯ್ ಅಂತ ಇದೆ, ಕುಯ್ ಅಂತ ಇದೆ. ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಅದೇ ಎಕ್ಸಾಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಇದರಿಂದ ಬರ್ತದೆ ಅದ್ಯಾಕೆ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ವಯರ್ ಕೊಡಿ ಸರ್ ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ
Hey, check, 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 check.
ವಯರ್ಡ್ ಕೊಡಿ ವಯರ್ಡ್ ಕೊಡಿ ವಯರ್ಡ್
Check, check. Check, check.
Yeah. बदने न जाए बरने बरने बदने बरने बरने बदने न मुख Madani ni sani nani padani na ba ba ga ba ga ri da ni ni da ba ma da da ba ma ba ga ba ga ri sa ni sa ma ma ba 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 da 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 ni ni da ba madani ni sani da ga ni sani da ni ba da ni da ba ma da ma ba ga ba ga ri sa ni sa ma ma ba 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 da 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 ni da da ba madani ni sani da ga ni sani da ba ma ba da da ba ma ba ga ba ga ri sa ni sa ma ma ba 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 da 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 ni da da ba ni re ga ni sa ni da ga ni sa ni re sa ni da ni pa da ni ni da ba da 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 ba ma ba ga ga ba ba ga ga ba ba ga ba ga ni sa ba ra ni na ja 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 ga ni sa ni da ga ni sa ni re sa ni da ni pa da ni ni pa da da ma ba ba ga ga re sa ni da re sa sa da ma 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 ba ba da da ni ni ba ba da da ma ma ba ba ga ga ba ba ga ba ga ga ba ba ga ga ba ba ga ba ga re sa sama ba da ni re ga ni sa ni da ga ni sa ni re sa ni da ni ma da re sa ni da ni ba da ma ba da ni ni da ba ma ba ga ma ba ma ba da ni da ni re ni da ni ba da ma ba ga re sa ma ba da ni re sa ni da ba ma ba da ni ba da ma ba ga re sa da ma ma ba 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 ra ba ra ni na ja bara परवरदिगार तुझे परवरदिगार तुझे परवरदिगार तुझे परवरदिगार तुझे परवरदिगार तुझे परवरदिगार प्रात समय करु तुम्हारो ध्यान, प्रात समय करु तुम्हारो ध्यान, प्रात समय करु तुम्हारो ध्यान। व्रत समय कर तुम्हारो ध्यान, व्रत समय कर तुम्हारो ध्यान। ब्रह्मा शिव हरि अनेक रूप, ब्रह्मा शिव हरि अनेक रूप, तुम्हारो महिमा, तुम्हारो महिमा परनी न जाए, महिमा परनी न जाए, महिमा परनी न जाए। रागन जय 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 राम मोरे बर बर दिगारे दोहे बर बर दिगारे। ಇದು ಜೋಡ್ ಬಂದಿಶ್ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಬಡ ಖ್ಯಾಲ್ ಬರನಿ ನ ಜಾಯೆ ಆ ಥೀಮ್ ಏನಿದೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತರಾನಲ್ಲೂ ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ ಈ ಬಂದಿಶ್ ಧೃತ್ತಲ್ಲಿ. ಓದಿ. व्रत समय करो तुम्हारो ध्यान, व्रत समय करो तुम्हारो ध्यान, व्रत समय करो तुम्हारो ध्यान। ब्रह्मा शिव हरि अनेक रूप, ब्रह्मा शिव हरि अनेक रूप, तुम्हारो महिमा, तुम्हारो महिमा, महिमा भरनी सच कहो तुम 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 प्यारे रन कहा तुम सच प्यारे रन कहा तुम सच सच कहो तुम सच कहो तुम सच सच कहो तुम सच सच साच कहो तुम साच निज रे मा प रे मा प ध म म प नि सा प ध म प रे ग स रे नि सा साच कहो तुम सा रे मा प ध म म ध प प ध म म प नि सा प ध म प रे ग स रे नि सा साच कहो तुम सा नि ज रे म सा रे म प रे म प रे म प ध म म प नि म म प नि सा प ध म प रे ग स रे नि सा प ध म प रे ग स रे नि सा प ध म प रे ग स रे नि सा साच कहो तुम सा साच कहो तुम सा तन देव तन देव तन देर नाय 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 तन देर नाय तन देव तन देव तन देर नाय तन देव तन देव तन देर नाय तन देव तन देव तन देर नाय तन देर न तदरे तद्रे दानि तदरे दानि देव तन देव तन देर नाय तन देव तन देव तन तन देव तन देव तन देर नाय तन देर न तदरे तद्रे दानि तदरे दानि देव तन देव तन देर नाय तन देव तन देव तन तन देव तन देव तन तन देव तन देव तन देर नाय तन देव रे म प र प म प रे म प रे म प र प म प रे म प र प म प रे म प र प म प स नि स प र ध प म प रे म प र म म प नि स नि ग नि स रि रि स नि स प र प म रे ग रि स तन देव तन देव तन रे म प र प म म प नि स प नि स नि ग नि स रि रि नि स रे रि स नि स प र ध प म प रे म प र म म प नि स रि रि स नि स प र म प रे म प ध प प रे ग रि स नि स तन देव तन देव तन देर नाय तन देव तन देव तन वदनि वदनि दानि वदनि वदनि दानि तदरे तदरे 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 दानि तदिं त्वं तनन तदरे तदरे दानि दिं तन दिं तन देर नाय तन दिं तन दिं तन देर नाय तन दिं तन दिं तन देर नाय
Thank you, sir. I think we need one more big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir, for making us our day to start with a musically and that too in your voice. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. And for which I'm requesting our silver partner, that is Book Brahma Literature Festival 2026 silver partner, Oxikar. I'm requesting Mr. Sachidananda Hegde, CEO, to felicitate our musician, that is Aniruddh, Aithal, and team. Please, sir. So please, we are requesting you to receive this honor. And also requesting the accompanist on tabla, requesting Sri Sumit Naik, sir. So please. On harmonium, requesting Sri Tejas Katoti. On Tanpura, requesting Sri Aditya Bhaskar. And requesting Mr. Jagannath Rao on Tanpura. Please, sir. Sachidanand, sir, please stay back. So I'm requesting Aniruddh Aithal, sir. Aniruddh, sir, I'm requesting you to felicitate our silver partner, that is Oxikar, as a CEO. We have Sachidanand Hegde, sir, to receive this honor on behalf of Book Brahma Foundation, Book Brahma Literature Festival 2026. It is for you. A big thank you, sir. Thank you for being with us. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Thank you, sir. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, before the stage get ready for the next session, let me go through the sessions happening parallelly in other stages. Yes, of course, this is the stage Mantapa happening now. Along with this, other 8 stages running parallelly. Me and Sanjana will be briefing you the sessions and the timings so that you can have your day plan, and please try to attend all the stages. So let me start with the stage Mathana, which is in the first floor of the auditorium. At 11, it starts with the session Tales from the Asphalt Jungle. At 12, Diverse Voices in Poetry. At 1, New Trends in Tamil short stories. At 2, The Historical Fiction Wave. At 3, Techno Culture and Literature. At 4, Poetry from Other Languages, Depth and Experience.
ಅಕ್ಷರ ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಕುರಿತು ನೋಡುವುದಾದರೆ 11 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ವರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ದ ಕಲ್ಚರಲ್ ಇಮ್ಯಾಜಿನೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಬೆಂಗಾಲ್. 12 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ನಿಂತ ನೆಲದ ಭಾಷೆಯ ಬೆನ್ನೇರಲು ಹೊರಟಾಗ ಎಂಬ್ರೇಸಿಂಗ್ ದಿ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್. 1 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಕಾಲಮ್ ರೈಟಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ಮಲಯಾಳಂ. 2 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಟ್ರೇಸಿಂಗ್ ದ ಹಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡರ್ನ್ ಸಿಟೀಸ್ ಆಫ್ ತಮಿಳುನಾಡು ಥ್ರೂ ಬುಕ್ಸ್. 3 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಲಿಟ್ರರಿ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಲೇಷನ್ ಎ ಬ್ರಿಡ್ಜ್ ಬಿಟ್ವೀನ್ ಕಲ್ಚರ್ಸ್. 4 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ನುಡಿ ಪ್ರಭುತ್ವ ಮತ್ತು ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದ ಭಾಷೆ ಹೆಗಮನಿ ಆಫ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದಿ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ. ಇವಿಷ್ಟು ಸೆಷನ್ಗಳು ಅಕ್ಷರ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ದಿನ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ.
And the next stage is Angala, which is at the back side of this auditorium. Angala ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ 11 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ದೃಶ್ಯ ದಿಗಂತ ಅಪ್ಪ ಮಗಳ ಜುಗಲ್ಬಂದಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇನ್ನು 12 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯ ಕತೆ ಈ ಕುರಿತಾಗಿ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸೆಷನ್ ಅದು. ನಂತರ 1 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಬೀಚಿ ಒಂದು ನೆನಪು. 2 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಕೇಳು ಪುಸ್ತಕದ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆಗಳು. 3 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ದ್ವಿಭಾಷಾ ನೀತಿ ಜಾರಿ ದಾರಿ. 4 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿ ಸತ್ತಿತ್ತು, ಪತ್ರ ಬೆಂದಿತ್ತು. ವಚನ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ.
ಇನ್ನು ತಮಗಿಷ್ಟವಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಲೇಖಕರನ್ನ, ಸಾಹಿತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡಲು ಇರುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಸುಂದರವಾದ ವೇದಿಕೆಯೇ ಮುಖಾಮುಖಿ. ಈ ದಿನ ತಾವು ಮುಖಾಮುಖಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡಬಹುದಾದವರು ಹರೀಶ್ ಭಟ್, ರವೀಂದ್ರ ಭಟ್, ಎನ್.ಎಸ್. ಮಾಧವನ್, ಅರುಂಧತಿ ಘೋಷ್, ಪೌಲ್ ಜಚಾರಿಯಾ, ಅಜಯ್ ವಾರಿಯರ್, ಮಲ್ಲಿಕಾ ಪ್ರಸಾದ್, ಪೂಜಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ, ಗಿರೀಶ್ ಕಾಸರವಳ್ಳಿ, ಟಿ.ಎಂ. ಕೃಷ್ಣ, ಪುರುಷೋತ್ತಮ್ ಬಿಳಿಮನೆ, ನಾಗೇಂದ್ರ ಶಾ ಇವರು ಇಂದು ಮುಖಾಮುಖಿ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು.
And the next stage is Anavarna. So Anavarna stage, as the name indicates, it is the stage for the book launches, engaging book launches that too. So today we have at 11, the following books are going to be, at 11, A Critical History of Kannada Literature. At 11:30, Everyday Celebration. At 12, No Way Home. 12:30, Wings, Woods and Wonders. At 1, Ajji Kaaniyagiddale. At 1:30, Kalachuvadu Chorakavi Marabu. And at 2, Adrushya Kathanam. It is a Telugu book actually. And at 2:30, the Tamil book, that is Kalachuvadu Ithunam Cinema. Yes, Tidore Bhaskaran. At 3, the Telugu book, Uppugali Kaburulu. And at 3:30, English, The Daughter of Kumari. And at 4, We the People of India. And at 4:30, Kannada, Navakarnataka Krida Malike.
ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಕಲಿಕೆಯ ಜೊತೆ ಒಂದಿಷ್ಟು ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ಇರುವಂತಹ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಚಿಣ್ಣರ ಲೋಕ. ಚಿಣ್ಣರ ಲೋಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ದಿನ 11 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಅಂತರ ವಿತ್ ಪ್ರಭಾ ಎಸ್, 11:30ಕ್ಕೆ ನೋಟ್ಬುಕ್ ಬೈ ಶಿವಲಿಂಗಪ್ಪ, 12 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಬಿಗ್ ಹಗ್ಸ್, ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಟೆಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ವಿತ್ ಪೂಜಾ ಸಾಗರ್, 1:45ಕ್ಕೆ ಯಂಗ್ ವಾಯ್ಸಸ್ ಬಿಗ್ ಸ್ಟೋರೀಸ್ ವಿತ್ ಆಸ್ಟಿನ್ ಅಜಿತ್, 2 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಸ್ಪೈಡರ್ಸ್ ವಿತ್ ಅಭಿಜಿತ್ ಪಿಸಿ, 3:45ಕ್ಕೆ ಕಥಾ ಚಿತ್ರಕಥಾ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆ ಫೋಕ್ ಟೇಲ್ ಆರ್ಟ್ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಚಿಣ್ಣರ ಲೋಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ದಿನ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ.
And the two add-ons in this year, I mean to say the Book Brahma Literature Festival 2026, the third edition, yes, we have, I mean to say the two add-ons we added to the list, I mean to the stages. Till now what you heard is like, the same stages what we even had last time. But the next two stages, what we're going to tell now, is add-on to this festival. So one is Poet Tree. So the concept is enjoying the poem under the tree. So today at 11, the Kannada, definitely you can enjoy the poem by Nutan Doshetti. And at 12, Ratna Venkat, it is Tamil. And at 1 o'clock, Bhavya Kabbali, Kannada. And at 2, Soman Kalatur, Malayalam. And at 3, Sanghamitre Nagaraghatta, Kannada. And at 4, Chaitra Shivayogi Matha, Kannada and English.
ಇನ್ನು ಯುವ ಮನಸ್ಸುಗಳಿಗೆ ಇರುವಂತಹ ವೇದಿಕೆ ನ್ಯೂಸನ್. ಇವರು ಹೇಳಿದಂತೆ ಈ ಬಾರಿಯ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಉತ್ಸವ 2026ಕ್ಕೆ ಸೇರ್ಪಡೆಗೊಂಡಂತಹ ಒಂದು ವೇದಿಕೆ ನ್ಯೂಸನ್. ನ್ಯೂಸನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ದಿನ 11 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಮಾಸ್ಟರ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಬೈ ಕೇಶವ ಗುಹಾ, ರೈಟಿಂಗ್ ದಿ ಅನ್ಸ್ಪೋಕನ್ ನರೇಟಿವ್, ನಾನ್ ಫಿಕ್ಷನ್, ಟ್ಯಾಬೂಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ರಾಡಿಕಲ್ ಟ್ರೂತ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್. 12 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಫೇಲ್ಯೂರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ರೆಸಿಲಿಯನ್ಸ್, ಹೌ ಟು ಸರ್ವೈವ್ ರಿಜೆಕ್ಷನ್. 1 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಸೆಕ್ಷುವಾಲಿಟಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿ, ಇಂಟಿಮೆಸಿ, ಕನ್ಸೆಂಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಎಮೋಷನಲ್ ಮೆಚ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ. 2 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಮಾಸ್ಟರ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಬೈ ಟಿ.ಪಿ. ಅಶೋಕ್, ದ ರೈಟರ್ ಆಸ್ ಅ ವಿಟ್ನೆಸ್, ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್, ಮೆಮೊರಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದ ಸೋಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ. 3 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟಿವಿಟಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಸ್ಪ್ಯಾನ್, ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ವಿ ಸ್ಟಿಲ್ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಡೀಪ್ಲಿ. 4 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಹ್ಯಾಪಿನೆಸ್, ವಾಟ್ ಡಸ್ ಅ ಗುಡ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಮೀನ್. ಈ ಸೆಷನ್ಗಳು ನ್ಯೂಸನ್ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ದಿನ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ.
And to add on something more to the list, from last 9 days, I mean to say from 14th to 23rd, today will be the last day for another two interesting things where you can visit. The one is of course the bookshop. I know the reason, because of you it is, and of course it is from you. Definitely ಇದುವರೆಗೂ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನೀವು ವಿಸಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅನ್ಕೋತಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ವಿಸಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಡೂ ವಿಸಿಟ್, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇಫ್ ಪಾಸಿಬಲ್ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬೈ ಯುವರ್ ಬುಕ್ಸ್ ಆಸ್ ವೆಲ್. And that is one thing. And along with that, Freya Market, last 9 days in the ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. Today is the 10th day. This is what actually ಈ ಬಾರಿಯ ಹೊಸ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೌದಿದು. ಸೊ ಕಳೆದ ಬಾರಿ ಬರೀ 3 ದಿನಗಳು ಮಾತ್ರ ಇತ್ತು ಈ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಮಳಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಮಾರಾಟ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದಾಗಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಫ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಬಾರಿ 10 ದಿನಗಳ ಕಾಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಮಾಡಿರೋದಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಕೊನೆಯ ದಿನ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ವಿಸಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಇನ್ನು ಅದನ್ನು ಹೊರತುಪಡಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಬಾರಿಯ ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಹೊಸತು ಏನು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳೋದಾದ್ರೆ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಇದು ಅಗತ್ಯ ಕೂಡ ಆಗಿತ್ತೇನೋ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ನಮಗೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಇದನ್ನ ಈ ಬಾರಿಯ ಹೊಸ ಸೇರ್ಪಡೆಯಾಗಿ ಪರಿಗಣಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರ ಪ್ರತಿ ಬಾರಿಯೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕಳೆದ ಬಾರಿ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಎಡಿಷನ್ ಇಂದ ನಾವು ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಸೊ ಈ ಬಾರಿಯೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಈ ಬಾರಿಯ ವಿಜೇತರು ಯಾರು, ಹೇಗೆ ಆ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನ ಯಾರು ತಗೊಳ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅದೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ನಿಮಗೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಸಂಚಿಕೆ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಹೊಸತೇನಪ್ಪ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ನ ನಾವು ಸೇರ್ಪಡೆ ಮಾಡಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಬುಕ್ ವಾರ್ಮ್ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಫಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಇಯರ್. ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಬುಕ್ ವಾರ್ಮ್ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಫಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಇಯರ್. ಸೊ ದ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ದ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಕನ್ನಡ, ತಮಿಳ್, ತೆಲುಗು ಅಂಡ್ ಮಲಯಾಳಂ. ಸೊ ಈ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜಸ್ ಇಂದ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ಗೆ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ದಿ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಅಥವಾ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಲೇಟ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಫಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಅನ್ನ ಸೊ ಅಮಾಂಗ್ ಆಲ್ ದ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜಸ್. ಸೊ ದ ಜೂರಿ ವಿಲ್ ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ದ ಒನ್ ದಿ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಫಿಕ್ಷನ್ ವಿಚ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಇನ್ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಬುಕ್ ವಾರ್ಮ್ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಫಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಇಯರ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಮೂಲಕ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಲಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ನಿನ್ನೆ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾರು ಈ ಬಾರಿಯ ವಿಜೇತರು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಕೂಡ ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಆ ಹೆಸರನ್ನ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸೊ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಯಾವ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಇಂದ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂದರೆ ಒರಿಜಿನಲ್ ಆಥರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ದ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಲೇಟರ್ ಇಬ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಸಮಾನವಾಗಿ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ನೀಡಲಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ವಿಭಿನ್ನತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ ಈ ಬಾರಿಯ ವಿಜೇತರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಪೆರುಮಾಳ್ ಮುರುಗನ್ ಅವರು, ತಮಿಳ್ ಆಥರ್. ಸೊ ಇದನ್ನು ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷಿಗೆ ಅನುವಾದ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಜನನಿ ಕಣ್ಣನ್ ಅವರು. ಸೊ ಇಬ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ಈ ಮೂಲಕ ತಿಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಬಾರಿಯ ಹೊಸತನ ಈ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲ್ದು ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು ನಾವು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲ್ ಪ್ರತಿ ಬಾರಿಯೂ ಕೂಡ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಅಂಶಗಳನ್ನ ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಉಪಯುಕ್ತವಾಗುವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ತರುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಇಡೀ ತಂಡ ಸದಾಕಾಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಈ ನಿಟ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸಹಕಾರ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅಫ್ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರನ್ನ ನೀಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಆಭಾರಿಗಳು. ಇನ್ನು ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ವಿಷಯ, ಹೌದು ಮಂಟಪ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ, ಹೊರಗಡೆ ವೇದಿಕೆಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟಿದೆ, ಸಮಯವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋಂಥದ್ದು ನಿಮ್ಮದು ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಈಚ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಎವ್ರಿ ಅಟೆಂಡಿ ಟು ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಯುವರ್ ಡೇ ಸಚ್ ಎ ವೇ ದಟ್ we request you to visit every stage. I hope that in some cases it won't be a possible. I agree with that. But along with that, sincere request is wherever if you step out of the auditorium, definitely here somewhere you will find our team member where they may be going to request you, sir please one review kodi, madam please review kodi anta keltare. I hope many of the people have shared that review. Thank you so much for that. The people who haven't shared yet, so please requesting share ಮಾಡಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ರಿವ್ಯೂನ, because literature festival is not the festival organizing or done by one or a single team. It is to be done by everyone like you people. So ನಿಮ್ಮ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಅಥವಾ ಇಲ್ಲಿಯ ವಿಶೇಷತೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮದೇ ಆದಂಥ ಅನುಭವದ ಮೂಲಕ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ಅಫ್ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಅದು ಯಾರೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲದಿರುವಂಥ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗೆ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಮೂಲಕ ತಲುಪುತ್ತೆ. ಅಫ್ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ದಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಮೇಕ್ ದ ವೆರಿ ಬಿಗ್ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಸೊ ದಟ್ ದ ನ್ಯೂ ಆಡಿಯನ್ ಆರ್ ದ ನ್ಯೂ ರೀಡರ್ ಆರ್ ದ ನ್ಯೂ ಆಥರ್ ವಿಲ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಗೆಟ್ ಟು ನೋ ಅಬೌಟ್ ದಿಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ದೇ ಮೇ ವಿಸಿಟ್ ದ ಸ್ಟಾಲ್ ಆರ್ ದ ಬುಕ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್ ದೇ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಮೇಕ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಸೆಷನ್ಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನಿಂಗ್, ಮೇ ಬಿ ನಾಟ್ ದಿಸ್ ಇಯರ್, maybe in the coming year as well. So that is only the intention of requesting you to please review na kodi ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು. I hope you will do that. And along with that, ಸಂಜೆಯ ಮೆರುಗು ಅದು ಕೂಡ ಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಪ್ರತಿ ದಿನವೂ ಕೂಡ ಸಂಜೆಯ ಮೆರುಗು ಆ ಮೂಲಕವೇ ಎಂಡ್ ಆಗುವಂಥದ್ದು ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲ್ನ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಪ್ರಮುಖವಾದಂಥ ಅಂಶ. ಸೊ ಈ ನಿಟ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಸಂಜೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಶುರುವಾಗುವಂಥದ್ದು 6:15, 6:30 9:00ವರೆಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಲೆಜೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಮೋಷನ್. ಸೊ ಬಹುಶಃ ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಸಂಜೆ, ತುಂಬ ರಂಗಿನ ಸಂಜೆ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನ ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ದ ಸೆಷನ್ will start at exactly 6:30 to 9:30. Yakshagana performance by Patla Satish Shetty's Pavanji troupe. ಸೊ ಬಹುಶಃ ಇವರ ಹೆಸರನ್ನ, ಇವರ ಖ್ಯಾತಿಯನ್ನ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಂದಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಹಾದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿರ್ತೀರಿ, ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತೀರಿ ಅಂತ ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಅವರ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನವನ್ನ ನೇರವಾಗಿ ನೋಡುವಂಥ ಅವಕಾಶ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಮರಿದೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ದಿನವನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೂ ವಿಸಿಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ 6:00 ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಬಿಡು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಕಲ ಸಿದ್ಧತೆಗಳೊಂದಿಗೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸೇರಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಆನಂದಿಸೋಣ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಒನ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಐ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಹೈಲೈಟ್ ಹಿಯರ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಎಸ್, ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ our stage is ready now. Team, is it ready? Yeah. Can we go? Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the next session of third day of Book Brahma Literature Festival 2026. Session partner Sandur Manganese presents Reaching the Stars, How Translation Takes Indian Literature to the World.
By Paul Zacharia, Indira Chandrasekhar, S.R. Sundaram, Kanishka Gupta, and moderator for this session is Swetha Yerram.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the speakers and the moderator.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Today we have with us 4 people who occupy very different points along this journey of Indian language translations. We have Paul Zacharia, one of Malayalam's most distinctive writers, and Indira Chandrasekhar, writer, editor, and founding editor of Out of Print. Kannan Sundaram, publisher of Kalachuvadu and one of the most important voices in contemporary Tamil publishing, and Kanishka Gupta, a literary agent who works at the intersection of Indian writing and international publishing world. I'll start with Paul Zacharia. Paul, when you write a story in Malayalam, are you thinking of only the Malayalam reader, or do you believe that it truly local story already contains something universal enough to travel?
I think when I write in Malayalam, basically I am writing for the Malayali audience. It may have by chance or not really by planning, it may have some universal elements or what you call elements for the wider readership. But essentially, if I have to be faithful to my readership and to my language. So that's a different issue. So if I try to bring in the viewpoint of the universal reader into a Malayalam story, that I think is problematic. I may not be able to create the impact or the effect or the result that I want out of that story, and the entire aesthetics is different. Basically that's the thing. Because, or if I write in English, which I have done, and I have done 2 novels, so then the whole thing is different. Then I am addressing a universal reader, and I know the value systems and the attitudes and everything is different, and the whole thinking is for a totally unknown reader. But when I write in Malayalam, I am thinking for a readership which I believe, at least I imagine, I know very well. That is.
So there is often an assumption that for Indian literature to travel internationally, it needs to explain India to the world. Like, do you think a writer has any responsibility to make their culture, legible to an outside world?
No, I really don't think so, because a writer, when he writes, that's when he's writing in an Indian language. As I said, he writes for his audience. And India is there, whether it is Tamil or Malayalam or Bengali or Tulu or whatever, or Konkani, that India is there. India is all, I think, something like 26, 30 or much more languages. That is what India is. So each language reflects an India. And that, I think, Kanishka will, because as a literary agent, he deals with all these languages. So each language represents an India, and that will be taken through English to people who read English. In fact, just to add one more, what we really need, apart from the English translations, is that interlanguage translations, because I have no idea what is written in Hindi. I function as an Indian writer, but there are so many other great Indian writers, so many Indian writers in Hindi or Tamil, Malayalam. I am not, unless they are translated, I have no idea about who they are, which is a terrible tragedy, if you ask me.
Okay, so we'll move to Kanishka with this. So you're often one of those people standing at the border of a book and its international journey. So when you encounter a brilliant book in Indian language, what makes you think this can travel? And are you looking for something that is already universal or something that is deeply specific but has the potential to become universal?
You know, so to be very clear, I primarily sell in the Indian markets, and even selling translated fiction in the Indian market, fiction, short stories, non-fiction is becoming very difficult, because while there is a lot of interest and spotlight on translated fiction after, you know, the success of Ghachar Gochar, Tomb of Sand, Heartland, publishers have limited slots. The market is very much skewed to non-fiction, despite, you know, the stature of, you know, some of the books that have come out from translated, like from different, you know, bhasha languages. But yeah, when we come across something special, we try to see how we can build the profile of the author internationally. It's not easy. It's very difficult to pitch a book by a new writer who's also new for the Indian market, Indian English market, you know, without having the support of, grants, you know, you have Pen English, without having the support of a translator. So I've seen that translators are the biggest champions and ambassadors of, you know, a writer writing in a bhasha language, and they have to be proactive. They have to enter, the book and samples for these fellowships, prizes. So you have to build someone's profile. I mean, there has to be an element of universality. All good books should have that, not just, you know, translated fiction. But I feel that despite, you know, the global success of, you know, some of the books from these languages, it's very difficult to, you know, effectively sell books in the UK, US market. So, I mean, there is no secret sauce. Sometimes even I don't know why, how a book gets placed with like a Faber or FSG, and why so many books which are so obviously international in their scope, you know, don't get picked up. You just have to keep trying. And there's a huge difference between how editors internationally approach a book, approach an author, translator, and how editors approach, you know, fiction or even submissions in India. So in India, if, you know, you are a Paul Zacharia or you're a Gitanjali Sri, or you are a Daisy Rockwell who is now known for curating a certain kind of, you know, books, you know, as a translator, a publisher will never say no. But in the UK, US, they will say no to everything by a Booker-winning author if they don't like it, if they don't if the book doesn't speak to them. And I can share from my own experience of going to the Frankfurt Book Fair after Tomb of Sand won the Booker Prize. My catalog was full of Daisy Rockwell translations, you know, because she's been translating for decades. And I just got interest in like one or two books. And I mean, because they are going to see what speaks to them, and then they are going to look at the market. There's a huge interference from sales and marketing in the UK, US. I would say it's even worse than the kind of control, you know, sales and marketing people exercise over, you know, decision making in India. They are because the people there, they would like to read the book, you know. The sales people will start reading. Sometimes if it's a small outfit, the CEO will read the book. I recently heard from a small but very well-regarded independent press in the US that she was very keen on publishing Mustache by S. Harish, and she had made up her mind to make an offer. But then her boss read the book and he said, no, I can't understand this book. So, you know, it's not easy.
So is the international publishing world genuinely curious about Indian literature?
Yeah, there's a lot of openness to, you know, reading new books. They also don't want to receive too many submissions, you know. I mean, in India, I can pitch like 10 books to HarperCollins at the same time, but I can't do that in the West, you know. They'll just start ignoring me. So you have to pitch selectively, and you have to wait for them to get back to you. Otherwise, even if you're on good terms with them, I mean, I sold another Heartland to Another Stories, so I'm obviously on very good terms with them. It won the International Booker, but I have been told by Stefan and Tara so many times, listen, we are a small, outfit, and please don't submit so many books to us. So there is a lot of interest. There is interest in different genres also. They are no longer just focusing on, high-end literary fiction. They are open to genre fiction. They are open to, spec fake. They are open to horror. I came very close to selling Daisy Rockwell's translation of, this Pakistani Urdu writer Hijab Imtiaz horror stories. Again, it fell through because the team was like, short stories won't sell and this and that. So, there is interest, there is appetite, but it's the success rate is not that great, but it's improving.
Okay. Indira, what does a translator have to preserve for a book to remain recognizably Indian? And what can be transformed so that it can live naturally in another language?
Thank you for that question. It's a very loaded one. Thank you to Book Brahma for having me here. It's always very nice for an independent small magazine to be among other luminaries who are doing interesting things in translation. So I'm very pleased to be here. So I'll answer maybe in a somewhat devious way. After all, I am a fiction writer, so I can just tell a story. My own experience is that I'm a debut translator. I've translated works by Dadapir Jaiman and by Guru Prasad Kantlagere, and who's sitting there in the audience. And I think the thing that I find extremely challenging, and also as a publisher in out of print, of short fiction that comes from different languages. The thing that you really are challenged by is language, because of course in every Indian language you have multiple registers of language, and they reflect this is an issue that has been very well addressed, but they reflect, variations and differences in caste, in religion, in class, in the urban-rural divide, in gender. There are so many aspects to the way in which language is expressed in all languages. So recently I was reading an African writer who has moved to the UK when he was in his 20s, and he uses a lot of London lingo, so English also has, of course, these aspects of multiplicity. But in an Indian language, when you're translating, how do you transcribe that into English? And one of the things that I myself am working on a novel in English, novella I should say, it's quite short, where I have to address these issues of language in different registers, and because my characters come from different classes and communities, etc., etc. And I'm really challenged, I keep going back to rework how to say this in English and convey that it's coming from a character writing in different spaces, coming from characters writing in different spaces, without sounding wrong, And of course, there are writers who publish in out of print, for example, who achieve this very well, Kurli Manikvel, Zui Kumar Reddy, Kirtana Kumar, etc. But I have to do it in a way that's natural to me and I can't mimic them. And so I've been challenged by both Guru Prasad's text and Dadapir's text, which are really reflecting all these multiplicities about how to write about this. And therefore, I come sort of to the crux of the question, which is, do I then spend time developing a way of expressing this language in English, expressing this multiplicity and conveying sort of the richness, therefore, of different spaces, different ways of expressing, thinking, where, of course, in Kannada, you have the advantage of using phonetics. You just phonetically transcribe the way you speak. But, I can't do that in English because that isn't the way it is being said in English. And many people have experimented in different ways, and perhaps I'm not the one who's going to be able to succeed, but the point really is that I am conscious of it and working on it. So do I work on this language aspect, or are these texts so critically important at this contemporary moment that I just write it in quote-unquote plain English, so that the text is at least out there and accessible, because the stories and the issues they address, the complexities of society that they address in multiple ways, are really, really important to be shared with the wider readership, and shared with the readership reading throughout India, outside of India. And so, faced with this question, which is a question I've also confronted while publishing translated work in out of print, I then am continuing to work on thinking of ways to express language in multiple registers, but at the same time I'm swinging towards saying this text needs to be read now. You know, it's important in a contemporary sense. 20 years later, when we solve this issue, will it be relevant yet? Of course it will be, but I think it needs to be read now. So I'm just writing it, as it were, in plain English. So I think that's one of the big dilemmas I face in dealing with translated text.
Thank you. This is for Mr. Kannan. Kannan, you have been publishing Indian literature and translations for decades. So we often talk about translation as if it's a simple literary bridge. But a bridge needs infrastructure. And to be honest, we are lacking that greatly in Indian literature translations today. So what infrastructure is missing, in your opinion, if you want hundreds of Indian books to travel, rather than just the occasional exceptional ones?
See, I have no new insight to offer on this question. So nearly 10 years ago, I wrote an article in the Hindu Sunday edition. I think the title is The Travel of Indian Writing. So there is really not much I can add onto that article. But what I think now, what is necessary, I think now is that we all know that Indian language writing should travel to the world. It is very important that all our languages, our nation, our literature is recognized. It's important for all of us, as it is for us to send rockets to space and all other achievements. This is also very important. And we know, many of us know what needs to be done there. But I think the time has come now for us to talk more about what can be done and how can it be done so that it happens, rather than talking in generic terms. What needs to be done is that what is lacking is, let's say, first is, like Kanishka mentioned, a translation grants program for India. Now, there are 50 programs in the world, at least. Practically every nation has it in the world, except India, as far as I know. Maybe a few other countries in our region. Every other region in the world, even small languages, even a minority language within a nation, like within the nation of Spain, you can find 4 grants, one for Galician, one for other languages, So, and they all come there and they promote their writing. So that is, and we have to understand when I pitch a book, Kanishka pitches a book, somebody else pitches a book, why does a Western, what is the problem faced by a Western editor in taking the, buying the rights? So once you look at the other side, you understand more of why it is more so difficult. First thing is that whether they like the book, and that is only the starting point. Once they like the book, can they sell the book to their publishing company? So I sell the book to them, and that doesn't end the story. So they have to go back and pitch it in their weekly meeting, and the book, the sales and all the others, the bosses, they have to accept, okay, let us take this now book. Now, the unfortunate truth is that a purely literary value of a book is not going to cut the mark, because, it's about pitching a story. So if there is a story to the writer, that makes it very interesting. If there's a story to the novel, That makes it easier for them. And it's not necessarily that it has to be an international understandable story. See, even within the language of Tamil, there are so many subcultures. Some writers, when they write their story, they feel the need to explain themselves, which is not required, but many of them do that, even within the same language. They will explain a particular custom that exists only within a particular word, and sort of make the book like a tourist fiction, where the reader can come and learn new things, anthropological details, as well as a story. So that need to explain is there even within the language. So that is not a big issue, I think. If the story is attractive, even if there are more difficult elements involved, and that's how we read a story. When we read international fiction, do we know everything about those cultures? Do we ever complain that this is about a very specific Spanish village, so no, we can't read this, understand the story? We don't say that. We try to learn by reading more books. When Russian books were sold throughout India, what did we know about Russia? Only by reading more and more books, we learned about, this is what this means, and we understood those volumes. They had no commonality with us. So that effort should be on the part of the reader anywhere. So those difficulties are there, and for them to publish a book, I think there is more at stake than for a publisher in India. They have these questions like, can we travel with this author for the next 20 years? Is he prolific? Is he good quality? So it's not publishing one book. And can he come? Can he travel? Can he speak English? So all these questions are there. So it's a part of a much bigger plan. And so there's more commitment there, and more money needs to be invested. So it obviously makes it less risky for them if there is some kind of a translation grant. So that is very, very, very essential. Once you have a grant, the grant has to address all aspects. Why don't most Indian publishers, even from Indian English, they do not travel to international festivals, international book fairs? Why don't they travel? Because they think it does not make economic sense. You can't expect everybody to have a certain kind of passion to keep doing it. So can the government provide some kind of subsidy for them to be able to travel to these fairs, set up a stand? And can we have some kind of workshop for Indian language publishers, other publishers, to learn how to do this trade of pitching a book? So all these things are there. Can we create more translators? So it's a much bigger project, and the total money involved will be pathetically small compared to all the development projects we have. But still, the commitment is there. But on the base of my own experience, I think within India, it cannot be an Indian government set up fund. It has to be an independent funded money, so that there is some kind of independence to the story. Otherwise, if the government is involved, there is always the government influence, the government policy, the government politics, and the government bureaucracy. All that can never be avoided. So we should have to chart our own path. And I don't think it is very difficult with the kind of money that is spent on various projects. It is not a big money. We can start with, let's say, 10 crores per year for all the Indian languages. It's a very small money. And that will be a good start. But even that is not happening.
So you think all of us as publishers and literary agents and writers, translators, can come together as an agency ourselves?
Not an agency. I think there should be a foundation which independently gets money from major corporates, from their social responsibility funding and all that, and create some corpus fund and start doing that. There are such funds in other parts of the world which are committed to their language. So one fund for all the Indian languages, and that that really looks at if there is let us say there is a fund, somebody with the Kanishka's agency will be able to sell 5 times more titles per year in Frankfurt than and I can guarantee that.
It can't be.
Yeah.
So I was in talks with NBT for a very long time. They had told me that they are going to get into some sort of a consulting partnership with me, and I wanted to basically pitch 5 books from translated from Indian languages with their support. And everything was done, and it fell through because of bureaucracy, and I think they fear that they may not be aligned with the kind of books we are choosing. So Kannan is right, it's very difficult to get it's also not the right route to get the government government organizations on board. So a lot has changed, since, all these prizes and, popularity for, translated fiction in, from India in the UK and the US. But I feel even now our approach is not result oriented. You have a lot of fellowships, you have a lot of grants, you have a lot of literary festivals, you have a lot of magazines coming up, but I don't feel the approach is result oriented. And what is the result? We want these books to be published in the UK and the US. Now I'll give you an example. Pen Salt grant. It is given to publishers, UK and the US publishers, who have already acquired a translation of a work of fiction, I think it's only fiction, poetry also, from an Indian, language. And every year they can apply to the Pen Salt and get funding for the translator. They don't get any submissions because the Pen Salt people, they hardly get any submissions. So there was a time when 2 years in a row, Gitanjali and Daisy's translations were given the Pen Salt because they were already picked up, by the publishers. So we don't have UK, US publishers acquiring enough to pitch for that grant. So it's basically, it's not being utilized properly, because if like 10 or 15 publishers apply for that grant, then 3 or 4 can get them. Another problem I'm seeing is that while this whole ecosystem has been democratized, I think it is also creating a lot of shoddy translations, a lot of young translators, and there's nothing wrong in being young, in the publishing world. They are rushing with translation, with the help of their mentors and universities and other places, and they are not doing a good job. And it reflects poorly on the whole ecosystem if authors like Srilal Shukla and some major names are being translated in a very shoddy way.
Could I just interject? Yeah, so, while you were talking, I was thinking, yes, you are talking about the outcome and ultimately of maybe spreading Indian translated work into the US and the UK. But it's also within India. As Mr. Zacharia said, you have, it's through out of print that I've learned about so many, or had the opportunity to read so many Indian writers over the last 15 years. Now there are a lot of translations available, but earlier, in fact, I hardly knew the Hindi writers except for the ones that I had to learn in school, which was torture anyway. You didn't appreciate the literary aspect of it at all. So I think that yes, the outcome is very important, but to address, the very thought that you addressed, Kanishka, came to my mind, which is also that of sort of quality and developing and mentoring translators, because now there are more and more people attempting to translate. And I think that we receive a huge number of translation submissions. Our very first translated works were early in 2011, our issue 4 and 5. And then U.R. Anantmurthy gave us some work translated by Deepa Ganesh. And then we were on a roll to translation. And every issue we get a huge number of submissions for translation. And as you say, it's very difficult actually to accept all of them, because many of them are enthusiastic and young, but require a great deal of mentorship. And what we try to do with, some translations come to us in perfection, and of course we have Daisy and Deepa and all sorts of wonderful, and Anupama Raju with your story. And so, but we also attempt to really mentor these translators and almost workshop them, I would say, and develop the level of translation that then ultimately gets published in out of print. And it's true, it's not always perfect, but it's a process, it's a process, and almost all translators, barring I think one, I would say, are very receptive, to feedback from us. And because we are one step away from the process of actually translating, we are now, doing the editing and publishing, we are also able to see it with a different eye, we're able to sort of assess where there are glitches, where there's too much intervention of the local language, and so on. And as a debut translator myself, I know that that's not easy to do. You have to step back And initially, you're so embedded in the syntax of the language in which it comes that you have to work with it. And so, therefore, I think platforms such as Out of Print and other, of course, wonderful literary magazines in India are providing a kind of baseline, I think, which is raising quality in short spaces. But then this, as you said, the rush to publish and the rush to grab the moment when you have visibility, I think is shaking things a little bit.
So Paul, your books have been translated to English and other languages, and you might have a unique view of how you have seen your translations in English. Do you think they have been conveyed well enough in a different language, and has that changed the literary value of your work itself? So I want to associate this with the skill set gap that just Indira mentioned in the translations.
You know, as far as I am, as a language, what we call a bhasha writer. So when I get translated into English, perhaps that's the only foreign language into which I get translated. So basically, the whole act of translation, I find, is a compromise where two languages have to compromise, two cultures have to compromise, and two kinds of readership and ways of thinking have to compromise. So I don't think there's any final position on a translation from any language to any language. It is a matter of luck. Of course, the translators they do a very difficult job and a very wonderful job when they do it. As Kanishka said, in Malayalam, for example, we have a lot of shoddy translations coming up, especially from European languages. European languages translated into English and then translated into Malayalam. But in my case, I was lucky to have, right from the beginning, my first translation was published by Penguin sometime in, I think sometime in 88 or years back. At that time, there was really no market for translations from Indian languages to English, like you have now. Now it's flourishing. So I had this good luck. I had Geeta Krishnankutti and A.J. Thomas translating, and now a new book has been brought out by Alep, into which Anupama Raju also has translated the new stories. And to answer your question precisely, I am very happy. I am very happy with the translations, and I also worked with them on the translations. And I interfered with the translations to the extent that when I look back on stories which I have written 30, 40, 50 years ago, I find many things unacceptable to me now. So I took the liberty of cutting those things out or changing them, which the translators will not do, because it's not for them to edit and amend or improve the author. They just faithfully follow what the author. But all that I did was, I did this kind of a tinkering with the text, not with all the stories, not with everything, but here and there I found. And so after the tinkering, I think I have arrived at, I means the translators have arrived at a very good translation. I'm very happy. It may not be, I'm sure if a Western editor, that is an editor for whom English is the mother tongue, if such an editor works on it, he will certainly find more things to change, more things to improve. But this is our Indian way of doing it, and I am happy.
So Kanishka, I wanted to ask you, what are the parameters that decide a book for publishing and even award-winning categories in the English world? Like you have already won 2 big awards and several other international and also national awards. So when you assess the parameters for each book, either for publishing or submitting for a publisher or
for the Indian market or for
no,
the
for
market?
the international market, were there parameters where you were like, okay, this is it, if these are the check boxes, if there are any, if these check boxes were hit, it is going to make it? Or after the prize were won for a certain book, did you sit and assess, okay, it might have won because of these parameters?
I mean, it has to have a lot of originality. It has to speak to the times in a certain sense. And I mean, like for awards, you need a lot of luck. I mean, I have to be very honest with you. It has to basically like 4 or 5 people deciding what are the best book in translation published in the previous year, you know, so it's very subjective. But I mean, fiction, it has to speak to the reader, it has to speak to us, it has to speak to our team, it has to be well written, well translated if you're talking about translated fiction. And the author's credentials in their market makes a lot of difference. So, you know, like in the case of J.R. Mohan, while it took me 8 or 10 months to close the deal with FSG, it helped that, you know, he's an iconic figure. He sells a lot in Tamil, and he has a big ecosystem in the UK and the US because the Vishnupuram society he runs, it is primarily run out of the US, and now he's also organizing festivals. So it is a combination of many things. There are other factors and considerations like the length of, you know, a book. If it's very, very long, then it will be difficult for the publisher to be able to pay the translator, because in the UK and the US, they have to pay the translator a fixed fee. They have to pay it. And if it's a collection of short stories, then it becomes difficult for them to publish it because they don't want to introduce short fiction by a new writer. They made an exception in the case of J.R. Mohan. They started with Stories of the True. And yeah, I mean, something which like in both Heartlamp and Tomb of Sand are creations of the UK. I'm sorry if it sounds like not so great, but Heartlamp, in the case of Tomb of Sand, it was Deborah Smith who was looking for a you know, feminist novel translated from Hindi, and then, you know, she was introduced to Gitanjali, and then she was looking for a translator, was introduced to Daisy. In the case of Heartlamp, it was another stories who kind of mentored Deepa Bhasti after she won the Pen Translates. So that helps, you know, when you have a UK, US publisher on board from the outset. But otherwise, it's like we use the usual, you know, approach. You know, we prepare like pitches, you know, a list of publishers who may be the right fit. And we pitch the book in the UK, US, and just hope that something works out.
Has winning these awards for Indian literature has piqued the interest of the international publishers for Indian literature?
They are very receptive, they are very open. It's now becoming easier for me to get appointments with like top publishers at Frankfurt Book Fair. But as far as conversion is concerned, I would say still quite dismal. It's improving. We've just sold a book to Penguin UK International. It's a collection of stories translated, you know, from an Indian language. So, but it takes a lot of time and effort. And like I said, most publishers of translated fiction, whether in the UK or the US, they have small lists, 10 books a year, 15 books a year. Most of them have like 1 or 2 people on the editorial team. You know, they rely on you know, freelance readers, freelance publicists. So they are not in a position to, you know, take on too many books, you know. So they'll, like for instance, I'll give you an example of a work of non-fiction written in English by perhaps one of the best nature writers in the country right now, Yuvan Aves. You know, he wrote this book called Intertidal. I pitched it to, in fact, he met the editor from Milkweed in India at the JLF, and he was introduced to the editor by Rob McFarlane, who's like his mentor and a very close friend. And then he was obviously interested in publishing Intertidal in the US. And after I pitched it to him, he just, he liked the book, and he said that he's going to discuss it with his team. And then he said that, oh, we've already acquired Aarti Kumar Rao, Margin Land, so we will not be able to do. So they have their limitations, they have their restrictions, they can't take on too many you know, books from the same region because they are like international publishers, and they are also catering to their own markets, their own authors. And you know, after MAGA and Trump and all, it's become even more parochial. So it's very difficult to, you know, for them to make a case for, you know, international, you know, books, international authors, and a lot of them are suffering because of funding cuts, budgetary cuts.
So I think it's the same even in the Indian market, where when I talk to Penguin and HarperCollins heads in India,
they are cutting down on their
Yes.
lists, you know. So after, like Penguin has cut down on their classics list, you know, modern classics list. They have cut down on the number of, you know, fiction and translation. All the publishers are cutting down because they are saying that then they cannot market the books properly. You know, if they take on 20 translations in a year, even if they are good, they will not be able to pay attention to, you know, the promotions of the books, you know. And now we don't have any big prizes. All these prizes are like shutting down. JCB has shut down. DSC has shut down. No announcements though, which makes it even worse, you know, because tomorrow if some new, you know, philanthropist wants to set up a prize, they'll ask questions, why did these prizes shut down? So anyhow, sorry about the digression. I'm just saying that it's not easy. It's not easy. And then there is this whole thing about, oh, we can't publish dead writers, you know. And the problem is that most brilliant writers, you know, who have published in these languages, different languages, they have not been published in the West. Nirmal Verma has not been published in the West. Vinod Kumar Shukla, maybe 1 or 2 books, I think maybe his poetry, they have not been published in the West. So,
right. So I'll just have one question for Kannan and then we'll take questions from the audience. Kannan, you attend a lot of international book fairs and you acquire rights for several international books. So how difficult is it for you to you know, get an Indian language book into an international publisher hands? Like, where do you start when, like, when you want to pitch Indian language book to an international publisher?
See, from the Indian languages to the world is like my catalog does not happen like most Western publishers. They have a spring catalog, they have an autumn catalog. My catalog still have books that were my very first catalog in 2007. And it slowly evolves, you know. I add a couple of books, I'll remove one book. And so it's an ongoing process because it is definitely in 2 steps. The first thing for me is to sell a book to the Indian English publisher. And only when a well-edited, readable English copy is ready, will I ever pitch it to a Western publisher. So like I said, this is a very difficult process and it takes time. From a book being published in India, and it may take for me 5 years to take it to the West. So again, when I came to the grant, part of the process is to pay grant for seed translations to the Indian language publisher so that, you know, they can create something that can be read by the others. So without that, everybody cannot create this. So once that translation is published and ready, then with that book at hand or PDF at hand, I start talking to Western publishers. And it's like, you know, Kanishka said, it's very difficult. I mean, they are more open now than before for a more multicultural stories to be there. And these questions are now important that you cannot now anymore have a pure white English list and, you know, survive in the market. So you need to add some color to it. So then you are part of that color process. But, you know, coming from a language, when I first went to Frankfurt, you know, we Tamils are very proud. We think we are the best language, oldest language, greatest language in the world. But nobody knew the language Tamil. So my catalog, unless any other catalog I've seen, will have a note on Tamil, so that I don't have to answer the question. You know, and then it starts from there. So I have to say that it's the classical language of South Asia, etc., in a short note. And then so that they know that this language. So most people, they do not know. And when they do not know a language, like, you know, India, there may be some awareness of Hindi and Bangla perhaps. And all others, we are all part of what is called the weird languages. So from pitching a book from a weird language is even more difficult than pitching a book from a known language. So it is really, really a uphill task. So I went there and I was very passionate and I persevered, and somewhere I had a few breakthroughs and you know, something happened, but it is not enough. It is not enough. You don't go to Frankfurt every year and sell 5 books and come back. It doesn't happen. It should. Otherwise the economies of it doesn't work out. But we manage because we are passionate. But that you cannot expect that as a process, general process. Therefore, there has to be funding at every level to make it a more workable solution. And only then can you aim to get into an airport in London or New York or Paris or other country and be able to see a Tamil or Telugu or a Bangla book. Till then, it's not going to happen.
Thank you, Kannan. We have 5 minutes to take questions from the audience. So if any one of you have any questions, please raise your hand and they'll pass on a mic to you. Wow, either a lot of us are sleeping or shy, probably.
So I have a question for you then.
Okay.
Yes. So what about your experience? I mean, how do you actually market your books? As we were talking.
I'm a Telugu language publisher, and social media has been a great tool for us to market our books, but that is not the only source, because social media leaves a very short memory of things in your, the trail of things is very short-lived in your brain through social media. It can create an effect and influence. It is also helpful in creating online communities, but to carry on for longer and to sustain those communities, I believe offline marketing is hugely helpful, which is not yet completely built in Indian language infrastructure. For example, in Telugu, we have a few people doing offline events on a monthly basis, weekly basis, trying to build literary communities, not just reading, but also writing and helping people edit their books and several other ways. But I think that is much stronger. For example, say here in Karnataka, there is Artagalata Space and Turning Pages and Third Space. They're trying to build literary communities. And I think building that kind of infrastructure is really important to market Indian language books, because a lot of young people are have not been lenient to read Indian language books, but that interest is growing, and social media is definitely one of the spaces where you can grab their interest, but to hold on to that interest, offline spaces are really important.
Thank you. Yeah, really interesting.
Well, if you don't have any more questions, we can close the session. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. I want another shout out to my writers out there.
Thank you everyone. Thank you so much. My dear attendees, before the next session details, let me go through the important session happening in Angala. Just this is for your information. So Angala Vedikeli at exactly 11, ದೃಶ್ಯ ದಿಗಂತ ಅಮ್ಮ ಮಗಳ ಜುಗಲ್ಬಂದಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಅಮ್ಮ ಮಗಳು ಇಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಗಿರೀಶ್ ಕಾಸರವಳ್ಳಿ ಇನ್ ಕಾನ್ವರ್ಸೇಷನ್ ವಿತ್ ಅನನ್ಯ ಕಾಸರವಳ್ಳಿ ಅವರು. ಸೊ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ವಿಸಿಟ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಆಸ್ ವೆಲ್. ಇನ್ ದ ಪ್ಯಾರಲ್ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಮಂಟಪ, ಆಲ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲನೂ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಟು ದ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಮಂಟಪ, session partner PES University presents We the People of India, Reclaiming the Constitutional Imagination
by TM Krishna in conversation with Suchitra Ramachandran.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the speakers on stage.
Good morning. Welcome. We are here with acclaimed Carnatic musician and author, Mr. T.M. Krishna, and his latest book called We the People of India, Decoding a Nation's Symbols. From the moment our fathers and mothers of the nation envisioned the idea of Swaraj, or freedom, for India, they were also tasked with the creation of a modern India. They had to stitch together its diverse people and places into one whole that would eventually comprise the Republic of India. In this process, they debated and negotiated its various symbols, the flag, the national anthem, the national emblem, the motto, and the constitution itself that would come to symbolize the new India. This book, called We the People of India, is the story of how those symbols were negotiated, the various discussions and debates that went into their consolidation, and the values they embodied, and finally, a meditation into how they've held up. In reconsidering the history of these symbols, Mr. Krishna traces the thought that went into their making and invites readers to reconsider the significance of each of these symbols in contemporary India. So, Mr. Krishna, this is a book about symbols, an inquiry into symbols. And I thought that this inquiry connects in a very interesting way to your art. You're a musician, you are the torchbearer of a sort of traditional school of music called Carnatic music with about a 250-year heritage. And your writing and activism has also been around the music and where you question a lot of its received tradition and wisdom. Now, you could say that music or musical objects are a kind of symbols in themselves. They're oral symbols, right? And they carry a certain weight of the past. And you question that weight and whether it really holds up and so on. And here, too, you seem to be interested in the gap that exists between the institution of India, stated ideals, and the social structures through which these ideals are actually lived. Do you see a continuity between your work in music and this book?
First of all, Suchitra, thank you for agreeing to be in this conversation. Thank you all for coming this morning. I always think that many of these reasonings are post facto. You just jump into something because there's something that triggers an idea in your head and you start asking why. But the fact is that art itself is a mode of creating meaning out of symbol. All art. You could say, let's see, paisley designs. Do they have meaning? If you ask that question. They have no literal meaning. There's no literal meaning. But the visual form that comes out of there transports meaning. That's a symbol and multiple meanings to people who may, one person may think it is horrible looking. Another person may say it's beautiful. So this is not about judgment of whether you like or dislike, because like or dislike is not a discussion that can be had. But it does represent something. It could be culturally specific, it could be politically specific. So the entire world of art is about symbol creation. When I sing a Raga Alapana, what am I doing? I can give you very sophisticated technical explanations to it. But that really doesn't mean anything, right? It's about what is transferred to me and to the receiver at that moment. And the receiver, it could be memory, it could be nostalgia, it could be romantic, it could be anything. So I think in a way, my whole writing in general, or anything, even my activism, though it is literal in sight, is actually born out of the fact that I'm a singer. Okay, and through the act, I'm seeking something else other than the immediate of that moment, right? So if it is asking questions on caste, yes, there is a literal question, which you will see. But I think there is another question that is being asked that comes from the fact of music. So my entire work, in a way, I would say, is a work with grappling with symbols. So in a very funny manner, this became an extension. Not because I intended it. Not because I said, okay, I'm working with symbols, this all. No, it's completely by accident. The trigger was a very unusual trigger. I gave a talk at a Kozhikode Lit Fest. And the talk was on Janagana Mana, 2018. Okay. And during the talk, I said something just on the fly. I said Janagana Mana is a protest song. It was not a thought-out statement. Often that happens when you're talking or even singing, for example. And when I got back to, after the session, I was wondering why I said it.
but it was a protest
It
song.
was. I didn't say it because I was conscious of that act. But I just said it like a political moment for myself. Right? But then that got me thinking, saying, okay, what is this song? Is it a symbol of protest? Like I've said, is it just a song? So I think the entire role in my head of what this represents started with that idea that I had put out. I already was working on edicts, I was working on Buddhism, I was working on Ashoka, so there was some background to this. But I think that moment was the trigger actually for me to explore my relationship. And in many ways, I'm exploring my relationship too. This book is as much about me trying to figure out, do I have a relationship with this nation? Without using words like patriotism, nationalism, if I'm going to throw all those words in the dustbin, do we have a relationship? And I don't think we have a good answer for that question.
Okay. One thing I would also want to talk about is the form of the book itself, and we'll come back to your question about the relationship between you and the nation state, because that's really the heart of it. But before we get there, I want to maybe tell the readers here about what it is like to read this book. And I think that also gets at the nature of your inquiry, how you went about asking this question of, what's the relationship between me and this state. So this book is structured as 5 independent essays, one on each of the symbols in the book: the national flag, the national anthem, the emblem, the motto, Satyameva Jayate, and the preamble. And they're long essays, so this is an almost 500-page book. So each essay is quite long. But what I found quite interesting about the form of each essay is it is divided into 3 parts. So there's the history, there's a very historically grounded sort of exploration of how that object or that cultural object came into being, and how it was adopted as the emblem or whatever of India, the values it represents. And then there's a creative interpretation, which is kind of your contribution to that's where your inquiry takes place, where you kind of try to get into what does this mean to me today. And I thought it kind of mirrored the structure of how you might sing in a Carnatic concert with a Kriti and a Neraval and a Kalpanaswaram, with the Kalpanaswaram representing obviously your creative interpretation. So that actually gave me a handle on what you're doing with the book, which is really to answer the question of, what is my relationship with the state? But it's also a very dense book. Clearly, it's very well researched and really holds up. Could you share a little bit about how this book was written and how did you work your inquiry into it? What came first, your questions or the research? A little bit about it.
It's a book of going into many rabbit holes, basically. So, yes. So, when I started thinking about symbols, originally the book was supposed to be a book of just 5,000 word essays. And the moment I started my research, I told my publisher, there's no way I can do this book as a 5,000 word. I'm going to spend a lot of time on it. So when I started researching, there were 2-3 areas of research, right? So there is, of course, the history of the symbol itself, the cultural object. Where did it come from? What is its history? What's its mythology? And many of them have religious past. What's its religious past? To look at the religious past, look at the philosophical interpretation. So there's an entire set of inquiry to do there. Then there is a very historical, hard-nosed inquiry of the 20th century. Who decided this should be there? What were the debates that were happening about it? You have all that. Then you also have, what did these symbols represent? So then I have to debate those representations. So if I say Ashoka's symbol is dharma, then I have to debate dharma. I can't just use the word dharma and just let it fly, because we have to look at what that meant even at that moment. But the fact is, I wrote this book because I am struggling with the present. Another very big trigger for this book is the fact that I am struggling with what we call India today. And I get up in the morning disturbed. I sleep at night disturbed. There are days when I have that feeling in the pit of my stomach. And that is definitely part of the book, because I'm saying, okay, this is why the book kind of travels between the past and present very often. Because I am looking at what I feel at this moment and connecting the feeling with the feelings that these symbols represent, or the time represent, or the words of Gandhi or Bose or Ambedkar or Periyar or Nehru represent at that point of time. So in a way, the book had to travel all these distances. Historically, there are only two symbols about which a lot is being written, which is the flag and the anthem. What was interesting is that even in those, I found spaces that people had not gone to. The one thing, the fact that I'm an artist allows me to do is to go to the aesthetic spaces that no historian knows how really to go. So that helped me. So looking at the anthem, I could look at things in a manner that, look at poetry in a manner, look at tunes in a manner. So that was possible. The most surprising thing was, as far as the emblem and the motto is concerned, there was practically no information.
Okay.
At one point I was like, especially motto, I was like, who chose it? So the Constituent Assembly never discussed the motto, never discussed the emblem except one mention that's there is. It's like, who chose it? Why did we choose it? So it took me years to get into the National Archives, figure out, find bureaucratic files from which then I said, okay, this is what probably happened.
And
because
we
this,
still don't have a clear answer.
yeah, this happened between 49 and 50, 51, that period of time. So even historically, those two became very challenging for me, right? On how do I put that together as a chapter if I don't have material. Luckily, I found enough material. The preamble is technically not a symbol. Right? I have given it a symbol status in this book. I think the reason for that is what happened to the preamble during the CAA protests. During the CAA protests, the preamble became a symbol. People were reciting the preamble. People were taking it to themselves. So something happened. Also remember, the preamble is not justiciable. In the Constitution, you can't take the preamble and say it assures me justice to any court of law. So in a way, it is a symbol of the pages that follow. And in the Constituent Assembly, the preamble was the last thing that was written, not the first thing that was written. So when they finished the Constitution, like the saransh of the Constitution was the preamble. So I do think it served even as a kind of a symbol, even in the Constitution, which is why I brought that in. And I felt it was important to consider that. So the Constitution, we hold up the Constitution. Ambedkar's, all his statues has that. So it is a symbol. So when we hold it up, what are we saying? When we see an image of Ambedkar with the Constitution, does it mean anything to me? Or is it just a book? I think we have to ask ourselves that question.
Right. This we have to ask ourselves seems to be the theme and the strain of the book. You know, these symbols, they came, and as we read the book, we get the sense that the founding fathers and mothers, they were people with very high ideals, very high aspirations for, you know, this new creature that was being born, the nation of India. And, you know, they represent very high ideals, Satyameva Jayate, which is, I think, it's interpreted in the book both as truth you said. And you know, you also make the point that the high aspirations, the ideals might not be for everybody because there is the equation, the power equation. Of course. So that's something you say. You know, one pushback that I felt myself having was the high ideals that they envision is the only reason that we are even asking ourselves these questions today. For example, there is a note where you talk about the police brutality in Tamil Nadu, where the policemen, they wear truth alone triumphs literally on their sleeve while they conduct these things. The reason we feel so angry about it is because they have this ideal, right? That is, that we are measuring against. That becomes the standard against which we are. So, you know, how does this play out to you? How do you see this? That the fact that these ideals are there are the reason that we are now questioning when you know, material behavior goes against that. How do you see this ideal versus material question?
Okay, so one, of course, the fact is that everything that was imagined around 47 to 51 was imagined almost futuristically, right? So let's practically look. This in 1947-51, India is largely uneducated, illiterate, largely in poverty. I don't think these high ideals were really the conversation that was going on. There's a euphoria of freedom, of course, but that euphoria is that feeling of liberty from the oppressor. But India is casteist. religiously absolutely divided that moment because partition has just happened. So if you look at that scenario and you look at any of these ideals, at that moment, I'm not very sure how much they communicate that moment. But I think they also saw that you needed to get there, or shall we say, travel towards it. Maybe these are things you'll never reach in that literal sense. Like in the material sense, will we all have liberty? If you ask that question, in the material sense, it's I don't know how to answer that question. So that's given. That's entirely given, which is the gift they gave us. The gift is that, yes. But we can't just sit on the gift and say, we will get there, right? And that's the problem that I'm trying to highlight. That none of these ideals, none of these absolutely ethical values that to a large extent I think we should accept are universal, we ever did enough socially and culturally. The Constitution is a cultural document. The Constitution is not a document of laws. We have taught it as a document of rules and regulations. The flaw begins right there. If I say it's a cultural document, then it's a very interesting document that affects your conversation with me today, or what I do in my house. How my relationship with my wife and my children is part of the constitutional document. How much have we done to ever pass this on to every child in a school? I think we've done very little, right? So I agree with you that we have to be thankful to these visionaries. But that's not good enough. Now, just because I look at the policeman and say, I'm asked the question, has the violence stopped on the Dalits? Has that? No.
It hasn't, but the questioning persists.
But my point is, the fact is that you still remain in the point of questioning that the awakening is not happening is a failure that education has failed, failure that society has failed. That's what I'm pointing at. That yes, we are able to ask the question, but why not moving that needle enough? Have we moved? Yes, but not enough at all. If Tamil Nadu, which is the land of where progressive movements have been so powerful, has one of the highest honor killings in the country, there is a dichotomy that you're not able to reconcile. And that comes from a failure of actual material action that puts these symbols and these ideas into everyday play beyond saying that I'm challenging it. And this is where I say, whether it is the flag, whether it's the emblem, how much have we internalized those ideals? How much have we engaged with them? Now, this is where I feel as a cultural society, society of cultures, there's not enough. And that is my point. My point is that you don't ask questions today. But I will even ask you that question. Who can ask a question, who can't ask a question today? Let's ask that question. Okay, today there were protests in Jantar Mantar. I'm just detouring a little bit. And all over, it's one of the most important things that happened, and nobody's denying all that, okay? CA protests, women were sitting in Shaheen Bagh for months and months and months. Nothing happened. Farm laws, farmers were there for a year. How many were killed? You can please Google and check. Nothing happened. So what we are now saying is, it depends on who protests. It depends on who raises the voice. Then we can say we have the power to protest on Satyameva Jayate on the sleeve. If Dalits are being killed and only Dalits are protesting, then what happens? I'm not very sure we are even the questioning is as free as we think it is free. If even I, privileged upper caste male, lives at a time when I'm sometimes looking over my shoulder, if at sometimes I'm saying, should I say something in this manner, despite the fact that I have every privilege to get away with it, we have a problem.
May I ask if you believe in the ideals that make up the symbols of the book? Because you've been now through the journey of reacquainting yourself with them, and you have all this anger in you. Do you believe in the ideals themselves?
So, at a very philosophical level, I think every individual or collectives, whatever, in a way seek their own symbols or create their own symbols. And I think that is the beauty of every individual, right? Irrespective of what they are, I'm not going to the complexity of those symbols. That's the larger ethical conversation. But the fact of the matter is, within the construction of a nation, there exists this need for symbolism. Of course, we can justify it of saying that we need to be together, we need to find common ground, etc., etc. And at a very simplistic level, you can't, it's acceptable. You want to coexist, right? And these symbols are supposed to enable that ethical coexistence of a collective of people who are so diverse, who are so different, who speak different languages, eat different food, have different faiths, have different problems within their own communities too. Forget about inter-community, even within there. So we're saying, can we bring some set of values together? And I think that's why we should consider India as being created in 1947, 1951. Because this is a set we are saying by which all of us can coexist. So that I accept it. What I have an issue with is a slightly deeper question. Do I have a relationship with any of these symbols? Is the debate that I have. And see, nation state is an abstract creation. It's completely a construct. It's a construct by a set of people, honestly. It's not the construct by the nation. It's a construct by a set of people, most likely men. And in the Indian Constituent Assembly, we know how many, I think there were 15 women in the Constituent Assembly, right? So, it comes as a construction, and the symbols are the manifestation of the construction, or you could say the foundation, ethical foundation. But my issue is, you can't have, this creates a subservient relationship automatically between you and the nation state. You have to accept the symbols. There's no challenging of any of these symbols. So I, as an artist, ask a different question. What is my relationship with the song Jana Gana Mana? The song, not the national anthem. I'm not using that word. The song. Do I have a relationship with the song? And my argument is that none of us have a relationship with any of the symbols by themselves.
Okay. It's great that you mentioned Jana Gana Mana, because I want to go to the part of the book where you talk about Tagore's rendition of the song and how it's rendered today, and then the Vande Mataram example, which has a similar dichotomy. So maybe if you could tell us a little bit about that and how that might have changed your relationship with both the songs, and maybe sing it for us.
Tagore's is Vande Mataram rendition. That's
right.
the one.
That's the one.
So, I mean, Jana Gana Mana, I mean, I say it in the book, even if it had not been chosen as the national anthem of India, it's one of Tagore's most beautiful creations. Just given. Poetically, structurally, and imagination, and musically. So, the Jana Gana Mana, that part which is our anthem, is only the first verse of the song. Okay? The song actually has 5 verses, and it's beautifully constructed. The trajectory of the song is very clear. And Jana Gana Mana, the 3 words, are magical for me. Jana, the collective, the Gana and the Jana, the individuals in the collectives, and the Manas of the Jana and the Gana is Jana Gana Mana. It's we, the people of India. Much before we constructed that for ourselves in the Constitution. So what he's done quite beautifully is looked at individuals and the collective and brings the hearts and the souls of the individual and collective. So this whole notion of free will and collective existence is brought in 3 words. And only a poet can do something like this, imaginatively. So, and then he's a Vagyakara. He's not just a poet, of course. Then what he does is he describes the geography of the land. Goes down the peninsula, goes right up there, and goes to the heartland through the rivers, actually. He doesn't mention them as much. And then he ends in the northeast. The sun will hopefully rise from behind the eastern hills. This is geography. Then he tells you who are people in this land? Who are these people? And that's when he says, the second verse, Oho raho tobo ahvano prochorito shunito bodaro bani Hindu Bodho Shikho Jeno Poroshiko Mushalmanu Kristani Purabu Poschimu Ashe Tobo Shingashono Pashe Prema Haro Noto Gatha Hindu Bodha Shiko Jaina Poroshiko Mushalmanu Kristani. He says the land of Hindus, Buddhists, Sikhs, Jains, Muslims, Christians. He's describing the different kinds of people there. I very strongly believe this should have been part of the national anthem. And I think we failed. Especially after the partition. The partition has just happened. There's violence in the land. Why would you include a verse that says this is a land that belongs to all these people? I probably think it was some bureaucrat who said we can't go more than 1 minute, because bureaucrats generally think only in that manner. Our rules and regulations, 56 seconds, sir. We can't have one that goes for 1 minute, 32 seconds. Yeah, let's get there. We will get there. I mean, now there's an obsession to the other end. We want children standing for 6 minutes outside in the sun. But anyway, so this is what he does. And this song, his creation itself, it's a protest song first. He's angry when he writes this song. He's asked to write a song because King George V is arriving by some king, local, not even king, one of those, whatever, chiefs. He's absolutely irritated. And a very irritated Tagore comes up with this magnificent piece of art. And then, of course, he gives it to the Congress on December 27th, 1911. It is sung for the first time. This is briefly what happens with this. But Tagore claims that he's also one of the first people to ever sing Vande Mataram in the public space. First, I think he's wrong. He was not the first person. I think it was tuned before and sung in public before. Vande Mataram needs to understood in a very complicated manner. It is not one song. It's two songs. It does not have one life. It has three lives. I know the government of India has said it has 6 verses. No, all scholars, everybody agrees it's a song of 4 verses. So I'm going to stick to the scholastic position that it has 4 verses. 2 verses are written between 1875 and 1879 when Bankim just writes the song. Okay? Then he starts writing Anandamat, which is the novel. Now, Anandamat has a political context. Mir Jafar is then the king of Bengal, that area. And this is a resistance by Hindu sannyasins. It's based on history loosely, who are revolting against him. But the problem is, it is not just a political revolt. This is an Islamophobic, anti-Muslim attack by Hindu sannyasins in the novel. Bankim has a right to write any novel he wants to write. Okay, I can disagree with the novel, that's a different issue. In the novel, they are pillaging Muslim villages, they are attacking Muslims, they are stealing their property. It is not a very pleasant novel to read. I read 2 translations of it, 2 Bangla translations of it. And in all of them, it's very clear that this is a problematic text if we are a country who want to live all together. If you're a country that wants to keep on fighting, be my guest. Secondly, Vande Mataram in that book becomes an initiation song for this Hindu sannyasins. It also becomes a cog in these attacks. It is a symbol, in a way, in the book. Yes. Now, when Bankim writes the book, is when these 2 verses are added. And the trajectory of shift in what happens in what I call artistic intentionality is very clear if you know the song. The first verse is just a beautiful description of bountifulness. It can be any song. Actually, the first verse need not be about any land. Vande Mataram, Sujalam, Supalam. It's a beautiful verse. Malaja Sheetalam, Shashya Shamalam Mataram, Shubra Jyotsna, Pulakite Yamini, Pulla Kusimita, Drumadala Shobini, Suasini, Sumadhura Bashini, Sukadam, Varadam. It's stunning. It's stunning poetically, musically, it's stunning. The second verse is a jump. Suddenly he's talking about a population of Bengal. Sapta Koti Khanta Khanta is 7 crore was the population according to the British census taken then. Then he's talking about an angry motherland. Now, I argue in the book, angry could be motherland angry or people who are angry against oppression. So even in the second verse, the song is prevaricating on what it really represents. Right? With Anandamat, the third stanza shifts. It becomes about Durga. The deity arrives only in the third verse. And in the book, she had to arrive. You understand? Because the protagonists in the book are people who are fighting against Muslim and representing a certain amount of Hindu aggression. So the arrival of Durga in the third verse is part of what it is in the book. Right? But there is a problem here. When a poet changes intentionality, the structural form starts shifting. The structural form of verse 1, verse 2, verse 3, verse 4 are all different. So we forget that within poetic writing, you can actually notice what is happening to a poem if the intentions of the poet starts moving. The song collapses structurally. when you take it together, when you take all the verses together. Rhyme schemes, there's a Bangla line that is suddenly comes in, goes out. You can listen, I've heard there are about 120 versions of this song. I've heard about 60. Anybody who tries to tune all the four, you find sometimes words will be clocked together. Sometimes the meter won't work, you have to extend one word. This problem is never there in the first verse. And now to your point, the tune that we all hear sing, Vande Mata, we don't know actually who tuned it. That tune is available only for the first verse, by the way. That tune. It's not there for the second and the third and the fourth. But Tagore sings a very different tune. It's online, it's on YouTube, please go listen to it. And to me, that tune means much more. And this is my personal opinion. There's no chest beating in this. Vande Mataram Sujalam Shubhalam Malayaja Sheetalam Shashya Shamalam Mataram Vande Mataram. Here, Vande Mataram is not some aggressive screaming anywhere. Vande Mataram settles down. And that's, you wonder, why am I shouting and screaming and calling for mother? Or I'm addressing her. So, you realize that music also does something to a word, right? The tune can change meaning. The same song that seems very cohesive can become violent and aggressive. So when we say what's wrong with a song, let's keep it in mind that the tune makes a difference. And the receiver, who the receiver is, changes the meaning of a song.
And the context.
Of course.
Absolutely. You know, one of the things, I think there's a lot of Tagore because I personally am a big fan of the Tagorean spirit. But I see that, the book is almost a pain to a lot of the people of this generation. I mean, of course, there's Gandhi in it, there's Tagore, but there's also Dr. Ambedkar, there is Narayana Guru, all these, and we get to the heart of a lot of debates of that, that period, which makes up the values that they were putting forth. Like, for example, the charkha and the national flag. Gandhi and Tagore have a back and forth about this, and that actually goes to the value of, what is self-reliance, what is doing your own work, the whole rural reconstruction, and they both had very different ideas about this. Or the conversation between Gandhi and Narayana Guru. So this, how would you say that, writing this book has changed your relationship with these individuals, and how do we inherit these individuals today? Could you reflect on that?
Yeah,
please?
I mean, we're all desperate to take sides today. We're just desperate to take sides. We have to say we are an ite of some sort. You're a Gandhian, you're an Ambedkarite, we want some kind of this thing. And I think the one thing that the book does for me is it loosens all of them up, right? It also challenges the way we are actually discussing any ideas today. Because ideas today lack nuance, lack the in-betweens. And the most important thing for me, and I think that I learned maybe as a musician also, is doubt. And I think what all these people symbolized for me was doubt. They are very powerful, they have very strong opinions, they fight with each other. I mean, Tagore and Gandhi go back and forth in a manner that is, to the point that Tagore is saying, oh, you poet, what would you know? Almost like, if the whole house is burning, will you be still writing a poem? Sarcasm, and it's really below the belt. And Tagore does the same, he doesn't let go. Like, he calls the whole Gandhian charkha thing a cult. He says you create a cult. Yet, there is vichara. There is that doubt which is why their thoughts change. Tagore's own concept of nationalism kept changing. It was not one constant. Gandhi himself learned from what he saw and kept changing. Ambedkar definitely influenced him, despite them being at loggerheads all their life. Definitely. So, I think it also tells us that sometimes obsession with consistency actually is a lie. It means you're not moving, right? The question is only, is there honesty and integrity in that process of change? That's the only thing we should worry about. If it is opportunistic and if it does not have gravitas, then of course we call it out for what it is. But to say that 10 years ago I said something, I'm going to stick to that same nonsense for the rest of my life is actually daft, right? So I think these people also tell you that you keep doubting, you keep learning, you keep observing. And as a musician, you keep listening. They listen to each other. They may disagree, but Gandhi listened, Ambedkar listened, Tagore listened, everybody listened. So when you listen, at that moment you may not take it in, but it stays with you. And 2 years later, there's something else that brings the two together and your brain comes up with something else. That's how art also happens, by the way. So I think that's something I really value, that fluidity of all these individuals. I don't necessarily have to agree with Gandhi I disagree with even Ambedkar in this book. I don't need to agree with everything they say, but I need to respect this possibility that they offer us. Right. And my problem is with thought processes that are hardened. And then it is not thought.
True, and something else that you mentioned in the book is vulnerability, which I think all of these people, I think you mentioned vulnerability with respect to Ashoka, where he sort of owned up in front of, all over the country, he set up these stone edicts. So how much do you think vulnerability is going to help us in this process? And would you say that you've become more vulnerable through the process of writing this book?
Well, I sincerely hope I have, that somebody else has to say that I have. Definitely. See, as a musician, not as a performer, but as a musician, the thing that I think was gifted to me is vulnerability. And music gifted me that, right? And it is when you're vulnerable that and I'm using vulnerability, and both of us are in a very positive sense.
Positive sense. Actually, the question I'm really trying to ask is, has this made you reconsider any assumptions that you held before writing the book?
Absolutely. So I think, just to continue, I think vulnerability is the place where you are the most open receiving person, right? And many times even when I was researching, forget about reading the book, when I was researching, there were moments of vulnerability by just reading passages, by looking at exchanges. And I think that my thought process on many of these discussions have definitely changed or got more nuanced.
Give an example.
Dharma is a great example, where I spent a lot of time on Dhamma and Dharma. And I also come with my own perceptions of what it is. Of course, I was already working with Ashoka, so I was working with Buddhist Dhamma and Ashoka's own interpretation of Buddhist Dhamma. Yes. But I think that Dhamma is not an absolute fixture. It can never be an absolute fixture. So how does Dhamma kind of change? So even ethical values are also constantly negotiating realities, right? And they're negotiating power. They're negotiating social discrepancies. So what happens to this notion of Dhamma? So we can say Dharma is righteousness or justice or whatever. But that's a hollow word. That's totally a hollow word, right? The question is, in what are we looking? What is the scenario we are discussing? I think it helped me a lot in reworking notions of Dharma for me personally. And in many ways in my own work, everyday work, in my own personal way, right? One is to philosophize and write a book. The other is to say, okay, in my personal everyday action, where is Dharma, right? And I think Ashoka, and I spoke about even yesterday when I was discussing the book, the other thing we always want to, I think what makes Ashoka or Ambedkar or Gandhi interesting is the fact is that they are not perfect. Because we are not perfect, right? So I think that really helps you. So even Ashoka, at one point he's saying, yeah, I went to Kalinga, we killed 100,000 people, we maimed 150,000 people. He is very contrite, he is upset, of course. We can't see that he's saying in public. Like you said, which political leader says even I'm sorry today in public? I mean, it's like, Forget about anything else. Here you have monarch 200 BC, when every other monarch in the world, all the monarchs in every in the world is doing is, I conquered this land, I gave so much gift, I gave this land to this community. This is all every king is doing. Here you have this man saying, I'm so sorry, I don't know whether I really conquered Kalinga because I killed so many people. Right? It's fascinating. You have to place that as probably the first time in the politics of the world, you have a monarch confessing. Now, but it doesn't stop there, right? The next line of the same edict, the monarch arrives again. Now, who is his target? People of the forest. Who are the people of the forest? The tribals of India. He's then warning the tribals. Now, he wants, just like our great companies today who want all our mines in every forest, not very different from them, Ashoka wants resources from the forest. He wants trees, he wants elephants, warfare. So he's warning the tribals and telling them, just because I chose ahimsa, don't think I don't have weaponry. I can attack you. To me, these were wonderful learnings. I do this every day. I'm kind to somebody. That person has to transgress so much, or what I perceive as transgression. And I am the other side of Ashoka, telling them to just stay where they were. And why am I doing it? Because at that moment, I'm in a more powerful position than him. I think it also made me reflect on these contradictions that I live with every day. I perform it every day, not just I perform it every day. So I think this book also helps you look at yourself and see, you are an Ashoka, you are a Gandhi, you are an Ambedkar, you are all these people. If you're willing to just deal with these little in-betweens.
You know, the book is called We the People. And one of the questions that I kept going back to was, you know, who were we the people that the framers of the Constitution had in mind when they wrote it, and who do we think it is today? And in that light, I want to maybe bring up the concept of Maitri that Ambedkar talks about when he composed the preamble. So can you maybe reflect on that?
I mean, that's a problematic question, right? Because if you look at the makeup of the Constituent Assembly, who was the we? If you ask that question, I mean, the we was fundamentally, mainly, though they were representations. The moment we say representations, we know what it means. Were upper caste men. That's it.
People like Dakshayani Velayudham, but
I'm just saying that, and they did contribute a lot. But let's put it this way: how much do we discuss about Dakshayani Velayudham when we talk about the Constituent Assembly? We had somebody write a book about them, right? Till then, the last 60 years, it's only 6-7 names that we keep discussing as far as Constitutional Assembly debates. Okay, whether it's Allah Adi or anybody else. So that also tells you that our imagination of the Constitutional Assembly debates itself is trapped within caste and class, right? So there are very few women. So you could ask the question. But I'm going to be a little generous over here, and I think we all should be. Despite this, we have to say that the vision that comes out of the Constitutional Assembly is all-encompassing. It recognizes the limitations of the individuals themselves in some manner. And I think the fact is the Constitution does come up with a document that hopes that the we involves everybody else. And I think that comes out very clearly in our fundamental rights, right? And also our original citizenship law that we had actually given ourselves tells you that this land is not just about somebody who was born in this land. This is a land where anybody who comes here also belongs and has rights. That makes us, I mean, it's magical for such a country, new country, to think in such a manner in 47, 46. So the Rohingyas, we should embrace the Rohingyas in this country. We embrace the Tibetans in these countries, so I think that way you have to give it to the makers. That they did debate these things, but at the same time realize that belonging cannot be determined by one document. That belonging means something more. And individual rights beyond nation state is there for any human being. And there I think they were also going at the UN Charter at some level, where we are saying we the people is not about which country you belong to. As a human being, you have the right. You have the right to live in this country. You have the right of privacy. You have the right to life and your right to belief. So I think you have to give it to them. Maitri to me is Ambedkar's gift to this whole idea. Because when we say fraternity, for example, it is anthropocentric. We are talking only about men originally, but at least we're talking about human beings. But Maitri is not just a human idea. It is coexistence of all living beings, and which is it comes from the Buddhist tradition. And that's, I think, Ambedkar's brilliance there. That though English, he brought fraternity. And of course, many scholars argue that fraternity was itself brought in as Ambedkar brought in the word into the preamble. But when he's thinking of it as Maitri, because that's the word he constantly uses in his writing. Right? If you read Ambedkar, he's always using Maitri, which is not restricted to just you and me. It opens up the whole idea of trees. It opens up ideas of animals, birds. So when we look at environmentalism, it can't be something that's out there or that we do for, but it coexists together and that we belong together, you know. And to bring that idea up within a constitutional thought process is Ambedkar's genius, I presume.
And do you think there is something in the Indian, what we can call an Indian ethos, if there is one, that presupposes this idea? Of course, there is the Buddhist thought of Maitri. But do you think there's something in us that makes us receptive to all, as opposed to these more exclusive nation-state formulations? Is India different?
Well, that's, I don't want to fall into that question of saying we are different from anybody else. I mean, I'm not very comfortable with that argument, fundamentally. Because I think if you spend enough time in a different culture, you're going to find references that shows an open society, right? So I'm not so sure we should claim some higher position as being specially insane. Having said that, the fact is that if we want to look for such thought processes work, we can look at the various traditions that have been part of this land, and I include Muslim traditions and Christian traditions of this land, not just Buddhist, Jain and Hindu. If you look at Christianity of India, Islam of India, and I'm being very specific here, and if you look at Upanishad texts, or if you look at Buddhism, Jainism, you do find this, depending on what you want to read, of course, you find the opposite also. That's like any other tradition. You do find these sensibilities definitely there in every one of them. Ashoka himself, like I say, we talk about endangered species. I think the first record of any government saying that these species are endangered, therefore you should not kill them, is Ashoka's edict. The man mentions 28 species that should not be killed anymore. That's our tradition, if you want to call it that. We didn't have to wait for 1971 or whatever when we had these endangered species. We had it before.
That's wonderful. Maybe the last couple of minutes, I want to give you a prompt. You mentioned when you talk about the national flag that, it has 4 colors, not 3. It's not a tiranga, but a chaturanga. And the word ranga, it's the color of it, it reminds me of raga. So may I ask you to do a creative interpretation of the flag's colors in music, the 4 colors?
Wow. I never made that association, actually. I mean, I didn't make direct color associations yet. Okay. So we have blue, we have green, we have saffron, and we have white, right? So I guess you don't want text, or do you want text? Okay, I'm asking all the questions. So I'll do it with text, because then maybe it communicates easier. So like in the book, I look at different colors and approach them religiously in the book. So maybe I'll start there in some manner. And I'll first start by bringing both the saffron and the green together. Allah tero naam, Ishwar tero naam, sabko sanmati de Bhagwan. Allah tero naam. Kani volum kamaniya hridayam യേശുമിതിഹാസൻ തിരുവുള്ളം അതുപോലെ വേറുണ്ടോ. This is a song which was featured in a Malayalam film on Jesus, which was sung by Janaki, who just passed away. Kanivolum kamaniya hridayam. If I was going to take the blue as representing people who are marginalized and people who don't seem to have a voice, also represents protest and challenging power, then it has to be a song that has resonance with people from the community. And there are many songs that I can think of, but the one that comes straight to my mind is பொறம்போக்கு உனக்கு இல்ல பொறம்போக்கு எனக்கு இல்ல பொறம்போக்கு ஊருக்கு பொறம்போக்கு பூமிக்கு பொறம்போக்கு உன் பொறுப்பு பொறம்போக்கு என் பொறுப்பு பொறம்போக்கு ஊர் பொறுப்பு இயற்கைக்கு பூமிக்கு. Poromboku is the commons. Poromboku is where the marginalized live, their cultures live, their work lives, and they fight for it every day. Thank you.
On that note, thank you for staying on. Thank you, Mr. Krishna.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam.
Manipal Institute of Liberal Arts, Humanities and Social Science presents 3rd edition of Book Brahma Literature Festival 2026. It's supported by our platinum partners, Mysore Sandal, Elsia Electronic City Industries Association, Elsita Electronic City Industrial Township Authority, JSW Group, Prashant Prakash Family Foundation. Gold partners, M.S. Ramaya University of Applied Sciences, BLDE deemed to be University, CKPC Properties. Silver partners, Sheshatripuram Education Trust, Pali Institute, Netkallappa Trust, Oxyco, Litkar Karnataka State Leather Industries Development Corporation. Insights on India. Associate partners, Turning Pages, KMF Nandini, Karnataka Milk Federation, Happiest Health, Bhavani Industries, MSIL, Mysore Sales International Limited. Supported by Unboxing Bangalore, Government of Karnataka, Kannada and Cultural Department Karnataka, Department of Information and Public Relations Karnataka, Karnataka State Police.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next session we have the session partner Kambadakone Raitara Seva Sahakari Sangha Limited presents The Stage Never Lies, Theatre, Truth and the Human Spirit
by Mallika Prasad in conversation with Akshara KV.
Let's welcome them.
So, Malika, we are starting a conversation, and as we have planned it, we want to be flexible and also reflective. We have planned the outlines, but we will be flexible. The theme is slightly abstract: truth, theatre, and the human spirit. Let us begin with a, we'll try to make it specific so that, let us begin with a contradiction which concerns more than any other art, the medium of theatre. Theatre itself is defined as something that is not true. For example, in Kannada, if somebody does something not true, people say natka madbeda. So don't. It also in Hindi, natak mat karo. So we use theatre as if it's not about truth. But as a theatre director, as an actress, as theatre practitioners, we know that truth means a lot for us. Even though we are doing something false, in quotes, we are trying to be true to the content of that and also true to ourselves. So how do we, as theatre practitioners, how do we address this contradiction between fact and fiction, truth and lie, reality and illusion, the real and the maya? So how do we manage between these two seemingly completely exclusive realms at the same time? What I'll request you to do is to reflect on these questions through our own experiences instead of making it to, instead of borrowing somebody else's theory. People have written about it. People have written about truth and theatre and about the philosophy of theatre, and all that has come out. So let us not go into that. Let us be true to ourselves, be true to our own experiences, and let us explore what it means to us. What does this contradiction between theatre and truth, what does it mean to you, and what do you remember from your practice?
Okay. Can you all hear me? Okay. This is a really large auditorium, and I invite you, if you are feeling like it, then come closer so this conversation can be a little more intimate. So that's just an invitation out there. Okay, so thank you very much for calling me into this conversation, Akshara. I'm very happy to be here and talk to you about this. Yes, yes, of course. So just to give you a little bit of context, both Akshara and I are from National School of Drama. We trained there. And my association with Akshara really starts when I went to Ninasam to direct a play. And also to direct two plays, in fact. One play when I directed, Subarna was around, and another play was a little after he had passed on. So I like the context you've set up for, the contradiction or the paradoxical nature of theatre between truth and falsehood. So many times we say that falsity is the method by which we create truth, or we go into searching for truth. For me, I think I'll give two examples which are related to my experience of being in Ninasam. And it's somewhat anecdotal, of course, but it's also a discovery for me as a theatre maker, as a director. The first time I went there, I was working with a text called The Royal Hunt of the Sun. And it was a Peter Schaffer play. And I spent a long time, the usual, 6 to 8 weeks, working with the students to sort of, bring it from the page onto the stage and so on. There was one moment, I remember at that time, I was also caught up with this idea of what is this spoken quality of text, something that is black letters on a page. And what is the difference between that and the spoken quality that is so unique to stage work, and how much the meaning sort of shifts in just that difference of just reading by yourself in a room to yourself, and to actually uttering those words out in an open space, in an auditorium, in the presence or in the witness of an audience. I remember that there was one moment where I was sort of like figuring out what is this connection that the actor's body has with her or his own breath, and how that affects the text, his imagination, and the emotional state that actor is in. And there was this one scene where he's sword fighting with another actor, with his co-actor. And I noticed that his speech was so perfect, and I think I made him do that scene, practice that scene almost 6 to 7 times. His breath was so high, but his text wasn't reflecting that. And for some reason, I felt that didn't ring true to me. And finally we arrived at a time when the two connected, the breath, the body, the emotional content of that piece, and what he wanted to communicate outwards, And I remember this so well because at that time when I finished the play, I was also doing the lighting. I was sitting in the lighting booth and Subarna came upstairs and he said to me that I don't like Peter Shaffer because of his Orientalism, but I love what you've done with the actors, So for me, that idea of truth is a discovery in your own body as well.
This is a very interesting metaphor to do a fight, a sword fight on theatre. It has to be true. It should look like a real fight, but the actors should not hurt each other.
No, it's choreographed.
So it is a choreographed. Yes. It's a dance actually. It's not a fight.
Beautiful, absolutely.
But it has to be a dance and a fight at the same time. It should look like a fight, but it should be a very choreographed thing. How do you achieve? I mean, you are talking about breath and all that, and you are a voice teacher. After your NSD, you are specialized in teaching voice, and you are, I don't remember the name of that.
No, it doesn't matter. I've developed something on my own as well.
Yeah, and you have your expertise, and you teach voice, do voice classes for several institutes in this part of the world. So, how do you, in terms of voice and breathing, can you elaborate on how you achieve that?
Sure. So I think it might be of interest to even people who are writers, not necessarily only performers and singers, because singers and actors actually really work towards speaking with a kind of an understanding of the anatomy of the voice. But I think what is interesting in this context would be a couple of things. One is when a writer worth his or her salt writes, they embed an arrangement of sound in it. So there is a musicality already embedded in text. And you, of course, I mean, I know you have translated Shakespeare enough, and anybody who has engaged with Kannada writing will know that is a very intentional thing. But when an actor encounters that text, how do you discover that, and how do you make it your own song? How do you make it your own music? How do you make it your own melody? And this is about understanding what is the breadth that is embedded in the text, and that discovery for the actor to discover the breadth that is embedded in text and to find it and make it her own is the work of voice work, as we say, as part of actor training, as part of the craft, So many times a director is simply the midwife between the writing and the actor, who has to actually bring it in the presence of an audience through her body, through the instrument of the body, the imagination, and most particularly the voice,
The point about embodiment brings me to an experience that I had a very long time ago. I am tempted to narrate and re-narrate this story again and again because it has stayed with me for a very long time. But it has also changed because it's a memory. Every time it comes in with different details. So whatever it comes, I mean, I'll try to be as brief as possible because I have told this. I was studying in NSD, it was 1981 or 82. We went, 4 or 5 of us, for a study tour in Kerala. We started from Trivandrum, came northwards, and the last leg of our journey was in Kannur, where we were seeing Theyyam performances. And we were seeing, we were there for 3-4 days, 5 of them, 2 North Indians, 1 Bengali and 1 Kannadiga. So 4 of us. So we were watching Theyyam performances every day, more than one every day. So we were visiting places, small villages around Kannur. And Professor Shankar Pillai, who was the great Shankar Pillai, who was the founder of the the Trichur School of Drama. He was our guide, and he suggested somebody. I forget his name, but most probably his name is Gopalan. Gopalan was our guide, and Gopalan was driving us on his old car to the Theyyam performances, one after the other, and he would tell us, about the performances. And one North Indian friend who was sitting in the back seat, he asked him, "But Mr. Gopalan, is it not a lie that gods come on you? Is possession a truth, or is it not a lie? Normally, the gods won't come, and don't get gods into yourselves. So, don't you think that as a contemporary person, is it not a lie?" He became very serious. He stopped his car and he said, "What is truth and what is lie?" And the next 20 minutes was a revelation for me. It was the greatest theatre teaching I had from a completely non-theatre person was that moment. And he was, later I came to know that he was a Swami Narayan Guru disciple and all that. So he had a lot of philosophy built into his thinking and all that. And he started saying that, "See this." And he showed us the rear mirror of the car. "See that. There are vehicles coming from the back. You see it in the rear mirror. But try and touch the car. There is no car there. But you see the car. God is like that. When Theyyam comes on an actor, it's like seeing the car in your rear mirror. You know that the image that in the rear mirror is not a real car. It is not true. But you know the truth that the cars are coming from backwards. So this is how the performance of Theyyam is did. And he also narrated the famous Dakshinamurti Stotram of Shankaracharya, which he said, Darpana Drishyamana Nagari Tulyam is the first image of that is that the world is like an image which you see on a mirror. Is the rough translation of the first half of the first sentence. So he only said that. At that time I didn't know about anything about Shankaracharya and all that, but later I did my research. But that has remained with me is that theatre is not true in a trivial sense of the term, but in a very profound sense of the term, it is true. Later so we decided that, I was a very young theatre director and I was very particular that the actors would catch truth. So I was actually sometimes violent. Otherwise, we are all accustomed to do false things. So I was forcing them to be true to themselves. And one incident I'll also again very briefly narrate it is that it was a play, an adaptation of a Tejasvi story, Purnachandra Tejasvi. The name of the play, the story is called Kiragurina Gayalikalu in Kannada. And it's about there is a storm in the village and there is heavy rains and then a tree falls. When the tree falls, there is a woman called Danamma. She gets angry and curses in an uncontrollable manner. All sorts of, she curses on for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And after a long cursing session, the rain stops. So that's the first part of that story. So we were trying to improvise it on stage. I was telling actors, you have to get possessed. And it didn't work. They tried to imitate that. It didn't work. I mean, imitation is not possession, getting possessed. So we were very desperate. For 2 rehearsals, 3 rehearsals, it doesn't happen. So one of our stage manager suggested an interesting option. Sir, we will do a different thing. There is a patch of forest just outside our theatre. We will go there in the evening. We will make fire and some smoke and all that, do a special lighting and all, and we will have drums and etc. And then we will try there for getting possessed. So we went there and we started doing it. In the first 5 minutes, nothing worked. But after 5-10 minutes, the girl who was to play the role of Danamma, who had to get possessed, she really got possessed. And then we had to call a doctor to get her back to her normalcy. So it made me realize that even handling truth is also a very risky proposition. And as you do with gods, you do avahana and visarjana. If you only know one and
Then
don't know...
You're Abhimanyu then.
Yeah, you are Abhimanyu then. So that is how the truth will affect the theatre person.
I think I want to add to what you're saying, Akshara, because I think there are a couple of things that seem like very important to drop in this conversation. One is, of course, the craft of acting and the process of training. You know, many times we take very lightly the task of the actor. The director may ask this, that, and, you know, a little bit of the moon and some stars as well of the actors. You know, and the writer may have written something some years ago or even recently, but, you know, it is a one moment of, you know, encountering that large truth or that large idea or that energy that you are invoking. But the actor has to do it night after night after night, depending upon how many shows there are. And it has to be truthful every time, you know. So I think one of the things that we tend to forget is embedding well-being in actor training. Okay, what does it mean? Because there is a process to going into these places of trance. For example, I was doing a show during COVID. I was doing a piece called Hidden in Plain Sight, which is about 4 women who in some way or another fall off from the social grid, if you can imagine it. It's just people who sort of fall off from your network and you suddenly hear about them after many years and you don't know what happened to them in that time that, you know, they were absent. One of the ideas I was sort of exploring as part of Hidden in Plain Sight was this idea of the divine energy of Chinnamasta. You know, so I mean, conceptually it is something. As a theatre person, it's something. As someone who is doing it as a literary piece of work, it is something. But as an actor, to actually invite that energy, imagined as it may be, there is no denying that the girl who went into the trance, and for the fact that anybody who's sort of, whether it is in Tayyam, in Kudiyattam, or any form, that an actor becomes completely unconscious of what they are doing at that moment. It never happens. So let me burst that bubble, okay? It never happens. But the fact that it is a practice of inviting or invoking energy into your body. And you do it as a practice that you invite it in and also know how to step out of it. Imagine taking that energy back home and sleeping next to a husband. You wouldn't want that now, would you? Okay, so that is the first thing I want to say about this idea of truth or embodying something that is other than yourself. It is energy at the end of the day. The other thing I thought is worth talking about is, I think your reference of mirror, and I think one very broad, you know, like a sweep if you want to do, then you would say in Western aesthetics, you know, it's an Aristotelian idea who says that, you know, you pick up the mirror and place it in front of society. And then there is, you know, one of the great writers of theatre who comes about and who's called Brecht. And he talks about stepping away from that illusion, that falsity, that facade, or that artifice, and to look at who is this person who is creating that artifice, who is benefiting from, you know, the audience being sucked into that illusion. So he cautions you against that. So he says, step away from that false consciousness, he says, you know. And I love what Akshara brought up in terms of that Tayyam performance. And for me, that's where the practice gets closer to what we talk about as in Natya Shastra and the concept of rasa, where we talk about it as a doing, as a practice, for the actor, the artist, the performer, the theatre maker, as a doing of an activity for the refining of the self, refining of a consciousness. And anybody who's part of that, the performer as well as the audience, is in the act or is in the activity of refinement. You know, so for me that sort of like felt like something to add to this story. On the lighter note, I will say that when I was doing Hidden in Plain Sight, I think this may have been captured on camera, I don't know. But I was on stage in a moment where I was invoking this, you know, blowing up of the head. And I remember holding my breath for that moment. And I also remember that I was tethering between consciousness and going unconscious on stage. And I remember pulling myself back and saying, no, Malika, you're on stage. I remember that moment. So, yeah, so that is also in a way an actor's search, a performer's search for what does it mean to actually embody something before and bring it to an audience so that they may not say, Natka madbada, you know, and they may actually believe you, because our job is really to be believable, no, at the end of the day.
Reason we started this conversation through personal anecdotes is because we have to be truthful to ourselves rather than going into generalizations in the beginning. Let us now slightly move towards generalization.
No, I'm also trying to see if there is a way to include everybody into the conversation.
I mean, if somebody wants to stop us and ask something, please feel free to do that. That's part of theatre. Audience are free to stop, interrupt. And we are ready to be interrupted at any point of time, violently also. Anyway, so let us make the net a little bit bigger now, larger. And let us include, we are at the moment talking about actor, actress, the self as one person. But theatre happens in communities, not in one person. So there is a truth of the community. Until so far we have only talked about the truth of a person. There is a truth to the community. I belong to a community. Especially when you, for example, you are working with a high school 8th standard group with a small show for their annual day celebration. They also want to act. They also have, they are also searching for a truth. What kind of truth is that? It's something, it's not like the Thayyam performer trying to get possessed. It's a different kind of a search which the communitarian actor, actress will be doing. What is the process of that truth? What is the communitarian truth rather than the personal truth? And how does it affect that community? Whether theatre affects a community, we can, on a personal level, people have also said that, theatre, I don't really care whether it matters to the society, it makes changes at all. I mean, people have gone to that extent, like Jerry Grotowski, who abandoned the concept of audience, and he went to a concept called para-theatre, where audience are not necessary. It's a tapasya for the whole group. They went somewhere into the forests in Himalayas and did their improvisations. And that was his part of theatre at the end of his career. So that is the personal way of seeing it. But if you want to look at it in a communitarian way, which is the way in which we encounter theatre most of the times. So what is the truth there? Are there truths instead of truth? There are multiple truths because there are multiple human beings involved in that situation. How do you...
Okay, so I think to some extent, again, I'll just do like a broad context and then bring it to something personal and talk about it in that way. So I imagine, like, I'll give you a personal example first of all, and then talk about it. So because I teach voice, and I teach at conservatories and drama schools and things like that. So the material that we end up using is usually Shakespeare, because the universal belief is that the iambic pentameter in which, Shakespeare writes, right? To be or not to be, that is the question. So that kind of meter, that kind of rhythm is the most human way of speaking. So this is the kind of universal narrative or master narrative that, one deals with when teaching voice in drama schools and conservatories and things like that. Now, clearly that is old white dead men who have been sort of dictating those terms, and one wants to sort of move away from it and see what does it mean to bring truths, particularities. What does it mean to be a brown woman? What does it mean to be somebody else? What does it mean to be a black person writing? What is that rhythm? What does it mean to, speak from, let's say, a haiku? So these are things that we bring in, the people who have been pushed into the periphery as from what is accepted as a universal thing, and you sort of like bring your own truths in. So there is that moment in history as far as writing is concerned, as also as far as theatre is concerned. So we talk about it as something that is postmodern and things. For me, I think this moment is really precious. When, we were talking about it and laughing as well, that we are in this moment of post-truth, where, there are these bubbles of truths that are sort of created either on social media or in AI or whatever. And I can't not mention the student protests that it took 23 days for them to burst that bubble of truths that had been built around us, and to just strip it away. So in some ways, we are looking at a moment of post-truth, which means lies. And no more than that. And so to actually think about then what is the role of a performer or a responsible artist? Then what are we doing when it comes to telling stories that are truthful and is coming from your truth? So there's no, the kind of, how shall I say, the provisional space that I have come to right now is to think about myself as an artist who's able to look at facts and to piece it together in a way where I'm able to slightly blur the edges of my own identity so that I'm able to find a united or a unity of truths that we can all sit together in. We all may not be perfectly comfortable in it, and we may not all completely accept it, but that there is space for our truths to overlap and still be rooted in something that is real, something that is factual, So I think when it comes to that idea of truths, and many times those kind of ideas as an artist who's living in these times, that sort of comes to my mind. To move it more closer to theatre and to craft, I think, was it Michelangelo who said that if you roll a rock down a hill, then all that wants to fall away will fall away, and what remains will be the truth. So I think for me, in terms of where we are in theatre and how we are shaping our work, and this is again with reference to the piece that you brought up, Hidden in Plain Sight, which I did during COVID as well, is this notion that, the theatre also went through that process of saying that good theatre has to have this space, time, unity, there has to be a plot, there has to be so on, so some 4 or 5 things were there. But when you actually take away these well-known structures and you parse it down to what is the most essential thing that you need in drama, you need conversation, you need a dialogue, and you need character. And all else can fall away. And during COVID, we also saw that sometimes this lived, shared experience that we hold so integral to the experience of theatre, sometimes even that can fall away, and you still have theatre. Theatre finds a way to adapt and evolve and still be present in your life. So those are 2 things that I feel like I want to say and wait for you to take this forward.
I'll I'll narrate another story which gives the power of theatre up, apart from its content. You mentioned the plot, the story, the theme, the drama. Forget about all that. Is just the act of theatre, does that enable people to do something? I think I have a notion, I have a feeling that it does. In some areas. For example, when art becomes an activity, when theatre becomes an activity rather than an art pursuit. For many of the professional people, it's an art pursuit. But for many people who are working in from a marginalized community or from the schools or you do theatre in prisons and in all the places. So there, theatre becomes an activity, and activity enables them to do certain things, whatever be the play that they have been doing it. I have a very vivid memory of such thing happening in the memory of Ninasam, is that our work with the Siddhi communities, the Siddhi community in North Kannada district, we did a workshop with them, some again 1980s, and we discovered that, we really discovered that there is a group of people called Siddhis who are of African origin, and they live in pockets of North Karnataka. They live in other parts of India which we didn't know initially. So we thought that we will do a workshop with that community. So we went there, collected some of those people, and we did a workshop for something like 35 days. And my father wrote a play. He adapted, because they are people from African origin. The well-known African author was, of course, Chinua Achebe, and the well-known play, the work was Things Fall Apart. So he adapted the novel Things Fall Apart into a Kannada play. It's called Kappu Jana Kempu Neralu, and Chidambar Rao Jambe, who used to head the Theatre Institute at that time, he directed that play with that group. It was not a great script. It was not a great performance. They did not have many shows. As an output, as an art output, it did not have any impact at all. There were some shows in Bangalore also, but that was more a chance for those people to see Bangalore rather than Bangalore seeing those plays. But what happened after is the story of the theatre. That happened in the 80s, and now we are in 2026. Between that time and this time, 8 people from that community came as students to our Theatre Institute, and they got trained in theatre. They went into all fields. And then one of the girls has done a PhD in theatre now. And they have visited different parts of India attending workshops. They have got a new self-confidence to work with various communities, not only amongst themselves. They have even gone to America and various international conferences as part of the, Connect the Siddhi diaspora, who came through the Indian Ocean, the Indus Valley trade. From that time, people were brought from Africa to the Gujarat coast, and that is how scholars, conjecture that the first Siddhis came and then they moved downwards. Some of them are still in Hyderabad, and some in North Kannada district, and some in other parts of India. So that marginalized community, that local community could connect to the global phenomenon just through this one performance, which was nothing in terms of itself. As a performance, it was nothing. There was no, I don't even remember what they performed. But I remember the impact that it did. I'm telling this story because with this Siddhi, it has some kind of an exotic thing. But less exotic things are also very interesting. Even take the example of a high school boy who goes on stage for the first time, or a high school girl who is doing, let us say, Rani Channamma in a high school performance, she will get some kind of a liberation through that kind of an acting, which will help her as a person in her future life. I have seen many, many people who have come to our theatre institute. For example, in our theatre institute, the people who come and apply are people who have failed in English and mathematics. And they are actually in the societal terms, they are useless people. They are useless for the mainstream education and all that. But they excel in theatre.
Shall I tell you one story? Yeah. This is a more recent story. Actually, I want to say it because it really moved me, Very recently, I was part of a curatorial committee for the Kerala festival. This is it, folk. Okay? This is not a success story. In fact, this is a story of heartbreak. So I'll tell you, because I think it was such an important part of that process. There was a piece that came to the festival. We saw a video of it. It was a piece that was where the director was from Israel and the actor was from Palestine. And it was a troupe of just 5 people. And in the video, both the actor and the director were speaking. And they had been videoed sort of separately, So you saw them in isolation in their own homes. So the coincidence of it, I'm sure they sort of put it together for that reason as well, was that the director said that I can no longer be invited to any table, to any dinner, because of this play. And the Palestinian actor said, I cannot eat at my own table because they won't have me. They see me as a traitor. And these 2 people had come together to make a play. And they had sent it to the festival. All of us unanimously selected that play. They didn't get a visa to bring their play to India. And I'm saying that I agree with you so much that theatre goes beyond just something that you do as a profession. And sometimes it is so much part of your survival of who you are and what you deal with on a day-to-day basis, For me, so this story sort of like just breaks my heart when I think about the kind of stakes that people have in the theatre that they make, I just wanted to share that with you. I hadn't told you this story, so I thought I'll tell it to you.
This brings us to, you have brought Israel and Palestine, so this brings us to the realm of the nation states and the government. So the next $1 million question is that why is such a false thing called theatre is such a big thing for a government?
Why is it so dangerous?
Why does the government fear theatre so much? What is the reason? More than any other arts, not even literature. In India, it's a fact that the first censorship act was passed in 1867. It's called the Dramatic Performances Control Act, 1867, and it is still there on the paper. In Karnataka also, it is still there. In Maharashtra, it is partially practiced also. In Bombay, if you want to perform a play, you have to get the script sealed by the censor board. Like the film here, you have to do that in Bombay. In Karnataka, fortunately, we have bypassed it. It is still there on paper. If they want to do it, they can do it from tomorrow. But the act has not been repealed. Although everybody says that it's a nonsense act. it is obsolete and you should delete it. But nobody has deleted. No government so far has deleted it. It is on paper. So why is that of all the arts, theatre is such a poor thing?
You think?
Yeah, there is no money in it. There is no glamour in it. So why should theatre be so scaring for a government? What is the reason? Just reflect.
Oh, I'd love to hear the audience on this one. Okay. Okay, let me see if I can start with a quotation. You know, this was actually part of the conversation that Akshara and I were having over the weeks to develop what we are going to sort of like finally end up talking, and I'm glad that we've sort of like done this in that. Yeah. So I'll bring back something that we were doing during rehearsal. I think this question of acceptance, this idea of tolerance sort of came up at that time. I'm just going to sort of like jump through to that. Was it Howard Barker? Who's the writer here? Who will agree? Yes. Okay. He said something, and of course I'm paraphrasing here, but he said something quite wonderful. He said, theatre is that undigestible thing, like that grain of grass in the gut of a shellfish, that over time will turn into a pearl. So for me, this idea of the government, of censorship, of people who are putting the money into theatre and they being sort of in charge of how they shape the creative work, sometimes I like to sort of pull it apart a little bit, you know. I think I may digress a little bit, yeah? But I think there was another conversation I was having with somebody else during the protests, and somebody said why the celebrities are not coming forward to do something and all that, all kinds of whataboutery was going on. So that time I remember saying that, you know, as artists, we don't take an oath like doctors, no? That we are going to do this with our lives, this is what we are going to do with our profession. But we do have a contract with the conscience that we will stand up to power, we will speak for the voiceless, or we will at least stand witness to somebody who doesn't have a voice in society and speak with them, along with them. So I feel that, you know, this coming together to speak to authority, to speak to the incumbent. I have a wonderful story. Shall I just say it off quickly? I used to travel around Karnataka to, you know, direct plays and all that. So Sanehalli called me to direct a play for their repertory some many years ago. And at that time, I mean, I think even now, the school is funded by a matha. Without taking any names, I know that the productions are sort of shaped by the fact that it is held by the matha and the stories that come out of there from. But I have no religious leanings, actually. I have spiritual leanings because I'm an actor, but I don't have any, as you know, specific kind of interest in religious institutions. So I picked a very, what shall I say, a play by a playwright called Dario Fo. I don't know if you people know about him, but he's an Italian playwright, and he writes from a people's movement kind of space in a play called Can't Pay, Won't Pay. And that play is about bad language, it's about talking to authority, about the government, about the police, about the church, and so on. So there was some murmuring around in the school as to how this will go down as being a production from a school that was run by a matha. So lo and behold, on the day of the grand rehearsal, the Mathadipati appeared. And he sat in his, you know, throne and watched the performance, the rehearsal. And I was sitting by the side as well. The grace of it was that he didn't ask for any cuts. He didn't ask for any dilution. He gave his blessings and walked away, you know. And that production actually went all over Karnataka for a whole year. And we did 125 performances of that. So sometimes I feel that the fact that the government or in power understands what it means to allow for self-expression, to allow for that itself is, you know.
Allow people just to be together.
Yeah.
That itself is the source of change. So my father used to say that rehearsing a play together, you produce the play and also you produce the place. Place means the village. When you are rehearsing a play, you are doing two things together. One thing is you have taken a play from Bhagavad Ajukya, for example. Sule Sannyasi was the adaptation he did, and the villagers were doing the play Sule Sannyasi. That is one activity which is going in the front. But in the back side, something else is also happening. There are 25 people from different castes of this village, different classes of the village, men and women, children and adults. They are coming together to become a group. So individuals becoming a group, there is something else is also happening there. You are creating a play and a place. So theater is also, and that is the reason of the scare, the threat that theater poses to institutions such as government, even sometimes society, and anybody who wants hard norms to be set on the society. It threatens them, and that is probably the most potent arm, which lies within the theater. But unfortunately, every plus point, time will find some interventions to dilute it down. So what I think that is our last point. We have 6 minutes left. So that's the last point, is that we have now departed from the age of censorship. Though there are, for namesake, you have 1 or 2 cases every year, but by and large the censorship has gone. Now the age of sponsorship has come. It does the same thing as censorship. Instead of silencing somebody, the people will not help you to articulate. It means the same thing. Yeah. So you lose your grant, you lose your, you are not given an opportunity. So there is no money for theater. So by making that, they control it in a different way. Bertolt Brecht, you brought his name in the beginning. In his end of the play, Threepenny Opera, there is a gangster, Macheath, is the hero of that play. At the end, that Macheath is brought to the gallows. He's led to the gallows. There is a huge procession. And in the middle of the procession, Macheath stops and makes a speech and goes to the gallows. That speech is very interesting. He says, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the age of which I am a representative." That's typically Brechtian. I am the representative of an age which is becoming bygone in a few seconds, because I'll be going to the gallows. And that age was when people used to rob each other. Now you can employ people. Therefore, there is no need for robbing others. He says that and goes to the gallows. So that's how Brecht brought it to the conclusion. Probably now the government is saying, is with a wink, that we know something more interesting than censorship. We have got sponsorship, and we don't do that. The whole society does it.
Yes.
The corporate world does that.
Yes.
And various institutions, so it has been decentralized. The censorship is decentralized into sponsorship. So all these new things have come, and there is only 3 minutes. So last word is for you.
Let me see if we can share this.
Yeah.
So I just want to add to what you're saying. I think this is a great time for us to reflect on what is it that we want in the ecosystem. I was doing another conversation with somebody about independent cinema, and I thought of 2 ideas that I think are very important at this time, where censorship, sponsorship, become these editors, right, of what is acceptable as art, what is funded, what is not funded, what gets a platform. You know, the film Satluj keeps coming back to my mind every now and then. But I think the two things that I want to sort of like leave with the audience and also for us to talk about is that the two stakeholders in creating this ecosystem that we want to see is one is the institutions that need to show a little more courage. I call it institutional courage, you know, where the actual nurturing of new voices, of new perspectives, of new theater is actually supported. And sometimes that is not always money. Sometimes it's just offering the platform, the ability to speak there. That's the first thing. And the second thing was what you beautifully said that theater does is creates the space. So for me, the idea of the civic, what I said in that in the independent film space was that, are you willing to buy a ticket and go see a film that doesn't have a star, that doesn't have a celebrity in it? You know? Likewise, I feel in theater, actually when I started my career as a theater practitioner in Bangalore, we actually had an audience that was very willing to see new work that was unfinished, unpolished, not all there, but was a new voice. So we got a lot of new writing out of Bangalore at that time, you know. So I feel that stakeholder, the civic space, where we inside our neighborhoods, when we are willing to say that we want to support theater, we want like a library, we want an auditorium, we want a place where people come and sit and talk and have conversations and do performances, you know. When that kind of, the stakeholders actually come forward, then there is some sort of pushback. It's not like we don't need the money, we do. And we do need the funding, we do need to flourish as well, all the artists. But I feel that space is something that, you know, we as stakeholders, institutional courage and the civic itself needs to sort of create that.
Thank you very much. You have brought, without knowing, the concluding point has come, because the last word in this, the stage never lies, theater, truth and the human spirit. You have reached that point where the human spirit is ultimately the thing which will, if at all, save theater and the arts. Let us hope it does. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the next session. Tallur's Info Validation, the session partner, presents The Summit Within, Courage Beyond Vision.
By Priyanka Agarwal, Dimpesh Bhatevara, in conversation with the Vasanthi Hariprakash.
Dear attendees, maybe the coming session will be having some interesting aspects as like the before sessions happened. Why? Because to highlight maybe 2 or 3 points about one of the speaker who's going to come definitely motivates us to go through the session effectively. Why? Because among that, Priyanka madam is one of the speaker who's going to come now. In April 2026, Priyanka became the first visually impaired woman from Karnataka and the second blind Indian woman to trek to Everest Base Camp. Probably these 2 points are more than enough to give our special attention and to listen their words. Let's see, and let's welcome the speaker and the moderator. Please.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. It is so wonderful. ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲ್ಗೆ ಬರೋದು ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಂಭ್ರಮ. It's like a festival of literature, of course, but also books and ಜ್ಞಾನ and sharing. And I'd really like to thank Satish Chaparike avaru and all the other organizing team. We have 50 minutes, so I'm going to not take much more in any further words because there's so much to cover. And one thing which I would like to tell our audience is that the next few minutes I would, it's almost like I'm a listener along with you, but I have the pleasure and privilege of being in conversation with Priyanka Agarwal first of all and Dimpesh Bhatevra. दोनों का स्वागत है. And let's also have your first words. Dimpesh, would you like to say what does it feel like to be on this stage at this moment?
Yeah, thank you, Vasanti. Yeah, it's really a pleasure to have it on such a big platform, and I would really love to share my experience and get something new from you as well, and from audience.
Yes, Priyanka, you are seated center stage as you deserve to be, because you are someone who on 14th of April this year actually stood at a place many people dream of but also dread. They think that, okay, ye hamari bas ki baat nahi hai. This is not something that we can do. But just for the audience, I'd like to bring up the statistics. 5,364 meters, that is, we are talking about 17,590 feet. And as I speak, you have visuals going up right behind us on the big screen. And oxygen levels, that's almost half a lung capacity that you are breathing at. The air is thinner. And Priyanka stood with pride beside, and with Dimpesh beside her, making them India's first interabled couple to reach the Everest Base Camp, and Priyanka herself as Karnataka's first and India's only second blind woman to reach that point. Now, Priyanka, I'm going to just pause. You are just taking the rest of us in this auditorium to the base camp, and the two baithe bethai, we are not even moving from our chair. Over to you.
Thank you, Vasanti. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
It's my pleasure and honor to be here on this platform. Thank you, Satish ji, organizing team, and thank you, Book Brahma, for giving me this platform to share my journey.
Now, the question which I had asked was that imagine that you are now standing at that Everest Base Camp ka highest point, because we can see both of you glowing, smiling, holding India's tricolor and 5,364 meters on that boulder written behind. And now I want you to imagine that you were actually there. So please tell us the April 14 moment on this August morning.
Surely. So on 14th April 2026, we reached Everest Base Camp after 9 days of trekking. It was, I remember, we started to trek around 5 a.m. in the morning so that we could reach around 7:38. Once we reached there, the view or the moment was, unexplainable. I cannot express in words. It's a feeling that only I can feel, I can think about. So I always keep visualizing. It was full rocky path that we covered, -20-degree temperature, and wind were blowing hard. I could see the sunlight falling on my face behind the mountains, and people screamed, "Yay, we reached Everest Base Camp." Wow. We reached, and I touched the Everest Base Camp stone, and that was a moment that I relive every day in my life.
You just took us there and you said the sunlight on your face. I actually closed my eyes because मैंने सोचा कि this ehsas, that bhava, that feeling is so important. But the kind of grit and preparation it took you. We are going to talk about that whole journey to that base camp. But I want to now bring you back. You see, ekdam turant, within a minute, from the Himalayas to this place which has a mountain of traffic called Bengaluru city. And the place which you have made as your home, both of you, you and Dimpesh, the love Jodi, as I was observing from the picture as well. But when you're here, you are an IT professional. You are from Kolkata, and Dimpesh, aap hain Ratlam se, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, and Ratlam, does anybody want to tell us where you have heard this word of the town Ratlam first? A movie called Jab We Met, which really made this town famous. Yeah. So the Ratlam guy, the Kolkata girl, living in Bangalore, what does an everyday life, both your home and workplace, look like, Priyanka?
It's like any household. We have a simple life. I get up in the morning, I do my exercise, workout, cook food, and then leave for office. We both go to office. I work with Dell Technologies as a product manager. So I've been into IT industry for last 15 years, and overall I have a 20 years of work experience in different industries like telecom, banking, stockbroking. So I did not start my career straight away with IT. I started my career as a telecaller because I was not aware of my disability.
Right. Yeah, please go on.
Yeah, so I did not know what profession would suit me. So with my limited knowledge and awareness, I started my career with telemarketing executive, and slowly I moved on by changing industries, and I entered IT industry in 2012 with IBM, and today I'm with Dell Technologies.
So how does your workplace, because this is a challenge that, you know, as a journalist sometimes I've reported on, or we see for ourselves, that our offices, no matter how high-tech IT calls itself, or even other workplaces, are they really equipped and designed for accessibility beyond that tick box, na? Ki acha, this place is now that. Apart from you, what is the way offices are and should be designed?
So whenever a commercial building is being put up, they have to undergo an audit. There are parameters that they do a accessibility check, whether you have elevators, whether you have washrooms, all these things. So these basic things get ticked. But sometimes they miss to look into the detail of the elevator. For example, it's a 10-story building and we have elevator. They have put a braille, the buttons, the lift board buttons. If they think that it is numbered, printed, plus braille is available, then we have made the lift accessible. But I, as a person who doesn't know braille, it does not help me. I have to count the buttons and press 8th floor or the 10th floor. Second challenge is that the lifts don't have voice announcement system. So how will I know that I have reached 8th floor or 10th floor, or where the lift has stopped, or where the lift is going, whether it's going upwards or downwards? I don't know. So there are voice announcement systems available which makes elevators accessible. So sometimes even big corporates miss this basic check and they don't make lift accessible. So we have to raise the voice. I cannot wait for someone else to come and do that for me. So what I do sensitization sessions for my org, my team, and for facilities, security teams available in the corporate to sensitize them that what are the different needs of a different persons. And coming back, I use screen reader or software.
Okay.
Yeah, to operate my computer or phone, mobile phone. So these softwares are licensed software which companies do purchase for us, and using that software, I do my work.
So with this, let's say, scenario, which you were saying, that sensitizing the team, making the office as equipped for your needs or for the needs of those, you know, who have different degrees of disability, you had... When was a time when you actually told yourself that I want to climb the base camp of that tallest mountain in the world?
It just came as a surprise in my life. People do have it in their bucket list. They do dream about Everest Base Camp. I have seen Mount Everest only in my textbooks and movies. I had seen many summit stories about not only about Mount Everest but any other mountain. But I always felt that I am a person with disability. So how will I climb the mountain? Who will come along with me? To walk with me or to be with me, it needs a lot of patience. And you need to be, you need to be sensitized enough to guide me. So I thought a tour operator, if I go in a group of non-disabled participants, will they adjust with me? Will they get frustrated because I will walk slow? I don't know what challenges the mountain will throw at me. So I never dreamt of it, but there was a desire in me. If I get a chance, not sure how many people would do in the world. I have seen Eric's story, who is a visually impaired person from US, and he has done all the mountains in the world. So he was my inspiration, but I thought because he's from US, he has all the facilities, infrastructure available to do this adventure. But for me, as an Indian woman, it's not accessible for me. But when I got to know through India Inclusion Summit in 2025, then I was in doubt whether I should go to ABC or not, whether it is meant for me or not. But people say, when you think of something, universe will conspire to make it happen, and it happened. In December, I made my mind that I should go to Everest base camp.
I think that must have been quite a moment, and especially to overcome, it's almost like you have to dream small for no fault of yours. And yet, here you were, you took inspiration, and then the person who was enabling you, for him, you are the love of his life. I'm going to come to you, Dimpesh. What was your first reaction when Priyanka said, and wo kaisa tha? Matlab wo kuch movie dialogue type ka tha? Or what was it like?
So, the initial decision, right? So initially, it is possible we can do it, but my first response was, let's do it next year. Let's prepare for it. Yeah, but Priyanka knows, right? Priyanka is like, what will change in next year? We used to do our daily routine in the same way, same flow. So nothing going to change much. The things changes, our age will grow more. So better grab the opportunity, just go and just see. So we just go with the flow, and we started preparation, and then we completed.
Priyanka olle lawyer agtare. Look at the argument. We can only grow older. You can't argue against that. But Dimpesh, you were like such an enabler. As we had the prior conversation, which I have to share with the audience, that a couple of days back when we were actually saying, okay, what kind of things there's so much of the journey to cover that I wanted to do justice to what she's done. So what do we leave out, or what do we do? At that time, right, you when you were saying what it took to actually go up that altitude, and you actually had a guide who wasn't really prepared to assist someone with this disability, isn't it, Priyanka? The person.
Yes.
Yeah. So it means that Dimpesh, you had to go beyond your brief. Matlab, you had to innovate on the way, improvise. What was the preparation you did in order to assist and enable her?
Yeah. So on that part, I would say it's not like a special preparation, because in day-to-day basis we are already helping each other.
Right, but had you trekked before?
No, I don't have that trekking experience.
So was this the first trek of your life?
Yes,
for both of us.
For
both of you. Look at that. I mean, the very first trek was it's okay. Hog Barona, Everest Base Camp, EBC. The number of people who go from a Bangalore trek and say that, okay, let's do Skandagiri, Savandurga, test ourselves. Okay, what will happen?
I did Skandagiri in 2016 with colleagues of mine, and with that, that experience was there in me. Okay, so what happened was, when I did Skandagiri, I had a colleague of mine who assisted me, and at that time, 10 years back, my vision was very good compared to today.
When was the year that you saw a drop?
See, it's a deteriorating condition. It keeps dropping, and it's in such a slow progress that I cannot make it out all of a sudden. When I observe myself, oh, I was able to do this, or I was able to see this couple of years back, but now I'm not able to see this. So that's how I get to know that my eyesight is deteriorating. So in 2016, even when I had a good vision, took a lot of time to climb and to come down. We missed the sunrise also because I was slow. So that, and even if whoever has been to Skandagiri knows that it's full of boulder rocks. So I was thinking, if it is the same at Everest, definitely I will need more time. And that hesitation was there in me, which was not allowing me to make that decision that I can go to Everest base camp. So that experience stayed with me of Skandagiri.
So one is the experience that you spoke about. The other is the equipment, like your toolkit, the things that are really going to make you face up to the challenge of that climate. I mean, you're really talking of a grueling, arduous trek, which takes quite a demand on the way you breathe.
Yes.
Yeah.
So when we decided that we are going to Everest base camp, we started watching YouTube videos, all available material on the internet. I started reading about Mount Everest, about the trekking, because I had something in my mind that only if you are a professional mountaineer or if you have taken some kind of professional training, then you are eligible to go to Mount Everest, or if you have done a lot of trekking, then you are eligible to go to Mount Everest. But it's God's grace that I did it smoothly. And when I was watching all these videos, it enabled me know what kind of challenges I'm going to face. But believe me, none of the videos, they all said it is very difficult, and they showed all the beautiful scenic views, everything, the pine trees, the snow, everything they showed, but they did not show the path. I used to ask Dimpesh, yaar, rasta kaisa hai? Does it have boulder rocks? Kya? Because Skandagiri boulder rocks had stayed in my mind, they have left a scar in my mind. That I was so scared of boulder rocks. I know that it will take a lot of effort for me to climb a rock or come down off a rock. So I was asking him, so he said, nahi, kuch nahi dikha raha hai, ye log to aaram se chal ke ja rahe, they all are walking very, smoothly, all these things. So I thought, okay, the path will be difficult, but it would be easier. Something was there, and when I went there on the first day, when I started walking, I said, oh God, what is this? I did not even think of it. What was I thinking when I said yes to
What
Everest?
did I sign up for, right?
Yes, what did I sign up for? And how will I walk for 9 days? So I was thinking all these questions were going on in my head.
How did you see? It's one thing to prepare your body. You said your exercises, maybe your yoga, but to prepare your mind. Where is the strength that you're drawing from? Is it in your family? Is it something that you read, watch, or it's an inner reservoir? Where is it coming from?
I think I draw inspiration, or I draw that strength from my family and from my friends and people around me. Whatever I see, whomever I meet, I observe them. What are they doing? Even if it's a cab driver or if it's a person working on a construction site, when I look at their challenges, when I look at their daily life, I feel privileged, and that helps me build my strength. And as you said, Vasanti, preparing body is equally important for trekking. That you can do. How much ever you prepare, mountains, you cannot predict on mountains what they are going to throw at you. So how much ever you prepare, you will feel less only. We did a 4-month intense training, climbing 28 floors every day with a 5 kg bag, wearing a mask so that we can control our breathing. We did walking, we went to gym, we did a treadmill, everything we did, we controlled our diet, food habits, everything we changed. We were fit enough to go. And that helped us. But as you said, mentally, Mental, we only have to do. Nobody will help us. Though all the group members and other participants on the trek, the strangers who has come from different parts of the world, they all encourage each other. Hey, you are doing well. Keep going. Good going. Those words definitely gives you energy to think, but you have to talk to yourself. There were times, especially on the second day, when we were heading towards Namche Bazaar. That was the difficult trek, or the only difficult part during the trek, longest trek of the day. That day, it was around 5 p.m. And we still had more than 30-40% to reach our destination. And my ankle and feet were hurting. I thought, I cannot even stand. What to do now? Should I go back? Should I abandon my trek here itself and go back? Or should I continue? If my ankle doesn't support me further, how will I reach Everest Base Camp? So all thoughts, and then people were ahead me. Only Dimpesh, my guide, was left behind. And the pressure within me, the emotions, it was a tsunami of emotions that was going on inside, that Dimpesh is left out because of me. He cannot participate in the group. He's continuously with me. He can walk faster, but still he's standing next to me, supporting me. So with all this battle that's going on in me, I decided that, okay, if I can't walk, let me enable myself by taking a horse. So I took horse when it was difficult. I walked when it was possible. And the thought I changed within me was, I was not looking the whole 9 days. Now my goal was not to reach Everest Base Camp. My goal was to reach the next destination. And I broke down my 9-day trek into daily trek. Today I have to walk 200 meters. I have to elevate 400 meters. So that's all I started looking at it. When I broke down into smaller parts, then my journey became easier for me mentally.
I think it's a terrific breakdown to a granular level of how somebody develops that grit to carry on when almost you feel that the forces of nature are against in that sense, right? So you may not even feel equipped to take on that change and the level of path that you were taking, the boulders ahead. I just want to ask you, before I go to Dimpesh, the huge topic of trust that you actually you have to completely have that faith, Vishwasa, as we say in Kannada, that namke, that the person who is ahead of you, whether it was Dimpesh or whether it was the other guide, is you have to that whole next step is based on that. Is there some time when the trust is really like not shaken, but it's a very hard thing. How do you develop the trust?
So I think that has been developed automatically because of my disability, not only on Mount Everest, but in my day-to-day life on these plains in Bangalore or anywhere I travel. I have to trust. I have no choice. When I go into metro in Bangalore, somebody would come and help me. Do you need some help? So I said yes. I have to trust them, and I have to walk the way they are walking. I have to adapt myself instantly to the person who is holding my hand, or let them know that I am comfortable holding my palm, not the elbow. So, and on mountains, definitely, Dimpesh and I trusted each other. We never, no questions asked when we make any decision, whether it was for me to take a horse or even the thought that I want to abandon the trek. He was always there with me in my all decisions, and the decisions that he made, I was always there for him. So trust will build automatically, and it's not so difficult. I have been told, belonging to a Marwadi family, and coming from Kolkata, so always I have heard, "Arey koi loot lega," koi tumhara fayda utha lega. Somebody will take advantage of you because you can't see, and the world is filled with bad people. You see a lot of crime, you see a lot of news around it, right? But when I started stepping out of my home alone using public transport, I found that there are good people in the world. They come forward. So we should give them that chance. Only when I step out, I should give that chance to people to show their goodness, kind of kindness, act of kindness. So we all have kindness inside us, within us, but we have stopped utilizing it.
I think it is increasingly clear, I'm sure to the audience as well, what makes Priyanka, who she is, right? The way she thinks, the way she is built, the value system that is so solid. Dimpesh, I'm going to come to the economics of the trek. Many people think that, okay, if a person with disabilities is undertaking this level or magnitude of a trek, kahin to paisa aur sponsorship mil jata hoga. Matlab, I'm sure they didn't have to spend much. What is the truth?
No, honestly, it is not the truth. People might think that if we are going through NGO, or we might be getting sponsored, but it is not the right. So for our case, even we paid for both of us, and it is expenses we have to bear.
Yeah. Do you want to speak about what it cost you? Because it was something which a lot of non-disabled people, also when they're budgeting for a trek, they will compare prices, etc. But what was the thing where you had to factor in a lot more, perhaps, or what was it like, Priyanka or Dimpesh?
So it was in lakhs for us, because what happens is I had to hire a guide for 12 days, right? She was there with me, a Nepali girl. So I had to pay for her. So for me, everything becomes expensive. A trek that a person could do, people say that we did Everest Base Camp in 1 lakh or 70,000 is what we paid, something that kind of amount. But we paid more than that, because when you are on trek, you only consider your health, that you see only your goal that I have to reach Everest Base Camp and I have to remain healthy.
True.
So you will buy water, though water is available, but you don't want to risk your life. So you want to be healthy, you will start spending. And whatever budget that you take and go, it took us, we have to spend all our savings just because we ensure that we are healthy enough to reach the Everest Base Camp and come back home safely. So we didn't get any government aid, we didn't get any sponsors. Whatever we spent, it was from our pocket. And that's what brings a thought in me. Why everything, whether it's a product or experience, anything, when it is designed for a person with disability, why does it become expensive in the name of accessibility? That we have made this accessible for you. It is my right to go to a trek. But why I cannot go at the same cost like a non-disabled person? Why I have to pay extra for it? Why I have to buy a Apple phone? Because Apple says we have made the phone accessible. Why I have to pay everything extra? I want to travel in bus in Bangalore, but I have to use cab. I have to, a journey which I can do in 50 rupees from my home to Majestic, why I have to pay 200 or 300 rupees of cab? Because infrastructure is not accessible. I don't have a direct bus in Bangalore. Wherever I have to go, I have to change at least 1 or 2 bus. I have to walk. There is no footpath.
I think the questions that you're raising are so relevant and for people, whether they are in policy or themselves in some decision-making capacities within organizations, it's something to definitely think about. Why does it automatically become expensive? I must share with you and the audience an experience I had at IIT Madras some years back when there was a whole Assistec conference, and there were some marvelous innovations because, me and my team were involved in a podcast that was actually for the IIITB in Bangalore, which is working a lot in the intersection of whether it's disability, engineering, and also, entrepreneurship, many of these aspects. And I found that many new gadgets. You spoke about the software reading, the reading software, Priyanka. Likewise, many of these devices were there. They're yet to enter the market, or at least are not that widely known. So clearly there's a lot of work that has to be done. Dimpesh, what would be your suggestions?
Yeah, definitely. So the things has to be accessible. It will be helpful for even all the disabled people. Okay, so because we normally think only from one perspective, but we don't think from the other side. If the things are accessible, definitely they will make a use of it, and it will be easy for them to interact with the people in the society. And the more they will engage, because of this limitation that even they are unable to engage the way they can engage.
Yeah. I want to add something here.
Please do.
See, when we talk about accessibility or the cost, I was able to afford it to go to Everest Base Camp. When I came back, many of my friends who are visually impaired, they expressed their desire to go to Everest Base Camp. And they also asked me, what did it cost? And when I told them about the cost, everyone cannot afford it. Everyone can't. So can we give them that liberty? Can we give? And when we talk about accessibility or any product, it is not only meant for persons with disability. Everybody uses it. Today we have ramps everywhere. Does only wheelchair people use? No, right? At railway stations, at airports, everybody first goes to the ramp. They don't take staircase. Why? You are able-bodied people, right? You can you can use staircase. Why do you use ramp? So if ramp has enabled wheelchair user to enter a railway station or airport, it has also enabled all of you to carry your luggage smoothly.
So by default, the point you're making is that by default, the design of any infrastructure has to be inclusive. It is not as if you're making any special favor for people with disability to put that out. So with this, the terrific recounting you've given even of how you set milestones that were reachable, doable, idu sadhya nanage on a daily basis. From that point, I want you to take us to the high point when you really conquered that fear, right? You were saying that, okay, I was thinking, what have I signed up for? Am I going to? But then there came that moment as well, probably when you saw a snowfall, when it all became worth it, Priyanka, didn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I have not experienced snowfall in my life. I have only seen in Shah Rukh Khan movies. So I also wanted to experience, and it was there this was definitely in my bucket list, that I want to go to Kashmir or Switzerland and experience snowfall, feel the snow. And with God's grace, yes, I did experience it at Namche Bazaar, one of the stops that we had, one of the valley. So all of a sudden, as you know, on mountains, weather changes drastically without any predictions. After lunch, we were sitting in our tea house and we saw that it started snowing. I said to Dimpesh, I want to go into snow. So he said, come, we have to wear raincoat, we have to dress ourselves before we go to play in the snow. So we went into the room and I started dressing up. He started dressing up and he started taking extra time. And I could not wait, like I did not have that patience. And like a child, I started screaming at him, you are doing late, tum late kar rahe ho, snow khatam ho jayegi, it will stop snowing, I will miss it, come fast. And we went down and it stopped snowing.
Oh,
and I said,
no.
And I told him, see, I told you that it will stop snowing, you too. He said, wait, it will come again, it will start snowing again. And it started snowing again.
I think he's a weatherman actually. लगता है मेड डिपार्टमेंट में थोड़ा एक्सपीरियंस था.
भगवान उसको बचा लिया स्नो करके. नहीं तो उसी नामचे बाजार से मैं उसको छोड़ के आ जाती.
I was very positive and I was just seeing the environment, right? So I can feel it. Yeah, it will start again. So it started actually. Initially it was very slow. So we are enjoying it from the inside. We are sitting inside the hall and we are seeing from the mirror. Okay. Yeah. And suddenly we decided, okay, let's go and enjoy it. Because still they are in confusion. Is it really raining or is snowing? Yeah. So we thought, okay, let's go and check outside. Then
and Shah Rukh Khan movie has not made that part clear.
No.
So, is there anything at any point of this journey to the Everest Base Camp where you discovered a new side to your wife? Like you just said that, okay, this I didn't know about Priyanka, and I'm going to ask that same question of you as well, Priyanka. Like, you are in your daily life, your IT professionals, both of you, but yaar, wahan par pahad pe kuch aise insights mil gaye about each other?
Let him answer first. I'll tell my answer based on his answer.
No, you go ahead first.
No, you say first.
ये first of all घर पे झगड़ा होता है कि
don't open your pickle jar,
and see, couples, when they go on a vacation, they argue. But then you were on some 17,000 feet. Yeah.
We didn't have the chance to argue or quarrel because at that time you were fighting with cold, you are fighting already so many things that you don't get time to fight with your husband or argue with him. So what I discovered, about him, about his resilience, about his stamina. To be very honest, he doesn't work out. He's a foodie. So, only when we started Everest training, he started sincerely going to gym, doing all the workouts. And I had doubts that ye kar paega kya? Means whether he will survive Everest trek or not. I had doubts on myself also, but still I had that doubt on him कि ये कैसे करेगा? He's such a foodie person. How will he walk and all those things? But to my surprise, he did it, and thankfully we both did not encounter any altitude sickness, and we did it, healthy in a very healthy way. We did not fall sick.
So you didn't take any of those Diamox and...
No.
It's not necessary actually. If you maintain your food, right, and you properly take care of your steps.
What was food like for the foodie in the mountains?
So you need to avoid this all this.
On the mountain.
No.
Yeah, mountains.
Khana, matlab daily kya? What was the thing that you all were eating?
Normally we got is the breads, egg. So people who can eat egg, non-veg they will not prefer because it's not the fresh. It is frozen, so they will ask us to avoid, and the bakery item should be avoided. Once you have the bakery item, definitely
you didn't take any Iyengar bakery, Kodbale and all that from
there. We are just taking the dal bhat, which is very famous there, and it is healthy enough. So you will get some piece of rice, dal, and one vegetable. That is green leaf, some vegetable, and mainly they also have some potatoes.
So, not only dal bhat, you can order anything. They have a very big menu, okay? Every day morning you will get a big menu card. It will have porridge, pancakes.
Wow, fancy.
Yeah, noodles, pasta. Everything is there. Dal bhat, fried rice, everything is there. Finally, you will end up ordering dal bhat only, dal rice, okay? So 2 days, 3 days, we were excited. We will read a full menu card, and finally we go ahead and order. 4th day, we started saying, why are you bringing the menu card? We know what we have to eat. So it was like that. Morning breakfast would be bread, sandwiches, all this tea, coffee. All fancy food you will get, but you can survive only with, staple food, dal bhat. And the slogan that we used, the crying rally for us was dal bhat 24-hour, no shower.
Oh, no shower, of course.
There is one more drink I can say which is very helpful. It is lemon, honey ginger, honey lemon ginger. Yeah.
Was it a ready-made, ready-to-drink thing, or you had to make it?
It's boiled water with ginger and honey. So it is something which is
It is available. They keep it. It's not we have to cook over there. It's available in every tea house. You can just order it and you will get it.
So when you came back from the Everest base camp, which was a food that, dal bhat to you were having, but when you came back to Bangalore, like, gosh, so many days since we had this.
Roti.
And you?
Yeah, same roti. We gone for roti only because entire trek we are eating only rice. One place we tried roti, so we get it like a papad. It's like full hard.
I see. And so the Ratlam boy was certainly missing some of the...
He missed all the namkeen, the bhujia save, Ratlami save, mixture, all these things.
Right. But if you notice, he has still not answered what he discovered about you. Matlab,
that he should answer.
Exactly. See, Priyanka has already said about resilience. Now you have to match that level of praise. I'm sorry. Vanna, see, tonight you have to earn your dinner at home, right?
Yeah, definitely. So I will tell Priyanka is like, she should always be positive and like inspiring others. So I would say, so there we are like for each other, right? We're helping each other. Apart from that, even we are also helping our team. So she's like motivating each and everyone. In spite she's facing challenges, still she's motivating each and every other. And seeing her, everyone is like, okay, we can also do it.
Do you want to spend a quick minute on the team itself, the people you were motivating, because that's something wonderful for everyone to know.
Yeah, so it's like 13 members were there. So 6 disabled and 7 non-disabled members are there. So one of Priyanka is the blind person. There are 2 persons with amputee. They don't have a leg. They are using prosthetic leg. In some accident they lost it. There is one guy who is having he's triple amputee. He don't have one hand and 2 legs. And there is one girl who is on wheelchair. And remaining are the 7 people.
So this concept, this actually gets me to the larger, the wonderful part about this, about the fact of inclusion itself. And Priyanka, you are part of the Inclusion Summit that happens in Bangalore every year. So there is a larger point to be made. So when you all meet at the Inclusion Summit, and you are also part of the core team, aren't you?
Yes.
You want to talk about what are the main, let's say, milestones that you actually want India to have, to work towards?
See, it's a tough thing to answer because I cannot I cannot tell on behalf of every disabled person or what they need. What I can only request here is if all of us just try to do 1% bit of from our end, definitely 100% can be achieved. The problem is that we all are trying to do 100%. That is not required. If all of us try to do 1% inclusion, it will automatically, India can become 100% inclusive. And inclusion for me is not limited with persons with disability. For me, inclusion is everything. You don't exclude anyone, you include everyone. And that's what India Inclusion Summit does. We focus on persons with disability, about their well-being, about their awareness. We have different flagship programs for it, Art for Inclusion, the Inclusion Fellowship, etc. And yeah, that's a wonderful platform that we all wait for. All the persons with disability in this world wait for. It's a pilgrimage that happens every year, and it's happening on 21st November this year at Radisson Blu, Marathahalli.
Yeah, we have heard about the India Inclusion Summit. I'm sure more people will like to join. I see CK Meena here. We've heard of the wonderful work that Firoz does. More power to all of you, in fact, for all that work. I want to just bring back that element as we go towards the end of this conversation, which is that you, on those 9 days, after having decided that you are going to do this climb, are there things that, is there something that you want to share with us that never made it to the newspaper headlines? Aisa kuch hai where probably people don't even imagine. There are so many people who aspire to be trekkers, right? And before that, what did Everest teach you?
What Everest taught me is simple thing. You don't climb a mountain by seeing the entire mountain. You climb it only by taking next step. This is the lesson I have learned from Everest.
Absolutely. Yeah. What about you? What did you take away from the climb to the base camp?
No, so we have to be patient. Okay, so the way we think, right, we can do enough. Okay, we are strong enough, but the mountains will show you your reality. Sometimes, yeah, you might be think that, okay, I can go very easily, complete, but no, there are some ways when the weather change, right? When the thin air is there, when you go up, then you need to understand, okay, no, the patience, we need to go slow, we need to go with the patience, and that is something which we should have always.
Right, but there's something which you all didn't expect or you were not prepared for that you would like to share? Because, I mean, in case, of course, otherwise, what I was thinking of is that you were guiding, you were literally the eyes and the trust that we spoke about earlier in this conversation. But at the end of it, did you now feel very confident about how you handled this trek? Are there lessons that you took for yourself, Dimpesh?
Yes, definitely. So let me tell you one thing which we faced. Okay, so there are people who really wanted to help Priyanka. So I'm along with her, but still at some stage I might also get tired, right? So people are there who help. Guide is also there. The thing is, everyone at some stage there is a road. The road was blocked. Okay, it is blocked with trees or something like that. So we just need to cross it. So everyone is trying to help Priyanka there.
Right.
So that is something which it's not comfortable for, because she need to focus on one voice, right? Then she's like, if one can guide, it will be really helpful for me. So I learned from there, right, that we need to be on that situation, and we need to think, and accordingly we need to help. It's not like everyone want to help it together. It won't help actually. So she can only listen to one voice, and accordingly she can take the next step.
Yeah, it's a very important point that intentions might be very noble. You
noble,
want to do that, but what exactly is the need of that person is something to be kept in mind. So, which is the next mountain?
I think we'll do Annapurna Base Camp next year, but I want to do Everest Base Camp one more time. Because I will tell you why. This time I followed the itinerary given by the tour operator, and this is a common itinerary that any person who wants to go to Everest will follow, right? 9 days climb, 3 days decline. But what I observed, I could have been much better. In terms of walking and everything, it could have been much better for me if itinerary was customized as per my requirement. The second day trek, which was the longest trek of the day, right? That trek could have been broken into 2 days. So next time when I go, I will customize the itinerary as per now I know what is the path like, and I know what is my stamina, my body. So I will take some extra days. I will not rush to complete in 12 days. I'll try to take some extra days and experience everything, because this time what happened, I was only focusing, we have to reach, we have to be on time, we have to reach, I'm slow. So I did experience the nature, I did feel the pine trees, the lali guras, the Nepali flower, the river flowing next to me. I did experience all that, but I want to pause and really spend some time. So I will customize my itinerary next time and go to Everest Base Camp.
So I think when you do the designing, it might land up helping even the other people. You were saying that there were other visually impaired people who, of course, were also had the prohibitive cost angle, which we spoke about. Yes. But also the design of this itself, from your point of view, I think it's going to be very helpful in that case. But what I see is that whenever there are people with disabilities and there is this achievement, automatically words start coming like, "Arey, so you are such an inspiration. You have done this." But what is your reaction? Are there times when you get really annoyed? "Theek hai yaar, ye inspiration and all that is okay," but you're a motivational speaker as of now, Priyanka. What do you tell people?
Initially I used to like it when people say you are an inspiration, you are superwoman. But I used to think, what is superwoman? Aisa maine kya kar diya? What did I do? See, I am doing very simple things. I am also working. I am also earning, like how all of you are earning. So what makes it different for me, or such a special thing that I am earning? I am going to a job, right? Similarly, nowadays, in last 2-3 months, I have attended conferences and I have spoken at different platforms, and people come back and tell me, "Hey, Priyanka, we are inspired by you. You are such an inspiration." One day, I just sat and I thought, when people tells me what am I inspiring? What is so inspirational about me? And what do they do with this inspiration? So next day, I asked myself, should I tell them, all these people, that, I will come back, I'll take their phone number, contact details, and I'll contact them after 90 days, and I will ask them, what did you do with this inspiration? It is a fuel for you, right? Use it. Why are you just keeping it on your face or on your words, right?
Yeah.
Use this inspiration. If you're really, really, really inspired, then please use this for some purpose.
Yeah. You should now begin to tell them that inspiration free mein nahi milne wala hai. Yeah? Because it's the easiest thing to do. You listen to somebody's story, you just think, oh my God, she did this, and here I am sitting, what the hell am I doing? And then you do nothing about it. Right? Yes. What is the thing that you feel, or you now are in a better position to say, why don't people who are non-disabled, why don't enough people take that big step? What is that fear that's holding us back?
I think it is a fear of failure. And we, all of us, not only non-disabled people, but all of us have forgotten to feel satisfied. The feeling of satisfaction, what we have. It's quite easy for all of us to notice what we don't have, but we hardly focus on what we have. So we all are running behind to get more, and we forget that what we have, we are not even focusing on that. So if you start accepting, first is acceptance that yes, I have enough, I want to be a better version of myself. And once you start working on it, instead of looking at competition around you or comparing yourself with others, I cannot compare myself with anybody. You know, how can I compare myself with Dimpesh or with Vasanti? They are very good at their own field in their own their own ways, and I am good at myself in different ways. If I can't see, it's okay, but I'm good at something else. So if we start accepting that I am good at something and someone else is also good at something, once we start accepting this, I think all of you could achieve everything that you want in your life.
Thank you so much. And I will not even say what is inspiration, because then you're going to ask, what are you doing with that inspiration?
I have your number, I'll call you.
Yes, you shall be called. Now, Dimpesh, last set of question for you, which is that your family, whether it is your family, Priyanka's family, what was the reaction? What was their fear? Because we know that even if people go from our families into a trek, oh my God, it's almost like 10 days you're not going to be available on the internet, or 9, whichever this thing, you're not going to be on calls. That panic sets in. And here you were trying to take up a task which was almost the first time for you all. So family, what did you hear from the family first of all?
So first of all, we have not informed immediately as soon as we signed. So we informed almost 1 month before, okay. So definitely they were like fearing, because mountains, when we think about mountains, like single way, both the sides, anyway we can fall, right? Yeah, but reality it's not like that. Yeah, there are places, but definitely they have the fear, but the other way, they also trust, right? Because the way we are living our life, okay, so they have the trust, they have the faith, but they are not telling in front of us, but the other way, inside it was there. So how you are going to make it?
But then after you came back, Priyanka, now the question is tossed to you. After you came back, then what was the family saying?
Now they all are feeling proud of it. Okay. So even when I spoke to my parents, my father especially, he said, no, what are you doing? Why are you going to First I told him, he said, come to Kolkata in April. I said, I think I can't make it in April because I'm going on a trip. We are planning a trip with friends. He said, where? I said, going to Nepal. Okay. He was, okay. Then he said, कितने दिन का trip है? I said, 10 days लग जाएंगे. तो he said, क्यों? नेपाल में इतना कुछ है नहीं. There is nothing to see so much. तो 7 days, 1 week is enough. Why you are telling 10 days and all? That also I said less only, half only. It was a 20-day trip that I had planned for. So he said, are you going to Everest? So I said yes.
See, he suspected this about you.
So I said yes. And he said, why? Why Everest? Don't go to mountains. I said no. Then actually my cousin brother, coincidentally, he also planned for Everest with his own group.
Quite an Ajib family. Matlab, base level, they just think of Everest, man. I am not even gone to Savandurga for the record.
So he lives in Kathmandu. So he said, so I told, what I did, I thought I will use him as my shield. He's going. So I told to my father, Bhaiya is also going. So he said, वो तो लड़का है, वो तो नेपाली है, वो तो चला जाएगा, तू कैसे करेगी करके, how will you do it? You can't see how will it? I said, let's see, I will do it. If not, there is always an option to return. I'll come back. Okay, Dimpesh is going with you, ठीक है. So everyone had, at least from my side, everyone felt Dimpesh is going with you. So it's they are relaxed. They are not so tensed कि अकेली जा रही है, बिल्कुल alone है वैसा.
Yeah, but you see, I was just thinking that we started off by seeing the nice part of Priyanka, and then the new set of toolkit that she had about, lying first, then trying to this thing, then using her cousin as shield, manipulation. Kafi kuch seekh sakte hain. And then she's also at a guru level of giving gyan. I see a bright future for you as speaker. Yeah. No, but you see, sorry, you wanted to add something, Priyanka?
नहीं थैंक यू मेरे को गुरु बनाने के लिए आजकल वही धंधा सबसे अच्छा चल रहा है.
Yeah, why not? And see, नाम ही book Brahma है, so there's got to be at that level, right? So the last 2 minutes, which is what I'm seeing of the clock, one which I feel very I don't even want to use the word inspired by anymore. You're right? I'm solpa bhaya agta ide. So, okay, encouraged by is the fact that you did not, I mean, when there is a question of, let's say, visual impairment or the disability, you did not lower your goal at all. You equipped yourself and then you went. That is so, so fantastic. As a strategy, you kept your strategy in place and looking at it, at how much am I going to cover every day. But when you did that point, or rather when you reached that point, it suddenly became an achievement. Why? Because you were the second, you are the second, blind woman to reach the Everest Base Camp. And you are Karnataka, the first motta modalne mahile to do this.
Thank you.
Right? So did you see yourself as a girl who wanted to climb the Everest Base Camp, or you suddenly had this new jawabdari, zimedari?
See, when I signed up for Everest, I did not look for any kind of achievement or all these things. I wanted to test myself, my capabilities, my abilities. I wanted to test my own endurance. People say we went to mountain and we had an inner transformation. We got this new idea. I started this business after coming back from mountain. When I went to mountain, I am under stress. Okay, so I thought how people feel this way. I asked my group members, I hear people saying, oh, I went to Himalayas, I sat there, I was lonely, and all these things happened. Then they said they go for vacation, we have come for an expedition, we are a task force, we are working as a task force. So that myth broke for me. Like that I broke so many myths within myself.
Yes. Ide ivaga innondu break ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, which is that the audience doesn't know ನೀವು ಎಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂತ. ಒಂದು ಸ್ಯಾಂಪಲ್, next 10 ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ what Priyanka wants to leave a message at Book Brahma for all the people in the audience.
ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಷ್ಟು ಕನ್ನಡ ನನಗೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಡಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲೇನೇನೋ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು. They will run away from here.
But if you notice, ನಾನು ಅನ್ನೋ ಕಡೆ ನ್ಯಾನ್ ಅಂತಾನೂ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅವರು. ನೀವು ನೋಟಿಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ? Why? Because she's also good at Malayalam.
Yes, so that's what that becomes a barrier for me, because I'm very good at Malayalam. I've studied in Kerala.
You can use Malayalam also. This is a multilingual festival.
കൂട്ടുകാരി ഉണ്ട്, മീന മാം അവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്, അപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് മലയാളത്തിൽ നന്നായിട്ട് സംസാരിക്കാൻ പറ്റും.
Yeah, see, Marwadi, Malayali, Kannadiga, and of course the fantastic person that she is, more summits, more mountains for the two of you, Dimpesh and Priyanka. It's been an honor to be in conversation with you. Thank you. In fact, to the audience, I think you also deserve such a wonderful applause for being with us as we listened in.
Thank you, Vasanti, for taking out. You did your job very well. Sara khod ke nikal liya. You digged really well inside us and you took out everything, because we were not prepared. Dimpesh and I had not prepared. We just came like casually, and thanks to you.
Khod ke nikal liya. My mother needs to hear the recording. I'll take this to her. But yeah, thanks. I saw one gentleman actually stand up to kind of mark his, honor for you. Thank you so much once again. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ, and especially to the wonderful festival.
Thank you.
Namaskara.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir. I think session, what else need than this, right? It was so interactive, so lovely, and it went like that. The involvement of the audience itself shows the interaction was too good. Thank you, madam. Thank you so much for giving that. Once again, a big round of applause. And also, madam, definitely your words definitely motivates us. Dear attendees, before the next session, stage must get ready. So within that short time, I want to give the highlights of the Book Brahma Literature Festival Edition 1 and Edition 2. How the comparison made us to take a strong step in Edition 3 to have this festival. Definitely, Book Brahma Literature Festival, the first edition in 2024, it is the participation of the speakers is 250, the number. And the same thing, in addition to the participation of the speakers, it is 350. And involvement of authors across the world is 450. And in addition to the participation or the involvement of authors across the globe, it rises to 600. And footfall in 3 days in edition 1, it is 36,000. And the same number in edition 2, it rise to 54,000. And the main important thing is the digital reach. What we need as a team to take a strong step in the coming days is digital world. Everyone knows and everyone are familiar with that. So digital reach across 42 nations in edition 1, it was 2 million. And yes, even though it was a first step, it was a very good number for us, and which is needed actually by that time. Digital reach in first edition is 2 million, and the same thing, digital reach in edition 2, that is the last year, it rise to 5.2 million. That itself, it is not that simple to cross millions like that. You know how difficult it is, and it is all because of you people. And if I want to split that, 5.2 million, how exactly it splitted? Yes, the picture is like this. Total views, 4.1 million. Impression, 5.2 million. Content interactions, 95K. Video views, 1.1 million in different platforms. Yeah. So I think this data made us to include some of the add-ons in this edition 3, as we are keep telling, like, what are the new add-ons in this, and what different the things we have, and how we can portray it, or the other things. This thought process exactly came from this reach and this reviews and everything. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, once again, I want to thank in all the ways, only because it has happened, because of you people. And yes, your support is needed, and I hope it will be there till end of our journey. Thank you so much, and let me come back to the session. The next session partner, Sri Dharmasthala presents Truth Under Pressure, Journalism, Democracy, and the Public Mind.
By K. Srinivas, Anusha Ravisud, Krishna Prasad, Siddharth Varatharajan, and moderator for this session is Shilpa Kalyan.
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the speakers and the moderator. Lights, please.
Good afternoon. Welcome to this panel on Truth Under Pressure, Journalism, Democracy, and the Public Mind. I'm glad to have my panelists here who come from diverse spaces. So today we are here to discuss what it means for journalists to navigate in the spaces that we are today encountering. In a space where journalism today is facing an unprecedented crisis, a crisis of trust. So we are looking at exploring discussions around not journalists only facing the pressure of press freedom, but more to do with how journalists are negotiating and navigating the space of trust, the ecosystem with which they work in, which is not just covered with, say, political pressure or economic pressure, but also by a charged audience that we encounter. It could be digital spaces, social media spaces, algorithmic-driven content, right? Amidst all of this, what does it mean for a journalist to, create, or rather to kind of discharge their responsibility in a democracy, right? So we are looking at exploring this question in the larger ecosystem of trust, power, editorial judgment, technology, language, audience behavior, and public trust. So I begin my question to the panelists on journalism simply does not report reality, it also frames it, right? So when does reporting begin to shape the public mind, and how conscious should journalists be of that power? So the consciousness and the conscience of a journalist. I begin the question, probably Siddharth can start with that.
No, that's a huge question, a daunting question, because, frankly, it's easy for me to say that the job of a reporter is simply to report what is happening and to be objective, truthful, factual, and leave the matter at that. But invariably, the question of deciding what is important to report is the crucial one. When you are looking at what, let's say you're a newspaper editor or you're editing a website, or you're running All India Radio. Right? So the All India Radio news editors will, for them, the bulletin will always start with Prime Minister Narendra Modi today said or today did. So what the Prime Minister said or did is for AIR or Doordarshan, and increasingly for a large section of the media, the most important news development of the day, an announcement, a decision, regardless of whether it's new or not. Pradhan Mantri may have said India will become Viksit by 2047 50 times. But he says it at a big rally somewhere, then this news editor will say this is headline news. Somebody else may take a different view. Somebody else may decide that an incident where somebody was killed or an accident took place or there was a workers' protest in Noida, that is more important, right? So I think in both cases, the expectation is that news be reported factually. So All India Radio, even if it decides to lead with Pradhan Mantri said this, should be honest about what he said. Ideally, they should also give perspective. So if he said this for the 50th time, then there's no harm in saying repeated or said it again, something that he has said often. But, for me, the big challenge as an editor has always been to apply my mind and in deciding what it is that really needs to be highlighted among 101 things that are happening. And here, obviously there'll be differences of opinion between editors, between publications and so on and so forth. But the expectation nevertheless is that even when I highlight a story that others are not, one has to be objective, fair, the editorial, the craft of journalism has to be followed. I would say that's, for me, the important issue, deciding the hierarchy of news. Very often you see important news items that are taken on page 5 or page 6, whereas these should be lead items, or sometimes a story that is simply buried in the Adani case in America, for example. When the US judge eventually dismissed the case that the Department of Justice had brought against Adani on the pleading of the DOJ saying the case should be dropped, many media outlets simply reported this as the judge gives a clean chit to Adani Group. Whereas if you read the text of the judgment, you see the judge having deep misgivings about the way in which the case has proceeded. So, for us at The Wire, reporting exactly what the judge said, yes, you have to say that the case is dropped. That's still a lead news point. But if you don't give the rest of the background and the perspective, then you're not doing justice to the story. So I think this is where a lot of the Indian media runs into trouble, because we just tend to report what we believe is convenient to the government, convenient to the owners, and don't really want to get down into the weeds in giving readers perspective and true information.
Just a follow-up question, Siddharth. You've worked with, say, an institutional media in an editorial position, and now with The Wire. So do you think the nature of pressure has changed in both the spaces, right? What the pressure that you faced earlier in in an institutional, in a legacy media, and the pressure that you face in space where you have to be conscious of your audience coming from digital space. Do you think that has changed?
So pressure comes in, you have different kinds of pressure, right? Yes. There is the pressure of repression, censorship, threats, which a newspaper may feel equally, as much as a website might face. The first criminal case, first defamation case that I faced as an editor was when I took charge of the Hindu. And within weeks, I think the Jayalalitha government filed a case against the Hindu and against me. And defamation cases have carried on. New kinds of cases have also emerged. Perhaps the pressure you are referring to in the switch from print to digital has to do with technology and velocity of news circulation. Obviously, in a newspaper, you have the luxury of sitting on a story till the paper goes to bed, which in the Hindu, the earliest edition would go to bed around 10 p.m. The city edition would go to bed at midnight, 12:30. So you have the whole day to make evaluations and in some cases hold a story, cross-check, verify. In the case of digital, there is always going to be pressure to be quick and fast. And I think we have learned that it's better to still wait rather than rush into a story. You see a lot of information, in the digital space, for example, readers, you're competing with social media feeds. A photograph may start doing the rounds on Twitter or X or Instagram of unknown provenance, and people are talking about it, and we're getting WhatsApp messages from people saying, what is this about? And there's an enormous temptation to say, okay, fine, there's a story here, let's quickly get onto this. But then you dig deep and you find that the photograph itself is fake. And but you're competing for the attention span and the mind space of people who are being bombarded with this sort of information. So this is a very different kind of pressure than when you run a paper. I think that being absolutely certain about what you're publishing, checking the veracity of everything, double checking it, that pressure is much more when you're on literally a 24/7 digital clock, which Anusha, I'm sure also that would be her experience.
Yeah, thank you. Anusha, you've again worked with television and newspaper and now with digital space. So what has your observation been in terms of how the role of journalist has changed, or journalism as a landscape, how things have changed, not really from a technological perspective, but more culturally and probably intellectually? So what has your experience been like?
Thank you for organizing this panel, first of all. No matter what medium you're working for, or no matter what, whether it's broadcast, print, or digital, the bottom line of journalism remains the same. It's journalism for public good, and you're expected as a journalist, as a reporter primarily, you're expected to do just one job. Bring stories, especially stories that are otherwise untold, platform them, so that the larger audience, the larger reader, people who perhaps are very, very removed from another person's reality, may have the opportunity to see that the world they live in, the silos they live in, is not it. There's an entire bigger worldview. There is an entire section of your own people who perhaps do not have the opportunities, the visibility, the voice, that the platform that we may have. The second part of your question, so irrespective of the platform, the job of a journalist remains the same. The job of a journalist is to ask questions. The job of a journalist is to hold truth to power. And journalism as overall has to be journalism for public good. As far as the changes, if you ask me, over the years, of course, journalism, like any other field, is ever evolving. We are trying to adapt to how differently things are. Sometimes just technology, sometimes the situation that we are compelled to work in. Sometimes it's the readers, their changing preferences, the way they consume news, etc. All of these are challenges we face as journalists. Intellectually and culturally, let me come to intelligence first. Right. At the very basic level, what do you expect in a newsroom? Of course, you expect intelligent people to put their heads together. And what is intelligence? Your ability to pause, analyze, learn, figure out the best way to make sense of an information that has come to you, and what is perhaps with responsibility dispense it to public. Which brings me to your first question, how do journalists shape public opinion? The moment you choose the words that you are going to use to describe a situation, a story, you're already making an impact on people. And that is why words are powerful, and that is why, like Siddharth was saying, it's very important to decide on, as a newsroom, what are the words I'm going to choose? What is the angle? Is my angle, are my words going to make a difference positively or negatively? Is it going to hurt somebody? All of these are editorial decisions that are important. And repeatedly, as far as intelligence is concerned, I believe that a bigger section of Indian media today do not exercise their intelligence anymore, because intelligence requires you to question. Intelligence requires you to ask why. That why is such a wonderful question that a lot of journalists in India today seem to not want. Not that they don't know, they're intelligent enough to know that this is their job, but they're choosing not to do it for reasons known to all of us, I believe. Business, of course, is a big component of it. Favor from powerful people is another component of it. Culturally, however, I do believe newsrooms are expanding, are far more inclusive than they used to be before. So when you say culturally, are newsrooms more tolerant? Definitely not. Whether it is larger newsrooms, smaller newsrooms, there used to be a time when my editors used to tell me, you know what, if you do not agree with my point of view, argue with me. You tell me why you think what angle I'm picking doesn't work for you. You tell me what is the angle that you would like to do. But I've also worked with editors who have told me, please don't think, just do. Just do what we are asking you to do. Do not think. But increasingly, I do believe, irrespective of the kind of newsrooms that we are working in, the space to think, the space to disagree, the space to debate is shrinking. Because newsroom journalism is also just a reflection of the society we live in. At the end of it, we are the people who are also in the newsroom. So overall, I think temperament, culturally, there is a need to be very conscious about allowing dissent to thrive, even in newsrooms, even when it comes to a reporter on grounds disagreeing with a news editor. You know what, I do not believe this is the end. I know it's a very rebellious thing to ask of, but that is something, but we are seeing that happen, and that has happened. That's another component of cultural change in a newsroom. When I say it is more inclusive, I was just pointing out in the green room, women in journalism, like women in any other field, definitely have had to put in more struggle, more strife. Yes, we have had wonderful women journalists over the years. For decades now, they're in newsroom, but they are not newsroom leaders in as many numbers as we should see women in newsroom leadership roles. In leading a newsroom now, I understand that there is also this great reality that newsrooms continue to be very elite spaces. It's generally, at least English media newsroom, even regional language newsroom, whether it is your caste, community, identity, or the economic status that you hail from, all of these are very elite spaces, even today. But I'm very glad to see that things are changing. There are younger aspirational reporters who are coming from the rural localities, who have spoken only in their mother tongues. Now they're making a transition into English, because thanks to education, they can actually think in English in an English newsroom. They can think in a language which their parents perhaps did not. They can write in languages that perhaps their community did not. And that is kind of giving us great perspectives. Even for me, a very English-speaking, privileged, elitist newsrooms are now opening the doors for women especially, because it is absolutely mind-blowing, the kind of perspectives that women who have worked previously in regional media, or women who are first-generation graduates, who are entering the workforce for the first time, the kind of stories they bring, the kind of input that they have, insights that they have because of their lived experiences, is something that is fabulously shaping a lot of newsrooms. Unfortunately, not bigger newsrooms, but I'm glad at least it's happening in smaller independent newsrooms.
Yeah, that's interesting. So Anusha, I'll pick 2 points from your perspectives. You did talk about editorial independence, right? So my next question is to Krishna, to kind of brief, as a person who's helped in organizations for almost 35 years in the role of editor-in-chief, Outlook or with the Hindu. do you think the role of an editor has diminished over a period of time? What was sacrosanct as being a gatekeeper for the entire newsroom? In today's AI-driven economy, do you think the role of editor has diminished?
Well, the very short answer is yes. The long answer is a very long one.
Can cut it, just trim it a little bit, I think.
But before I say all of that, I think I should just congratulate the 50 or 52 people in this hall for summoning the energy after a heavy lunch at 2 p.m. to listen about the travails of the media, about which very few people are any more interested. But has the role of the editor diminished? It has diminished, but the question to ask is who has diminished it? Who has reduced it?
Yes.
The popular sense, of course, is that the party in power, brutal ministers, thuggish bureaucrats, cops who are barely cops, that these are the people who have, or corporates who have the stranglehold over our advertisements and revenues. These are the obvious things, but I think we must start looking inwards as to how much we in journalism have contributed to this diminishment of, or the diminution of the role of the editor. And I don't think you can place it all at the door of politicians. I think you cannot place it all on the door of corporates. Of course, they are very, very important and have played a very critical role in doing so. But I think we editors in India, currently, the current lot, I would say, without a shadow of doubt, it's amazing that editors are able to function without their names appearing in the newspaper. They have such low ego. I cannot believe it that they have that they can take orders left, right, and center from whoever it is every single day. It's incredible that editors spend 10, 12 years. In fact, one of them has just recently quit office, and I can say this without any hesitation. To see the encomia that has greeted his exit from the newspaper, you would think it was the greatest paper published on earth. But I cannot remember a single story, investigation, whatever, broken by that newspaper. So I think we need to ask, whether a lot of accountants have taken this job of editor. Accountants who have barely any aggression in them, barely any ability to rattle the boat, to do some things. I think to do some things out of the straight and ordinary. Siddharth spoke very correctly of choosing hierarchy of stories, of all of that. But frankly, what have we come down to? He again spoke of what All India Radio does. If you look at what's happening in the United States and if you look at what's happening in India, and there are very good parallels, if you see the State of the Union address made by the American president, at the very moment he's talking and making those claims, websites like the New York Times and the Washington Post run a parallel fact check on everything that the president is saying on the left-hand side. Parallel, at the same time, simultaneously. Here, on the other hand, we have got into a mode of supposedly reporting facts. So which means that if a prime minister's speech is loaded from start to finish with lies, lies, and more lies, it apparently is our duty to just report it without questioning it. Really, is that journalism? We have now reduced fact-checking to one or two outfits operating out of Calcutta and somewhere else in their shots. Fact-checking should be every newspaper and every editor and every desk person's job 24/7, 365. But that's how we have diminished this role, where we have no spine really. We don't want to rattle the boat. We are unable to work without our names being shown. We are able to not question many things. We are unable to ask the most basic stories. If you just sit here and spend 5 minutes, we can all come to agreement about 5 great stories missing in today's newspapers, obvious ones. So it seems like, we have lost our spine, we've lost our ability to think out of the box, although it's a cliche. We've lost our ability to really, perform the role that democracy requires, And frankly, we just cannot blame it on the government, we cannot blame it on owners, corporates, etc. But I think as a skill and talent set, I think there is a real big question before Indian editors. And sad to say that we are all, in this audience, I presume, and everywhere I go, we are all very bothered about the state of English media. My God, if you compare English media to the language media, we must be 100x better. But if you look at the state of language media today, you would be disgusted with what's happening to this country under so-called editors. Whether it is Kannada, Tamil, Malayalam, Marathi, Bengali, Punjabi, you name the language, it is incredible what passes off as journalism, which is, it's like a Shivkashi calendar, every newspaper. A mishmash of garbage, silly, stupid punning and headlines, alliteration. It's just nothing. And the edit page is full of pieces written by ministers of the state or the center. So what is the role of the editor really? Is it just, as a post office, receiving something and delivering it to the customer? Or is it more than that? Is there a gatekeeping role we have forgotten completely? Newspaper after newspaper. And really, while we are all angsting over what the state of English media is, the real question to answer is the state of the language media. And frankly, with all due respect, English media counts for nothing. It may be an influential force, but in terms of changing votes on the ground, in the sense of changing the shape of this country's democracy, English media counts for zilch. And to see the state of language newspapers, and I speak and read more than a dozen languages, I can tell you it's pathetic, pathetic. Kannada, thankfully, at least out of the 9 papers, 8.5 are gone. Half of that newspaper is somewhat still alive. So it just tells you that the editors have just assumed a very craven position. They are bending backwards. They were crawling during the emergency, but now they are bending backwards. They have lost their spine. They have no imagination. They are, of course, short-staffed. They are facing funds crunch. They are facing crazy owners. They are facing corporates who are, having their hands on our necks, etc., etc. But at the end of the day, I would think that most of our editors can't go to bed feeling I've done a good job today. A good job of serving the reader. I'm not saying you need to be pro this or anti this. In terms of just purely delivering a product which the reader is somewhat interested in, I think we are failing very poorly and very badly. My wife and I, we spent 3-4 hours this morning in Kormangla, one of Bangalore's richest places, revenue-earning place, a melting pot of cultures. It is shameful to see the state of media. We didn't see a single person in 3 hours reading any one English newspaper. I saw one man carrying a Times of India copy. We saw 4 people reading 4 different Kannada newspapers, and one of them at one club. But over a period of 3 hours, to see so little presence of English newspapers in hard copy is quite a dampening thing for an editor, and should be a dampening thing. And somebody, I think Anusha just spoke of diversity and so on. And again, my wife asked a very good question, and I think I agree with that. I wonder how much our newspapers are represented by the communities they are trying to serve. How many Northeastern reporters are there in our papers in Bangalore? Because we have so many Northeasterners. How many Bengalis? How many from various states? And I don't think, we are thinking like that at all. We are just thinking the same old thing. We think we are doing a very great job. Maybe the circulations show something like that. Maybe the profits are showing something like that. I don't know that. But in terms of purely serving our democracy, which is the most important thing, I think we are falling desperately short. We have no spine. We have no investigations. We have nothing to break. I mean, frankly, when was the last time you saw a newspaper story where you sat up and said, wow? When was the last time? The Indian Express, let me give you a couple of examples. The Indian Express in Delhi, which was a force once upon a time in bringing down Rajiv Gandhi over the Bofors scandal and so on, spent 1.5 pages or 2 pages to expose the alleged misdoings of the Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister, a guy called Mohan Yadav, who seems to have bought property wherever the metro line is opening up in Bhopal. what does it tell you about the state of the media today that nothing has happened to Mohan Yadav? You secured the resignation of Dharmendra Pradhan, and that is by a number of factors. But what about Mohan Yadav? So you must start wondering as to why this is this. Why is this situation come to a point where newspapers can report 2 pages of scam and nothing happens? And that's because there are a number of factors, who leaked this story, why did they leak this story, who was gaining from leaking that story, what was the objective of leaking that story, all of those things matter. But I think the editor has reduced himself hugely. You look at newspaper op-ed pages, they're a disgrace. Not a piece worth reading in any newspaper, except maybe Deccan Herald in Bangalore. But we've reduced all this, and the editor today has become this kind of personality figure we are all enamored with. Some buffoon eating some pani puri here, some dosa there. I mean, that's news for editors and anchors. I mean, it's shameful. We must get out of this thing, and I think we are paying a very heavy price. Our democracy is paying a very heavy price because of these, absolutely supplicant editors who are in charge across languages. And to cut a long story short, unless we think of our languages, we are thinking of nothing. If we think our English newspapers is what the world is, good luck to you. They don't matter, but your languages are in very poor shape in terms of language, in terms of imagination, in terms of depth. And that's a real shame, and we are doing Indian democracy a great disservice, far greater disservice than 1975 during this undeclared emergency which has no stop seemingly.
Yeah. Thank you, Krishna. I mean, I'll take the point that you raised about regional language media. I'm sure are rooted in social realities, right? So amidst this, when you face criticism of regional language media losing its spine, how do you see, things working better?
Yeah, Krishna Prasad sir rightly touched the aspect. I've been with, I'm representing Telugu media, and I've been in the Telugu print medium since 40 years. In mid-80s, I entered the journalism with a lot of idealism and romanticism. But I lost the enthusiasm very shortly. But there is a lot of difference between national media and English media and this regional media, Telugu media. And the priorities and issues that gets prominence at the national level, they don't get the same level of prominence in the local level. And we deal with local subjects. We don't have corporate owners. We have investors from local political circles or local capitalists. They cannot be called capitalists. Mostly they are cronies. And they set up newspapers, they set up news channels, and there is not much of a place called newsroom in our regional media. And the mandate is already pre-given. It's the newsroom, what to do in the newsroom is already decided. And the editors who are working in the newsroom, they don't have much say to change the things and do as they think, as they like. Regarding to the main political discourses, in regional arena, there are 2 or 3 political forces, political camps working for power. And regarding the affairs related to those political camps, the editors have very much less to do. And right now in Telugu, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, there are certain political parties, the PRS, Congress, and of course BJP is the third minor party. And in Andhra Pradesh is TDP, and YCP. All major newspapers are aligned to either one or other. And the editors working in those newspapers, they work accordingly according to the mandate of their management. Everything is commented, interpreted, articulated according to the interest of those political camps. What all editors have freedom apart from that is that the non-political issues and cultural issues, social issues, in those areas only we have the relative freedom. But one more important, I should stress that whereas national media found very, they did not find comfortable with presenting national issues, whereas in the local media, we were very comfortable in the last 12 years to present uncomfortable content, uncomfortable issues to the national government. Regarding national narratives, we could give alternative opinions, we could radical opinions, but there was not much pressure on us. Whereas the local issues only, we feel pressure. Regarding the secularism, communalism, and centralization, and one country, one thing, everyone thing. These all aspects we could present more liberal, more thoughtful content to the audience. That kind of relative freedom we enjoyed during the last 12 years. As a newspaper editor, as a major newspaper editor, I could present my opinion page very differently, very vibrantly. People liked it. There was not much pressure from my management. So that is the case with all other newspapers also in the, all major newspapers also in the Telugu media scape. So in national issues we were free, in local issues we were strained, stressed. This kind of dichotomy is seen in the regional landscape. Now, we did not get any cases for writing against BJP or against communalists or against someone else, but we got more serious cases. We cite examples of Siddiqui Kappan and all that, but right now, one YouTuber is put under behind bars for making comments on a Janasena party leader under UPA sections. He's still behind bars. And many YouTubers, independent journalists, were charged with cases including sedition clauses. So, in Revanth Reddy government or Chandrababu Naidu government, and picking up independent journalists midnight from their homes and taking to unknown destinations and producing before the police after some time, these kind of things are happening. But all these things happening only because of local issues. In Andhra, there are so many public people-related issues. People are fighting against land acquisitions. People are fighting against pollution companies. People are fighting against the kind of development projects. There is development projects. When people are protesting them, and independent journalists are covering those events, and police are after them. This kind of repression is going on. Different kind of repression, different kind of freedom, and different kind of relation with the government exists in regional landscape.
Yeah, but Srinivas, I mean, thanks for that. But I would also like to add that you also faced pressure. You also faced an arrest for the story that your newspaper carried. So, as an editor, how do you see that happening? That kind of pressure?
No, I have faced so many scores of defamation cases, and small and major. One criminal case also, I was charged with SCSC atrocities case and put in the jail for 5 days. The case has run for more than 10 years. There is a kind of, that was the case case put up by a social organization at the behest of the government. The behest of the government. That was in long back in 2008. But we don't deal with any violations that are uncomfortable to the management. So the rest of the things, when cases come up, the management support us, and they're not any problem. In the case of major newspapers, major news organizations, TV channels, there are not many cases, but now the digital media people are facing the heat.
So just moving the conversation towards the youngsters, we have few students also in the audience. I'm sure most of us also consume, the way we consume news, the sources from which we consume news has changed, right? We are talking about, say, WhatsApp forwards or AI-generated news content, or through social media platforms. So definitely we are competing with this. So how do you see say a story, a 2,000-word story, competing with a 30-second news reel, right? So how does credibility work here? You would have invested a lot of time, effort in thinking through, and ensuring all your facts are checked right, all that done. But then here you are, boom, you come with 30-second news reel, and then everything changes, the dynamics change. So how do you see that happening, Anushka?
First things first, journalism cannot compete with entertainment. It is...
but again, journalists themselves are doing 30-second news reels.
And I'll get to it. First things first, journalism cannot compete with entertainment. The state of journalism that we have a lot of problem with today is because of, a lot of people would say, sensationalization of news, because some hook words that you use, hook phrases that you use, they sit better with audiences' memory, recall value is much higher and all of that. Having said that journalism cannot compete with entertainment, that does not mean that journalists do not appeal to a generation, a changed audience sensibilities. Constantly, newsrooms are actually venturing into spaces that are unconventional for them. For example, NDTV perhaps even before the Adani takeover was the first channel to have such a huge digital presence. Even the transition of conventional media, newspapers or television or now digital media, all of them have transitioned very nicely and they have constantly hired people who are better than the staff that they had on board to create these reels, these videos, try to make the content that they have, reporting that they have, more user-friendly. And for example, some of the best explainers even today, I believe, come from the Hindu. The Indian Express has a wonderful team. The Deccan Herald here in Bangalore has a great team that puts together great video explainers for somebody, because you see, journalism is an interaction between journalists and the reader, journalist and the viewer. It is always a conversation. So if I'm not able to speak in the language that my audience is able to understand, doesn't make sense. But my audience is also varied. A video requires very little from the audience. It does not take a lot of effort on part of the audience, but it still takes the same amount of effort from my end to go on ground, to get that story, to spend that many person hours on reporting it, editing it, giving you the information that I believe is up to the mark of journalistic ethics and standards that I believe my newsroom provides to you. But simply because I've put out a news, of course the audience don't owe it to me to read me. It is a conscious choice. I can always also open up, I mean, a lot of people may not agree with it. I can also insist that since this is a conversation, there is also a role that my audience, my viewers, my readers play. It is a conscious choice on their part. What do you want to choose? Do you want to choose a credible, factual news report that can be converted into a video or a small reel or a text format that is more palatable to your taste, which I will do from my end? Or would you choose, say, a news influencer or an influencer on social media who's able to give you pick and choose information from a very detailed, long, factual, credible report in a more entertaining manner? Now, the question to ask is, why should I read a newspaper when my influencer is anyway giving me the information? It is a great summary. Yes, that's exactly where the audience choice comes into play. Are you happy with a headline? Or perhaps what can also be a manipulated, out of context headline, or do you actually want to know what the real story is? It is then a choice that the audience also makes, as in when the newsroom puts in an effort to try and convert the format into a more palatable, in a more palatable fashion.
So that, again, coming back to the public mind, so what was being influenced as public mind, what was being influenced by journalists and journalism, is today now, we agree that is not only influenced by journalists, right? We have a whole lot of influencer economy, influencers influencing how public think and make sense of it. So do you think the journalists also have the pressure to compete and stay afloat, think about how better do I reach? I mean, or Krishna also, I mean, you might want to.
No, I think the answers to these things are quite obvious. You know, one of the newsroom dictums I've stood by all the time is make the important interesting. And that's not because of digital media or social media. I think if you can't make the important interesting, I think that's one core responsibility of an editor that you've lost. It is very important to make the important interesting. So I think those answers are a little obvious, I think, but I think what we also need to look at, you know, we all talk of what's wrong with media, but I think we also need to look at the audience a bit, you know, in their interests, in their choices, in their abilities to stay with stories like this, which are hard and difficult to read sometimes. You mentioned a 2,000-word story. I don't know when I last saw a 2,000-word story properly anywhere, because you know all stories are split into stupid 200-word articles. One of Marathi's biggest newspapers runs the maximum limit in a leading Marathi newspaper. The word limit is 200, in which you have to incorporate a fact box and so on. So there are these things that we need to ask about the audience too, you know, and the short point is that if we do not make what is important interesting, for example, you look at the New York Times as a very test case of what we're discussing. They do very long investigations, but you wouldn't believe it if I told you that the total strength of the New York Times edit and op-ed page team, the total strength is 215. You know, 215. Most newspapers don't have 215 employees across in this country. Why do they have 215 people? Because there are video editors, graphics editors, you know, graphics journalists, and et cetera, people who make the important that the New York Times publishes, who make that interesting. So I think we are unable to, you know, think along those lines, or we are taking a lot of time to think along those lines. But at the same time, the audience needs to think and, you know, contemplate a bit about what it is consuming. Correctly said that, you know, journalism cannot compete with entertainment, but can journalism, good journalism, be entertaining? I definitely think so. I think we must make journalism fun, you know, by which I don't mean in a jokey sort of way, but you can make journalism quite compelling, quite magnetic by the kind of stuff you do, the way you do it. But I think we are a little lost in that process. And I think we are placing too much store by legacy media now becoming digital media titans. I don't think that's going to happen. You know, I think you have the legacy media which are great in what they do, but I think the future will be occupied by smaller websites, portals, handles, influencers, you know, who are able to do those things better. But I think we must have a longer conversations, if not here, but amongst the audience itself, as to what does the audience want? What does it want? How does it react to stories like that? You know, I mean, unless we talk of the audience, I think we have a problem. We really have a big problem.
If I may just jump
yes,
in.
please.
I think, see, audiences are heterogeneous. Older readers are quite comfortable reading a long piece. They perhaps are comfortable reading things on a newspaper and not very happy reading something on a phone. Younger readers, it's the other way around. And the very, very young readers prefer, you know, Gen Alpha, Gen Z, maybe prefer consuming video. The challenge for us is, like, it's not an either or for me. So I'm very happy to run, you know, one of our columnists, Anand Teltumbade, brilliant, insightful man, his pieces would be 1,500, 2,000 words, sometimes long. He wrote a brilliant piece on the use of, like, why profanity in the cockroach movement, why it occurred and why it mattered. And, that story was very, very widely read. And we were also, and we had videos. So we had a 2-minute reel also that made the same points accessible to readers or viewers who don't necessarily, have the time to plow through a 2,000-word piece. And wherever possible, we link one to the other. So if you watch the short reel, you will get a link that encourages you to go back and read the full article, right? So for us, these are not either ors. I mean, we want the 2,000-word piece. We want the 2-minute reel too. And I don't think making a reel necessarily involves, editorial compromises. It's, as Krishna was saying, or as Anusha was saying, so the part of the craft of the editor is to make your content intelligible to a wide variety of readers using different platforms. So you can get a point across through a cartoon, you can get a point across through a very, very, like a pressy form story, or a long form story, or a reel, or an interview. All of these forms are valid, and we need to, I think, embrace them all, because the audience is everywhere. There's not any one type of audience today, and we have to cater to all of these different sections.
So content creation becomes very important to get the story across.
You have to repurpose that content across different formats.
Yes. And probably use your imagination and creativity to kind of craft and convey that same messaging across different formats. I think that's what definitely makes a difference. So should we ask audience some questions, if they have some questions that they would want to ask the panelists? There are some students here. Anyone who would want to have questions to the panelists, or we can continue the conversation? Yes. Matarbodu, please. Yeah, I can translate. ನೀವು ಕೇಳಿ ಸರ್.
ನೀವು ಹೇಳೋದು ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಿದೆ, ನೀವು ಕೇಳಿ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ
ಕೇಳಿಸುತ್ತೆ ನೀವು.
ಸರ್, ನಾವು ಈ ದಿನ ಒಂದು ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್ದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಸರ್. ನಾವು ಸರ್, ನಾನು ಫಸ್ಟು ಜರ್ನಲಿಸಮ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಅಭಿಮಾನ ಸರ್. ನನಗೆ 3ನೇ ಕಣ್ಣಂತ ನಾನು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಈಗ ಸುಮಾರು 13 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿಯವರು ಪ್ರೈಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆದ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಜರ್ನಲಿಸಮ್ ಅವ್ರ ತಪ್ಪುಗಳನ್ನು ಏನೂ ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ತಯಾರಿಲ್ಲ, ಮರೆಮಾಚ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಒಂದನೇದು, ಮೊನ್ನೆ ನಡೆದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಜಂಜಿ ಹೋರಾಟ, ಅದು ತಿಂಗಳಾನುಗಟ್ಟಲೆ ನಡೀತು. ನಡೆದಾಗ ಈ ಏನು ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್‌ಪ್ರೆಸ್, ಹಿಂದೂ, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಗಳು ಫೇಮಸ್ ಆಗಿರುವಂಥ ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಗಳು, ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಗಳು, ಅದನ್ನು ಪಬ್ಲಿಸಿಟಿ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಎಂಥ ದುರಂತಮಯ ಇದು. ನಾನು ಜರ್ನಲಿಸಮ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ತಪ್ಪು ಸಂದೇಶ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೋ ಏನೋ ಮರೆಮಾಚಾಕತ್ತಿದೆ, ಏನೋ ಜರ್ನಲಿಸಮ್. ಅವ್ರು ಯಾಕೆ ತಪ್ಪು ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ತಯಾರಿಲ್ಲ? ನೀವು ಯಾಕೆ ಮರೆಮಾಚ ಹಾಕತ್ತೀರಿ? ಮೂಕ ವೇದನೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಹಾಕತ್ತೀರಿ ಪತ್ರಿಕೆದವರು ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ವಿರುದ್ಧ? ನನ್ನ ಕ್ವಶನ್.
Thank you. Got the question. Why is media silent about certain misdoings of the government, of the ruling party? I think that was a question to...
it's a very easy, I would say you have media owners who are compromised. One large section is compromised. So they have allied themselves with the government, politically, ideologically. You have another section that has economic and business interests, which have to be safeguarded. So they have allied themselves with the government. You have a third section which is very scared and risk-averse, so they are worried about cases being filed. A large Hindi language newspaper did a series of stories on the actual number of deaths in Uttar Pradesh during COVID, Dainik Bhaskar Group. And about a month or two later, the power, the electricity, Bhaskar Group has many different industries. and they found that income tax queries were being raised. So the government is using all of these forms of pressure. And for those who do not have owners who suck up or compromise, then the full force of law can be brought against them, as we saw in the case of NewsClick, where a completely fabricated case was brought against the organization, against Prabir Purkash, the founder editor, and every attempt was made to shut it down. So this is the reality, and I have no problem in saying that this is actually the situation that we all face today.
ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿ ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಯಾವತ್ತಕ್ಕೆ ಆ ಜನ್ ಜಿ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಅಥವಾ ಜಂತರ್ ಮಂತರ್ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಕವರೇಜ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ, ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ಬೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಈಗಿನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಡಿಟರ್ ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಎಡಿಟರ್ಗೆ ವಾಟ್ಸಾಪ್ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ. ಇವತ್ತು ಈ ಲೀಡ್ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಮಾಡಿ, ಇವತ್ತು ಆ ಲೀಡ್ ಸ್ಟೋರಿನ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಥವಾ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ, ಅಥವಾ ಇದನ್ನು ತಳ್ಳಿ ಹಾಕಿ ಅಥವಾ ದಬ್ಬ ಹಾಕಿ ಅಂತ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಥರ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ಸುಮಾರು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಏನು ಅಂದರೆ ಅದು ದಟ್ಸ್ ಎ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಈಗಿನ ಕಾಲದ ಜರ್ನಲಿಸಮ್. ನೀವು ಜರ್ನಲಿಸಮ್ ಅಂತ ಇದ್ದೀರ, ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಷ್ಟೆ, ಜರ್ನಲಿಸಮ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಈ ಸುಮಾರು ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಗಳ ಸಂಪಾದಕರಿಗೆ ಅಥವಾ ಅಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಬೀಟ್ ಕರೆಸ್ಪಾಂಡೆಂಟ್ಗಳಿಗೆ, ಅಂದರೆ ಆ ಕವರ್ ಮಾಡೋ ಕರೆಸ್ಪಾಂಡೆಂಟ್ಗಳಿಗೆ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸ್ವತಃ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ವಾಟ್ಸಾಪ್ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಇದು ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಹಿಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಹಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ ಅಂತ. ಅವರು ಡಿಫೆನ್ಸ್ ಕರೆಸ್ಪಾಂಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಕರೆಸ್ಪಾಂಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, BJP ಕರೆಸ್ಪಾಂಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಏನೇ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಕರೆಸ್ಪಾಂಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಸೊ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಈ ವಾಟ್ಸಾಪ್ ಅಂತ ಯಾವ ಥರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸನ್ನ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ಜರ್ನಲಿಸಮಲ್ಲಿ ಜರ್ನಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಅದರಿಂದ ಅದನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಮನಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು.
Thank you. So, in an age where we see so many complex changes, journalism will continue to change and evolve over a period of time with technology, with cultural changes, and with the entire public mind itself evolving over a period of time. But what will remain constant is the democratic spirit of journalism, and we as journalists should continue raise the important questions, key questions, and continue shaping the public mind.
No, I can add one thing, because yes, there's so many question marks about journalism, and I'll only draw your attention to Gabriel Garcia Marquez, the Nobel Prize winning English writer, who was a journalist when he started out, who even after winning the Nobel Prize said, I only want to be considered as a journalist, not as a writer. And he said, quote unquote, in 1954, that journalism is a biological necessity of humanity. So I think it will survive regardless of all our doomsday stories. I'm very happy as a journalist that the greatest movie in English is about journalism, Citizen Kane. The greatest play in English is about journalism, Front Page. The greatest cartoon character is around journalism, Tintin. The greatest comic character is around journalism, Spider-Man. So I'm very happy with that. In fact, Satyajit Ray's greatest film is on journalism, Charulata. So I'm very happy journalism is like in this chair is still so great, but I'm very despondent about its current state. But I do think it will survive. It will survive for a long time, regardless of what format, shape, size it chooses.
Yeah. Thank you, Krishna. That is also a message to the young journalists out there who want to get into the profession. Thank you so much. We had a great discussion. I think we must end the session here. The time is up. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, before getting into the details of the next session, let me give you the highlight of the day, ending with a very good performance, of course, where everyone definitely requesting everyone to please be available by visiting all other all other stages. Anyway, by 6:30 it is going to start. Just I'm giving you the idea so that you can plan your day and you'll come and attend that. That is what Legends in Motion. It is going to start by 6:30 sharp and it is going to end by 9:30. So the complete it is a performance of Yakshagana. So Yakshagana itself, the name has a lot of power, strength, everything with the different colors, the costume, the way they present the things, the topic, whatever. So it is very interesting thing. Of course, many of you people are familiar with that. Yes, that is one we have. So Legends in Motion, Yakshagana performance by Patla Satish Shetty's Pavan J Troupe, Basmasura Mohini. So this is what the performance today we have at 6:30. So please be available. Okay, and coming to the session now. Session partner, TESCOM presents The Intimate Lives of Ordinary People
by Arundhati Ghosh, Vasudendra, K.R. Meera. And moderator for this session is Rajlakshmi Yanke.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the speakers and the moderator. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome to the session, the intimate relationship of the ordinary people. I'm quite excited about this session, mainly because right from day one, like day before yesterday, I entered BBLF. I've been seeing that the faith and the belief with which we enter this festival, everything gets topsy-turvied, most of the things get dissolved, and then suddenly I feel that a time has come for dissolution. And we have been questioning all the while in various literature festivals, but that question has to lead to some kind of a dissolution. So I'm quite excited to speak to three of them who have been questioning patriarchy from different positions, different locations, but then being in academics for long, certain things have not entered the academics. For example, polyamory has not yet entered the academics, so it is not theorized as such. What I want today is to have a conversation which is very, very practical and wherein we should be able to question certain norms in the patriarchy, the power structure in which we live in our public lives, and to explore whether it has, how much it has entered our private lives, intimate lives as such, and then, as far as possible, all of us, how much we are able to dissolve the myths with which we live and bring in a very healthy society. So keeping this in view, my first question would be to Meera. You have been talking about complete, full citizenship for women. Because patriarchy is something which has not been able to give that because the norms are made by patriarchy. And that patriarchal power structure with which we live has never given space for women in public life as such. And resistance to that, we have seen it in the form of feminist movements and a lot of other movements as such. Even in the courts, we see that. But then what about our intimate lives? In one of the stories, I came across this definition of love in a very rough manner. It's an ego stilt. And I always feel that love is something where between the two people, our egos dissolve. We become one. If that is what intimate relationship is it possible to, whether complete citizenship, whether it can start in our intimate relationships? What's your view on that?
Actually, the ego stilt was coined by my translator, Dr. J. Devika, to translate the Malayalam word ahanda. So it was used in a short story, Ekantadayude 100 Varshangal, that is 100 years of solitude. That's how she translated it. So I said, every man subsists on his ego stilt. So, so without that ego stilt, so in Malayalam, I have used ahanda. Oro purushanum nilathilkunnathu oro ahandayilanu. But there was not an equivalent term to describe that ahanda, to bring all the passive aggression it has. So Devika has brilliantly coined that word ego stilt to define it. And coming to your question, yes, of course. Just like I am searching for the complete citizenship in our public life, I am searching for the complete wholeness in every relationship. I'm writing for that. I think unless we find that in our intimate relationships, our inner world, it cannot be found outside also. That's how I see it. So unless a woman becomes a sovereign republic in her life, unless she lives and moves and she just impacts the world as if she is a sovereign republic, it is never ever a complete democracy at all. That's what I believe.
But ma'am, what I had in my mind, I mean, what crops up with this is, does it begin at home or does it begin in public, or it happens simultaneously?
It begins with her own mind, I think. Unless a woman wants to be liberated, unless a woman doesn't want to be the sovereign republic, no one can compel her to. So it has to begin with herself, then at home, in her relationships, and of course then it comes to the democracy. And it is not, if you ask me how to attain it, there is no one word answer at all. So I think we should write about it, we should continue to write about it, we should speak about it, we should question the privileged, powerful, what should I say, the heterosexual men who is ruling the world. You have to continuously remind them that the world belongs to other people also. Unless once you stop those tales, telling those tales, it is very difficult. And how to do this is again by telling tales. Just like how the fairy tales conditioned and maintain the power structures in a society from ancient world, we have to retell, or we have to invent new fairy tales where the people we want to see, the protagonists of the democracy, living the life of fairies and moving ahead, no? So we have to invent new fairy tales, and that's what I have attempted to do in my latest book, Kalachi.
Thank you. Moving on to news stories gives me a cue to a question to Vasudendra now. We have been living with a set pattern of the heteronormative life as such, but in parallel there were many other ways of living which was running parallelly, but then it was not spoken openly. And but then this queer life has been discussed from past few years at least. Whenever I think of the queer people as such, the way I have been brought up and majority of us have been brought up, it's a world that we have not been able to explore much because of the stigma associated with, because of not being explored much. But once it entered the academics, it was possible for us to discuss it in the classroom. But then the constant question that crops up in my mind is, initially the queer is very hesitant to speak about the sexual identity to the public. Why this hesitation is one question. The second thing is, once it is, the queer reaches a stage in life wherein it becomes very necessary for him or her to speak it out to the world. What makes the queer person speak it out to the world, and what keeps the person hesitant as well?
Good evening. It's very challenging to be in the middle of three successful women actually here. For me, if he's a heterosexual man, so he would have sweated out by now. Luckily, I am not. Okay. I am a homosexual, so I am a gay man, so I can gel well with all the women, so there is no problem. See, what I would like to continue what Meera said. The challenges of a queer man is the same as a feminist challenge. There's no difference between these two. It's based on your gender and sexuality, there is an oppression. Right? So that is what she is talking about, and same is mine also, but there is a small difference there. Meera has a luxury of identifying another woman easily. She knows who is the another woman. So her mother is a woman, her sister is a woman, so neighbor auntie is a woman. She knows it so well, and she can go and approach and talk about it and the oppression. My problem is, I don't know who is gay. It takes almost like it becomes 25 years before you identify who is my community, who are the people. And the second challenge I have is, Meera has 50% of the population to support her. I have very less, hardly 10%. Under the 10%, hardly 1% accept their sexuality, queerness. This is the challenge for us to find out who are our people. I didn't know who was gay there's no way to identify that he is a gay. Right? So we just think that if he has got an effeminate nature, he is a gay. That's all lie. There's nothing like that, okay? So people can be completely manly, masculine characteristics might be there. He might be a queer, right? So that's quite positive. And the same thing I try to extend for the lesbian women also. So both are the same thing. This was the challenge, actually. So what happens is it gets suppressed. People who do not identify that particular thing, it's in the society, and they're not knowledgeable about it, they will never speak about it. What is not spoken, you are afraid of speaking about it now. So that's why people don't accept their sexuality. It's very, swimming against the flow. Who is going to take the challenge, actually? So nobody does that. I'm a counselor. I'm a gay counselor, right? So I do counseling from past 6-7 years. I'm regularly doing this gay counseling. The main problem I see is they cannot face the society and their parents, and they get married. After the marriage, they will have 1 kid or 2 kids. That happens automatically because of the libido at that age. And afterwards, you should see they cannot even go near to her, because of the guilt. And they don't like it. And they go outside and they will have enjoy their relationship and all. This lady who is sitting at the home, another oppression there. So this happened. So people are not willing to accept their sexuality. This can be identified only you come and tell that I am gay. Otherwise I don't know who you are. So how do I make the community? This is the main challenge for us. So people have to open up. It is though against the taboo, against the society, for your own well-being, please open up and talk about your sexuality and your preferences. At least we can unite and we can fight for something. Otherwise, there is no way. Yeah?
Okay. With Meera, we were able to see the heteronormative and the status of women there, and then we moved on to a different kind of a relationship altogether. And now we have some recent phenomenon, I would call it. This polyamory came up because of the pandemic. I think people started expressing. And it was the social media platform where it first started, public discussion as such, which was not there earlier. I don't know whether it happened with the gays like that.
Gays are always polyandry only, so there's quite a lot. So maybe we don't call using such sophisticated term like a polyandry, but definitely. So you just ask anyone.
And I think it was then that with Arundhati's book, Indian Polyamory, because the first book that I read on polyamory is the slut. which is an ethical slut. But that was from the Western point of view, and we have a different kind of a structure altogether here. So when I read her book, Polyamory, the first thing that happened to me was that I felt quite liberated. You don't have to think of your life in terms of ethics, morals, which have been given to me by the patriarchal structure as such. When I say me, a lot of people like me who are stuck in that moral structure as such, especially a married woman will be stuck in a larger ethical structure, not even thinking that it is given to me in the patriarchal structure. But then the first time I came across the term Amor is when I watched a movie in 1980s, Hiroshima Mon Amour. Then I thought that, oh, this must be something like that. But when I read the book, it raised a lot of questions. It is a very liberating force, but at the same time, it raises a lot of questions. The first question that occurred to me is, I'm sure that we have not come out of the patriarchal way of looking at it. Polyamory means how many people you can love at a time. That is it a counting game as such, or is it, in a way, is it trying to undermine as well, like how many people you can love at a time, a challenge as well? Or do we really understand what love is when we speak in terms of the number? Because I don't think it will be at a time 10 people, 20 people. We are not thinking of that. It's a capacity, right? So how do you respond to that?
Thanks so much. And it's great that you asked me. I'm third in row because some of the basic foundations have already been laid by Meera and Vasudendra. Just one correction, polyamory is as old as people have learned to love. Because all that it means is that the desire and ability and practice of loving more than one person at the same time, with or without sexual intimacy. That's all it means. It's the simplest thing ever. In fact, marriage and single marriage and monogamy and heteronormativity came much later. In our oldest avatars as human beings, I think we were polyamorous because we just learned to love. Having said that, you know, a lot of people are obsessed with numbers. There are many reasons for that. I will just share 3 reasons. The word is 2-part, poly and amory. Most people worry about the poly, not so much about the amory. And my thing is, Baba, first see the love, na? Then we can decide how many. And poly just means more than one. That's all it means. The first reason, I think, is because it is so much easier to concentrate on the number than concentrate on the fact that if it is with more than one person, how am I going to redefine the things that have bound love for so long in heteronormative patriarchy, which is the idea of loyalty, the idea of fidelity, the idea of trust. We have to question all of this. It's much easier to say, hey, let's just think about the number. The second reason is whenever anything makes us afraid or uncomfortable, we want to make a joke about it. Look at Hindi movies and how gay characters are caricatured. So the moment you just do a giggle and caricature polyamory about its number, you are actually hiding your own fear, your own discomfort from even asking yourself, what is your desire? Meera talks about a sovereign land for the woman. For me, the imagination of that land is desire land. It's the Ichanari. You spoke about a community of people, once we know we can come together and fight. And that fight is for that desire land where we can be authentically who we are. The third reason, I think, is what I call the tyranny of one. Monogamy is based foundationally on one love. It's the worship of one. But today we see that tyranny across this country. One language, one culture, one political party with no opponents, one leader. So it is the tyranny of one which has come to haunt a country which has always been multiple, polyphonic, many languages, many dreams, many kinds of people. So unfortunately, monogamy is so obsessed with this tyranny and worship of one that the easiest way for them to make fun of polyamory is to concentrate on the number and forget everything else that it represents.
But Arundhati, how fearful it is to handle one tyrant at a time, and you are talking about so many tyrants at the same time.
No, the moment, let's look at the political system and there are similarities. The moment there is one, they are tyrants. The moment they are multiple, they cannot be anymore because your power situation, your power equation with them have changed. They do not think anymore that you are depending on only one for all your emotional sustenance, for all your desire sustenance. They do not become the lord and master of granting you that. So there is a certain kind of equation that shifts and changes and makes people aware of what is there on the other side. And within polyamorous relationship, of course, there are lots of difficulties, etc. We'll talk about them. But the tyranny does not remain tyranny the moment one becomes many. In some ways it does, but in some ways it doesn't.
My next question would be focusing on the youth as such, because we are living in an era where youth uprise is more, so I'll be focusing on that. And before coming to this session, I attended the Gen Z session to know what is going on there. It was a session on sexuality, and I wanted to know how they speak. And I found them quite matured, the way they were presenting their views and expressing it was more on the freedom and the choices they make. This raises a question actually. Youth today are fighting for democratic rights in the public space. And this looking at life from public and private, I know that it's a binary opposite way of looking at it, but then there is a easy flow as Meera was trying to answer in the first question itself. But still what I feel is, when someone fights for democracy so much, the healthy democracy so much outside, will they be extending it to their private lives also as such, wherein this full citizenship to a women can be brought in the private space? Because that's a very intimate relationship where we dissolve with each other. So is that space capable of breaking the so many norms of patriarchy, especially the hegemony of it, the hierarchy that it brings? Do you think that we can keep the hope in the youth of today in that sense?
On who else we have hopes upon? Actually, I think I look upon to our youth to guide us. To be honest, right from the day my daughter started questioning me, I found out that it is time for reverse parenting. So all our middle class worries, the young people of today, they are ready to question and find answers of their own. I have great hopes and expectations from them. I think if someone can change the system for good, it is the young people of today. Only the young can change it. I think every time in the cycle of social evolution, it was done by the youth of those times, and we were very lazy in our youth, I think. Only that we had desires and dreams, but we were very cowardly to, we are not bold enough to attain them, at least some of them, or the majority of us. So what I am trying to say is, I find it, I have, certainly I believe in our young people in this generation. And I hope that they will realize democracy, they will actualize democracy in their private and personal lives alone. And that's the moment which is going to be the golden hour of our life, to see them flourish.
Okay, because what I saw there was like, there was a girl who was trying to say that how cautious you are and things like that. And then the girl said that we make blunders, we commit many mistakes, but then when we commit blunders and make mistakes, we always feel that next
It's a
generation
part
will...
of life.
No, but then the way she put it across was the next generation will make less mistakes. I like that bonding with unseen.
Yeah, it's like mistakes are also necessary,
learning,
essential
learning
to
process.
complete the human life, no? How can one think of a person or a life with no mistakes at all? So it is mistakes which make us complete human beings. I think they are up to that. They think that's a part of life, which was a luxury to us. Yeah, we were not supposed to make mistakes. We were not supposed to think bad. Everything should have to be perfect in our case. But this generation is different, and we have brought up this generation like that. Yes, we are proud, and I always say that I am watching the young generation living the dreams I had, my dreams. No.
How nice. Now to Sudhendra, I think I told you this, that I saw a post on your social media where you meet a young boy who was found HIV positive. And then it's something like these days, children get into sexual act at a very young age, maybe around 14, 15. Whether it is normal or not normal is not the question for me. The very fact that it is happening is, it's normal for me. Otherwise, it won't happen. And if it is just one or two people, then you would say that it is not normal, but it has become the norm. Maybe whatever is the reason. Though the law says that 18 is the right age and for a sexual act and all that. But then, what I felt is, they do get into it at a very early age. It's the excitement of it, experimenting with something new and all that. But then they can get into these sexually transmitted infections as such. When such a thing happens for me or for someone else who completely belong to the heteronormative life as such, it's not a big thing to go to a doctor and talk about it and all that. But for a gay to go there against that stigma and things like that, how do these children navigate it? And then, as you said earlier, that you have a community. They approach the community or something like that. But then, how to educate young boys and girls on taking care of their health as well when they step ahead?
I think that was an emotional moment, actually. It happened just 2 weeks back for me. As a community, we all are expected to go for a HIV test once in 3 months or 6 months. All of us, we generally go and get tested ourselves because it's very important for all of us. I had gone, so but I was, I play safe actually all the time. So it was there. But after finishing that one, when I came out of the hospital, that boy said, hello, hello, hello. So he said, like, yeah, what is it actually? So he said, I've read your book. It's so nice and all. Like, yeah, so yeah, so good. Like what, just generally I puzzle them. Like if someone just say your book is good, I won't accept. I'll say what is good. So I'll ask, and I was doing it. And afterwards, I asked him, so you have come for the test? Oh, today they told me it is positive, he said. I was stunned, like the day you have come to know that you are HIV positive, this boy is so courageous that he's talking about my books and he's conveying his appreciation to me. Okay, that's totally different. And the young age actually, so what it is. See, what I feel is I feel guilty for my youngster getting a HIV. I'm responsible for that because I don't want them to have any sexual act till they get married. That's what I'm expecting. That's why I'm not teaching them the safety measures. But the kids do have it. You can't control. You can't legally. You might say 18, but it doesn't mean that people below 18 do not experiment the sex. And it is totally not correct to say that people below 18 should not do all these things. They should focus only on the education. No, that's not right. Because the body, how it behaves, we don't know. So what we are required is we need to tell them that if you feel like this, but you have to be safe on this thing. Otherwise, there will be a problems which will come. But only good thing about it is like the HIV has become a much simpler disease these days, right? You know, like many doctors tell me that diabetes is more riskier than HIV because diabetes reduces your lifespan, but HIV doesn't reduce your lifespan. And diabetes, you can't eat so many things. Sweets and all you can't eat, but HIV you can eat everything. It's only stigma is the problem there, that's all. That's a different thing. But what it is I'm trying to say is the youngsters, it is our response. See, they have to make mistakes. What she says, Mira says, I agree with it. Only with the mistake we learn life lessons. But as an elderly person, I need to tell what mistakes can happen. I need to train them on these points actually. So teaching them by the time they come to the 8th standard, what is the safe sex, and when there is a sexual activity, how safe they should play, we need to teach them. It's a mandatory. If we don't do that, we are putting risk. We are our own kids. It could be your son tomorrow. It could be someone else. Tomorrow it could be your son. Teach them the safety practice, which is very important.
But Basundhara, that's also assuming that adults and older people know what safe sex is. A lot of heterosexual people, older, in their 40s and 50s, don't have any idea. We might blame children and younger people, you know, but the heterosexual world that one has seen and experienced is hugely stigmatized against any kind of safe sex.
No, because their parents have not taught them as well, and their education system also has not taught them. So we have to get into the education level, and at the education level, we need to tell what a safe practice is. So without
and for
shaming
everyone,
them.
for everyone, heterosexual, queer,
everyone.
all kinds
See,
of
it can
people.
happen with anybody.
It needs to be part of your everyday education.
Education is what I am stressing on. And don't assume that if an young boy has sex at 14, so don't get angry with him, because our great grandfathers and all, they used to get married at 14 and they had a kid by 15. Right? They were able to get that. So they were enjoying it. We have going against the nature saying that you have to get married at 27. Right? So that is our problem. But whatever the reasons might be is a different thing. But if a boy or a girl has they experiment their sexual life at early age, before 18 itself, I don't think it's anything that wrong.
Want to add anything to that?
No, I was reminded of one controversy during Sharjah Book Festival. The moderator, the interviewer asked me, don't you think the men of today need to be taught how to love? So I just answered, I had been trying that through my stories all these years, and I am not as successful. And it became such a controversy that everyone was abusing me on the social media, and I never knew that it was such a sin to tell someone that people should learn a little more to love better. Okay, and safely. So you reminded me of that. So the point is, Dr. Rajalakshmi, we can say that on this dais, but once we step down and ask our textbook committee to include such a lesson, all the religions, all the political parties, all the elderly so-called moral kind of keepers, everyone will be offended. Nobody wants children to be safe. They all want children to be innocent, naive, not good for anything, nothing like.
But there is a small change, Meera, from past
These
20
days,
years. If you compare now, if 10 to 15 years back, if I say in any college that I speak about the queer life, they used to get scared, actually. So now, whenever I visit any college, they ask, can you speak about the LGBT things? Okay, there is a change which has come. It is mainly because Supreme Court removed the Section 377. Afterwards, this particular thing has come.
That's why we say personal is political and political is personal. That's how politics actually impacts a person's life, an individual's life. No, a political decision and a political will, of course, has a lot to do with that. And that's why we individuals should stand together and keep on saying our tales, our stories, so that it will reach where it is meant to.
Yeah, this textbook thing came up in the Gen Z as well. They were saying that in our education system, only when we come to 10th standard, the reproductive system is the lesson. Beyond that, practical sex, we look at the YouTubes, sometimes the fantasies. We don't get sexually educated as such. So we wanted it in the curriculum. So youth are aware of it. Perhaps there will be an urge to change the syllabus that Meera is trying to suggest, I hope. My next question is to Arundhati. This is something connected with what Meera was trying to say about tyranny of having many. When you have one companion, that companion is so possessive of you that the minute you start talking to someone else, gets a doubt. Am I going to lose her? And maybe it can happen to a woman as well. Am I going to lose him? It's not just with a man, it can happen with women as well. And then also focusing on one person itself takes a lot of our time. Apart from that, the emotional side of it, the kind of jealousy that crops up, and then also, despite having many, yet we feel lonely. Maybe because basically we are all lonely, I don't know. How do polyamorous people navigate through this? How do they try to handle this? You have said that in your book, but then I want it in detail. Because this is something that's very difficult to overcome. How to overcome jealousy when your best partner is with someone else. That becomes a little difficult to handle, that's why.
Honestly, that's why I wrote the book. It's called All Our Loves. Please read it. This is for the audience. Because the whole book is about that, about how does the practice of polyamory play out in the Indian context, where families, communities, all of these things make the practice very different from what we have read in other books about how it is practiced elsewhere. I will answer one part, because you've asked many things in the question about loneliness, about how it is practiced, about all. I'll answer one bit that is most relevant for most people, which is jealousy and feeling possessive. I think it is not that polyamorous people do not feel jealousy or do not feel possessive or do not get a feeling where when their partners are with other partners. It is about the way that is negotiated and understood. So, for example, and again, that's a long process, but I'll give you maybe 2 or 3 key things. The first one is to look at the site of jealousy as something that is inside you and not outside. And that might come from insecurity, it can come from fear of abandonment that you talked about. It can even come from the idea of competition, because unfortunately our education system always teaches us to compete with each other, not to collaborate. And I think this one love and many love is also a question of, are you in competition with other people or in collaboration with the world? Love can happen in collaboration as well, and it does not necessarily have to become a zero-sum game where if I love Meera, that is excluding my ability to love you or Vasudendra. So to see the site of jealousy as in yourself, that is the first acceptance. The second is not to blame the partner or the third party for it, but to imagine it as something that is happening as a reaction, and it's happening from yourself, so take ownership. You might want to talk about your partner, many of us do, and it is settled the way any other negative feeling is settled. For example, people have anger issues, people are envious, you may feel sad more often than other people do. There are many negative feelings that impact the way we live, the way we are able to feel happiness. Jealousy is one of them. If you don't see it as a deal breaker, the premise of polyamory is that we have consented to the idea that we will try and see if we can enable ourselves and our partners to be in love, care for, imagine building relationships long term with more than one person. And in that process, if jealousy happens, can we talk about it? Can we deal with it? Can we learn to manage it the way we learn to manage anger, for example, with patience, with understanding, helping each other a little bit, really looking at the cause, looking at which part of me, which insecurity is making me feel this jealous. I'll give you an example about my own life. I have always felt more jealous of my partner's other lovers when they excelled at something I didn't. I'm very confident about certain parts of my life, but I used to be extremely inconfident about people who are academics or scholars. I used to get very intimidated about them because I'm neither a scholar nor an artist. I'm a generalist trying to observe life, do things. So I used to get very intimidated with those partners who were, say, very scholarly or super artistic. I didn't feel that about things that I was already good at. So then I realized that insecurity isn't me. It's not so much about how my partner reacts to their other partner, but how less I am feeling compared to that partner. And I'm always thinking, oh, then that person she must be having a much better time with this other partner than she's having with me. So these are little things that you look into.
It's within them.
Yeah, it's within, you look at it, you decide to work with it. You might sometimes need to work with your partner if they are willing to help you through the process. But locate it in yourself and try and engage with it as if it is one more normal, natural feeling that happens. It is negative, but it happens. It can do a lot of damage. It's very corrosive. It's very toxic. People have killed, and they used to, I grew up in a situation in West Bengal where ex-lovers would throw acid on women's faces. And it still happens. And often, people would not even look at it. It would be called a crime of passion or something. And I used to get like really scared that, is this what love is meant to be? Is this the measure of love, this toxicity? Polyamory has taught me to see it very differently.
So let's move on to the sphere of the family now. This question is to Meera. It is an institution, right? We all have lived with an institution of family with a lot of myths around it.
It's a detention center.
I was putting another word, for me it was a battleground for a woman, that's what I felt. So, but we have grown up with a myth that it's you get a lot of love, care, attention.
Yeah, you will be promised that it will be a heaven, a paradise of love, where only a loving husband and loving kids and all smiles and
mother is 24/7 service.
Yes, everyone happy, everyone flowing with their feet above the ground.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, in reality, it is not that.
So it's like the advertisement of family, but not the product.
Yeah.
Like once you get the product, then you realize what the advertisement said wasn't quite correct.
Yes.
My question is, what people of my generation would feel now when youth are speaking the truth, that family is disintegrating, that institution is collapsing, and there is a lot of agony when they speak as if the earth is coming to an end. But how do you see that? That kind of a transformation? And what is that we are supposed to?
This is it's not very concrete, very, what should I say, some structure built in iron and steel, no? It has to evolve. I think the youth, when the young man and young people of today, they grow up and they start families, those families would be different. That is what I expect. So we have an idea that the family means it should be like so and so with the lord of the house and all others serving him. So in the coming years, it won't remain the same family. It has to undergo change. It has always changed. Just imagine, just think about the tribal ways of life we had as hunters and gatherers. what did family mean then? In those days also, in ancient days also, there would have been relationships, no? So it has changed. Then we have heard about joint family system. Then we have grown up in nuclear families. And we have lived in nuclear families, but tried to modify, suiting our own needs and commitments. So it will change. It has to change. I don't think that the so-called family system as such, where the man has special privileges, only the man has special privileges, can't continue like this. It will be questioned. It is being questioned. We are all urging people to question it, all men and women and queer people and everyone, no? This is not the family we want. We want a family where everyone gets their share of happiness and growth and fulfillment. Otherwise, it's not a family at all. So the question is whether you want to live a lie or you want to be yourself. If you can't be yourself in the house you live in, then what is life? What is left of life? That's the question, and the young people of today are asking that. Why should you have a family unless you are not happy? It is better to live a lonely life or a single life rather than being with a wrong person. So when people take that decision, it means that the coming years, we are going to see completely different families. And I wish them all success. I hope I will live up to see them flourishing in families, all of them.
Just want to add something here is that many of us in the queer world already have started living chosen families, which are not your natal families, they're not your marital families, but they are families of people where the foundation is
extended
care.
families, no?
Yeah, and we call them chosen families because we choose them to be part of our lives in very different ways. And those relationships get defined on the foundation of love and care, hopefully. I mean, and that's one kind in which the new family might look like.
Suchitra, you were talking about getting married.
Why are you not asking about family?
No, I'm going to ask him
No,
that.
he should.
No, I'm going to ask him. This is about that. As you were talking about getting married and getting into a mess and all that. And then this gets extended now to connect it with Mita. And then you two have an argument over that if you wish to. But then the question is, forming a community is different for me. Okay, like-minded people forming a community. Like you were trying to say that we make a family of our own, like who understand us. All polyamorous, like you are polycule and all that. It's a community, but then. No, that's not what I meant. Oh, that's not what you meant. Okay, then I'll move on to my thing. Then leaving the family and moving out, that whole space called family, when they have to move out, it's not easy. This is what I felt when I was reading your Amma Andre Nangishta. When there are such strong bonds with some people at home, it's not easy to leave that bond because you're not understood. You're accepted, but you're not understood. So, but then you have to have your life as well. That is where this question of family comes up.
Yeah.
So what do you think of the people who have a live-in relationship or open relationship, other relationships? What happens with that kind of life that is progressing these days? What happens to the structure of the family? That Mira has a view. What is your view?
Yeah. See, within the queer, there is a lot of the things, right? One is gay is there, lesbian is there, asexual is there. All those things we have, trans. Actually, the leaving of the family generally mainly affects the trans people. The gay and all people, they will continue with their family. It is not that severe actually. No parent wants to, because my son is gay, go out of my family. That doesn't happen. It will not happen. So, but what I'm worried about something more is, see, after you go and you say you fight for your rights and you want to be a queer and all those things, a gay and all that, But sometimes it surprises that we try to follow the heteronorm system in our life itself. For that exact thing is the gay marriage, actually. So she says like almost it is almost it's a hell, actually. So the married, this thing, successful.
There will always be
successful families. It's a retention center is the word she used. See, that's the, but still people feel that we need the marriage. Gay marriage. See, I'm fine with it. I am also fighting for the gay marriage rights, actually, because you give the rights, whether they take it or not, their choice. So it's not nothing to do, because other people have got the marriage right and they also should have it. There's no other thing. But I wonder, I keep asking myself when I, on my own, like it's a failed system already. And people are suffering. There is so much of oppression which has had. So why should we have to go? We can live without the marriage. You can live together. You can handle things much better ways, all those things. But still, people follow what is there in the majority and whatever the procedures which are there, they try to follow that. Even you are a minority, still they try to follow. For example, the best thing is in dating app, if you open the gay dating app, I get shocked to see many boys say, I want only Brahmin boy to date. They show even their Janivaram in the figure, and their, the status pic which they put, they show their Janivaram, the thread, and they say, I only hook up with a Brahmin boy. So that shocks me, actually. So it doesn't mean because you are a minority, you are a queer, that you are out of all this majoritarian issues which are there, which will exist there as well. Okay? So fighting for that should continue automatically. Yeah, I should continue. But try to understand, being a queer, what is the advantages which you have? How can you live better than the others? Because they are bound with some things, but you may not have that kind of bound. Can you have something better life is what we need to look at it. But you don't know. As she says, Meera says, the time will decide. Things gets fine-tuned. People will understand with their mistakes what is to be done or what is not to be done. Down the line, maybe things will get streamlined. But one thing is for sure, I'm very positive about the youngsters. Okay, so I feel the youngsters are far superior than what I was at their age. That's for sure. Okay, so I'm with them, and because of that I feel tomorrow will be better in India than what I experienced before. Yeah. So one last thing, because the education of sexual education which it came. So I always think, if one schoolmaster would have told me that falling in love with another boy is okay, nothing wrong in it, and it happens. If even one single school teacher had told me in my school days, I would not have suffered so much which I suffered. Right? So that didn't happen. So I don't want the next generation to suffer the same way. Let them have the required education. Okay.
We are left with just 10 minutes. One last question to everyone. First I'll start with you. And what is that you want to say about intimate relationship of the ordinary? This is a common question to all three of you. What is that last thing, or the first thing, or always that you want to say about intimate relationship of the ordinary?
See, I would like to say that our intimate lives, especially lives that we, there are many layers of intimate lives, I feel. And some we lead in our heads, which is mostly looked after as our desire. We may or may not have the ability to actually express those intimate lives in our heads, which remain fantasies in our everyday practice. Some of us have the privilege or the courage or whatever it takes to be able to practice those intimate lives. But I have personally, as somebody who observes, who likes to write, have always been super surprised by the extraordinariness of the intimate lives of what we otherwise say ordinary people. Nothing is ordinary about intimate lives. They are layered, they are complex, they are not what they seem, they are not what they are projected. There are just many, many worlds that are guided beyond the obvious, the ritual, the practiced, the done thing, the conformities. If anything can break all the prisons that we are talking about, it is about accepting our intimate lives. That's where we are most authentic. And then playing that into the public personas that we all hold.
Arundhati has articulated it very well, no? It is like a philosophical explanation of everything. But in all my books and whatever I am thinking to write, the only thing I have to remind my readers is that what we call masculine or what we celebrate masculine is very dangerous. The alpha male concept, the hero concept, the only one hero, the strong man concept, it's very dangerous to the society. Because when you have that idea, you may be a woman, a queer, you may be a religious minority, whoever you are, once you support, once you are influenced by that Lord of the House concept, then you have to expect that someone is going to grab the power. So even in a gay relationship, as you said, there will be a man who is more man. And that is where we should be careful. It happens in all relationships because we have this kind of idea about masculinity and we celebrate masculinity. So it's better to be more humane than to be more masculine.
From my side, intimacy is subjective for each individual. We cannot define any rules about what is the best intimacy or something like that. So let them find out what suits them best, actually. So let them define the rules, let them define the expectations and follow that one. So that's the best thing. So we cannot have a common guideline saying that this is what is for, whether it's ordinary or extraordinary or below ordinary. For each one have got the freedom to define their intimacy, okay? Accordingly, the expectation which will go for that. So they need to strive for achieving it, actually. Yeah.
I think it's time, right? Yeah. Sorry that we were not able to extend it to the audience. I know if we had extended it to the audience, perhaps the session would have been more fruitful. But anyway, all three will be there for the...
Can we have five more questions?
I don't know.
There is another session. Okay.
Yeah. But then I feel that we had a fruitful session within the given time. Of course, this is a vast area where less has been spoken today, perhaps a lot more has to be spoken. But I am very optimistic that as we all feel that we have kept our hope, youth is our anchor now, and we hang on to them. And we wish the youth to have a better life than what we have, and we are always with you. Thank you. And I thank the panelists for making it a very enriching session.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, madam. So session went like more of friends sitting together after a long time and having chit chat. Very nice. Yeah. Thank you, madam. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. So I hope it is very it is too good to have the sessions like this. I hope alva tumba irutte kaliyodakke ವಿಭಿನ್ನತೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ದೃಷ್ಟಿಕೋನ ಬದಲಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ವಿಷಯಗಳಿರುತ್ತೆ. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಉತ್ಸವ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು.
Manipal Institute of Liberal Arts, Humanities and Social Science presents 3rd edition of Book Brahma Literature Festival 2026. Is proudly supported by our platinum partners, Mysore Sandal, Karnataka Soaps and Detergents Limited, Elsia Electronic City Industries Association, Elsita Electronic City Industrial Township Authority, JSW Group, Prashant Prakash Family Foundation. Gold partners, MS Ramaya University of Applied Sciences, BLDE deemed to be University, CKPC Properties. Silver partners, Sheshatripuram Education Trust, Pali Institute, Netkalapa Trust, Oxycurve, Litkar Karnataka State Leather Industries Development Corporation. Insights on India. Associate partners, Turning Pages, KMF Nandini, Karnataka Milk Federation, Happiest Health, Bhavani Industries, MSIL, Mysore Sales International Limited. Supported by Unboxing Bangalore, Government of Karnataka, Kannada and Cultural Department Karnataka, Department of Information and Public Relations Karnataka, Karnataka State Police.
I think this will be the last session, after which we have another 2 sessions. I mean to say, like, as per the schedule, this session will be the last one. ಅದಾದ ನಂತರ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಸೆರೆಮನಿ. ದ winners Book Brahma Bookworm Fiction of the Year, which is this year added actually ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ. ದ ಅದರ್ winners from the last year add on ಆಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು Book Brahma ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರ. ಸೊ ಬೋತ್ ದ ಸೆರೆಮನಿ ವಿಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ದಿಸ್ ಸೆಷನ್. ಅದಾದ ನಂತರ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಲೆಜೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಮೋಷನ್. ಸೊ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನ ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ತಾವು ಕೂಡ ತಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿರುವಂಥ ಬೇರೆಯವರು, ಇತರರು, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಅಥವಾ ಯಾರೇ ಇದ್ದರೂ ಕೂಡ, ಅಥವಾ ಒಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾನ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿರ್ತೀರಿ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಸೊ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಈ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ತಲುಪಿರಲಿ ಬೈ 6:30. ಸೊ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಮೇಕ್ ಯುವರ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಅವೈಲೇಬಲ್ ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಎಂಜಾಯ್ ದ ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮೆನ್ಸ್. ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ 6:30 to 9:30 ವಿದೌಟ್ ಎನಿ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಒಂದು ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಚಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗುವಂತಹ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನ, ಆ ಒಂದು ವೈಭವ ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಣ್ತುಂಬಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಮೂವ್ ಆನ್ ಟು ದ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆಷನ್. ಸೆಷನ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ನರ್ ವಾಸ್ವಾನಿ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ಸ್ The Tata Way, Stories of Trust, Leadership and Nation Building.
By Harish Bhatt in conversation with Vinita Vijay Kumar.
Let's welcome them.
A big thanks to Book Brahma Literature Festival team for giving me this opportunity. It's my pleasure to be in a conversation with and to introduce Mr. Harish Bhatt, previously a brand custodian of Tata Sons and currently a director on the boards of some of the Tata companies. Over a 39-year career with the group, he has held major leadership roles, including managing director of Tata Global Beverages and COO of Titan's watches and jewelry businesses. He is an alumnus of BITS Pilani and IIM Ahmedabad, and a columnist for the Hindu Business Line and Mint. In 2019, LinkedIn named him one of India's top voices. But it's his writing that brings him here today, which is not much of a surprise, given that he is the great-grandson of the first Rashtrakavi of Kannada literature, Manjeshwara Govind Pai. His books, Tata Log, Tata Stories, Office Secrets, and Jamsetji Tata, Powerful Learnings for Corporate Success, to name a few, have all been national bestsellers and translated into multiple languages. His latest, Doing the Right Thing, Learnings from Ratan Tata, published in late 2025. Perhaps his most personal book yet, written after Ratan Tata's passing in 2024, drawing on Harish's own 3-decade relationship with him. Mr. Harish, thank you so much.
Thank you, Vinita. Thank you for interviewing me here today, and it will be my pleasure to speak about some things Tata as we go along. And thanks to all of you for being here this evening.
So before we get into the stories, right, I just want to set the stage for this audience. This is a book of 40 stories drawn from 150 years of history and written by someone who has actually lived and worked inside this institution for decades. So this is not a historian looking in from the outside, right? He's literally somebody in a way who's carried that legacy himself. And that's the theme I'm starting with. With over 150 years of Tata history to draw from, how did you go about narrowing it down to around 40 stories?
So I must be very honest with the audience. I don't think there was a specific strategy. You know, this is the book, and it has 40 stories from the history of the Tata Group. To tell you honestly, Vinita, I used stories which appealed most to my heart. Yeah. You know, I had worked in the Tata Group for several years before I wrote this book, maybe 30 plus years. So which were the stories that really appealed to me, which stood for the essence of Tatas and Tata values? That's how I actually started writing this book. I wrote most of it during the pandemic. I wrote a story a day or 2 stories a week. And then I had to limit it to 40 stories because I had a mentor for my writing. And my mentor was Mr. Krishna, who is also a writer himself and has been director of the Tata Group. And he left one message with me. He said, Harish, many business books never get read. They just get kept on the shelf. If you want to write books which are read. And for a book to be read, you know, it should be readable on a flight from Bangalore to Bombay to Bangalore, you know, within 3 to 4 hours. So 40 short stories was just about the right length. So there are many more stories I wish I would have included, but that's really the story of how 40 stories happened.
So was there a story that took you longer than you thought while you were researching, or something that surprised you?
Yeah, so there were stories that I struggled with. You know, the first story in this book, I don't know how many of you here are aware, the founder of the Tata Group was a Parsi merchant called Jamshedji Tata. And one of the people who influenced Jamshedji Tata greatly was an Indian monk whose name we know very well, Swami Vivekanand. And Jamshedji Tata runs into Swami Vivekanand on a ship voyage to the US when both of them are traveling from Yokohama to Vancouver. And one of the results of that interaction was actually the founding of Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore, which is still called Tata Institute by many people. Now that story I struggled a bit with writing, because to imagine what a conversation would have been like between a monk and a merchant on a ship going all the way to the United States, how it happened, how they influenced each other, that was a little difficult for me to figure out. Also, I had to learn more about Swami Vivekanand to do that, though about Jamshedji Tata I had read a lot. I had to read equally much about Swami Vivekananda. I watched a couple of videos of his Chicago address to the Parliament of Religions. And thereafter, I was able to craft that story, starting with the voyage on the ship. And that's actually the first story in this book. So I struggled a bit with that. But eventually, it's a very simple story. It is that Swami Vivekanand felt that an institute of technology and higher learning in science was essential for the country. So did Jamshedji Tata. And both of them collaborated in a unique way to make that happen.
Now that you mention IAC in Bangalore, Bangalore comes up more than once, right, in Tata stories, from the legendary silk farm venture in the city to IASC, founding of the Indian Institute of Science in the city. What do you think it's about Bangalore specifically that it is chosen as the city for Tata's ambitions?
Yeah, so once again, I think we are talking in Bangalore, so you should be aware. Of course, today there are a number of Tata establishments in Bangalore. Titan is in Bangalore, Tata Elxsi is in Bangalore, TCS has a huge campus in Bangalore. You know, some of the newer ventures of the Tata Group, the batteries venture Agrata's headquarters is in Bangalore and so forth. But, you know, for me, the surprising thing about Bangalore really started when my daughter started going to kindergarten school. And my family and I, we stay in Basavangudi in the south of Bangalore. And my daughter went to school, to a school called Sri Kumaran's Children's Home. Have you heard of the school? I think some of you have. So it's a famous school, has been around for several years. And the kindergarten of Sri Kumaran's Children's Home was located in an area called Tata Silk Farm. It's still called Tata Silk Farm. And even the bus stop says Tata Silk Farm. So I was intrigued, saying, how come there's a Tata Silk Farm in Bangalore? And I didn't see any silk farm around. So how come there's a Tata Silk Farm in Bangalore? So as I was thinking about this, I went and read up about it. I went to the Tata archives and researched a bit about it. And what I found out, Vinita, was surprising. You know, way back in the 1880s and 1890s, Jamshedji Tata wanted to create employment for Indians. And he thought silk industry is a good way to create employment for Indians. And Mysore, of course, has had a silk industry for centuries, going back into history. So Bangalore, geographically and climatically, was a good location for the silk industry. And Jamshedji Tata spoke to Diwan Seshadri Iyer, who was the Diwan of the Maharaja of Mysore at that time, and he got some land from the Maharaja of Mysore where the Tata silk farm could be started. And then he actually moved to Japanese here to come here and teach Bangaloreans the art of weaving in silk, the art of silk manufacture. So those Japanese couples stayed here, Mr. and Mr. Odsu, and taught people. And some of the early recruits of the Tata silk farm actually became icons of silk in Bangalore and later became part of the Central Silk Board that we know so well today. So the Tata silk farm no longer exists. After Jamshedji Tata passed away, his sons handed it over to the Salvation Army. It was run by the Salvation Army for several years, and now, even though the area is called Tata Silk Farm, it no longer exists, but it helped in the development of the silk industry in India. So that's one of the oldest stories I have found about the Tata Group and Bangalore, which was really surprising to me. And when I wrote that story, so many other people who lived in that area wrote back to me and said, we also thought why it was, you wrote back to me, is it? I don't know, but thank you. Oh, you live in that area, wonderful. So many people like you wrote back to me and said, we have seen the bus stop called Tata Silk Farm. Now we know the story of why it is really called Tata Silk Farm. This is just a brief idea. I have put more here into this book. But then Bangalore became even more intimately attached to Jamshedji Tata because Jamshedji Tata's son, Dorabji Tata, fell in love with a Bangalore girl. So her name was Mehri. Later she was called Meherbai. She was the daughter of the director of education of Mysore state at that time, a gentleman called H.J. Bhabha, and he married her in 1898. So after that, of course, Bangalore was very much, much closer at a personal level as well to Jamshedji Tata. But the big project that first came to Bangalore from the Tata Group was really the Indian Institute of Science. Jamshedji Tata said, India will not be able to progress unless we have a University of Science and Technology of ourselves. We cannot depend on other, very few people will be able to go abroad for studies. And India at that time had arts universities, but it did not have a University of Science. And Jamshedji Tata, when he put forward this idea, the British resisted him. Lord Curzon was the Viceroy of India at that time. He said, who will come and study here? Who will come and teach here? Are you sure that, Indians want to study in such a university? He put many obstacles on the way. But Jamshedji Tata pledged to leave half his fortune to the founding of Indian Institute of Science. In fact, he had two sons, but it was popularly called his third son because he left half his fortune to that. Then he met Swami Vivekananda on the ship to the US, and he sought Swami Vivekananda's help, saying, please help me with the establishment of this university. Swami Vivekananda issued a pamphlet in the Prabuddha Bharata, which was his magazine, saying this is the most important endeavor of its kind today. We want every Indian to support this. And then I must tell you, it was the generosity of the Maharaja of Mysore. The Maharaja of Mysore came forward. Once again, Diwan Seshadri Iyer was the Diwan at that time, and the Maharaja of Mysore and the Maharani of Mysore at that time. Very, very progressive minds, and they decided to give several hundred acres of land now in the area that you now know, Malleshwaram, Yeshwantpur, towards that side, which became the campus for the Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore. That's how Jamshedji Tata founded the Indian Institute of Science, and it happened. Many cities pitched for it. But finally, Bangalore won, and the Indian Institute of Science was established in Bangalore. 1911 or 1912, I think it opened its doors to the first batch of students who came in. And after that, it has been home to Nobel laureates. It has been home to some of the greatest scientists of India. And because the Indian Institute of Science came to Bangalore, and it formed a locus for technology and science education, you will see that a number of other establishments also, scientific establishments also came to Bangalore after that. So that was the other big institution which Jamshedji Tata and the Tata Group put up in Bangalore at that time. And most recently, of course, you would have seen an announcement that the Tata Trusts have made about the undergraduate institution of the Indian Institute of Bangalore being supported by the Tata Trust by a huge grant. So I think if it started with IISc, then this is the most recent one.
This book, Tata Stories, does not shy away from setbacks either, right? Certain moments that did not go as planned. How did the organization respond to you, including the kind of candor?
Yeah. So firstly, this is a book of independently written stories. And, you know, while I have had access to the Tata archives to do this, like all researchers would, but I have expressed my independent points of view. But let me say broadly, the Tata Group has never shied away from looking at its setbacks or even documenting its setbacks. You know, one of the setbacks I have spoken here is about our founder himself, Jamshedji Tata. All of us know Jamshedji Tata by his successes. We know that he established Indian Institute of Science. We know that he set up Tata Steel. We know that he created the Taj Mahal Palace Hotel in Mumbai. But do you know that some of the businesses that Jamshedji Tata set up did not succeed? For instance, he set up a shipping line. One of the first businesses he set up, which carried the Tata name, was the Tata shipping line. But because the British government subsidized directly and indirectly the P&O line, which was the competitor to the Tata shipping line, the Tata shipping line could not make much headway. And after a few years, Jamshedji Tata had to actually shut down the Tata shipping line. So strategically, it could not make progress because of the environment which existed at that time. So even with our founder, it's not that everything that he did succeeded. I have spoken later in this book about the story of Tata Finance, where there was a lapse in corporate governance. Something went wrong. And I have spoken about how the Tata Group responded to that by protecting the interests of every depositor and by making sure that the people who were guilty, who were senior leaders of Tata Finance, were pursued through courts of law, and eventually, the guilty people also went to jail. So these are not, I would say that there is even more reason to study failure than there is to study success. A lot of your lessons come when you look at how things have actually not happened as they should have happened. The story of Kanishk, which I have covered in one of my books, the first 6 or 7 years of Kanishk, the business kept making losses, did not succeed, went on a wrong strategy of trying to push 18-carat jewelry to Indian women. But thereafter, I think the founder of Titan, Xerxes Desai, and his team understood from that failure and then turned the business around, and eventually it has become a huge success today as India's largest jewelry brand. So I think it's important for us to look at those failures. And as far as I am concerned, I think the Tata Group has, because the Tata Group is very open, both of its failures and successes, I think they have taken both in their stride. If you look at the 158-year history of the Tatas, 1868 to 2026, I would say roughly about 70-80% of the things the Tatas have done have succeeded. 20-30% have not succeeded, have failed. But that is still a good hit rate for me over 158 years, whether it's 70-30 or 80-20. I think that's a pretty good run rate for a corporation which has survived and flourished for 6 generations.
So, just as you said, right? Like when I read this book,
and I also think, Vinita, that every business enterprise, leave alone every business enterprise, every enterprise, whatever it is, should own up successes and failures in equal measure.
Absolutely.
Because that's part of human life and that's who we are. Some things we do will succeed, some things we do will not succeed.
So this book has been primarily about values and culture, right? That's the first thought that I'm sure most readers take away, including me. How has that been an advantage for Tata institutions, right? Especially in today's business world that's all about speed, disruption.
There are, to me, let me take 2 parts of Tata values and culture. One part of Tata values and the reason why the Tata Group exists is that it was founded by Jamshedji Tata to make industries which are good for India. That was his explicit statement. How can we contribute to the nation? How can we, in fact, Jamshedji Tata's biography by R.M. Lala is called For the Love of India. So that's why he founded Tata Steel in India. He wanted India to have its own steel plant. That is also why J.R.D. Tata founded India's first airline, Tata Airlines, because he said India needs an airline to progress. That is also why the Tata Group today is investing in semiconductors and electronics, because they think it is so important for the future of India. So the value of nation building, it has been a very, very important value for the Tata Group. And I think leader after leader, from Jamshedji Tata right down until today, it has remained a constant value of the group. And that, I think, has helped the group understand its why. This is the why we exist. And if an organization does not know why it exists, it will only stumble from success to failure to success. But when you know why you exist, then you have a strong North Star in front of you, and your ship can move there. Sometimes the ship has storms, sometimes it may wobble a little bit, sometimes it may go ahead, but it will still go ahead to that North Star. And therefore, I think that is very, very important. The other value in the Tata Group which has meant a lot to me is care and compassion. Care and compassion for people. That value, once again, has meant a lot. It means that the group attracts the best people who stay with it for a long time. But the group is also known as a caring group, which responds immediately. Take, for instance, when COVID-19 happened. One of the first announcements that came from Mr. Ratan Tata and Mr. Chandrasekharan was committing 1,500 crores to the fight against COVID-19. At a time when the whole of the industry was held up in a lot of distress because stores were closed, there was no business happening, there was a lockdown in the country, yet they committed 1,500 crores to the fight against COVID-19. And in that brief period of 2 years, more than 5,000 hospital rooms were put up using that money. Millions of meals were provided to migrants. More than 80,000 rooms of the Taj group of hotels were converted to oxygen rooms for for patients to recover. At the height of the second wave of the pandemic, when there was an oxygen shortage in India, 10% of the oxygen requirements of the country came from Tata factories. Many ventilators were made in Tata factories. So that care and compassion has always been a part of the Tata Group. And believe me, I'm not claiming we are perfect. There may be things that we could have done better in the Tata Group, but the value of care and compassion has remained unchanged. And if you permit me a digression, there is just one story I would like to narrate about care and compassion, which goes back to that lady who was from Bangalore, Meherbai Tata, who married Dorabji Tata. So, Dorabji Tata was the second chairman of the Tata Group, and he married this young Parsi girl, Mehri, in Bangalore. And one of the first gifts that he gave her, he married her in, I think, 1898, and within a couple of years, he was a wealthy person. He was Jamshedji Tata's son. One of the first gifts that he gave Lady Meherbai Tata, or Mehri, his wife, was a diamond which was the largest diamond in the world at that time. It was called the Jubilee diamond. It was 245 carats in size, twice as large as the Kohinoor. It was so valuable that every time they took it out of the locker, they had to pay the insurance company a premium for it. Now, a few years later, in the 1920s, Tata Steel went through a very tough time because World War I had happened and the demand for steel had fallen. And one of the first, Tata Steel was a public company at that time. Tata's held a certain percentage of equity, but the rest were held with the public. But the moment Dorabji Tata received a telegram from Tata Steel saying we don't have money to pay wages even as of next week, one of the first things that Dorabji Tata and Lady Meherbai Tata did was they pledged their entire personal wealth to the Imperial Bank of India, which is today's State Bank of India, to raise 1 crore of rupees for the working capital requirements of Tata Steel. And this wealth included the Jubilee diamond that I just referred to. And that is how Tata Steel survived, on the basis of that personal pledge. Because Dorabji Tata said, I don't want a single worker to lose his or her job. To me, that is care and compassion. Of course, a few years later, Tata Steel recovered, did well. They were able to get back the money, including the Jubilee Diamond. But to be able to pledge your entire personal wealth when it is not required to be pledged to raise funds for one of your companies, I think that to me demonstrates the kind of care and compassion that the Tata Group has had. And COVID-19 is another example. So I just thought I would mention that. And there are many other stories in this book which reflect, because at the end of the day, companies are made of human beings. And unless there is care and compassion for those human beings, companies become very mechanistic kind of organizations. The Tata Group has never been that way, and I hope for the next 150 years it will not be that way either.
What do you think is the biggest lesson that the young entrepreneurs, I'm sure we have few startup entrepreneurs in this room itself, there we go. What is the biggest lesson they can take from a 150-year-old institution like the Tatas?
So firstly, I think in Bangalore is a city of startups and such a vibrant city because of all the startups here. My own daughter works in a startup. So, you know, there are 2 or 3 lessons that I would submit are useful for you, for startup founders today to know. One is, like the Tata Group, it's good to have an idea of why you're doing the business. You know, in the Tata Group, making profits in our companies is very, very important, because without profits, you cannot contribute. And therefore, building profitable business is important. But the first and foremost why is that we want to contribute to nation building. So therefore, the Tata Group enters industries which are important for the nation, whether it is steel, whether it is semiconductors, whether it is commercial vehicles, whether it is IT services, and I can name a whole host of other industries. The why being clear is very important, because it gives you as a startup founder a North Star towards which you can march. The what and how means, you know, how you do your business, how you compete with others, how you make it profitable. To me, that is a second order enterprise. The why you exist. And it may not be nation building for anyone. It may be to serve a strong consumer need, or you may be there to advance some healthcare mission, or you may be there to, you know, ensure that the education of a particular segment of society is taken care of. But the why needs to be very, very clear in your mind, because that will actually hold you even in your ups and downs. Even when you are under pressure, the why will always give you an inspiration to rise up. The second thing, and I must be very candid about this, you know, what we try to do in the Tata Group, and what has been done, I think, since the days of Jamshedji Tata, is to have a business model which serves the needs of the customer, but which is also profitable, which yields good economic profits. Because only when you make good economic profits can you return money to your stakeholders, including your shareholders, including the community, including your employees in the long term, and so forth. And I think Jamshedji Tata himself was a very shrewd businessman. His first business, the Empress Mills, was one of the most profitable in India at its time. But it was also the mill where he introduced Provident Fund for the first time in India. So it had both those facets to it. And I would say for startup owners, to me, I don't understand how a business can work if it's going to lose money for many, many years, with only some very long-term horizon showing some glimpses of, you know, what profits can be made. I'm fine with a reasonable gestation period. Someone may say 5 years, 8 years. I'm fine with a reasonable gestation period. But the path to profit should be very clear. And the unit economics of the business have to be very clear. And some of the best startups in India have shown that. You know, including Bangalore-based startups like Zerodha, they have shown that, you know, profits and startups can go very closely hand in hand with each other. And I think having that profitable business model is a second thing that startup owners need to keep in mind. And the third thing I can say is that you need to be able to service a customer need, and you need to be able to do it better than your competitors. The best Tata Group companies, which have done very well, which have market-leading brands today, whether you take Tata Tea or Tata Salt or Titan Watches or Tanishq Jewelry or Voltas Air Conditioners, all of them have serviced a consumer need very, very well, and they have found ways to do it better than their competition. And therefore, they are thriving today and doing very well. So if there are three things I would like to leave behind, one is the why of the business should be very clear. Second, you should be serving a specific consumer need and find a way to service a consumer need better than your competitors do. And the third thing is that you should have a sustained, profitable business model. These are three lessons that I think people may want to keep in mind. And the fourth very powerful thing I've learned from the Tata Group is do your business with some principles in mind. Now, the principles that matter most to each of you may be different from the principles that matter most to me. But whatever are your principles, I think do business with those principles very strongly in mind. I think it's around these four is what I think. I am no one to advise startups, but nonetheless, I think these four can stand startups in very good state.
Let's talk a bit about Ratan Tata. In Tata Stories, Ratan Tata is a voice among many. But in your latest book, Doing the Right Thing, he forms the entire book. What made you realize that his story cannot just be one chapter?
Ratan Tata passed away in 2004 in October, 9th of October 2004. And I was in my home in Bangalore that night when I heard the news that he has passed away. The next morning I took a flight and I went to Bombay. Sorry? 24. To 2024. Yeah, I went to Bombay. So this was 10th October 2024 because I wanted to pay my last respects to him, and his body was kept there at the National Center for Performing Arts, NCPA. On the way on the flight, I meet two people. Both of them I know from my days in Titan, when I was the chief operating officer of the watches business in Titan. They were people who were vendors to Titan, supplying some materials. And they also tell me they are on the way to Bombay to pay respects to Ratan Tata. And after that, one of them adds, sir, it is because of Ratan Tata that we have got our entire livelihood today. So I just want to go and say thank you to him. I reach Bombay. Outside NCPA is a queue which is stretching for several kilometers. And there are people raising slogans on the road, Ratan Tata Amar Rahe and all that. There are posters I see on the road. Normally you see posters for political parties and politicians. Never before I have seen a poster for a business leader being put up on the roads of Bombay for Ratan Tata, paying tribute to him and so forth. The television channels that day were full of, programs about Ratan Tata. And a young lady entrepreneur from Bangalore reaches Mumbai a little late, so she could not pay respects to the body. She sends me a message on LinkedIn saying, can I at least visit the office where he worked, just to pay my homage to him there. We arranged for her to visit Bombay House, where Ratan Tata worked. But so many people I spoke to that day and after that, ladies and gentlemen, they said, we never knew Ratan Tata. We have never gone and met him. But when he passed away, we felt something was lost in our lives. We felt a sense of personal loss. So I said, how can this be the case? How can, a business leader touch the lives of common people like you and me? How can there be... Business leaders are typically treated with a lot of respect, of course, if their companies do very well. Sometimes they're admired also, but very rarely is a business leader loved. And Ratan Tata seems to have been both respected and admired and loved. And I said, I must find out the reason why. And therefore, I spoke to about 25 people who worked very closely with Mr. Ratan Tata. People like Mr. Krishnan, Mr. Ishat Hussain, Mr. Kishore Chaukar, Mr. KRS Jamwal, a number of others, Mr. Farooq Subedar, to understand from them what was at the core of this man. Why did he go beyond being a businessman to becoming such a widely adored figure? In fact, that kind of emotional outpouring after his demise Before Ratan Tata, I have only seen one other time in Indian history, at least during the time I have been an adult and alive, which is when former President APJ Abdul Kalam passed away. There was a similar outpouring. So it is that research of talking to so many people where I understood what the essence of Ratan Tata was. And I said, at the core of his being was his determination that whatever he will do the right thing. For the country, do the right thing ethically, meet every commitment he made. And once again, I am not saying Ratan Tata was a perfect man. He also had successes, he also had failures in his career. But he was always committed to doing absolutely the right thing. And some of those stories, Vinita, were so inspiring that I felt that everyone in India, even though they may not have had the opportunity to work with Ratan Tata, should know those stories because it would inspire them to do something similar in their own lives. And that is what led to the creation of the book, Doing the Right Thing, which is my latest book.
Can you just give us maybe one or two stories, just throw some light into it?
Yeah, so I can narrate a couple of stories to you. I want to, maybe I'll narrate one story which is particularly appealing to me, which is when Ratan Tata stood up in 1995 and he said, I want to create India's first car. At that time, on the roads of India, there were two cars, the Suzuki Maruti 800, which was designed in Japan. It was being assembled in Gurgaon. And then there was the Hyundai, designed in Korea, South Korea, and it was being assembled in Sri Perumbudur near Chennai. And both those cars were using imported components, etc. at that time. Later on, they were indigenized. But Ratan Tata said, why can't we have a car which is designed for Indian families, designed for Indian roads, so it needs a high enough clearance, knowing the condition of some of our roads then and now. A car which is made of Indian components, which truly helps the engineering industry in India come up and the automobile industry in India come up. And people turned and said, this cannot be done. India is not a developed enough country to make its own cars. Ye hoi nahi sakta. Mr. Ratan Tata is throwing good money after bad by doing something like this. That was the kind of skepticism that there was. And industry refused to join him in this effort. So he said, if industry is not joining me in this effort, we will do it ourselves in Tata Motors. Tata Motors at that time was a maker of commercial vehicles and trucks. They had no clue how to make cars. But Ratan Tata issued his vision statement. He said, I want a car which is as large enough as the Ambassador, as fuel efficient as the Maruti 800, and even more stylish than the Zen. Some of you may remember the Zen, which was on the roads of Bangalore also. You do. Maybe the younger people will not. And then he got engineers of the Engineering Research Center, young engineers, to come around him and design the first all-Indian car in collaboration with a design house called IDEO of Turin. They called it the Tata Indica. Look at the pride, saying it's the first car for our nation. And Indica is the way the Greek ambassador Megasthenes had written a book called Indica, which is about India. So Indica is the Greek word for India. So they named it the Indica. But it was not easy. They had to get a factory to make these cars. And even at that time, in the 1990s, a good factory for making cars would have cost $1.3 billion. And Tata Motors did not have that kind of money. They were a much smaller company at that time. Did that challenge set back Mr. Ratan Tata? No. He went with his people across the world. They identified a disused Nissan car plant in one corner of Australia. They were able to negotiate it at 1/6 the price of a new car plant. And you won't believe it, brick by brick, they disassembled tens of thousands of tons of that car plant and machinery in Australia, shipped it via several containers to India, brought it to Pune, and put up the Tata Indica car plant in Pune next to the commercial vehicles plant where there was extra land. That's how the factory was created. They had to train workers. And I've spoken to some of the workers who have made the first few Indicas, and they've said it took them 8 days to assemble the first Indica. But even now, they shed tears of joy when they think about it. Ratan Tata himself would go to the factory very often to supervise the creation of the Indica. A car at that time consisted of 3,800 parts. I'm talking of pre-digital, pre-electronic age. they had to get Indian ancillary units to make 3,800 parts if that car had to be truly a make in India car, made in India car. The supply chain group and sourcing group of Tata Motors worked to create those ancillary units over a 3-year period. And some of those ancillary units were already supplying their trucks business, commercial vehicles business. Some of them were new, some of them were joint ventures with global companies. But you won't believe it. 1995 is when Ratan Tata stood up and said, can we make an all-Indian car? In 1998, when the first Indica came off the assembly line in Tata Motors Pune, 97% of all the parts which went into the Tata Indica were proudly made in India. You know, that kind of determination, Vinita, is what Ratan Tata brought to the table, and his leadership team. And the first Indica received 1,15,000 bookings. There were some initial quality issues with the car, like noise and plastic finishing and all was not up to the mark. They recalled some of those cars. They fixed those issues. They released the second version of the Indica called the Tata Indica V2 with a slogan saying more car per car, and it went on to become the fastest selling car on the face of India by 2001-2002. Today, Tata Motors has a splendid lineup of cars. If you look at Tata Motors, there is the Tata Nexon, there is the Tata Punch, there is Tata Harrier, there is Tata Sierra. There are so many beautiful cars of the Tata Group, and the Tatas are doing very well in the cars business today. And over the last few years, the Tatas have also enhanced their market share and brought some beautiful, handsome cars into the market. But this was the source of where the cars business was born, Mr. Ratan Tata's determination. And why did he do it? He did it because, in his view, a country like India should have its own car. And because when you make a car which is totally Indian, ancillary units will develop to make the parts for that car. What will happen as a result of that? Jobs will be created. And even till today, creating jobs is, I think, the biggest challenge that India faces for the future. So jobs were created in these ancillary units. And as a result, we also have many more global car companies which have come into India today. And India has a very good automobile ecosystem. The Indica ecosystem was built in the western part of the country. And people have asked Ratan Tata, Mr. Tata, what gave you the courage to create the Tata Indica? And he has said, what gave me the courage was my belief and trust in the young engineers of Tata Steel. And he has gone on to say, we wanted to do something which people thought was out of bounds, but we could still do it and achieve it, because that is what will inspire young people in India today. And I don't think failure or success was the key thing in his mind. Of course, everyone wants to succeed. But he was asked, and he has said, you know, people may say that it succeeded, or people may say that it failed. But I know that we thought of it and we did it. We created India's first car. So this is one story which has inspired me greatly, because creating a completely new made in India category, passenger cars, I think is the stuff of legend. And this is one of the 35 stories about Ratan Tata which I have covered in this book, Doing the Right Thing.
So when you start writing a book with that level of focus on one person, did you end up second-guessing things that you already knew about him?
I did. So, you know, I always, some things surprised me and some things did not. So I knew that Mr. Ratan Tata, apart from being a visionary business leader who created the Tata Indica and took the Tata Group global and enhanced the revenue of the Tata Group several times, I knew that he was also a very caring and compassionate man. But when I spoke to these 20 or 25 business leaders who had worked very closely with him, the first thing that all of them talked about was not necessarily his business vision, but his care and compassion for people. You know, to the extent that when they would go to visit him at his house, he lived in Kolaba, in Mumbai, in a house which was named Halekai. He said when we used to go to visit his house, he would always come to the door to see us off. He didn't need to do that. They would talk about, you know, the dogs in the corporate headquarters of the Tata Group, Bombay House in Mumbai. How Mr. Ratan Tata was so committed to the welfare of stray dogs and stray animals that any stray dog that came into Bombay House was given a home there. And once, there's a story which I have narrated in the book, On his way up to office, he saw one of those dogs not looking too well. So one of the first things he did when he reached his office was tend to that dog's treatment, get his office to ensure that the dog was taken care of before he attended to other work. But also one of the last big projects that came up during his lifetime and was inaugurated just a few months before he passed away was the Hospital for Small Animals in Mumbai, which had some of the best facilities for the treatment of small animals. And is still, very much part of Mumbai's ecosystem today. So the fact that care and compassion was so central to his character, and many of the managers, spoke about how he would respect the person on the other side, how he would tell them, never make the person sitting on the other side feel small. However senior or junior the person is, we should never make a person feel small on the other side. And I have experienced that myself. Once there was a issue of concern which Mr. Ratan Tata wanted to discuss with me. So I had to go to his office. I carried all the papers with me. I was a little apprehensive, I'm going to meet a person who is a legend. And I didn't know, is he going to get angry with me that something wrong has been done or I have not handled things well enough. I was a senior officer in the Tata Group by then. I went to his room with all my papers and all my explanations ready. But the first thing that he asked me to do was to sit down, have a cup of tea. There was one other person in the room. And then he heard me out very patiently. And then in his own soft voice, he advised me what we should do without once raising his voice. And no one has ever seen him raise his voice in any meeting. So when I walked out of that meeting, I got very clear advice from him on what I should do, but I also walked out with my dignity intact. And that was Ratan Tata. He would be very clear in terms of the actions we needed to take, but he would also protect the dignity of people who were dealing with him. And this was his advice to his leadership team as well, that never make the other person feel small. Protect the dignity of the other person. This was the care and compassion of Ratan Tata that most managers who have worked closely with him have said was central to his character. So on the one side, a visionary leader, but on the other side, someone who truly and genuinely cared for people who worked with him in those companies. I can go on and on, ladies and gentlemen, but I think we'll run out of time, so I'm not going to narrate even more stories, but I'll hang around for a while after the session is done.
I can stop this time and ask if there are any questions. Anything you want to ask Mr. Harish Bhatt?
Gentlemen there. Yeah. Yeah. So, thank you. Your good name, sir? Mr. Giridhar. Thank you, Mr. Giridhar. He wants to know some of my interactions with the top Tata leaders. So, I've had the good fortune of joining the Tata Group in 1987. With some leaders, I have worked closely. With some leaders, I've just interacted socially. And they were very different people from each other. They shared the same values of the Tatas, but in terms of style, in terms of character, they were very different. Rusi Modi was a very, very people-oriented person. He would never forget a name if he met you. One of the, and he was also a maverick. He led Tata Steel very well, but you won't believe it. When we first met him, the first thing, he didn't tell us about business. He made us stand across the table and he played a cards trick on us. That's the kind of person he was. He was a bit of a maverick, and he then flew an aircraft and took us all the way to Nomundi, where the mines of Tata Steel were. He was a very, very jovial person, very gregarious, would love to talk to people. He used to play the piano. And he used to play the piano when Albert Einstein played the violin, when they were both studying in Europe together. So he was that kind of a person. The person I worked closely with for 2 years or so was Darbari Seth, whose name you mentioned, who was the boss of Tata Chemicals, but he was also the chairman of Tata Tea and Rallis India. Very sharp strategic mind. Working with him was the experience of a lifetime. But he was also, he was the person under whose leadership Tata Tea and Tata Salt were born, which are some of India's most popular brands today. But he was also a very, very people-oriented person. And let me narrate one story to you. about Darbari Seth because he was my boss for 2 years. I was his executive assistant and projects manager in his office. You know, I was a marketing and sales manager in Tata Tea, and then I got transferred to his office as his executive assistant and projects manager. I worked with him for a couple of years in Mumbai, and then I got transferred back to marketing and sales in Tata Tea here in Bangalore. So I used to work in the Yeshwantpur office of Tata Tea, where we had a marketing office and a factory. Now, in 1992, my wife and I got married. In fact, she's here in this hall today. And in 1995, we had our first daughter, our only daughter. And so I wrote a letter to Darbari Seth saying, my wife and I have been blessed with a baby daughter. So he wrote back to me. He said, Harish, my blessings are with your baby daughter and good wishes and congratulations to Veena and to you. And I enclosed a check for 1,001 rupees. I still remember that very fondly, and I showed that letter to my wife, to my parents with great pride, and then I filed it away. I said, he's a very senior chairman. I was a deputy manager, I think, in Tata Tea at that time. And I said, okay, let's get on with life. Now, few months later, 3 or 4 months later, I was working in my marketing office at Yeshwantpur when I get a call, and the gentleman says, I'm a senior officer of Tata Coffee in Coorg. Our chairman Darbari Seth has come to Coorg to visit our coffee estates. Tata Coffee has all their estates in Polybetta and around Coorg here. He's going to go back to Bombay via Bangalore tomorrow, or today. He's going to go back, he's going to come to Bangalore and then take a flight to Mumbai. And he has told me that he wants to visit your house to meet your baby daughter. So I am shocked. Okay, I don't even know our sitting room, how it is. We used to live in Jayanagar at that time, just very close to South End Circle. And my wife was working in an IT company on Primrose Road, near MG Road. So I call her also and say, this is what our chairman is saying, that he's going to come home today. Let's go home and put a bit of the sitting room in order. She also comes home from office. And at 3 o'clock that afternoon, Darbari Seth comes home. He spends half an hour with my baby daughter, talks to my parents, talks to my wife. There's even a photograph of this in this book, which you have mentioned. And then he leaves. And, you know, for me, that was 1995. I am now in 2026. So 31 years later, I don't remember how many kilograms of tea I sold in that year, in 1995. I don't even remember what bonus Tata Tea gave me. Hopefully it was a good bonus, but I don't remember the exact figure. But I will never forget that the chairman of my company came home to meet my baby daughter that evening. Now these are the episodes, and many other people I have spoken to have told me the same thing about Darbari Seth, that he would do this for each of them. So, you know, these are people who are business visionaries, but at the same time, they have a very human touch, which people don't forget for a very, very long time. So that's Darbari Seth for you. So two stories, I mean, Rusi Modi and Darbari Seth, but I can go on and on about other people as well. There are many icons of the group I have worked with, including people like Mr. R.K. Krishna Kumar, who was my first boss. I have had the opportunity to meet J.R.D. Tata 2 or 3 times, but only on social occasions. I have never had the opportunity of working with him, but maybe offline I can talk about a couple of stories. I know we are running out of time now.
No, we have a few minutes. Are there any other questions? Yes, sir.
How
underperforming stuff.
So I think Ratan Tata was very tough on performance, and you know, I still remember the annual meetings that he used to address with us, where he was very clear on how revenues had to double every 5 years, profits had to double every 3 years, how we had to turn in economic value added, which was positive. You know, my belief is that for him, having the right performing leaders in every company was very, very important. So he would, I think, like any chairman would do, he would be very, very selective on who would lead which company. For him, I think performance was very, very important. But as important, if even more important than performance, was the values of the Tata Group. For him, a good performing leader had to deliver results, but most importantly, he had to uphold the values of the Tata Group. And, while I cannot take specific examples here, but underperformers, I think, would be given messages that they had to perform. And at leadership level, all of us know that we are responsible to the company, to the shareholders, to the employees. I've been in leadership positions in the Tata Group, and performance is your passport to the, to the future. So that he was tough on performance, firm on performance, but he would always address it very courteously, very firmly. He would never raise his voice, but you would know from the look in his eyes what he wants to say.
I think we can take one more question.
Anyone else? The
No,
lady
that is
there has a
someone-
question.
okay.
And the lady
There are a couple
behind
of-
has a question. I can see two of them.
We have time.
Yes, ma'am. Why don't you just stand up and ask? Please tell me your name.
I'm Shivani.
Shivani.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, how do you approach sustainability if you're starting out as a startup?
I am not an expert in sustainability, so let me try as a marketer to talk a little bit about what my learnings have been. What is sustainability? Sustainability is being good to the planet, good to the people, good to the environment around us, good to the bio-ecosystem around us, and not degrading our earth in any manner. You can have terms like net carbon zero and being net carbon neutral or zero effluent discharge and so forth. So I would say a very, very simple thing that I would keep in mind is the products or services that your startup is trying to market, are they produced with the least possible amount of energy? Are they marketed with the least possible amount of packaging or any material which does harm to our planet? And how do you do that? I think you need sustainability experts to help you to understand. For instance, if you take tea or coffee. Now, do you grow tea or coffee with the least amount of possible water? And therefore, can you be as water conserving as possible? Can you ensure that you buy your teas and coffees from plantations which have very labor-friendly practices? Can you ensure that the biodiversity in your plantations, because plantations are home to many birds and animals, is protected very carefully, even while the tea and coffee is grown? So this is tea and coffee, which I know better. But if I know your industry better, maybe I can give you more specific thoughts, which we can do after this session is done. But broadly, I would say, how can I produce any product with the least amount of energy consumption, doing the least degradation to the planet on which we live? Because it is our duty to keep this planet safe for the generations that follow after us. That's my answer to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
1997, I think you said you have joined Tata.
1987.
1987. I'm
Yeah.
so sorry for my mistake. So, how you will put your words if somebody asks you that what is your experience and what are the key points you have learned from Tata and what you will like to pass on for the upcoming generation for nation building purpose, because that is very important for us, I think, for today's generation.
Very good point, madam.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
So I'm thinking on my feet now. I have not thought through the answer. But I would say from the Tatas, I have learned, one, the only way to succeed in a business is to work hard and build world-class standards. Every product, I have managed brands like Tata Tea or Chakra Gold Tea or Titan watches or Fast Track watches or Kanishka. What the Tatas have taught me is no shortcuts on product quality, no shortcuts on service quality. It's a very important lesson because sometimes you try to cut costs and you make some shortcuts here and there. The Tatas would never permit me to do that. They have a Tata Business Excellence model in place, and every product goes through several levels of inspection and reviews before it's released to the market, which is why a Titan watch that you might have bought 20 years ago will still be working today. Again, I'm not claiming that we are 100% perfect. There may be a few products which are, which have defects or need improvement, but broadly, a complete focus on excellent quality is the first lesson I've learned from the Tata Group. And this is why the Tatas are trusted across the country. Yeah. Which is why the Tatas are trusted across the country. So this is the first thing that I'd like to say. The second lesson that I've learned from the Tata Group is never take ethical shortcuts. Okay, Mr. Ratan Tata wrote an epilogue to a book called The Creation of Wealth, which was the original book of the Tata Group's history, written by R.M. Lala many years before I wrote my books. And he says in the epilogue to that book, I want the Tata Group to become very prosperous. I want the Tata Group to grow rapidly. But I don't want the Tata Group to ever indulge in bribery or corruption. I don't want the Tata Group to ever indulge in political influence. Do your business ethically and do as well as you can. And I can tell you that 39 years I've spent with the group, 1987 to 2026, not once in these 39 years have I been asked to do anything which is against my conscience. And that has given me a good night's sleep. And I hope all of you in this room will agree, today a good night's sleep is worth its weight in gold, more than anything else. So this is the second lesson. The first lesson was quality of products and services. The second lesson is don't take ethical shortcuts. And I can also tell you this, the Tatas may have sometimes tolerated me even if I have not met my targets in a year. Many years I have exceeded my targets. Some years I have met my targets. And there have also been years when I have not met my targets. But I can also tell you this, that if I commit an ethical lapse or if I do something which is unethical, the Tatas will not tolerate it. So there is a zero tolerance for lack of ethics. And that is as important as the focus on very good quality of products and services. The third thing I've learned from the Tata Group is that we have to care for our people. That eventually, as if I am a leader of a Tata Group company, which I have been, then caring for our teams and caring for our people is our foremost responsibility. Maybe we cannot cater to all their needs all the time. That's not possible in a business. Sometimes we have to say no to people, but we have to say no to people also gracefully. So caring for people and not looking at people as only another instrument of business, but looking at people as human beings and looking at teams as teams of human beings which are inspired, which are motivated, which love their work, and who also have issues from time to time. There could be personal issues, there could be professional issues that people face. And as a leader, how do you help your people to navigate some of those tough times? So the third thing that I've learned is be very people focused. So I don't want to go into more than 3 lessons, but I think these 3 lessons, excellent quality of products and services, no ethical shortcuts, no unethical practices, and treat your people well. These are 3 lessons that I think have stayed in my mind for a very, very long time. And you may say these are very old-fashioned lessons, but these are the... Correct. So you may call these old-fashioned lessons, but it is because of these lessons, because of following these principles, that the Tata Group has been there for 158 years now. So something they have done must be correct. Because the average life of a Fortune 500 company is 40 years. After 40 years, companies decay and die. The Tata Group has lived on for 4 times that amount of time. So something they do must have been correct. And these are the 3 lessons I have learned from there. Thank you. Thank you for a very good question.
I thought there was one question for someone in the last row. I'm not sure if the person is still there. Yes, sir. Sorry.
The lady here is... Yeah, there was a... Way back there, is it? I can't see him properly.
Yeah, he's standing up.
I can see him now. Yeah, his hand is up.
Good evening, sir.
What is your name?
Yeah, my name is Mariyappan Veluswamy.
Mr. Mariyappan, yeah.
Yeah. Tata Group, it is basically a kind of legend, in India and all over the world, for sure. But only one of my question is like, in the recent past, Mr. N. Chandrasekharan was there and he has to step down. And what is the plan for having there his successor, sir?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mariyappan, for that question. I have also read this in the newspapers like you have. I am not, I am not equipped to answer this question. I have read this in the papers like you have. But what I can tell you is the Tata Group has lived on for 158 years, has witnessed many transitions in the past, and what actually safeguards the Tata Group and the pillars of the Tata Group are actually the values of the Tata Group. And I think each of the leaders of the Tata Group, whether it is Mr. Jamshedji Tata or Mr. Chandrasekharan, they have exhibited these values. And I'm sure future leaders will also continue to exhibit those values of the group. We are a very, very values-driven group, and I'm sure we will continue to be a very values-driven group. But your specific question, what are the plans for the future, I am not equipped to answer that question. So I'm really sorry that I don't have a specific answer to the question that you have asked. All I can tell you is that I believe the Tata Group will continue to grow and grow over the next 150 years, like it has grown over the past 150 years, because it's a group based on very sound, strong, and deep values.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. So, madam, yes, it was a wonderful film series, The Titan Story. I have also seen it, and it's come out really, really well. It's a very emotive story also. I don't know what is the next story or what is the next series that will come up, but I can tell you as an author that if you want to read a lot more Tata stories, then you can find them in my book. That much I can tell you.
Do you plan to write more Tata stories?
I keep writing them as I come across. So writing is something which is very close to my heart. I have written about the Tata Group, but I have also written about other subjects. I have written about marketing. I have written a book of fiction. I have written a book of poetry. So I like also writing in different genres. But of course, the Tatas have been very, very inspiring for me. And yes, I think I will look forward to writing other Tata books in the future as well.
Thank you so much, sir. This was truly an honor having a conversation with you. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It was my pleasure and privilege to speak to you about this book, Tata Stories. And I would, of course, be delighted if some of you decide to read this or other books that I have written. Thank you and have a nice evening. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, Book Brahma Sahitya Utsava 2026. So I think ನಿನ್ನೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ಫುಲ್ ಜೋಶಲ್ಲಿ ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸೆಷನ್ಸ್ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಹೇಗಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ದ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ರೈಟ್ ಸೊ ಪ್ಯಾರಲಲಿ ಅನದರ್ 8 ಸ್ಟೇಜಸ್ ಅದನ್ನೂ ರನ್ ಆಗಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು ಅಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ಲಿ ಆ ಟೈಮಿಗೆ ಆ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ದ ಸ್ಪೆಷಾಲಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಲಕ್ಕಿಲಿ ಆಸ್ ವಿ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾನ್ it started and it went, and the last portion of the day, which is very important, ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯೋತ್ಸವದ ಕೊನೆಯ ದಿನ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕೊನೆಯ ಭಾಗ ಕೊನೆಯ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀವಿ ನಾವು, which is very interesting fact. Last 2 segments are the sessions we have. One is all about the award ceremony, and the another interesting factor or the performance for which we are all waiting for, that is Yakshagana ಇದೆ. Yes, let me go through that later. Before that, the award ceremony. See, actually, Book Brahma Literature Festival, as a team, it always think and will start doing the work in a different way. ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ಏನು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನೇ ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ಲಿ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ಲಿ there are lot of changes and add-ons from edition 1 to edition 2. In the edition 2, we have started Book Brahma Sahitya Puraskara, and again the team included a few more add-ons in edition 3. In terms of stages or in terms of the format of the program. Along with that, the award ceremony also. So along with the Book Brahma Sahitya Puraskara, this time we have added one more award, that is Book Brahma Bookworm Fiction of the Year. The concept of the awards is very simple. That is Book Brahma Bookworm Fiction of the Year. It is all about, we have a jury members where they are going to select the best English fiction where it is translated from the languages, maybe from Kannada, Telugu, Tamil and Malayalam. So ಈ 4 ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಫಿಕ್ಷನ್ನ ದೆನ್ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷಿಗೆ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದಂತಹ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳನ್ನು ದಿ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಫಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಇಯರ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರಿಲಿ ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ದ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಜರ್ all about, that is Book Brahma Bookworm Fiction of the Year. This is what the add-on in this year. So this is also one of the award ceremony. Along with this, Book Brahma Sahitya Puraskara will also be there. Then, for which we have guests as well as awardees here. Definitely, they're going to share their experience and the award ceremony adu kuda irutte. Soon after that award ceremony, as I said before, there will be a Yakshagana performance from a renowned artist, that is ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ 25 ಇಯರ್ಸ್ ಇಂದ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನದಲ್ಲೇನೆ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ನುರಿತಂತಹ ಕಲಾವಿದರ ತಂಡ ನಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಪಟ್ಲಾ ಸತೀಶ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿಸ್ ಪಾವಂಜೆ ಟ್ರೂಪ್. ಸೊ ಓವರ್ 25 ಇಯರ್ಸ್ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನದಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಮತ್ತು ನೀವು ನಂಬಲ್ಲ, ನಮಗೆ ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು 365 ದಿನ. ಆದರೆ ಪಟ್ಲೆ ಸತೀಶ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಅವರ ಏನು ಪಾವಂಜೆ ಟ್ರೂಪ್ ಅಂತ ಇದೆಯೋ, ವರ್ಷದ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ 250ರಿಂದ 300 ದಿನಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನದಲ್ಲೇನೆ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಅವರ ಡೇಟ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಬ್ಲಾಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಅಷ್ಟು ಖ್ಯಾತಿಯನ್ನು ಪಡೆದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ತಂಡ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗಿದೆ ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮೆನ್ಸ್ನ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ತಂಡ ಸಜ್ಜಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅವರ ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮೆನ್ಸ್ಗೆ. ಈಗ ನಾವು ಬರೋಣ ಈ ಬಾರಿಯ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರ 2026. ಇದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಬುಕ್ ವಾರ್ಮ್ ಫಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಇಯರ್. ಸೊ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅವರ ಅನುಭವ ಏನು, ಇದೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಸಾಗೋಣ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಐ ಹೋಪ್ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅನುಭವಗಳನ್ನು ಹಂಚ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಓವರ್ ದ ವಿಡಿಯೋಸ್, ಅಥವಾ ನಮ್ಮ ಟೀಮ್ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಓಡಾಡ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. Definitely, once if you step out of the auditorium, definitely maybe here and there you will be finding the people asking for the reviews or your experiences about the festival. I hope many of you people have shared that experience. May I know, can you just, if you don't mind, can you raise your hands? ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ರಿವ್ಯೂ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂತ, so that I'll be having a number to go ahead. That's it. 1 2 3 4 maybe 5 plus 6 ಅನ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಇಲ್ಲ, ಕೈ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತು ಸರ್, ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಎಸ್, ಮೇ ಬಿ ಅರೌಂಡ್ 6 or 8 ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. ನಾಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಡ್, ಏನು ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸ್ಟಿಲ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅ ಟೈಮ್. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಅದನ್ನ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ರಿವ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆರ್ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ರೀಚ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾವು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಹೋಗಿದೆ. ಅದೇ ನಮಗಿರುವಂಥ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಕ್ಸಸ್. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ದ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಎಡಿಷನ್ ವೆಂಟ್ ಟು ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ 5.2 million. Compared to the first edition, it was 2 million. So probably that number ಇನ್ನೂ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಹೋಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಥರ್ಡ್ ಎಡಿಷನ್ಗೆ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀವಿ. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಯುವರ್ ರಿವ್ಯೂಸ್, ದ ವೇ ಯು ಸ್ಪೋಕ್, ದ ವೇ ಯು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ದ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಮೇಕ್ ದ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಟು ಕಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವಿಸಿಟ್ ದ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಎಂಜಾಯ್ ದ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲ್. ಅದು ಫೋರ್ತ್ ಎಡಿಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನೋಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋಂಥದ್ದು ನಮಗಿದೆ. ಹೋಪ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್. ನೋಡೋಣ ಹೇಗಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ. ದಟ್ ಐ ಲವ್ ಡೇಟ್. ನೋಡೋಣ ಮುಂದಿನ ವರ್ಷ ಇದೇ ರೀತಿ ವೇದಿಕೆನ ಸಜ್ಜು ಮಾಡಿ ಆ ಒಂದು ವರದಿನೂ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮುಂದೆ ನಿಲ್ತೀನಿ. Now the stage is ready for the award ceremony. Let me invite the guests. I'm inviting the guests for both award ceremonies, that is Book Brahma Bookworm Fiction of the Year and as well as Book Brahma Sahitya Puraskara 2026. I'm requesting the guests, ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಹಂಪ ನಾಗರಾಜಯ್ಯ ಸರ್ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. Yeah. Sorry. Yes, I'm requesting ಹಂಪ ನಾಗರಾಜಯ್ಯ ಸರ್ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿ ಅಲಂಕರಿಸಬೇಕು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲಿರುವಂಥ ಆಸನವನ್ನು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಪವನನ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರು, ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಗೋಪಾಲ್ ಹೊಸೂರ್ ಅವರು, ಜೊತೆಗೆ ರೆವರೆಂಡ್ ಫಾದರ್ ಟೋನಿ ಎಜೆ ಅವರು. ಫಾದರ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ತಾವು ಆಸೀನರಾಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಗೌಡ ಸರ್, ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಶಿಲ್ಪಾ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣ್ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಟೈಟಲ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ನರ್ ಕೂಡ ಅವರು. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಮೇಡಮ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಸರ್ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಇವರೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಎರಡೂ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಯ ಭಾಜನರು ಆ ವಿಷಯ ತಮಗಾಗಲೇ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿದೆ, ಓವರ್ ದ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಮೂಲಕನೂ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ ಮೂಲಕನೂ ತಮಗೆ ತಲುಪಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ, ಬುಕ್ ವಾಮ್, ಫಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಇಯರ್ ತಮ್ಮದಾಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿರುವಂತಹ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಪೆರುಮಾಳ್ ಮುರುಗನ್ ಸರ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಸ್ವಾಗತ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಆಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಕನ್ನಡ, ತಮಿಳ್, ತೆಲುಗು ಮತ್ತು ಮಲಯಾಳಂ ಈ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜಸ್ಸಿಂದ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ಗೆ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಲೇಟ್ನ ತಮಿಳಿಂದ ಈ ಒಂದು ಪುಸ್ತಕ. ಇದು ಆಥರ್ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಪೆರುಮಾಳ್ ಮುರುಗನ್ ಸರ್. ಸೊ ಇದರಿಂದ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷಲ್ಲಿ ಅನುವಾದ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಫೈರ್ ಬರ್ಡ್ ಅಂತ. ಇದು ಜನನಿ ಕಣ್ಣನ್ ಅವರು ಅನುವಾದ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗಿಲ್ಲ ಇವತ್ತು. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅವರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಪೆರುಮಾಳ್ ಸರೇ ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅವರಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ಆದರೂ ಅವ್ರ ಪ್ರೆಸೆನ್ಸ್ನ ನಾವು ಗೌರವಿಸ್ತಾ, ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರ ಅವಾರ್ಡಿ ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ 2026. ಬಹುಶಃ ತಮಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಅದು. ಈ ಬಾರಿ ತೆಲುಗು ಭಾಷೆಗೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಗೆ ಭಾಜನರಾಗಿರುವಂಥವರು ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಮೊಹಮ್ಮದ್ ಕಾದಿರ್ ಬಾಬು ಅವರು. ಸರ್ ತಮಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತ. ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಸೆರೆಮನಿನ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಂತರ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅನುಭವಗಳು, ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೊಂದಷ್ಟು ಮುಂದಿನ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನವು ಸಿಗಲಿ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಸರ್. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರಿ ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ, ಬುಕ್ ವಾಮ್, ಫಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಇಯರ್. ನಾನು ಆಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದಂತೆ ಜನನಿ ಕಣ್ಣನ್ ಅವರು ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾರಣಾಂತರಗಳಿಂದ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅವರ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಕೂಡ, ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ, ಬುಕ್ ವಾಮ್, ಫಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಇಯರ್ ಯಾರು ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾರೋ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಗೌರವ ಇದೆಯೋ, ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಅವರು ಯಾವ ಆಥರ್ನಿಂದ, ಯಾವ ಪುಸ್ತಕದಿಂದ ಮಾಡಿದಾರೋ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಒಂದು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಹಿಯರ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಗಿವನ್ ಈಕ್ವಲ್ ಟು ಬೋತ್ ಆಥರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಸ್ ವೆಲ್ ಆಸ್ ದ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಲೇಟರ್. ಸೊ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ಸ್ ವೈ ಐ ಆಮ್ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ Sri Perumal Murugan sir to receive this award. I mean to say his award and as well as the translator award on behalf of her. Sir, I am requesting Daimadi Shrita Perumal Murugan sir Daimadi award na ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇದನ್ನು ಫಾದರ್ ರೆವರೆಂಡ್ ಫಾದರ್ ಟೋನಿ ಎಜೆ ಅವರು ದಯಮಾಡಿ ನೀಡಿ ಗೌರವಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಫಾದರ್. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Father. Father, please, ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಈ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ನು ಸರ್ಗೆ ತಲುಪಿಸಬೇಕು. ವೈ? ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಲೇಟರ್ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ. ಶಿ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ಟುಡೇ. ಸೊ ಆನ್ ಬಿಹಾಫ್ ಆಫ್ ಹರ್, ಈವನ್ ಪೆರುಮಾಳ್ ಸರ್ ಇಸ್ ರಿಸೀವಿಂಗ್ ಹರ್ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್. Yes, sir, that as well, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Father. And the next category is Book Brahma Sahitya Puraskara 2026. Actually, last time ನಾನು ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಇದು ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ಆ್ಯಡ್ ಆನ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದು. ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರ 2025 ಎರಡನೇ ಅಡಿಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ಹೊಸದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಕಳೆದ ಬಾರಿ ಕೇರಳ ಮಲಯಾಳಂ ಭಾಷೆಗೆ ಲಭಿಸಿತ್ತು. KR ಮೀರಾ ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮದಾಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರು. ಈ ಬಾರಿ ತೆಲುಗು ಭಾಷೆಗೆ ಸಂದಿದೆ. ನಾನು ವಿನಂತಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಮೊಹಮ್ಮದ್ ಕಾದಿರ್ ಬಾಬು ಸರ್ ಈ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿನ ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇದನ್ನು ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಗೋಪಾಲ್ ಹೊಸೂರ್ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ವಿನಂತಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್, ಐ ಆಮ್ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಶ್ರೀ ಗೋಪಾಲ್ ಹೊಸೂರ್ ಸರ್ ಟು ಫೆಲಿಸಿಟೇಟ್ ಅವರ್ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರ 2026 awardee, that is ಶ್ರೀ ಮೊಹಮ್ಮದ್ ಕಾದಿರ್ ಬಾಬು ಫ್ರಮ್ ತೆಲುಗು ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್. ಕಮ್ ಆನ್, ಒಂದ್ಸರಿ ಹೇಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆಗಳೇ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಗಿಂತನೂ ಮಿಗಿಲಾಗಿ ಲಭಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅವಾರ್ಡಿಗಳಿಗೆ. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And congratulations for both category awardees. And yeah, ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಕುರಿತಾಗಿ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಉತ್ಸವ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಬಹುಶಃ ಒಬ್ಬ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯಿಂದ ಅಥವಾ ಕೇವಲ ಒಂದು ತಂಡದಿಂದ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಆದರೆ ಅದು ಬಹಳ ಕಷ್ಟ ಮತ್ತು ಸತ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ದೂರವಾದ ಮಾತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ತಂಡದ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಓದುಗರು, ಸಾಹಿತಿಗಳು, ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯಾಸಕ್ತರು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿದ್ರೇ ಉತ್ಸವದ ಕಳೆಯನ್ನು ಕಾಣೋದು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ನಿಟ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ನಾನು ವಿನಂತಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. ನಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳು ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಹಂಪ ನಾಗರಾಜಯ್ಯ ಸರ್, ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಕುರಿತಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿರುವಂಥ ವಿಜೇತರ ಕುರಿತಾಗಿ ಮಾತನಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್. ಅಗತ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಸರ್.
While congratulating the awardees, it is always a pleasure to bestow the Book Brahma Literary Award. Sir, the award is in recognition of your lifelong contribution to literature in general and to Telugu literature in particular. According to mythology, Brahma is Chaturmukha, having 4 faces facing 4 cardinal directions. As a coincidence, Book Brahma has also 4 faces, festival creating much desired forum for 4 faces of book culture, namely writer, publisher, book shops and the readers. The journey of a book from author to reader is truly fascinating. It is the author who conceives, but it is the publisher who delivers, and it is the reader who downloads. The ground, and particularly the grand literary celebration, started on the 21st morning in this auditorium, and today we are here for the concluding session. In these 3 days, the auditorium and at all other venues underwent a metamorphic change and turned out to be a Abhinava Mantapa, hall of discussions and discourses. Different speakers, creative writers representing Malayalam, Tamil, Telugu and Kannada spoke from different platforms. The tone and tenor, the matter and the meter echoed the core culture of Dakshinapatha, the southern track, and felt that we are from a common stock and belong to one family. Particularly, the highly talented young writers, brimming with extraordinary genius, have captured us. Literary festivals proffer a prism through which we can view contemporary world of literature, its problems and opportunities. Indeed, it is the legacy that we leave behind for new generation of writers. To recall the words of celebrated poet Dara Bendre, Nooru Mara, Nooru Swara, hundreds of voices emerging from hundreds of trees, and all the voices merging into one meaningful stream, echoing the famous Mile sur mera tumhara, sur sur bane hamara. I am now 90 years young, in the evening of my life, singing Sandhya Raga. But one of the unique personalities and the soul and spirit of Book Brahma, Mr. Satish Chapparike, a dynamic man of vision and mission, kindly initiated me into this wonder law. He and his dedicated team of volunteers have literally created this meaningful bridge, knowing pretty well that bridges are the need of the hour. Let me remind you that this festival is an annual feature that recurs every year. Therefore, Book Brahma will not say goodbye. Its language is welcome to move together. Friends, let us all meet again in the Book Brahma festival in 2027 at the same venue. Let Book Brahma Literary Festival be victorious. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, especially for the definition which you have given for the Book Brahma festival. It is not saying goodbye, it is welcoming again, right? Thank you so much, sir. Now it's time to hear the words from the awardees actually. So first category is Book Brahma Bookworm Fiction of the Year. Definitely, I'm requesting the Perumal sir, please, about the award you received and as well as the festival, please.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். 2016 நான் இந்தியா முழுக்க நடக்கக்கூடிய பல்வேறு இலக்கிய திருவிழாக்களில் கலந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறேன். அப்போல்லாம் எனக்கு தோணின முக்கியமான விஷயம் என்ன அப்படின்னா, பெரும்பாலான இலக்கிய விழாக்கள் எல்லாமே ஆங்கிலத்தை மையமாக வச்சு தான் நடக்குது. இங்கிலீஷில் நேரடியாக இங்கிலீஷில் எழுதக்கூடியவங்க அல்லது இங்கிலீஷில் டிரான்ஸ்லேஷன் ஆகிறதுக்கான வாய்ப்பு கிடைச்சவங்க, அவர்களுடைய புத்தகங்கள் தான் மையமாக அங்கே இருக்குது. ஆங்கில பதிப்பகங்கள் தான் அந்த விழாக்களில் முக்கியமாக இருக்குது. அவர்கள் கொடுக்கக்கூடிய விருதுகள் போன்றவற்றில் கூட இங்கிலீஷில் வந்த புத்தகங்கள் தான் கணக்கில் எடுத்துக்கொள்ளப்படுது. நம்ம இந்தியன் லாங்குவேஜஸ் இதில் எழுதக்கூடிய டிரான்ஸ்லேஷனுக்கு இங்கிலீஷுக்கு போகிறதுக்கான வாய்ப்பில்லாத இந்த படைப்புகளுக்கு ஏன் எந்த விதமான அங்கீகாரமும் இல்லை, அதற்கு இந்த மாதிரியான இலக்கிய விழாக்கள் இல்லையே என்ற ஒரு ஆதங்கம் எனக்கு இருந்தது. 2 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னால் சதீஷ் சப்பரிகே இவர் தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கு வந்தார். நாமக்கலுக்கு எங்கள் ஊருக்கே என்னை சந்தித்தார். என்னை போலவே தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருக்கக்கூடிய பல எழுத்தாளர்களையும் அவர் சந்தித்தார். அவர் சொன்னது என்னென்னா, நம்ம தென்னிந்திய மொழிகளுக்கான ஒரு இலக்கிய திருவிழாவை பெங்களூரில் நடத்தலான்னு திட்டமிடுறோம், உங்களுடைய ஒத்துழைப்பு வேணும் அப்படின்னு கேட்டார். அப்படி தான் அவர் 2 ஆண்டுக்கு முன்னாடி இந்த புக் பிரம்மா லிட்ரரி ஃபெஸ்டிவல் இதை அவர் தொடங்கினார். எனக்கு அவர் பேசின போது அவர் கொண்டிருந்த நம்பிக்கை, அவர் போட்டிருந்த திட்டங்கள், இதை பற்றியெல்லாம் அவர் விவரித்து சொன்னபோது எனக்கு கொஞ்சம் பிரமிப்பாகவே இருந்தது. இது எந்த அளவுக்கு சாத்தியம், இது சாத்தியப்படுத்த முடியுமா, இங்கிலீஷ்க்கு கொடுக்குற மாதிரியான ஸ்பான்சர்ஸ் எல்லாம் தென்னிந்திய மொழிகள்னு வைத்து பார்க்கும்போது வருமா அப்படின்லாம் எனக்கு பலவிதமான கேள்விகள் இருந்தது. ஆனால் அந்த முதலாண்டு 24 அவர் முதல்ல ஆகஸ்டில் நடத்தின அந்த ஃபெஸ்டிவல்லையே இல்லை, இவர் இதையெல்லாம் கடந்து செய்யக்கூடியவர் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு எண்ணம் ஏற்பட்டது. மிக சிறப்பாக 2 ஆண்டுகள் நடந்து இப்போ 3வது ஆண்டும் நடந்து முடியக்கூடிய நிலையில் இருக்குது. ஒவ்வொரு ஆண்டும் ஒவ்வொரு விதமான வேறுபாட்டை நான் பார்க்குறேன். தென்னிந்திய மொழிகள் அப்படின்னு எடுத்ததில் கூட ஒரு நல்ல ஒரு அரசியல் பார்வையும் இருக்குதுன்னு எனக்கு தோணியது. இலக்கிய பார்வை அதோடு ஒரு அரசியல் பார்வையும் இருக்குதுன்னு எனக்கு தோணுச்சு. ஏன்னா நாம் தென்னிந்திய மொழிகள்னு சொல்லும்போது இன்றைக்கி 5 மாநிலங்களாக இருக்கின்றன. 4 மொழிகள் இருக்குது. இன்னும் துளு போன்றவற்றையெல்லாம் சேர்த்தோம்னா எழுத்தில் இருக்கக்கூடிய திராவிட மொழிகள்னால் ஒரு 5-6 மொழிகள் இருக்குது. எழுத்து இல்லாத பல மொழிகள் இருக்குது. இவை எல்லாவற்றையும் சேர்த்து நாம் திராவிட மொழி குடும்பம் அப்படின்னு சொல்கிறோம். திராவிட மொழி குடும்பம்னு சொல்லும்போது எல்லாமே சகோதர மொழிகள் என்பது தான் மொழியியலாளர் பெரும்பாலான பேருடைய கருத்து. சிஸ்டர்ஸ் லாங்குவேஜ் என்ற பொருளில் தான் எடுத்துக்கிறாங்க. ரொம்ப சரியான ஒரு பார்வையும் கூட நினைக்கிறேன். 19ஆம் நூற்றாண்டில் கால்டுவெல் எழுதின அந்த திராவிட மொழிகள் பற்றியான நூலிலிருந்து இன்றைக்கு வரைக்கும் பெரும்பாலான மொழியியலாளர்கள் அப்படி தான் கருதுகிறாங்க. ஆக அந்த வகையில் இந்த மொழிகளுக்கெல்லாம் ஒரு பெரிய ஒற்றுமை இருக்குது. அதே போல் நிலப்பரப்பு அடிப்படையிலையும் ஒற்றுமை இருக்குது. வாழ்க்கை அடிப்படையில் பண்பாட்டு அடிப்படையிலையும் நிறைய ஒற்றுமைகள் இருக்குது. அதற்கு மேலே நம்ம இந்தியாவில் மாநிலங்களாக நாம் இருந்தோம்னாலும் கூட வட மாநிலங்களுடைய வட மொழிகளுடைய ஆதிக்கம் நம்ம மீது இருப்பதாக ஒரு எண்ணமும் எல்லாருக்குமே இருக்குது. இந்திய அரசு சமஸ்கிருதத்துக்கும் இந்தி மொழிக்கும் கொடுக்கக்கூடிய அளவிற்கு முக்கியத்துவத்தை மாநில மொழிகளுக்கு கொடுப்பதில்லை என்ற ஒரு புகார் தொடர்ந்து இருந்து கொண்டே தான் இருக்குது. இதையெல்லாம் கணக்கில் வைத்து பார்க்கும்போது தான் 20ஆம் நூற்றாண்டு அரசியலையும் நாம் பொருத்தி பார்க்க முடியுது. தந்தை பெரியார் அவர்கள் 20ஆம் நூற்றாண்டில் சுதந்திரம் வாங்குகிற சமயத்தில் அவர் சொன்னார், பாகிஸ்தானை தனியாக பிரித்து கொடுப்பது போல் திராவிட நாட்டை தனியாக பிரித்து கொடுக்கணும். சென்னை மாகாணம் மெட்ராஸ் பிரசிடென்சின்னு இருந்த அதை ஒரு தனி நாடாக கொடுக்கணும், திராவிட நாடு திராவிடருக்கே என்று ஒரு கோரிக்கையெல்லாம் வைத்தார். ஆனால் அது சாத்தியமாகலை. அதற்கு பெரிய ஆதரவும் இல்லை. 1956 மொழிவாரி மாநிலங்கள் பிரிக்கப்பட்ட பிறகு அவர் தன்னுடைய கோரிக்கையை கொஞ்சம் மாற்றி தமிழ்நாடு தமிழருக்கே என்று தனித்தமிழ்நாடு கோரிக்கையை வைத்தார். 67க்கு அப்புறம் அந்த கோரிக்கை மாறி மாநில உரிமைகள் என்ற அந்த அதில் நின்னது. இன்றைக்கும் நாம் மாநில உரிமை தொடர்பாக எல்லா இடங்கள்லையுமே பேசி கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். தமிழ்நாட்டில் பெரிய அளவுக்கு அந்த குரல் எழுந்து கொண்டே இருக்கிறது. ஆக நாம் தொடர்ந்து இந்த இந்தியாங்கிற இந்த அரசு அமைப்புக்குள்ளே இருந்து கொண்டு நம்முடைய மொழிக்காகவும் நம்முடைய இலக்கியத்திற்காகவும் நம்முடைய மாநில உரிமைகளுக்காகவும் தொடர்ந்து போராட வேண்டிய நிலையில் இருக்கும். அப்படிப்பட்ட ஒரு போராட்ட வடிவங்களில் ஒன்று தான் இந்த புக் பிரமா இலக்கிய நிகழ்ச்சின்னு நான் கருதுகிறேன். ஆக இதை மிகச்சிறப்பாக சதீஷும் அவரோடு சேர்ந்த நண்பர்களும் தொடர்ந்து நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். ஒவ்வொரு ஆண்டும் இதில் பலவிதமான சேர்க்கைகளும் மாற்றங்களும் நடக்கிறதையும் பார்க்குறேன். கடந்த ஆண்டு இங்கே மராத்தி மொழி சேர்ந்தவர்களும் அந்த இலக்கியத்திற்கும் முக்கியத்துவம் கொடுத்து நடைபெற்றது. இந்த ஆண்டு பெங்காலி மொழி இங்கே அந்த பெங்காலி மொழி இலக்கியத்திற்கும் சில அமர்வுகள் கொடுக்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறத பார்க்க முடிந்தது. இதெல்லாம் மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு மகிழ்ச்சி தரக்கூடிய விஷயம். இது தென்னிந்திய மொழிகள் மட்டும் இல்லாமல் இந்தியாவில் இருக்கக்கூடிய மாநில மொழிகள், இந்திய மொழிகள் எல்லாவற்றுக்குமே இப்படி தனித்தனியாக மிகச்சிறப்பான இலக்கிய விழாக்கள் நடக்கணும். சில மொழிகள் சேர்ந்தும் தனித்தனியாகவும் நடக்கணும் என்று நான் விரும்புகிறேன். இந்த புக் பிரமா இலக்கிய விழாவில் கடந்த 3 ஆண்டுகளாக ஒவ்வொரு மொழியிலையும் திராவிட மொழின்னு தமிழ், மலையாளம், இந்த ஆண்டு தெலுங்கு, இந்த 3 மொழிகளுக்கும் அதில் வாழ்நாள் சாதனை புரிந்த எழுத்தாளர்களுக்கு விருது கொடுக்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. இந்த ஆண்டு முதல் இந்த 4 மொழிகளிலிருந்து ஆங்கிலத்தில் மொழிபெயர்க்கப்பட்ட நாவல்கள், அந்த நாவல்களில் சிறந்த ஒன்றுக்கு புக்வாம் என்ற அவார்டு கொடுப்பதை ஏற்பாடு செய்திருக்கிறார்கள். அதில் இந்த ஆண்டு தொடங்கிய இந்த முதல் ஆண்டிலேயே எனக்கு என்னுடைய நாவலுக்கு ஃபயர்பேர்ட் என்ற அந்த நாவலுக்கு விருது கிடைத்திருப்பது மிகுந்த மகிழ்ச்சி தருகிறது. அதைவிட எனக்கு பெரிய மகிழ்ச்சி என்னென்னா, இந்த ஆண்டு 5 நாவல்கள் கடைசியாக இறுதி பட்டியலில் இருந்தது. அந்த 5ல் 3 தமிழ் நாவல்கள், பென்யாமின் மலையாள நாவல் ஒன்று, விவேக் ஷான்பாக்குடைய நாவல் ஒன்று, அதற்கப்புறம் 3 சல்மா, இமயம், என்னுடையது 3 தமிழ் நாவல்கள் இருந்தது. அது எனக்கு உண்மையிலேயே மிகப்பெரிய மகிழ்ச்சியாக அமைந்தது. அதில் 5 நாவல்களில் என்னுடைய நாவலுக்கு இந்த விருது கிடைத்திருப்பது ஒரு பெரிய பெயராகத்தான் நான் கருதுகிறேன். இந்த ஃபயர்பேர்ட் நாவல் ஏற்கனவே பல இலக்கிய வாசகர்களுக்கு அறிமுகமான ஒரு நாவல் தான். ஜேசிபி விருது இலக்கிய பரிசு பெற்ற ஒரு நாவல் இது. இந்த நாவலுடைய இதை எழுதின பின்னணி இதை பற்றி நான் நிறைய பேட்டிகள் இதுலேயும் சொல்லியிருக்கேன். அதனால் மறுபடியும் இங்கே சொல்ல வேண்டியதில்லைன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். இன்றைய காலகட்டத்தில் நம்ம எல்லா நாடுகளில் இருக்கக்கூடிய மனிதர்களுக்கும் நேரக்கூடிய புலப்பெயர்வு, அதனுடைய ஒரு வகை மாதிரி படைப்பாக ஃபயர்பேர்டு அமைந்திருக்கிறது. நான் எழுதும்போது அந்த மாதிரியான ஒரு திட்டத்தோடு நான் எழுதலை. ஆனாலும் ரீடர்ஸ், கிரிட்டிக்ஸ் இவங்களுடைய வாசிப்பு எப்படி இருக்குது அப்படின்னு சொன்னால் இது ஒரு புலப்பெயர்வு தொடர்பான ஒரு நாவல் என்று வாசிக்கப்படுது. அது எனக்கு மகிழ்ச்சி தான். ஒரு 60-70 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்னால் கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 100 கிலோமீட்டர் தொலைவுக்கு ஒரு குடும்பம் இடம்பெயர்வது சம்பந்தமான அதில் எத்தகைய துன்பங்களை அவர்கள் அனுபவித்தார்கள், அவர்களுடைய மனநிலை எப்படி இருந்தது, உறவு சிக்கல்கள் எப்படி இருந்தது என்பவற்றை பேசக்கூடியது தான் இந்த நாவல். ஆக இது இப்போ 1950-60 காலகட்டத்தை நான் வைத்து எழுதியிருந்தாலும் கூட இப்போவும் அது பொருத்தமாக இருக்கிறது. எல்லா மொழிக்கு போகும்போதும் அது பொருத்தமாக அமைந்திருக்கிறது என்பது எனக்கு மகிழ்ச்சி தருகிறது. இந்த விருது அளித்த புக் பிரம்மா நிறுவனர்களுக்கு நன்றி. அதே போல் இதை தேர்வு செய்த நடுவர்களுக்கு நன்றி. இந்த விருது விழாவில் கௌரவித்த அனைத்து சிறப்பு விருந்தினர்களுக்கும் நன்றி. வணக்கம்.
Thank you so much, sir. So now I'm requesting the awardee of Book Brahma Literature, Book Brahma Sahitya Puraskara 2026 awardee, that is Shri Muhammad Kadir Babu sir. So since I know Telugu, sir, meekosam stage mic దాంతో పాటు ఆడియన్స్ కూడా ఉన్నారు. సో మీరు మాట్లాడాలని మేము కూడా కోరుకుంటున్నాం. ప్లీజ్ సార్.
అందరికీ నమస్కారం. వేదిక మీద ఉన్న పెద్దలకి, ఎదురుగా ఉన్న మిత్రులకి అందరికీ నమస్కారం. అన్ని భాషల మిత్రులకి నమస్కారం. బుక్ బ్రహ్మ సాహితీ పురస్కారం 2026 మహమ్మద్ ఖదీర్ బాబు అనే నాకు ప్రకటించడం అంటే, ఈ పురస్కారం తెలుగు కథ కోసం పనిచేస్తున్న, తెలుగు కథలో సాధన చేస్తున్న, తెలుగు కథతో పాటు కలిసి నడుస్తున్న నా సహరచయితలందరికీ వచ్చినట్టుగా నేను భావిస్తున్నాను. తెలుగు కథకు దక్కిన గౌరవంగా నేను భావిస్తున్నాను. ఈ అవార్డును ఇచ్చి తెలుగు కథను గౌరవించినందుకు బుక్ బ్రహ్మ నిర్వాహకులకు, నా పేరు సూచించిన జ్యూరీకి హృదయపూర్వకంగా కృతజ్ఞతలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాను. ఒక 7-8 ఏళ్ల పిల్లవాడు, కసాబ్ గల్లీ పిల్లవాడు, కావలి అనే చిన్న ఊరి పిల్లవాడు ఇంట్లో నానమ్మ బలవంతంగా నేర్పిస్తే అలీఫ్ బే తే మాత్రమే నేర్చుకొని మిగిలింది నేర్చుకోకుండా తిరిగిన పిల్లవాడు, గోలీలాడిన పిల్లవాడు, ఇంట్లో చదువుకోని తండ్రి, చదువుకోని తల్లి, పిల్లలు ఏం చదువుతున్నారో పట్టని కష్టం చేసే తల్లిదండ్రుల పెంపకంలో పెరిగిన పిల్లవాడు నానమ్మ దగ్గర అలీఫ్ బే నేర్చుకోకపోయినా కథలు వినటం నేర్చుకున్నాడు, కథలు చెప్పటం నేర్చుకున్నాడు. ఆ రోజు నుంచి ఆ పిల్లవాడికి కథ ఒక స్నేహితుడైంది. అతని జీవితం అంతా కూడా కథతో ఉండాలని తర్వాత రోజుల్లో అతను నిశ్చయించుకున్నాడు. కథలు రాయదగ్గ వాతావరణంలో ఉండటాన్ని ఉపాధిగా చేసుకున్నాడు. కథతోనే ఇప్పటికీ నడుస్తున్నాడు. అలాంటి మహమ్మద్ ఖదీర్ బాబు ఇవాళ మీ ఎదుట నిలవడానికి కారణమైన కథకు నేను శిరస్సు వంచి నమస్కారం తెలియజేస్తాను. నేను జన్మతః ముస్లిమైనా ధార్మికంగా అంత ధార్మిక నియమాలు పాటించే వ్యక్తిని కాదు, కానీ నా నమాజ్, నా జకాత్, నా రోజా, నా ఈమాన్ మొత్తం కథ మాత్రమే. కథతో నా ప్రయాణంలో ఎందరో నాకు పాఠాలు నేర్పించారు, ఎందరో నా చేయి పట్టుకొని రాయించారు. దానికి ఆ గురువులకి, ఆ సహోద్యోగుల కథకులకి నేను ఎప్పుడూ రుణపడి ఉంటాను. నేను కథ రాయటం మాత్రమే కాదు, మనది చాలా గందరగోళమైన సమాజము, పేద సమాజము. ఈ పేద సమాజంలో, ఈ గందరగోళ సమాజంలో ఒక ఆదరు ఉండాలి, మనిషికి ఒక తోడు ఉండాలి, అది కళల్లో మాత్రమే సాధ్యం అని నేను నా కింద నేల ఉంది కథలో నిరూపించాను, రాశాను. అలా రాశాను కాబట్టే ఏ ఊరి నుంచైనా ఏ పిల్లవాడైనా నాకు కథ రాయాలని ఉందంటే వెంటనే వాడిని పట్టుకొని నువ్వు కథలు రాయగలవు అని చెప్పి వాడికి ఒక తోడు ఇచ్చేవాడిని. ఇప్పటికీ ఇస్తున్నాను. ఈ తోడు కలిగిన జీవితమే మనల్ని ముందుకు తీసుకెళ్తుందని నేను ప్రగాఢంగా నమ్ముతాను. నా రైటర్స్ మీట్ కృషి, రైటర్స్ మీట్ అనే సంస్థ స్థాపించి గత 25 ఏళ్లుగా కథకుల్ని, ఊర్లో ఉన్న పిల్లల్ని రాయండి అని చెప్పడం. ఎందుకంటే మనిషికి సంగీతమో, కథో, నాట్యమో, చిత్రలేఖనమో ఏదో ఒక తోడు ఉండాలి. ఆ తోడుతోటే మనం ముందుకు సాగాలని నేను విశ్వసిస్తూ నా ఎరుకలో నా శక్తి మేరకు తెలుగు కథను తోడు చేసుకుంటున్న వాళ్ళందరితోనూ నేను కలిసి నడుస్తున్నాను. ఇవాళ తెలుగు సమాజంలో యాక్టివ్గా ఉన్న 50 మంది యువ రచయితలకి నేను అంతో ఇంతో మార్గదర్శిగా నిలిచినందుకు చాలా సంతోషంగా ఉన్నాను. నా మాతృభాష ఉర్దూ అయినా నా ప్రాణభాష తెలుగులో నేను ఇంత సుదీర్ఘమైన సేవ చేసినందుకు, ఆ సేవను నా పొరుగు నేల, నా నా దక్షిణాపథపు మరో బిడ్డ కన్నడ నేల నుంచి నాకు గుర్తింపు దక్కటం, నా దక్షిణాపథ సహోదరులు మలయాళం, కన్నడం, తెలుగు అండ్ తమిళం వీళ్ళందరి సమక్షంలో ఈ అవార్డు తీసుకుని నా తెలుగు కథను నేను సత్కరించుకున్నందుకు నేను చాలా గర్వపడుతున్నాను. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Thank you, sir. I think the beauty of Book Brahma Literature Festival, as you know all that, the South Indian languages, maybe the writers and the readers, they're all in one platform, maybe including the Hindi and English as well. That is the beauty of the festival. And right now I can see the beauty of the stage right now is, of course, we have the prominent writers from Kannada, Tamil and as well as Telugu. Looking at them is the, first of all, that is a more grace to the stage, I think, for which let's applaud them, because putting them together and making them sitting is not that easy. Like, ಯಾಕೆಂತಂದರೆ ಪ್ರತಿ ಸರಿಗೂ ಏನಾಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ, ನಮಗೆ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಲೆಜೆಂಡ್, ಒಬ್ಬರು ಪ್ರಾಮಿನೆಂಟ್ ರೈಟರ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಗ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರು ಸಿಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಥವಾ ಬೇರೆ ಇವೆಂಟ್ ಅಥವಾ ಬೇರೆ ಸ್ಕೆಡ್ಯೂಲ್ ಆ ರೀತಿನೇ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ನಾವ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನೋಯಿಂಗ್ಲಿ ಆರ್ ಅನ್ನೋಯಿಂಗ್ಲಿ ಆಲ್ major, I mean to say, all 3 languages prominent writers ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. Thank you for that. Thank you so much, for which requesting the applause, because that is one thing. And second thing is about Hampa Nagarajaya sir. That is the asset to Kannada literature and to every Kannadigas. Sir, we are very thankful for that, because even though the age is just a number, sentence now, still he is proving, because whatever may be the age, his support over a call or in person definitely will be there. That actually made us, and that will make us to stay to whatever we want, because the backbone is, of course, the people like him. Hampa sir, thank you so much for that. We expecting the same from you always. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Okay, going forward. So the next words I'm requesting about the festival, and to wish the awardees, and also to wish our Book Brahma entire team to work more better and to give the best always. Reverend Father Tony AJ, requesting for the your wishes, please.
The dignitaries sitting on the dais, of the dais, and people watching online. I think today I feel humbled. I feel humbled because the entire South India's, the intellectuals, the writers have brought here to St. John's campus to take forward to the next step. One person without failure I have to honor is Mr. Satish Chaparike. I think it is his effort. I remember one day with a small bag, he walked into my room. He said, Father, I have got this beautiful idea of bringing together literature of the entire South India. We have to honor them. We have to make sure this literature tradition is continued. I also thought it is something important. In the era of AI, artificial intelligence, where the literature is taking a different step, the mode of writing is taking a different step, Mr. Satish Chaparike walked in and I said, Sir, my wholehearted cooperation for you. This campus is for your performance here. And to my surprise, practically every week, St. John's will be hosting one program or the other. Different types of people walking to St. John's. But here, when Mr. Satish Chaparike organizes this one, I can see, I can feel the soul of his interest here. The soul of South India is walking in here. And I'm sure this campus is blessed because South Indian literature is highly acclaimed in the entire world. I was just listening to one of the Hollywood actors speaking about the actings, and he was highly acclaiming that the South Indian literature and the acting are one of the best in the world. Unfortunately, in this given era, we are in a different part of the world where the visibility to the world became very less. But I'm sure whatever is our literature, whatever, you have capsuled it in the books. This is going to remain here for different eras. I'm sure, I'm happy the people who have received the awards are more aged than my own father, and I feel humbled to give them awards, and I feel great. I thank God for these great blessings that I had to be amidst you all great people. I spoke about AI. I was just wondering, today if you want to write a book, give a concept and the AI brings a book. I thought, will this kill the literature? There was a time when oral tradition transformed into written tradition. It was a great achievement. The routine tradition compiled the books. It was a great achievement. When the world extended to the different parts of the corners, when we tried to collect the literature from different parts of the world, when the libraries were formed, it was a great achievement. Today, we are in the crossroads. To be very frank, a doubtful era where will it kill the literature? Will it kill the imagination? Will it kill the authenticity? But for me, I'm very happy to say it is not going to kill the literature. It is not going to kill the authenticity. It is going to compile everything, and again a generation will come out where the authentic ideas will be coming in a different form. The human intelligence is going to enhance from here to a greater realm. And I'm sure we are witnessing a beautiful era which we are going to give birth to a new type of intellectuals sprouting amidst us. You are all the people who have given birth to these intellectuals through your contribution. And Book Brahma, as a great initiative, and St. John's campus as one of its biggest sponsors and supporters, we are here to revolutionize this world into a different form. I pray to Almighty God to bless each and every one of you so that through your contribution, the world will become a better place to live in. God bless you all, and my special appreciation is to Mr. Satish Chaparike. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Aniruddh. Thank you so much. And I think, Aniruddh, you have done a wonderful job. And I think,
thank you for your wishes, blessings, and as well as your support. Thank you so much. And next, I'm requesting Shri Gopal Hosur sir to speak a few words about the festival and about the awardees ಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ wishes ಅದು ಮುಖ್ಯ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. Please sir.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. As I stand before you this August evening, I must say that my rebirth 33 years back was in the same place. 33 years back, I was a police officer. I was in the anti-Veerappan operations. A bullet struck my neck. It passed through my trachea and esophagus and landed in the lungs. And this happened in the middle of the forest. 6 of my colleagues died on the spot. 8 of Veerappan's gang were also killed in the encounter that ensued. I was rushed to Salem, which was the nearest hospital which had a cardiothoracic surgeon. And on the way to Salem from Malay Mahadeshwara hills, people had given up hopes on my survival. This officer is not likely to survive. I was rushed to Mettur, from Mettur to Gokulam Hospital in Salem. Cardiothoracic surgeon arrived on the spot. Jayalalitha was the chief minister then. A special chopper was flown from Chennai to Salem, carrying a particular type of equipment required to extract that bullet. 21 days there, Mr. Veerappa Moily, the then chief minister, decided that I should be shifted to Bangalore. And the place I came and landed was in St. John's Hospital. 6 major surgeries. Name the surgery that you know in the medical field was performed on me, and 60 inches of stitches, one vocal cord permanently damaged. But I survived, so I am having an emotional connect with the whole campus of the St. John's Hospital. A couple of days back, the BBLF director, my friend Satish Chapparke, called me and he said, "You must come. You must participate." I agreed, but little later he said that you'll also have to sit on the stage. So a very famous Kannada song came to my mind. Mamaravello Kogilayello Eni Sneha Sambandha. These are the stalwarts of literature, the greatest minds of literature. And I, a police officer. Now, literature and police, do they go together? Was my question. For 35 years of my life, my vocabulary was first information report, charge sheet, arrest, bail, tear gas, lathi charge, terrorism, Naxalism, organized crime, so on and so forth, and all that, bail, NBW and all that. That used to be my vocabulary for 35 years. So today when I stand before a very distinguished audience and sitting on the stage along with these stalwarts, I feel nervous. But I also remember what my instructor in the police training college told me at the beginning of my service. He said, "You are all going to become police officers. You do not have the luxury of time. You will have to be working for 24/7 whenever a situation demands. And every day you will be facing a crisis, one or the other. So he gave an instruction that you first visit the spot, take action, and then later on come back to the police station and think whether your action was right or wrong, and then try to fit it within the framework of law. So I think I am experimenting what you told me then. I have boldly come and I am speaking from my heart and from my mind. Friends, I think literary festivals like this, which the Book Brahma Literary Festival has been organizing for the last couple of years, is something that is very unique. In today's world, getting people together is a big challenge, because today's world is interconnected virtually, and physically asking people to come and participate is a big challenge. Organizing an event for 3 days by inviting people from various parts of the country, especially from the neighboring southern states, the big names in literature and cultural activities, is a Herculean task, I know for sure. So I must congratulate the Book Brahma Literary Festival for successfully organizing the third event in succession in such a grand manner, and I would rate it as one of the best literature festivals that we all know. Literature and police. ಇವೆರಡಕ್ಕೂ ಏನು ಸಂಬಂಧ? To be very frank, both deal with the common thing. They deal with human being. They deal with the society. A police officer sees the society, sees the human beings extremely closely, from the poorest man to the richest man. He has an interface with them. He understands human emotions very, very clearly, and his duty is to provide justice. Make an effort to provide justice within the permittable limits of the law. Whereas a literary person, he also studies human beings, human actions, and the society, and through his own literature contributes to the strengthening of the society, to build up a society which is an equitable society where caste, community, creed don't have much differences. A very healthy society is what literature, in my opinion, aims at. And mind you, some of the best literature has also been produced in the prisons. I think Mahatma Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru wrote Discovery of India for most time. I think Mahatma Gandhi also, only when he was in prison, my experiments with truth. A large number of authors, whenever they have been incarcerated, kept in the prison, their minds have begun to flourish. So that means mind travels despite the circumstances that you are in. This is one greatest strength of, in my opinion, literature. Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment, and many other, Killing a Mockingbird, all these books, and so also in Kannada, a number of books. Of course, police authors write more about their own autobiographies and then more about thrillers that they have through their experience. But what I'm trying to convey is that literature has no bounds. It can survive in any circumstances. Now, for example, when I was a police officer, I recall Mr. M.P. Prakash, one of the literary political giants of this state. When as the SP of a district, he said that I need your help. I am sending somebody to meet you, and I want you to help him. And this man, Hulgappa Kattimani, who came from a remote village, he said, sir, I want to work with the prison inmates. I want to try reformation. And we founded a foundation called as Sankalpa, and through that we ensured that prisoners who were kept in isolation were drawn into theatre. And we have played 40 dramas across India with the prisoners. The British Broadcasting Corporation carried an hour documentary on Shakespeare outside England. So I'm mentioning this because one of the persons who was involved in shooting me in anti-Veerappan operations was himself in the jail, and he read a famous book called Papillon, and he wanted to escape from the prison. But as he was trying to escape, he found that some rehearsal was going on for a drama. He walked into that place and he got absorbed into that theatre. Another person by name Ramesh, who was from Chikmagalur district, he had committed a murder and he was imprisoned for life. That means 14, 16 years. And he got into the theatre and he played the role of Mahatma. And when he came out of the prison, by then he had given up alcohol, he had given up non-vegetarian food, he had given up chapels. Today in the village, he is one of the most respected men to whom everybody goes for advice. This man who had shot at me, he has come out. Recently he wrote a piece in the newspaper. Couple of them have written books. And this man has written recently in an encounter that happened in the forest near Chamarajnagar. He has analyzed the whole thing and written a book, and he now works with the tribals. He has set up schools, he has set up cooperative societies, so on and so forth. So why I'm mentioning this is literature, art, culture play a very, very important role in transforming the society. So I think efforts like this should continue. People like us who are not literary persons should stand by BBLF and support them. And today I congratulate these great writers who are on the stage and all these people who are there and you all for having come and listened to me patiently. And I am not trying to sit down and try to fit in whether I spoke the right thing or not. Namaskara.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, actually, Book Brahma, Bookworm Fiction of the Year, that is what the add-on of this year, I was keep telling that. The concept of this, actually interesting, right? So this concept actually given by Mr. Krishna Gowda, sir. Sir, I'm requesting you to speak about this concept and as well as about the festival. Please, sir.
Good evening. Thank you for everyone. ನಾನಿಲ್ಲಿ ಖಂಡಿತ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಬಂದಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನನಗೆ ಸತೀಶ್ ಸರ್ ಏನು ಹೇಳಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಇವರು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರು, ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಬಂದೆ. ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ಈಗಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಚಾಲೆಂಜಸ್ಸು ಒಂದು ಇವೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ಸ್ವಂತ ಅನುಭವ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಸತೀಶ್ ಮತ್ತು ಅವ್ರ ಟೀಮ್ಗೆ ಅವರ ಧೈರ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಹ್ಯಾಟ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಮತ್ತು ತುಂಬ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಇದೇ ಥರ ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂದುವರಿಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ನಾನೊಂದು ಮಾತನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ಇದು ಹೇಗೆ ಸರ್, ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮಾತನ್ನು ಚುಟುಕಾಗಿ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ರಿ ನೀವು. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಶ್ರೀ ಪವನನ್ ಸರ್, ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಯುವರ್ ವರ್ಡ್ಸ್.
Respected dignitaries in the dais, and respected writers from all the various South Indian languages, and my dear friends, readers, good evening to all. I take this opportunity to congratulate Mohammad Qadir Babu, who won the Book Brahma Award 2026. It was a big process, and it took nearly 3 months for coming to a conclusion, and he was selected for this prestigious award. And at this opportunity, I would like to congratulate my dear friend, Mr. Perumal Murugan, who won the Brahma Bookworm Award for his novel in translation. And it also took nearly 3-4 months process. And after crossing all the stages, these 2 winners got these awards for this year. My heartiest, wholehearted congratulations to all. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Now I'm requesting Srimati Shilpa Kalyan Madam to speak a few words about the festival. Yeah.
ఎందరో మహానుభావులు అందరికీ నా ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಂ ವಂದನಗಳು. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು, and thank you for being here. It's a privilege, it's very humbling to actually be here with all of you. It's a real pleasure to be here as Book Brahma comes to a close. And I have been thinking about what a gathering like this means to me personally. We call it a literature festival, but I think it's much more than that. For me, literature has always been something much larger than books. My first real encounter with literature was probably through Tinkle. As a schoolgirl growing up in a family of 5, I would wait for that one day of the week when it arrived home, and I would finish it within hours and then wait for the next one. My mother introduced me to Kannada writers, Triveni ಅವರು ಇರಬಹುದು, ಸಾಯಿಸುತಿ ಅವರು ಇರಬಹುದು, ಅಥವಾ S.L. ಭೈರಪ್ಪನ್ ಅವರು ಇರಬಹುದು. ಅವರ ಧಾಟು ಮಂದ್ರ ಅಂತ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳ ವಿಮರ್ಶೆ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು. It definitely led a great impact on me. My grandfather introduced me to Jeffrey Archer, Ruskin Bond, and R.K. Narayan. My Kannada teacher's interpretation of Kuvempu's Sri Ramayana Darshanam, and later discovering writers like Purnachandra Tejasvi made me fall in love with literature. My understanding of literature also grew with Kannada theatre. During school and college days, I performed in plays such as Euripides' Troyna Hengasaru irbodu athava Badal Sarkar avara Meravanage irbodu. Being on stage taught me that literature is not just something we read, it is something what we inhabit, experience what we see through another person's world. Because perhaps the real beauty of literature, whether it is a story, a poem, or a play, or a piece of writing, is its ability to open our minds and our hearts to lives and perspectives beyond our own. It teaches us that there is rarely just one way of seeing the world. And perhaps that is why a gathering like Book about itself. Some do it with literature, some through journalism, some through theatre, cinema, and art, and some through public conversations. But collectively, they influence our cultural imagination. They shape what we notice, what we question, what we remember, and sometimes what we believe. In that sense, Book Brahma is really a meeting of people who contribute to public mind. And that, I think, is particularly important. We live in a world where information is everywhere. We have more voices, more platforms, and more opinions than ever before. But more information does not necessarily mean more understanding. Sometimes, in fact, it becomes harder to know what deserves our attention, what deserves our trust, and what is true. This is where journalists, writers, artists, thinkers have an important role to play. At best, they simply don't tell us what is happening. They help us make sense of what is happening. They give us context. They introduce us to perspectives we otherwise might not encounter. And sometimes they make us question something we thought we already understood. That is where we also see a very natural connection with what we are trying to build at the Manipal Institute of Liberal Arts, Humanities and Social Sciences, MILHS. At MILHS, we bring together disciplines that may appear very different, psychology, media, communication, language, literature, social sciences, and library and information sciences. But underneath these disciplines, some very fundamental questions like how do people think? How do societies change? How does language shape the way we understand the world? How are stories curated and circulated? How is public opinion formed? What influences what we believe? These are not separate questions. These are deeply connected questions. And that is the kind of intellectual and cultural environment that we want to create at MILHS. So the last 3 days have given our students an opportunity to meet writers, journalists, and filmmakers, artists, researchers, and thinkers, to listen to people they agree with, but most equally, to people they may not agree with. Our students need these encounters. The young generation needs these encounters. And perhaps through these encounters, they will find their own voice. That is why a space like Book Brahma matter. I would like to congratulate the entire Book Brahma team, led by Mr. Satish Chaparike, for creating this space. It has been an honor for Manipal Institute of Liberal Arts, Humanities and Social Sciences to be associated with this year's Book Brahma. And I hope this is the beginning of many more conversations, encounters, and collaborations between Book Brahma and MILHS. As we leave today, perhaps we don't need to take away only books we discovered or the sessions we attended. Perhaps we can take away a few questions, a different perspective, a new voice we had not encountered before. And if we leave with a better question than the ones we came with, then I think Book Brahma has done something truly worthwhile. Thank you. Before I sign off, this month we are hosting a very important festival on our campus, Maitri. And next month we have our own literature festival, Ale, that we are hosting at Mahe Bengaluru campus. And I take this an opportunity to invite all of you to join us at Mahe Bengaluru campus and engage with the young minds and faculty members. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. Shilpa Kalyan, madam, actually the director of MILHS, that is Manipal Institute of Liberal Arts, Humanities and Social Sciences, who is a title partner of Book Brahma Literature Festival 2026, actually. Thank you, madam. Thanks for that. So for which, on behalf of Book Brahma Foundation and Book Brahma Literature Festival 2026, I'm requesting Shri Hampa Nagarajaya sir to honor our title partner, that is MILHS Director, Shilpa Kalyan, madam. Ma'am, I'm requesting you to receive this, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Thanks for being with us. Thanks a lot. And yeah, once again, I'm thanking you, everyone, all the dignitaries on the stage. Now, the stage will be get ready for the next, that is Yakshagana performance. Once again, thank you so much. And we need your support as always in the coming days. Thank you, sir. And thank you, Father, for coming. Thank you, everyone. And ladies and gentlemen, next, the stage will get ready for the Yakshagana performance. And of course, it's a 3-hour performance. Sharp 6:30 to 9:30 planned, as we planned it will go. And the interesting part is generally this performance, that is the Yakshagana performance, that is Bhasmasura Mohini. The now actors, generally the troupe is, that is Pavanjay troupe is, generally they will play this Yakshagana almost of 6 to 7 hours generally, where the total artists will be 50 plus generally. But here, since the total time limit is 3 hours we have, so they have, in such a way they have designed the play as well, and for which here the artists are almost 12 plus. So very interesting part is all 365 days, I mean to say, somehow they'll be occupied in performing the Yakshagana. In an average, if I can mention, in a year, they'll be occupied in performing the art 250 to 300 days. Just you can think the importance of the Yakshagana and the dedication what they have towards the art and all. Yeah, we have a lot more to say. In the meanwhile, the stage will get ready for the performance. So I'm requesting everyone, please stay back. Anyway, it is raining. You can sit and be ready for the performance to begin. In the meanwhile, stage will get ready. Thank you. ಹಿಮ್ಮೇಳದ ಜಲಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಒಂದ್ಸರಿ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ಕಿವಿಗಳನ್ನು ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಕಡೆ ನೋಡೋಣ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಸೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ರೈಟ್? ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಲಕ್ಕೆ ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ಲಿ ಅದೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಸವಿಯೋಣ. ಬಿಫೋರ್ ದಟ್ ನಾವು ತಂಡದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಕಲಾವಿದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪರಿಚಯ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲ್, ಸಾರಿ ಸರ್ ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ ಕೊಡಿ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮೈಕ್ದು ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ ಕೊಡಿ. ಯಾ, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಸೊ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲ್ 2026, ಎಸ್, 21, 22, 23. ಅಫ್ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ದ ಡೇ ಒನ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟೆಡ್ ವಿತ್ ಅ ಹೈ ಎನರ್ಜಿ. ಇನ್ ದ ಸೇಮ್ ವೇ, along with the team, you people are there here to boost us, and next step in a strong ಆಗಿಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋಂಥ ಎನರ್ಜಿನೂ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವಾಟ್ ಯು ಸೇ ಮೈ ಡಿಯರ್ ಲವ್ಲಿ ಅಟೆಂಡೆನ್ಸ್, ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ನಮಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಐ ಹೋಪ್ ಸೊ? ಶೋರ್, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದಿಸ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ದ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆಗ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲ್. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ರೀಸನ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಔಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಲೈನ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಮಾತಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಸೊ ಹೋಪಿಂಗ್ ದ ಸೇಮ್. ಲೆಟ್ ಮೀ ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್, ಐ ಮೀನ್ ಟು ಸೇ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅ ಸಿಂಚನಾ ಹಿಯರ್. ಅವರು ತಂಡದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಪರಿಚಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಎಸ್ ಸಿಂಚನಾ, ಪ್ಲೀಸ್.
ಮಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಸುರತ್ಕಲ್ ಸಮೀಪದಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಪ್ರಸಿದ್ಧವಾದ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಶ್ರೀ ಜ್ಞಾನಶಕ್ತಿ ಸುಬ್ರಹ್ಮಣ್ಯ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ದೇವಾಲಯದಿಂದ ನಡೆಸಲ್ಪಡುವಂತಹ ಪ್ರಸಿದ್ಧ ಭಾಗವತರಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ಸತೀಶ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಪಟ್ಲ ಇವರ ಸಾರಥ್ಯದ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನ ಮೇಳವೇ ಪಾವಂಜೆ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನ ಮೇಳ. ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ಸುಮಾರು 240ರಿಂದ 250 ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನ ನೀಡುತ್ತಾ ಬಂದಿರುವಂತಹ ತೆಂಕುತಿಟ್ಟಿನ ಪ್ರಸಿದ್ಧ ಕಲಾವಿದರನ್ನ ಈ ಮೇಳ ಒಳಗೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಈ ಮೇಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಟ್ಟು 50 ಕಲಾವಿದರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸುಮಾರು 300ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಪೌರಾಣಿಕ ಪ್ರಸಂಗಗಳನ್ನು ಆಡುವಂತಹ ಮೇಳ ಇದು ಎಂದು ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಈ ದಿನ 3 ತಾಸಿನ ನಿರಂತರ ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನವನ್ನು ಒಳಗೊಂಡಿರುವಂತಹ 12 ಕಲಾವಿದರನ್ನು ಒಳಗೊಂಡಿರುವಂತಹ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನ ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನವೇ ಭಸ್ಮಾಸುರ ಮೋಹಿನಿ.
ಭಸ್ಮಾಸುರ ಮೋಹಿನಿ. ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಕಲಾವಿದರ ಪರಿಚಯವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ. ಸೊ ನಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸ್ತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಕಲಾವಿದರು ಭಸ್ಮಾಸುರ ಮೋಹಿನಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವತಿಕೆ ಭರತ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಸಿದ್ದಕಟ್ಟೆ, ಮದ್ದಳೆ ಗುರುಪ್ರಸಾದ್, ಚಂಡೆ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀನಾರಾಯಣ, ಚಕ್ರತಾಳ ಪೂರ್ಣೇಶ್ ಆಚಾರ್ಯ. ಸೊ ಈ ಇಷ್ಟು ಕಲಾವಿದರು ಕೂಡ ಹಿಮ್ಮೇಳ. ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಜಲಕ್ ನೀವಾಗಲೇ ನೋಡಿದ್ರಿ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ಹಿಮ್ಮೇಳ. ಇನ್ನು ಪಾತ್ರಧಾರಿಗಳು ಈಶ್ವರ ಪಾತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ರಾಕೇಶ್ ರೈ ಅಡ್ಕ, ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ಪಾತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ್ ಕಾವೂರು, ಷಣ್ಮುಖ ಪಾತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಲೋಕೇಶ್ ಮುಚ್ಚೂರು, ಭಸ್ಮಾಸುರ ಪಾತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಧಾಕೃಷ್ಣ ನಾವುಡ, ನಂದಿ ಪಾತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ದಿವಾಕರ್ ಕಾಣಿಯೂರು, ಮೋಹಿನಿ ಪಾತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಜೇಶ್ ನೆಟ್ಟೆ, ವಿಷ್ಣು ಪಾತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಧವ ಬಂಗೇರ ಕೊಳ್ತಮಜಲು. ಇನ್ನು ಇಡೀ ತಂಡಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗುವಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಹಾಯ, ಅದು ವೇಷಭೂಷಣ ಇರಬಹುದು, ಮೇಕಪ್ ಇರಬಹುದು, ಅಥವಾ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಸಹಾಯ ಇರಬಹುದು, ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ಇಡೀ ತಂಡಕ್ಕೆ ಸಹಕಾರವನ್ನು ನೀಡುವಂಥವರು ಅಕ್ಷಯ್ ಅವರು. ಸೊ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ನಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಚಪ್ಪಾಳಿಯ ಮೂಲಕ ನಾವು ಅವರನ್ನು ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸೋಣ, ನಮ್ಮ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸೋಣ. ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತಲೂ ಮುಂಚಿತವಾಗಿ ಅವರನ್ನು ಗೌರವಿಸುವಂಥ ಸಮಯವೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೌದು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾನು ವಿನಂತಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಪಾವಂಜೆ ಟ್ರೂಪ್ನ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಮಾಧವ್ ಬಂಗೇರ ಕೊಳ್ತಮಜಲ್ ಅವರು ದಯಮಾಡಿ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇವರನ್ನು ಗೌರವಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ನಾನು ವಿನಂತಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲ್ 2026 ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಟ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ನರ್ ಆಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಭವಾನಿ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರೀಸ್ನ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಎ ಜೈಕರ್ ಹೆಗಡೆ ಅವರು. ಸರ್, ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ Shri A. Jaikar Hegde from Bhavani Industries, who is the associate partner of Book Brahma Literature Festival 2026, to felicitate our Yakshagana, that is Pavanje troupe. As a manager we have here, that is Madhav Bangera Koltamajlu. Requesting you, sir, please. And also we have sir, requesting, we have one more thank you anta helodakke, because this is for the troupe actually. ಪಾವಂಜೆ ಮೇಳ ಅಂತ ಏನಿದೆಯಲ್ವಾ, ಇದು 6 ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಸತತವಾದ ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನ ನೀಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇದು ನಾವು ಗೌರವಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದು ಮೇಳಕ್ಕೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಇದರ ಸೂತ್ರಧಾರಿ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು ನಾವಾಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದಂತೆ ಪಟ್ಲಾ ಸತೀಶ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಅವರು. ಕಾರಣಾಂತರಗಳಿಂದ ಅವರಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಸದ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ USA ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನದ ಮೇರೆಗೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಸ್ವತಃ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಗೌರವನ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಲಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಇಡೀ ತಂಡಕ್ಕೆ ನೀಡಲಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇದನ್ನು ನೀಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥವರು ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಎ ಜೈಕರ್ ಹೆಗಡೆ ಅವರು. ಇದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಮಾಧವ್ ಬಂಗೇರ ಕೊಳ್ತಮಜಿಲ್ ಅವರನ್ನ ವಿನಂತಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಟ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ನರ್ ಆಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಎ ಜೈಕರ್ ಹೆಗಡೆ ಅವರು ಫ್ರಮ್ ಭವಾನಿ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರೀಸ್. ಸರ್, ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಸೇ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್, ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಯು ಟು ರಿಸೀವ್ ದಿಸ್ ಹಾನರ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಸರ್, ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಆಗಮಿಸಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಅತಿಥಿಯನ್ನು ಗೌರವಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಮಾಧವ್ ಬಂಗೇರ ಕೊಳ್ತಮಜಿಲ್ ಅವರು ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್, because your support is much needed and that's what you are giving sir. Hoping the same in the coming years. Thank you so much for being with us. Yes sir, thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Thank you sir. Sir, requesting you to have your seat and enjoy the performance. Yeah, sorry. Please sir, requesting your words about the festival and about the, you know, the stage is setting for the performance. Please sir. Now over to you.
ಗುಡ್ ಈವ್ನಿಂಗ್, ನಮಸ್ತೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೆರೆದಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಲಾವಿದರು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಭಿಮಾನಿಗಳು, ಈ ಕಲೆಯ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನದ ಅಭಿಮಾನಿಗಳಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ವಂದನೆಗಳು. ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನ ತಂಡದ ಪಟ್ಲಾ ಸತೀಶ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಅವರ ತಂಡದವರಿಗೂ ನನ್ನ ವಂದನೆಗಳು. ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನ ಈ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಕನ್ನಡ ಮತ್ತು ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷನ್ನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ನಾನು ಕನ್ನಡ ಮೀಡಿಯಮ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಓದಿ ಹಳ್ಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಕನ್ನಡದ ಕುಂದಾಪುರದ ಹತ್ತಿರ ಹಳ್ಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಓದಿದ್ದರು. ಈ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಗೆ ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಅಷ್ಟು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಷ್ಟು ನನಗೆ ರೂಢಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ, ಕ್ಷಮಿಸಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ. ಈ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಈ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲಿಗೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಅಂತ, ನಾನು ಕುಂದಾಪುರದ ಹತ್ತಿರದ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಹಳ್ಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾಥಮಿಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾಭ್ಯಾಸವನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದು, ಹಿಲಿಯಾಣ ಅಂತ ಶಾಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ. ಆವಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ ಅಥವಾ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಪೌರಾಣಿಕ ಮಹಾಭಾರತ ರಾಮಾಯಣದ ವಿಷಯ ಏನಿದ್ರು ಅದು ನಾವು ಕಲಿತುಕೊಂಡದ್ದು ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನದ ಮೂಲಕ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆವಾಗ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಮಗೆ ಎಂಟರ್ಟೈನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಥರ ಇತ್ತು. ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನವು ತುಂಬ ಪರಿವರ್ತನೆ ಆಗಿದೆ ಈಗ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಕಾರಣ, ಒಬ್ಬರು ಮೇಯ್ನ್ ಕಾರಣ ಏನಂದರೆ ಶಿವರಾಮ್ ಕಾರಂತರು. ಅವರು ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬ ಪರಿವರ್ತನೆಯನ್ನು ತಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನನ್ನ ಈ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿದ್ದಂಥ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆಯನ್ನು ದೂರದಿಂದ ನಾನು ನೋಡಿ ಅದನ್ನು ನಿಮಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಏನಂದರೆ ಆವಾಗ ನಾವು ಚಿಕ್ಕದಿರುವಾಗ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನ ಮೇಳ ಊರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಧರ್ಮಕ್ಕೆ ನಡೀತಿತ್ತು. ಅಂದರೆ ಇವರು ಹರಕೆ ಆಟಗಳಂತ, ಮಂದರ್ತಿ ಮೇಳ, ಮಾಣಕಟ್ಟೆ ಮೇಳ, ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳ ಮೇಳ ಅಂತ ಜನಗಳು ಹರಕೆ ಹೊಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅವರು ಆಟವನ್ನು ಆಡಿಸ್ತಿದ್ರು. ಬಯಲಾಟ, ಅದು ಗದ್ದೆ ಬಯಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಸೋದು. ಆವಾಗ ಈ ಮೇಳದ ಪೆಟ್ಟಿಗೆಯನ್ನು ಜನಗಳು ತಲೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೊತ್ತುಕೊಂಡು ಊರಿಂದ ಊರಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ರಾತ್ರಿ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆದರೆ ಅದು ಚಂಡೆ ಮತ್ತು ಶಬ್ದ ಕೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ಹಳ್ಳಿಯವರೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂದು ಸೇರ್ತಿದ್ರು. ಅದು ಇಡೀ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟಾಗಿ 9 ಗಂಟೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆದರೆ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ 6 ಗಂಟೆವರೆಗೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಇದು ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನದಿಂದ ಜನಗಳಿಗೆ ಎಂಟರ್ಟೈನ್ಮೆಂಟು ಮತ್ತು ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಥರ ಇತ್ತು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆವಾಗ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಥ್ರೋಟ್ ನಡೆಯುವುದಲ್ಲದೆ ಬರೀ ವೇಷವನ್ನು ಬರೀ ಗಂಡಸರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ತ್ರಿವೇಷಗಳನ್ನು ಗಂಡಸರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ಈಗ ತುಂಬ ಪರಿವರ್ತನೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅದು ಆ ಡ್ಯೂರೇಷನ್ನು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಒಂದು ಹೆಚ್ಚಾದ ಇದು ಪರಿವರ್ತನೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಹೆಂಗಸರು ಈಗ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾತ್ರ ವಹಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಗಂಡಸರ ಪಾತ್ರವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ತುಂಬ ಹೆಂಗಸರು ಮತ್ತು ಯುವ ಜನರು ಇವತ್ತು ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಭಿರುಚಿ ತೋರಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಪರಿವರ್ತನೆಗಳಿದೆ. ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಪಟ್ಲ ಸತೀಶ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟರವರು ತುಂಬ ಪರಿವರ್ತನೆ ತಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರ ಟೀಮ್ನವರು. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಏನಂದರೆ, ಈ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ಏನಂದರೆ, ತುಂಬ ನಾನು ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರಿಂಗ್ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಓದ್ತಾ ಇರುವಾಗ ಆ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಆವಾಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ಫಾರಿನ್ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಹೇಳಿದರು, ಇದೇನು ತುಂಬ ನಾಯ್ಸಿ ಆಗಿದೆ, ತುಂಬ ಕರ್ಕಶವಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಆವಾಗ ಆ ಚಂಡೆ ಶಬ್ದ, ಆ ಒಂದು ಆರ್ಭಟ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬ ಪರಿವರ್ತನೆ ತಂದವರು ಶಿವರಾಮ್ ಕಾರಂತರು. ನಂತರ ಅದರ ಮುಂದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನಡೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದವರು ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಗೀತ ಮತ್ತು ನೃತ್ಯ ಇದೆರಡಕ್ಕೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಒಂದು ಉತ್ತೇಜನವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಅದನ್ನು ಬರೀ ಮಾತುಗಾರಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಮುಂಚೆ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಮಾತುಗಾರಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ನಡ್ಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿತ್ತು. ನಾವು ಹಾರಾಡಿ, ರಾಮಗಾಣಿಗ ಇಂಥವರು ಗಂಟೆಗಟ್ಟಲೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ಅವರು ಮಾತಾಡುವುದು ಅದರಿತ್ತು, ಅವರ ಮಾತುಗಾರಿಕೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಪ್ರಧಾನವಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಅವರ ಹಾವ ಭಾವ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಈಗ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಗೀತ ಮತ್ತು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ನೃತ್ಯ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇದು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾಟ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಪೌರಾಣಿಕ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಇದಕ್ಕೂ ಪರಿವರ್ತಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದ್ರ ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಮತ್ತು ತುಂಬ ಜನ ಬೇಗ ಇದನ್ನು ಪ್ರಸಂಗವನ್ನು ಬರೆದು ಇದನ್ನು ಕಲೆಯನ್ನು ಮುಂದುವರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ತುಂಬ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾನು ಈ ವಯಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಹ ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ನಾನು ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ತಾಂತ್ರಿಕ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಅಳವಡಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿರೋದಾಗಿ ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ ಹೊತ್ತು ಏನಾದ್ರು ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅಥವಾ ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರು ಟಿ ವಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನದ ಪದ್ಯವನ್ನು ಕೇಳಿದ ಕೂಡ ನಮಗೆ ಪುನಃ ರೋಮಾಂಚನ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ರಕ್ತದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಒಂದು ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ಸೌತ್ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮತ್ತು ನಾರ್ತ್ ಕನ್ನಡ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅದು ರಕ್ತವಾಗಿ ಬಂದುಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಎರಡನೇದಾಗಿ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ, ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನ ಒಂದು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗಿ ಅದರ ಪರಿವರ್ತನೆ ಆಗಿ ಅದು ಬರೀ ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಕನ್ನಡ ಉತ್ತರ ಕನ್ನಡಕ್ಕೆ ಸೀಮಿತವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯ, ದೇಶ, ವಿದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ತುಂಬ ಹಬ್ಬಿಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಈಗ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಒಂದು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಕಲೆಯಾಗಿ ಮಾರ್ಪಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ ಈ ಕಲಾವಿದರು, ನಂತರ ಅಲ್ಲಿಯ ಜನಗಳು ತೋರಿಸಿದಂಥ ಇದೊಂದು ಅಭಿರುಚಿ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಈ ಕಲೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ತುಂಬ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಈ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಹೇಳೋದಿದ್ರೆ, ನನ್ನ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ತುಂಬ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಬಿಗಿನಿಂಗ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಶಿವರಾಮ್ ಕಾರಂತರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳು ಓದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಅದು ಏನಂದರೆ, ಮೈಮನಗಳ ಸುಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಮರಳಿ ಮಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಚೋಮನದೊಡೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಅಲ್ಲಿನ ಒಂದು ನಿಜ ಜೀವನವನ್ನು ಪ್ರತಿಸ್ತದೆ. ಅದಲ್ಲದೆ ತ್ರಿವೇಣಿ ಅವರು ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಹೊಂದಾಣಿಕೆಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅವರ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಾವೆಲ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಓದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. SL ಭೈರಪ್ಪ ಅವರು. ಈ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ತುಂಬ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟು. ಯಾವ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಅದು ತುಂಬ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಬೇಡ್ತದೆ. ಈ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಇದು ಒಂದು ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮತ್ತು ಉತ್ತರ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಿಕೊಂಡು ಅದು ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಕಲೆಯಾಗಿ ಮಾರ್ಪಟ್ಟು ಅದು ಒಂದು ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದ ಒಂದು ಕೊಡುಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಅದು ಇನ್ನೂ ಮುಂದೆ ಇದೇ ಥರ ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಜನಗಳ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಭಾವ ಬೀರಲಿ ಅಂತ ಬೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ನನ್ನ 2 ಮಾತನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಓಕೆ.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್. ತುಂಬ ಸಂತೋಷ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಾತುಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಎಷ್ಟು ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅದು ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ ನಮಗೂ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾಷೆಗೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದಾಗಿತ್ತು. ತುಂಬ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸಹಕಾರ ಇದೇ ರೀತಿ ಆಗಿರಲಿ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಎಸ್, ಭಸ್ಮಾಸುರ ಮೋಹಿನಿ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಲ್ ಶುರು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ಒಂದು ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು, ಅ ಬಿಗ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಟು ಎವ್ರಿ ಒನ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲ್ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿರುವಂಥದ್ದಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ನೀವು ಮಾಡಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು, ನೀವು ಬಂದಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಷನ್ ಇನ್ವಾಲ್ವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ವೆರಿ ಬಿಗ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಂತ್ ಫಾರ್ ವಿಚ್ ಆನ್ ಬಿಹಾಫ್ ಆಫ್ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಲ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಅ ಬಿಗ್ ರೌಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಪ್ಲಾಸ್ ನಿಮಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನ ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಆರ್ಟಿಸ್ಟ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಬೇಕು ಆಡಿಯನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಕೌಂಟ್ ಡೌನ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ 10 to 1. ಆಸ್ ಯು ಸೂನ್ ಕಮ್ ಟು 1, artists will enter with the same energy. Okay, come on, count down, start. 10, come on, join with me. 9, 8, ಈಗ ನಿಮ್ಮ ವಾಯ್ಸೇ ಬರಬೇಕು. 7 ಒಂದು ಕಡೆಗೆ, 5 ಒಂದು ಕಡೆಗೆಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಕಮ್ ಆನ್, ಲೆಟ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್. ಎಲ್ಲರದು ರಿದಮ್ ಒಂದೇ ಸರಿ ಬರಬೇಕು, ಒಂದೇ ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಹೈ ಪಿಚ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರಬೇಕು. ಕಮ್ ಆನ್, ಲೆಟ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್. 10, ಭಸ್ಮಾಸುರ ಮೋಹಿನಿ.
ಗುರುಗಣಾಧಿಪತಿಭ್ಯೋ ನಮಃ. ಕರಮುಗಿದು ಶರವಣಗಿ ಗಣಪನ ಚರಣ ಸಾರದ ಗಿರಗಿ ಶಿವನ ಸ್ಮರಿಸಿ ಶ್ರೀ ಅಣ್ಣಪ್ಪ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗೆ ನುತಿಸಿ ಸಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ವರವಣೀಶ್ವರ ಜಾತು ಗೌಣರ ಪರಮ ಸನ್ನಿಧಿಗ ವಿಳಮಿದಿ ಘನ ಗುಣಗಳ ಭಿಗೆ ಮಣಿದು ಬೀಳುವಿಳಿ ಕಥಾ
ನಿತ್ಯವೂ ನಡೆಯುವಂತಹ ವಿದ್ಯಮಾನಗಳನ್ನು ನಿಯಂತ್ರಿಸುವಂತಹ ಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನೇ ಭಗವಂತ ಎನ್ನುವ ಹಾಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಜ್ಞರು ಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳು ತಿಳಿದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದೆಷ್ಟೋ ನದಿಗಳು ನದಗಳು ಹರಿದು ಬಂದು ಸಾಗರದ ಗಮ್ಯಸ್ಥಾನವನ್ನು ಸೇರುತ್ತದೆ. ಹಾಗೆಂದು ಯಾವ ಕಾಲಕ್ಕೂ ಯಾವ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ ಸಾಗರ ಮೇರೆ ಮೀರಿ ನಿಂತದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ. ಋತುಗಳು ತನ್ನ ಋತುಭೇದವನ್ನು ಮರೆತು ವ್ಯವಹರಿಸಿದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ. ಮಾವಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಹಿ, ಬೇವಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಹಿ, ಕೋಗಿಲೆಯ ಕಂಠದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಪು, ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಂಪು, ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಟ್ಟವರು ಯಾರು ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗೆ ಉತ್ತರವೇ ಭಗವಂತ. ಆ ಭಗವಂತವರೇ ನಾವಾಗಿ ಪ್ರಪಂಚವನ್ನು ನಿಯಂತ್ರಣ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡು ಕಾಪಿಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡು ಬರುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ನಿಜ. ಜಗತ್ತಿನ ಮಾತಾಪಿತರುಗಳು ಯಾರು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳುವುದಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ಪರಮೇಶ್ವರರು. ಹೀಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಜ್ಞರು ಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳು ವಿದ್ವಾಂಸರು ಆಡಿ ಹೊಗಳಿ ಕೊಂಡಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ. ಧರ್ಮ ಕರ್ಮದ ಜಿಜ್ಞಾಸೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿದ್ದಂತಹ ಪ್ರಪಂಚಕ್ಕೆ ಧರ್ಮದ ದೀಕ್ಷೆಯನ್ನಿತ್ತು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರು ಧರ್ಮದಿಂದಲೇ ನಡೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕು ಎನ್ನುವುದರತ್ತ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಮನ ಮಾಡಿದವರು ನಾವು. ಆದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆದಿಮಾಯಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಜನನ, ಕೈಲಾಸ ಗಿರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಲಯದ ಲೀಲೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾ ನಾನಿದ್ದೇನೆ.
ನಿಜ.
ನೀನಾದರೂ ದಕ್ಷ ಪುತ್ರಿಯಾಗಿ ಸಂಜನಿಸಿದವಳು. ನಿರೀಶ್ವರ ಯಾಗದಿಂದ ಮನನೊಂದು ಯೋಗಾಗ್ನಿಯಿಂದ ದಗ್ಧಳಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಪರ್ವತರಾಜನ ಮಗಳಾಗಿ ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ಎನ್ನುವ ಹೆಸರಿನಿಂದ ಜನಿಸಿ ಪತಿಯಾಗಿ ನನ್ನನ್ನೇ ಹೊಂದಬೇಕು ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಕುರಿತಾಗಿ ತಪಸ್ಸನ್ನಾಚರಿಸಿದವಳು. ಭೈರಾಗಿಯಾಗಿ ಬಂದು ನಿನ್ನನ್ನು ಪರೀಕ್ಷಿಸಿದೆ, ಬಳಿಕ ನಿನ್ನನ್ನು ನಾ ಸೇರಿದೆ. ನಾವು ಮದುವೆಯಾಗಿ ಸತಿಪತಿಯರಾಗಿ ಪ್ರಪಂಚಕ್ಕೆ ಆದರ್ಶಪ್ರಾಯರಾಗಿ ನಾವಿದ್ದೇವೆ.
ನಿಜ.
ನಾನು ಎನ್ನುವಂತ ಅಹಂಕಾರ ಯಾರಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಯಾವ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಇರಬಕೂಡದು. ನಾನು ಎನ್ನುವುದಿದ್ರೆ ಅವನ ಜೀವನವನ್ನು ಅವನೇ ಪತನದ ಹಾದಿಗೆ ತಳ್ಳಿದ ಹಾಗೆ. ಆದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮನಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಎನ್ನುವ ಅಹಂಕಾರ ಹುಟ್ಟಿತು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅದು ಶಮನವಾಗುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಹಾವಿಷ್ಣುವು ಅದೆಷ್ಟೋ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಮಾತ್ರವಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಕಾರ್ಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡುತ್ತೇವೆ, ಲಯದ ಲೀಲೆಯನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸ್ತೇವೆ, ಸ್ಥಿತಿಯ ಕಾರ್ಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡುತ್ತೇವೆ. ನಾನು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಿಲ್ವೋ?
ಇದೆ.
ಲಯ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಿಲ್ವೋ?
ಇದೆ.
ಕಾಪಾಡಿದ್ದಿಲ್ವೋ?
ಇದೆ.
ಹರಿಯು ಹಾಗೆ ಅಲ್ವೋ? ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಿಲ್ವೋ? ಸ್ಥಿತಿಯ ಕಾರ್ಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ.
ಸತ್ಯ.
ಲಯದ ಕಾರ್ಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದಂತಹ ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯ ಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಬಾರಿ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಹರಿಹರರಲ್ಲಿ ವೇದ ಇಲ್ಲ ಎನ್ನುವುದನ್ನು ಪ್ರಪಂಚಕ್ಕೆ ತೋರಿಸಿಕೊಟ್ಟು ಅಧರ್ಮವನ್ನ ನಾಶಪಡಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಧರ್ಮವನ್ನ ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಬಾರಿ ನಾವು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಯ ಕಾರ್ಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತದೆ, ಲಯದ ಲೀಲೆಯನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಪ್ರಾಣೇಶ್ವರಿ
ಪ್ರಭು,
ಅದಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿದೆಯಾ? ಬೆಳ್ಳಿ ಬೆಟ್ಟ, ರಮ್ಯ ರಮಣೀಯವಾದಂತಹ ದೃಶ್ಯ, ಮಕ್ಕಳಾದಂತಹ ಗುಹಗಣಪಾದಿಗಳ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಸಂತಸದ ಕ್ಷಣ. ನಿನ್ನನ್ನು ಕಾಣುವಾಗ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ದೂಗುಡ. ಏನೇ
ಗೌರಿಯುಳ್ ಇಂದು ನೀ ಭಸ್ಮವನು ತಾರದೆ ಗೌರಿಯುಳ್ ಎಂದ
ಆಚಾರ ಎನ್ನುವುದು ಪ್ರಥಮ ಧರ್ಮ ತಾನೆ.
ನಿಜ.
ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ವಿಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಆಚರಣೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ಅಳವಡಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತದೆ.
ಸತ್ಯ.
ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸದಾಚಾರಿಗಳು ಅಂತ ಹೆಸರು.
ಓಹೋ.
ಅಂತಹ ಆಚಾರವನ್ನು ನಿತ್ಯವೂ ನಾನು ಮೈಗೂಡಿಸಿಕೊಂಡವ. ಹೊತ್ತು ಯಾವುದು ಹೇಳು? ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನದ ಹೊತ್ತು. ಈ ಹೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ನಿತ್ಯವೂ ನಿನ್ನ ಕಾಯಕ ಏನು? ಭಸ್ಮವನ್ನು ತರುವುದು. ನನ್ನ ಭಕ್ತರು ಸತ್ತಾಗ ಅವರ ದೇಹವನ್ನು ಸುಟ್ಟಾಗ ಶೇಷರೂಪವಾಗಿರುವುದೇ ಭಸ್ಮ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ವಿಭೂತಿ ಅಂತ ಹೆಸರು. ಆ ವಿಭೂತಿಯನ್ನು ನಿತ್ಯ 3 ಹೊತ್ತು ನಾನು ಧಾರಣೆ ಮಾಡುವವ. ಅದನ್ನು ತರುವ ಕಾಯಕ ನಿನ್ನದು. ನನಗೆ ಸಹಕಾರಿಣಿಯಾಗಿ ವ್ಯವಹರಿಸುವವಳು ನೀನು ತಾನೆ. ಭಸ್ಮಪ್ರಿಯ ನಾನು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಭಸ್ಮೋಧೂಳಿತದವಳಿತ ಗಾತ್ರ ಅಂತ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರು ಹೊಗಳುವುದು. 3 ಹೊತ್ತು ಭಸ್ಮವನ್ನು ಹಾಕುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಅದು ನನ್ನ ಭಕ್ತರ ಚಿತಾಭಸ್ಮವನ್ನೇ ನಾನು ಲೇಪಿಸುವುದು. ಅಂತೆ ಪ್ರಭು, ಭಸ್ಮ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನನಗೆ ಪ್ರಿಯ, ಮಸಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನನಗೆ ಪ್ರಿಯ, ಮರಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ನನಗೆ ಪ್ರಿಯ, ಭೂತ ಪ್ರೇತಾದಿಗಳು ಎನ್ನುವ ಶಬ್ದವನ್ನು ಆಲಿಸಿದರೆ ನನಗೆ ಪ್ರಿಯ. ನಾ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಹೊತ್ತು ಸ್ಮಶಾನದಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ನನ್ನ ಸಮಯವನ್ನು ಕಳೆಯುವುದು. ಇಂತಹ ಪ್ರಿಯವಾದಂತಹ ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲೇ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ನಾನು ತೊಡಗಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವಾಗ ನನಗೆ ಸಹಕಾರಿಣಿಯಾಗಿ ವ್ಯವಹರಿಸುವವಳು ನೀನು. ಆದರೆ ಇಂದು ಏಕೋ ಏನು ನಿನ್ನ ಚಿತ್ತ ಚಾಂಚಲ್ಯವನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿದ ಹಾಗೆ ಕಾಣುತ್ತಾ ಉಂಟು. ನಿನ್ನ ಕಾಯಕದಳಿಗೆ ನೀನು ಮನ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಏಕಾಗ್ರತೆಯನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಬದಲಾಗಿ ನೀನು ನಿಂತಲ್ಲೇ ನಿಂತು ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಆಲೋಚನೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀಯ. ಏನೇ, ಯಾಕೆ ನೀ ಕಾರ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಂದುಳಿದೆ? ಏನು ಆಲೋಚನೆ ನಿನ್ನದು? ಹೇಳು.
ನಮ್ಮ ಕೈಲಾಸದ ವೈಭವವನ್ನು ನೋಡಬಾರ್ದು.
ಏನೇ?
ನಮ್ಮ ಜೀಲದ ವಿಭವ ನೋಡುತ್ತ ನಿರವಧಿನ ವಿಭವ ನೋಡುತ್ತ ನಿರ್ಮಲದಿ ನಾನಿದ್ದೆ ರಮಣ.
ಗಂಡನ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡುವುದರ ಮೂಲಕ ದೇವರನ್ನು ಕಾಣುತ್ತಾರಂತೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಾನು ಹಾಗಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ. ಸಾಕ್ಷಾತ್ ದೇವರನ್ನೇ ನನ್ನ ಪತಿಯನ್ನಾಗಿ ಪಡೆದುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಾನೆಂಥ ಭಾಗ್ಯವಂತಳು ಎನ್ನುವುದಾಗಿ ಯೋಚಿಸುವುದು ಅನವರತವು. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡುವುದರ ಮೂಲಕ ಜೀವನದ ಧನ್ಯತೆಯನ್ನು ಕಂಡವಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಆದರೆ ಏನು, ಇಂದು ನನ್ನ ಕೆಲಸದಿಂದ ಕಾರ್ಯದಿಂದ ನಾನು ಹಿಮ್ಮುಖ ಆಗುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣವೂ ಉಂಟು.
ಏನು ಕಾರಣ?
ನಮ್ಮ ಕೈಲಾಸದ ವೈಭವವೊಮ್ಮೆ ನೋಡಬಾರ್ದೆ ನಾವು?
ಏನು ವಿಶೇಷ?
ಕೈಲಾಸವನ್ನು ಲೋಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬೆಳ್ಳಿ ಬೆಟ್ಟ ಎನ್ನುವುದಾಗಿ ಕೊಂಡಾಡುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
ರಜತಗಿರಿ
ಸತ್ಯ ಅಲ್ವೇ? ಸುತ್ತಲೂ ಬಿಳಿದಾದಂತಹ ವರ್ಣಗಳೇ ಗೋಚರಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಉಂಟು. ಬಿಳಿ ಎನ್ನುವುದು ಶಾಂತಿಯ ಸಂಕೇತ. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಶಾಂತಿ ಇರ್ತದೋ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ದೇವರ ಸಾನ್ನಿಧ್ಯ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಎನ್ನುವುದಾಗಿ ಲೋಕದ ಜನರು ಆಡುವಂತಹ ಮಾತು.
ಹೌದಪ್ಪ.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳಾದಂತಹ ಸುಬ್ರಹ್ಮಣ್ಯ ಗಣಪನ ವೈಭವನ ಆಟವನ್ನು ನೋಡುತ್ತಾ ಕಾಲವನ್ನು ಕಳೆಯುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ ನಾವು.
ಕೈಲಾಸದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ವಾತಾವರಣ ಹೊಸದಲ್ಲವಲ್ಲ?
ಅಲ್ಲ.
ನಿನಗೆ ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ಏಕೆ ಕಂಡಿತು?
ಏನು ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ನಾಟ್ಯವನ್ನು ಕಾಣುವಾಗ, ಆ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಆಟಪಾಠವನ್ನು ಕಾಣುವಾಗ, ಆ ನಂದಿ ಅತ್ತಿಂದಿತ್ತ ಓಡಾಡುವುದನ್ನು ಕಾಣುವಾಗ ಏನೋ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ನಾನು ಈ ವೈಭವವನ್ನು ಕಾಣುತ್ತಾ ಮರೆತು ಬಿಟ್ಟು
ದೇವರುಗಳು ಮಾನವ ಜೀವಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಆದರ್ಶರಾಗಿ ವ್ಯವಹರಿಸಬೇಕು ತಾನೆ.
ಹೌದು.
ನಾವೇ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಮರೆತರೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯರ ಪಾಡೇನು ಹೇಳು?
ಪ್ರಭು,
ಏನು?
ತಿಳಿದು ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಅದು ಅಪರಾಧವಂತೆ, ತಿಳಿಯದೆ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಅದು ಪ್ರಮಾದವಂತೆ. ತಿಳಿಯದೆ ಮಾಡಿದಂತಹ ತಪ್ಪನ್ನು ನೀವು ಮನ್ನಿಸಬೇಕು.
ಮನ್ನಿಸುವ ಮಾತಂತಿರಲಿ, ಸತಿಪತಿಯರ ನಡುವೆ ಮನ್ನಿಸುವ ಮಾತು ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳು? ಅಂತೂ ನೀನು ಕಾರ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಂದೆ ಉಳಿದಿದ್ದಿ, ಇನ್ನು ಹಾಗಾಗಬಾರದು.
ಆಗುವುದಿಲ್ಲ.
ನಿನ್ನನ್ನು ನೀನು ತಿದ್ದುಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕು.
ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಹೋಗಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದಂತಹ ವಿಭೂತಿಯನ್ನು ನಾನು ಈಗಲೇ ತಂದು
ಅದನ್ನು ಮೊದಲು ಮಾಡು. ಹೀಗೆ ಹಾಗೆ ಬಂದಿ.
ದೇವರಲ್ವ ನಾವು?
ಹರನ ಬಂದವ ಮತ್ತಿಸುತ್ತಲಿರಿ, ಹರಳದೊಂದನು ಕಂಡು ಉರಗಲ ಭರಿತ ವಿಸ್ಮಯರ್ಯೋದ ಗೌರಿ ಮುರಿದನಾಗ ನಾನಲ್ಲಿ ಎನ್ನಯನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೋ ಬಂದದಿ ತೋರ್ಪುದು ಹೊಲಸಲ್ಲಿ, ಏನೋ ಬಂದದಿ ತೋರ್ಪುದು ಹೊಲಸಲ್ಲಿ, ತಾಳೆ ತೆಗೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬೀಳುವುದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನಲ್ಲಿ ಎನ್ನಯನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೋ ಬಂದದಿ ತೋರ್ಪುದು ಹೊಲಸಲ್ಲಿ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲೇ.
ಓ ನನ್ನಲ್ಲೇ
ಪ್ರಭು,
ಏನೇ ಇದು?
ಭಸ್ಮವನ್ನು ಲೇಪಿಸಿ ನೀವು.
ಇದು ಹೊಲಸಲ್ವೇನೆ? ನಿತ್ಯವೂ ಶುದ್ಧವಾದ ಭಸ್ಮವನ್ನು ನೀನು ತರುವವಳು, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಭಸ್ಮ ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಮತ್ತೊಂದಿರುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಸತ್ಯ.
ಆದ್ರೆ ಇಂದು ಹಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಇನ್ನು ನೀ ತಂದ ಭಸ್ಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕಲ್ಲು, ಹೋಗುವಾಗಲೇ ಚಿತ್ತ ಚಾಂಚಲ್ಯವನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿ ಹೋದವಳು. ಆದ್ರೆ ನೀ ಈಗ ಮಾಡಿದ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಹೇಗಾಯಿತು? ಕೆಟ್ಟು ಹೋಯಿತಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಹೊಲಸು ಭಸ್ಮವನ್ನು ನಾ ಲೇಪಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವೇ? ಶುದ್ಧವಾದ ಭಸ್ಮವನ್ನು ಲೇಪಿಸುವಂತಹ ನಾನು ಈ ಭಸ್ಮವನ್ನು ಲೇಪಿಸಿದೆ ಅಂತಾದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಕೆಟ್ಟು ಹೋಯಿತಲ್ಲ. ನೀ ಯಾಕೆ ಹೀಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದೆ? ನೋಡು, ಇನ್ನು ಒಂದರೆ ಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮದ್ದಾದಂತಹ ಈ ಕೈಲಾಸಗಿರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಕಲ್ಮಶವಾದಂತಹ ಹರಳು ಕಲ್ಲು ಇರಕೂಡದು. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಈ ಕಲ್ಲನ್ನ
ಹಿಂದೆಂದು ಭಸ್ಮವ ಚದುರುವಷ್ಟರಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಂತಿ ತೂರಿಯುತ್ತಾರೆ ತಡೆದು ಬೀಳಿದಳು. ಭಸ್ಮವ ಕೆಳಗಿಳಿದು ಬಪ್ಪುದು ಕೆಡುಗುಗಳು ಬಪ್ಪುದು ಕೆಡುಗುಗಳು.
ಹಿರಿಯಾಚೆ ಬಿಸಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಕೆಟ್ಟದೆಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿರಬಾರದು. ಪರಮ ಪಾವನವಾದ ಕೈಲಾಸ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಭೂಲೋಕದಿಂದ ತಂದಂತಹ ಈ ಕೆಟ್ಟ ಹರಳು.
ತಡೀರಿ ಪ್ರಭು, ನಾವು ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಕಾಲಿಡುವುದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚಿತವಾಗಿ ಕಣ್ಣಿಟ್ಟು ವ್ಯವಹರಿಸಬೇಕಂತ.
ಅಷ್ಟು ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ದ ನೀನು ಈ ರೀತಿ ಹೀಗೆ ಭಸ್ಮವನ್ನು ಯಾಕೆ ತಂದೆ?
ಏನೋ ತಪ್ಪಾಗಿ ಹೋಯಿತು, ಆದ್ರೆ ಈ ಹರಳನ್ನು ನೀವು ಎಸೆಯುತ್ತೀರಿ ಎನ್ನುವುದಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ. ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಇದರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಾಲಿಗೆ ವಿಘ್ನ ಉಂಟಾದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಏನು ಮಾಡುದು ಪ್ರಭು? ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಮುಂದಿನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ?
ಹಾ. ಈಗ ಕಲ್ಲನ್ನು ನಾನು ಬಿಸಾಡಿದೆ ಅಂತಾದ್ರೆ ಅದರಿಂದ ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ವಿಘ್ನ ಬಂದೀತು, ಬರುವುದು ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ತಪ್ಪಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾರಿಂದಾದರೂ ಸಾಧ್ಯವೇ?
ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಕಾಲನಾದ ನನಗೂ ಅದರಿಂದ ತಪ್ಪಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕೆ, ಮುಕ್ತನಾಗುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಿಲ್ಲ.
ಓಹೋ,
ಕಾಲ ಹಿಂದೆ ಹೇಗಿದ್ದೆ, ಮುಂದೆ ಹೇಗಾಗುತ್ತದೆ ಎನ್ನುವುದನ್ನು ಯಾರಿಂದಲೂ ಹೇಳುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಕಾಲನ ಕರೆಗೆ ಓಗೊಡಲೇಬೇಕು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಬಂದುದೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಬರಲಿ, ನಿನ್ನ ಪತಿಯಾಗಿ ನಾನಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಬಂದುದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಸಮಾನವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಎದುರಿಸೋಣ. ಈ ಕಲ್ಲನ್ನು ಗಿರಿಯಾಚ
ಕಾಣಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ದೀರ್ಘದೇಹಿಯಾದಂತಹ ನಾನೋರ್ವ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬಂದೆ, ಹೇಗೆ ಬಂದೆ, ಯಾಕೆ ಬಂದೆ ಅರ್ಥವಾಗುತ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹಸಿವೆ, ತಿನ್ನುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಕಾಣಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಏನು ಮಾಡೋಣ ಎನ್ನುವ ಹಾಗೆ ಆ ಕಡೆ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಎತ್ತರವಾದಂತಹ ಪರ್ವತ, ಅದೆಷ್ಟೋ ಮಂದಿಗಳು ಆ ಕಡೆ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಸಂಚರಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಹೋದರೆ ನನಗೆ ಉಣ್ಣುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಆಹಾರ, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಯಾರು ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ವಿಚಾರ ತಿಳಿಯುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ. ಪರ್ವತವನ್ನು ಏರ್ತಾನೆ.
ಕೋಪಿಸದಿರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರತಾಪದ ಗುಣಶೀಲ
ಕೋಪಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮೂಲ ಕಾರಣ ಹಸಿವು ಎನ್ನುವುದು ನನಗೆ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿದೆ. ಇವನ ಮೊದಲು ಹಸಿವೆ ನಿವಾರಣೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಇಲ್ಲಂತಾದ್ರೆ ಅವನು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನೇ ತಿಂದು ಬಿಟ್ಟ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಕಣ್ಣು ಮುಚ್ಚು, ಬಾಯ್ತಾರೆ.
ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ತುಂಬಿದೆ, ಮನಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ಸಂತೋಷವಾಗಿದೆ.
ಇನ್ನು ನೀನು ಕೋಪ ಮಾಡಬಾರದು, ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ಹಾಳು ಮಾಡಬಾರದು.
ನನಗೆ ಆಹಾರವನ್ನು ಒದಗಿಸಿದ ನೀನು ಯಾರು? ನಿನ್ನಿಂದ ಉಂಡಂತಹ ನಾನು ಯಾರು? ಹೇಳು ಬೇಗ.
ನಾನು ನಿನ್ನ ಅಪ್ಪ, ನೀನು ನನ್ನ ಮಗ.
ನಾನು ನಿನ್ನ ಅಪ್ಪ, ನೀನು ನನ್ನ ಮಗ.
ಹಾಗಲ್ಲೂ ನಾನು ನಿನ್ನ ಅಪ್ಪ, ನಾನು
ಹಾಗಲ್ವೋ? ನಾನು ನಿನ್ನ ಅಪ್ಪ,
ನೀನು ನನ್ನ ಮಗನು.
ನೀನು ನನ್ನ ಮಗನು.
ನಾನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ನೀನಲ್ಲ, ನೀನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನೀನು ನಾನಲ್ಲ. ಹೇಳು, ನಾನು ನಿನ್ನ ಅಪ್ಪ, ನೀನು ನನ್ನ ಮಗ.
ನಾನು ನಾನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನೀನಲ್ಲ ನಾನು.
ಇವ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದನ್ನೇ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ.
ನೀನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನಲ್ಲ ನೀನು.
ಅದು ಬಿಡು.
ನಾನು ನಿನ್ನ ಅಪ್ಪ, ನೀನು ನನ್ನ ಮಗ.
ಅದು ಬಿಡು, ಅಪ್ಪ ಮಗ ವಿಷಯ ಬೇಡ. ಇದು ನಾನು ನಿನ್ನ ಪಿತ, ನೀನು ನನ್ನ ಸುತ.
ನಾನು ನಿನ್ನ ಪಿತ, ನೀನು ನನ್ನ ಸುತ.
ನೀನು ಸುತನೋ?
ನೀನು ಸುತನೋ?
ಹೀಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ. ಒಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇವನಿಗೆ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇದೆಯೇ. ಜ್ಞಾನೇಶನಾದಂತಹ ನಾನೇ ಇವನಿಗೆ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಚಕ್ಷುವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ ಅಂತಾದ್ರೆ ಇವ ಸರ್ವವನ್ನು ತಿಳಿಯುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಮರ್ಥನಾಗುತ್ತಾನೆ. ನಿಜ. ಈಗ ಹೇಳು, ನಾನು ಯಾರು, ನೀನು ಯಾರು?
ನಾನು ಯಾರು, ನೀನು ಯಾರು?
ನಾನು ನಿನ್ನ ಅಪ್ಪ, ನೀನು ನನ್ನ ಮಗ. ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡಿಕೋ.
ನಾನು ನಿನ್ನ
ಮಗ.
ಮಗ. ನೀನು ನನ್ನ ಮಗ.
ನಾನು ಅಪ್ಪ,
ನೀನು ಅಪ್ಪ, ನಾನು ಮಗ. ನಾನು ನಿನ್ನ ಮಗ, ನೀನು ನನ್ನ ಅಪ್ಪ. ನೀನು ಪಿತ, ನಾನು ಸುತ. ನಾನು ಮಗ, ನೀನು ಅಪ್ಪ. ಅಪ್ಪ, ಸಂತೋಷವಾಯಿತು. ನೀನು ಅಪ್ಪ, ನಾನು ಮಗ. ಅಪ್ಪ, ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನೀನು ಅಪ್ಪನ?
ಇಲ್ಲ,
ನಿನ್ನನ್ನು ಅಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಲೇ ಕರೆಯುವುದೇ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ?
ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಹೆಸರುಂಟು.
ಗುರುತಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಸರುಂಟು.
ಹೆಸರುಂಟು.
ಏನು ಹೆಸರು?
ಸರ್ವೇಶ್ವರ, ಜಗದೀಶ್ವರ, ಪರಮೇಶ್ವರ, ಹೀಗೆಲ್ಲ ಹೆಸರುಂಟು ಮಗನ.
ಈಶ್ವರ, ಪರಮೇಶ್ವರ, ಜಗದೀಶ್ವರ ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ನಿನ್ನನ್ನು ಕೊಂಡಾಡುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಹೌದು.
ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಜಗದೀಶ್ವರನಾದಂತಹ ನೀನು ನನ್ನ ಅಪ್ಪ. ಅಪ್ಪ, ಎಲ್ಲರ ಹಾಗೆ ನೀನಿಲ್ಲ. ನಿನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಅದೆಷ್ಟೋ ವಿಶೇಷತೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಾನು ಕಾಣುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
ಏನು?
ನಿನ್ನ ತಲೆಯಿಂದ ಏನೋ ಧುಮುಕುತ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅದು?
ಅವಳು ಗಂಗೆ, ಪರರ ಪಾಪವನ್ನು ಪರಿಹರಿಸುವ ಪರಮ ಪಾವನೆ ಭಾಗೀರಥಿ. ಗಂಗೆಯನ್ನು ನಾನು ಧರಿಸಿದವ, ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನನಗೆ ಗಂಗಾಧರ ಅಂತ ಹೆಸರು ಮಗನೇ.
ಓ, ನಿನಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಒಂದು ಹೆಸರಿದೆ.
ಹೌದು.
ಗಂಗೆಯನ್ನು ನೀನು ಧರಿಸಿದ ಕಾರಣ ನೀನು ಗಂಗಸರ.
ಗಂಗಾಧರ
ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾನೆಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು?
ನೀನು ಗಂಗಾಸರ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು.
ಒಂದು ಅಕ್ಷರ ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸ ಆದ್ರೆ ಏನಪ್ಪ?
ಸರದಲ್ಲಿ ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸ ಆದ್ರೆ ಅಡಿಮೇಲೆ ಹೋಗ್ತದೆ.
ಗಂಗಾಧರ. ಅಪ್ಪ,
ಏನು?
ತಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೋ ಹೊಳೆಯುತ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅದು?
ಚಂದ್ರ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನನಗೆ ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರ ಅಂತ ಹೆಸರು.
ಚಂದ್ರನನ್ನು ನೀನು ಧರಿಸಿದವ.
ನನಗೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಹೆಸರುಂಟು.
ಏನು?
ಚಂದ್ರಚೂಡ.
ಇದು ಹೆಸರು ಒಳ್ಳೆದು. ಚಂದ್ರನನ್ನು ಧರಿಸಿದವ ನೀನು, ಆದ ಕಾರಣ ನೀನು ಚೂಡಚಂದ್ರ. ಚೂಡಚಂದ್ರ, ಚೂಡಚಂದ್ರ.
ಅದೀಗ ನೀನು ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿರುವುದು
ಚೂಡ ಚಂದ್ರ.
ಹಾಗಲ್ವಾ? ಚಂದ್ರ ಚೂಡ ಅಂತ ನೀನು ಅದಲು ಬದಲು ಮಾಡಬೇಡ. ಅರ್ಥ ಅನರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತದೆ.
ಚಂದ್ರಚೂಡ. ಅಪ್ಪ, ಎಲ್ಲರ ಮುಖದಲ್ಲಿ ಎರಡೇ ಕಣ್ಣು, ನಿನ್ನ ಹಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ಕಣ್ಣು. ಯಾಕಪ್ಪ ಅದು?
ಅದು ಮೂರನೆಯ ಕಣ್ಣು. ಅದು ನನಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಕಣ್ಣು. ಅದು ಕಿಚ್ಚಿನ ಕಣ್ಣು. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ ಅಂತಾದ್ರೆ ಲೋಕ ಸುಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗಿತ್ತು.
ಬೇಡ ಬೇಡ, ಸುಡಬೇಡ ಸುಡಬೇಡ.
ಈಗ ನಾನು ಸುಡುವುದಿಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನು ತೆರೆಯುವುದೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಮೂರನೇ ಕಣ್ಣನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿದ ಕಾರಣ ನಾನು ಮುಕ್ಕಣ್ಣ.
ನೀನು ಮುಕ್ಕು ಕಣ್ಣ.
ನೀವು ಮುಕ್ಕಿದ್ದಾಯ್ತಲ್ಲ ಆಗ. ಮತ್ತೆ
ಮುಕ್ಕಣ್ಣ.
ಮುಕ್ಕಣ್ಣ.
ಮುಕ್ಕಣ್ಣ. ಅಪ್ಪ, ನಿನ್ನ ಕಂಠ ಕಪ್ಪಾಗಿದೆ ಯಾಕೆ?
ಅದು ಸಮುದ್ರ ಮಥನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಲಾಹಲವನ್ನು ಕುಡಿಯಬೇಕಾದಂತಹ ಪ್ರಮೇಯ ಒದಗಿ ಬಂತು. ಆ ಕಾಲಕ್ಕೆ ನನ್ನವಳು ನನ್ನ ಕಂಠವನ್ನು ಒತ್ತಿ ಹಿಡಿದ್ಲು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಹಾಲಾಹಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಶೇಖರಣೆಗೊಂಡಿತು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ಕಂಠ ಕಪ್ಪಾದದ್ದು. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ನಂಜುಂಡ ಅಂತ ಕರೀತಾರೆ.
ಓಹೋ, ವಿಷವನ್ನು ಉಂಡವ ನೀನು.
ಹೌದು.
ಆದ ಕಾರಣ ನೀನು ಗಂಜುಂಡ.
ಎಲ್ಲಿ? ಇಲ್ಲಿ
ಗಂಜುಂಡ. ನೀನೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಲ್ವಾ, ವಿಷಕ್ಕೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಹೆಸರು ಉಂಟು,
ನಂಜುಂಡ.
ನಂಜ.
ಗರಳ ಕೊರಳ.
ಗರಳ ಕೊರಳ.
ಹೀಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕರೀತಾರೆ ಮಗ.
ವಿಷಕಂಠ,
ವಿಷಕಂಠ,
ನೀಲಕಂಠ. ಯಪ್ಪ, ಇದೇನಪ್ಪ ಮೈ ಮೇಲೆಲ್ಲ ಬುಸುಗುಟ್ಟುತ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ಎಳೆದು ಬಿಸಾಡುವ.
ಹಾಗೆ ಬಿಸಾಡುವುದಕ್ಕ ಇರುವಂತದ್ದಲ್ಲೂ ಅದು ನನಗೆ ಭೂಷಣ. ಇದು ನನ್ನ ಆಭರಣ. ಇದು ನಾಗ, ನನ್ನ ಆಭರಣ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರು ನನ್ನನ್ನು ನಾಗಾಭರಣ ಅಂತ ಕರೆಯುವುದು ಮಗ.
ಓ, ನಾಗಾಭರಣ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನೀವೇ?
ನಾಗಾಭರಣ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನೇ.
ಅಪ್ಪ, ಇದೇನಪ್ಪ ಉಡುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಬರೆಗಳಿಲ್ವ? ಇದೇನನ್ನು ಧರಿಸಿದ್ದು ನೀವು?
ಇದು ನನ್ನ ಭಕ್ತರ ಮನದ ಅಭಿಲಾಷೆಯನ್ನು ನೆರವೇರಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಗಜಾಸುರನು, ವ್ಯಾಘ್ರಾಸುರನು ಮುಂತಾದಂತಹ ದುಷ್ಟರ ದಮನದ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ ಮನದ ಅಭೀಷ್ಟೆಯನ್ನು ನೆರವೇರಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಅವರ ಮೈಯ ಚರ್ಮವನ್ನು ನಾಧರಿಸಿದ್ದು ಮಗ.
ಆದ ಕಾರಣ
ಗಜ ಚರ್ಮಾಂಬರದರ, ವ್ಯಾಘ್ರ ಚರ್ಮಾಂಬರದರ, ಹೀಗೆಲ್ಲ ಹೆಸರುಗಳು.
ನನ್ನಪ್ಪನಾದಂತಹ ನೀನು ಜಗದೀಶ್ವರನಿದ್ದಿ, ಗಂಗಾಧರ, ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರ, ನೀಲಕಂಠ, ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಪ್ರಪಂಚ ನಿನ್ನನ್ನು ಕೊಂಡಾಡುತ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ನಿನ್ನ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ವಿಚಾರ ನನಗೆ ಅರ್ಥವಾಗಿದೆ. ಅಪ್ಪ, ನೀನೋರ್ವನೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅದೆಷ್ಟೋ ಮಂದಿಗಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಹೌದು ಹೌದು.
ಪ್ರತಿಯೋರ್ವರ ಪರಿಚಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಎನ್ನುವಂತ ಆಶೆ ನನಗೆ.
ಇಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರ ಪರಿಚಯ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ನಿನಗೆ?
ಬೇಡವ ಮತ್ತೆ? ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಆಕರ್ಷಿಸಿದವ ಯಾರು ಬಲ್ಲಿರ?
ಯಾರು?
ಆರು ಮುಗಿದವನ್ಯಾರು?
ಯಾರಪ್ಪ?
ಘೋರಗ ಎರಡು ಕೋಟಿ ಜ್ಯೋತಿಗಳು ಆರೆರಡು ಕೋಟಿ ಜ್ಯೋತಿಗಳು ಆರುಗದವನಾರು ಗೋರಗ ಆರೆರಡು ಕೋಟಿ ಜ್ಯೋತಿಗಳು ಮಾರುತ್ತ ಮಗನಾದನಾರು ಮದುವೆ ಮಾರುತ್ತ ಮಗನಾದ ಆರುದ್ಧರ ಮದುವೆ ತೋರಣ ಆರ್ಯಣದ ಎಂದ
ಅಪ್ಪ ಮಗನೇ, ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲವರು ಇಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಆಕರ್ಷಿಸಿದವ ಯಾರು ಬಲ್ಲಿರೋ?
ಯಾರು ಮಗನೇ?
ಓ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಳಿತಮ್ಮ.
ಆಹಾ,
ಒಂದಲ್ಲ, ಎರಡಲ್ಲ, ಮೂರಲ್ಲ, ನಾಲ್ಕಲ್ಲ, 6 ತಲೆಗಳವನಿಗೆ. ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಅವ?
ಅವ ನನ್ನ ಕುಮಾರ. ಅವನಿಗೆ ಹೆಸರೇ ಕುಮಾರ. ಪ್ರಪಂಚ ಅವನನ್ನು ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅಂತ ಕರೆಯುವುದು ಮಗನೇ.
ನಿಮಗೇನಾಗಬೇಕು?
ಅವ ನನ್ನ ಮಗ.
ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ನನಗೂ ಮಗನೇ.
ಛೆ, ನನ್ನ ಮಗ ನಿನಗೆ ಮಗನಾಗುವುದು ಹೇಗೆ?
ಅದ್ಯಾಕೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಮಗ ನನಗೆ ಮಗ ಆಗುವುದಿಲ್ವಾ?
ನನ್ನ ಮಗ ನಿನಗೆ ಮಗ ಆಗುವುದಿಲ್ಲ, ನಿನಗೆ ಅಣ್ಣನಾಗುತ್ತಾನೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ಬಲ್ಲೆಯ? ನಿನಗಿಂತ ಮೊದಲು ಅವ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ ಕಾರಣ ಅವ ನಿನಗೆ ಅಣ್ಣನಾಗುತ್ತಾನೆ, ನೀನು ಅವನಿಗೆ ತಮ್ಮನಾಗುತ್ತಿ.
ಎಲ್ಲ ನೆನಪಿಡುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಷ್ಟ ಉಂಟಪ್ಪ.
ಅದಿಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ನೀನು ನೆನಪಿಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ.
ಅವ ಅಣ್ಣ, ನಾನು ತಮ್ಮ. ಅವ ನನಗಿಂತ ಮೊದಲು ನಿನಗೆ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದವ.
ಹೌದು.
ಅವನಿಗೆ ಕುಮಾರ ಅಂತ ಹೆಸರುಂಟು.
ಜಗತ್ತು ಅವನನ್ನು ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅಂತ ಕರೀತದೆ.
ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇವರೇ? ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ.
ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅವರೇ.
ದೇವರ ಮಗ ಅಲ್ವಾ?
ಹೌದು ಹೌದು ಹೌದು.
ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ
6 ಮುಖವನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿದ ಕಾರಣ ಷಣ್ಮುಖ, ಷಡಾನನ, ಸುಬ್ರಹ್ಮಣ್ಯ, ಗುಹ, ಹೀಗೆಲ್ಲ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಹೆಸರು. ಆರ್ಮೊಗ.
ನನಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧದಲ್ಲಿ
ಅವ ಅಣ್ಣ, ನೀನು ತಮ್ಮ.
ಅಣ್ಣ ಹೇಗಿದ್ದೀಯ?
ಹಾಗೆ ಅಣ್ಣನನ್ನು ಗದರಿಸುವುದೇನು? ಪ್ರೀತಿ, ಮಮತೆ, ವಾತ್ಸಲ್ಯದಿಂದ ಮಾತಾಡಿಸಬೇಕು.
ನಾವು ಹೊಸ ಪೀಳಿಗೆಯವರಲ್ಲ, ನಮಗೆ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಪಕ್ಕ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತದ.
ಪೀಳಿಗೆ ಹೊಸತಾಗಿರಬಹುದು ಮಗನೇ.
ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಅಣ್ಣನಿಗೆ ನಾವು ತಲೆಬಾಗಬೇಕು.
ಹೌದು ಹೌದು, ಶಿರ ತಗ್ಗಿಸಬೇಕು, ಹಿರಿಯರಿಗೆ ಗೌರವ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು.
ಅಣ್ಣ, ವಂದಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ಕೈ ಎತ್ತಿ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಮಾಡುತ್ತ.
ಅದು ಸಂಸ್ಕಾರ.
ಅಪ್ಪ, ಅಲ್ಲೋರನಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನೋಡುವಾಗ ನನಗೆ ನಗು ಬರುತ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
ಯಾಕೆ?
ಸಣ್ಣ ಕಣ್ಣು, 2 ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕಿವಿ, ದೊಡ್ಡ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ. ವಾಪ, ಅವನ ಮೂಗೊಂದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಉದ್ದಪ್ಪ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಉದ್ದ.
ಅದು ಮೂಗಲ್ಲು,
ಮತ್ತೆ
ಅದು ಸೊಂಡಿಲು. ಅದು ಸೊಂಡಿಲು.
ನನ್ನ ಸೊಂಡಿಲು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಉಂಟಪ್ಪ?
ನಿನಗೆ ಸೊಂಡಿಲಿಲ್ವ? ನಿನಗಿರುವುದು ಮೂಗು.
ನಿನ್ನ ಸೊಂಡಿಲು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಉಂಟು?
ನನಗೂ ಸೊಂಡಿಲಿಲ್ವಾ?
ಅದೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅವನಿಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಸೊಂಡಿಲು.
ಅದು ಒಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವನ ಶಿರವನ್ನು ಕತ್ತರಿಸಬೇಕಾದಂತಹ ಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಬಂತು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಗಜದ ಮುಖವನ್ನು ಅವನಿಗೆ ಜೋಡಣೆ ಮಾಡಿತ್ತು. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದಲೇ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಗಣಪ, ಗಜಾನನ ಹೀಗೆಲ್ಲ ಹೆಸರು ಬಂದಿದೆ ಮಗ.
ನನಗೇನಾಗಬೇಕು?
ನಿನಗೆ ಅಣ್ಣ.
ಓ, ಗಣಪ.
ಗಣಪ,
ಗಣಪಣ್ಣ.
ಗಣಪಣ್ಣ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಗಣಪಣ್ಣ.
ಗಣಪಣ್ಣ ನನಗೆ ಅಣ್ಣ. ಮೊದಲ ಪೂಜೆಯ ಕೊಂಬವ.
ಹೌದು.
ವಂದಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
ಅವನು ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದ.
ಅಪ್ಪ, ಅಲ್ಲೋರ್ವನಿದ್ದಾನೆ, ನನ್ನ ಹಾಗೆ ದೃಢ ಕಾಯದವ, ವೀರನಂತೆ ಕಂಗೊಳಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ. ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಅವ?
ಅವ ದಕ್ಷ ಮಖ ಧ್ವಂಸಿ ಮಗನೇ.
ದಕ್ಷ ಮಖ ಧ್ವಂಸಿ?
ಅದು ದಕ್ಷನ ಯಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ ನಿರೀಶ್ವರ ಯಾಗವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದಂತಹ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನಿಂದಲೇ ಹುಟ್ಟಲ್ಪಟ್ಟು ಬಳಿಕ ದಕ್ಷನ ಮಖ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾಗವನ್ನೇ ಹಾಳು ಮಾಡಿದವ.
ಸರಿ.
ದಕ್ಷನನ್ನು ಕೊಂದವ. ವೀರಭದ್ರ ಅಂತ ಅವನ ಹೆಸರು ಮಗನೇ.
ಭದ್ರಣ್ಣ. ಅಣ್ಣ, ವಂದಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ
ನೋಡು, ಅವನು ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಅಪ್ಪ, ಇವ ಎಲ್ಲರ ಹಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ 2 ಕಾಲಾದ್ರೆ ಇವನಿಗೆ 4 ಕಾಲು. ಯಪ್ಪ, ಅವನ ತಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅದು?
ಅದು ಕೋಡು. ಕೋಡು ಕೋಡು.
ನನ್ನ ತಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಕೋಡಿಲ್ಲ? ಅವನಿಗೆ ಕೋಡುಂಟು, ನನಗೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಕೋಡಿಲ್ಲ?
ನಿನ್ನ ತಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೋಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಕೂದಲಿರುವುದು. ನಿನಗೆ ಕೋಡು ಬರುವುದು ಬೇಡ ಮಗನೇ.
ಹೌದಾ? ನಿನ್ನ ತಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ಕೋಡು.
ಅದು ಕೋಡ್ ಅಲ್ವೋ?
ಅವನಿಗೆ 2 ಕೋಡು, ನಿನಗೆ 1.
ಇದು ಶಿಕೆ.
ಇದು ಶಿಕೆ. ಅದು ಶಿಕೆ ಅಲ್ಲ,
ಅದು ಕೋಡು.
ಅದು ಕೋಡು. ಅದು ಯಾಕೆ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಕೋಡು?
ಅವ ಪ್ರಾಣಿ, ಅವ ಪ್ರಾಣಿ ವರ್ಗಕ್ಕೆ ಸೇರಿದವ, ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಕೋಡು.
ಅವನ ಹೆಸರು
ನಂದಿ.
ನಂದಿ ಏ ನಂದಿ, ನಂದಿ ಏ ನಂದಿ, ಏ ನಂದಿ,
ಏ ನಂದಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ
ಮತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ನಂದಿ ಏ ನಂದಿ ಅಂತ.
ಏ ನಂದಿ,
ಓ ನಂದಿ,
ನಂದೀಶ ಅಂತ ಕರಿ.
ನಂದೀಶ. ನಿನಗೇನಾಗಬೇಕು ಅವ?
ನನ್ನ ಮಗ, ನನ್ನ ವಾಹನ, ನನ್ನ ವಾಹನ.
ನಿನ್ನ ವಾಹನ? ಅಪ್ಪ, ನಿನ್ನ ವಾಹನದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನೊಮ್ಮೆ ಏರಿ ಬಿಡ್ಲೆ?
ನಿನ್ನ ಅಭಿನಯ ಬೇರೆ.
ಹೌದು, ಅವನ ಕೋಡನ್ನು ಹೀಗೆ ಹಿಡಿದು ಏರಿ.
ಅವ ನನಗೆ ವಾಹನ, ನಿನಗೆ ವಾಹನ ಅಲ್ಲ.
ಅದ್ಯಾಕೆ ಅಪ್ಪನ ವಾಹನದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಗ ಹೋಗಬಾರ್ದ?
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅಪ್ಪನ ವಾಹನದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಗ ಹೋಗಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತೇನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಯ ಆಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನಿನಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಯ ಆದಾಗ ನಿನಗೆ ನಾನು ಬೇರೆ ವಾಹನ ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ, ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಅದನ್ನು ಏರಿ ಹೋಗು.
ಓ ನಂದೀಶ, ವಂದನೆಗಳು. ಅಪ್ಪ, ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಯಾರು ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ತುಂಬಾ ಮಂದಿಗಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನ ಗಣಗಳು, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹರಣ ಗಣಗಳು ಮಗನೇ.
ಓ, ನಿನ್ನ ಗಣಗಳು?
ಹೌದು,
ಹರನ ಗಣಗಳು. ಹಾಗಿದ್ದರೆ ಇವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಹಗರಣಗಳು. ನಿನ್ನ ಗಣಗಳು ಎಂದಾದ ಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಗರಣಗಳೇ.
ಹಗರಣ ಈಗ ನೀನು ಮಾಡುವುದು ಹಗರಣ.
ಮತ್ತೆ ನೀನೆಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು?
ಹರಣಗಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು.
ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾನೆಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು?
ನೀನು ಹಗರಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು.
ಏನು ಒಂದು ಶಬ್ದ ಆಚೀಚೆ, ಅಕ್ಷರ ಆಚೀಚೆ ಆದ್ರೆ ಏನು
ದಾಳಿ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
ಹೌದಾ? ಪ್ರಯೋಜನ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಹರನ ಗಣಗಳು. ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರ ಪರಿಚಯ ನನಗಾಗಿದೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಉಳಿದಿದ್ದಾರಂತ ಒಮ್ಮೆ ನೋಡಿ ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ಆಗ್ಲಿ ಮಗನೇ, ನೋಡಿ, ಯಾರನ್ನು ಬಿಡಬೇಡ.
ಏನು ಮಗನೇ ಇದು? ಎಂತದಪ್ಪ ಇದು? ಎಲ್ಲದರ ಹಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ನಮಗಿರುವುದು ಅಲ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲಿರುವುದು ನಮಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ಎಂತದಪ್ಪ?
ಇದ್ದು ಅಂತ ನೀನು ಯಾರನ್ನು ಕರೆಯುವುದು?
ಇದನ್ನು ನೋಡುವಾಗ ಏನೋ ವಿಶೇಷ ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಉಂಟು
ಮಗನೇ. ಅವಳು ನನ್ನ ಹೆಂಡತಿ.
ಹಾಗಿದ್ದರೆ ನನಗೂ ಹೆಂಡತಿ?
ನನ್ನ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ನಿನಗೆ ಹೆಂಡತಿ?
ಯಾಕೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ನನಗೆ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಆಗುವುದಿಲ್ಲ?
ನನ್ನ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ನಿನಗೆ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಆಗುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ನಿನ್ನ ತಂದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ನಾನು ನಿನ್ನ ಅಪ್ಪನಲ್ವಾ? ಅವಳು ನಿನ್ನ ಅಮ್ಮ. ಅವಳ ಅಮ್ಮ.
ಅವಳೇನು ನಿನ್ನ ಹತ್ತಿರ?
ಅವಳು ನನ್ನ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಆದ ಕಾರಣ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ತಿರ.
ಅದು ಯಾಕೆ? ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ಹೆಂಡತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಉಂಟು. ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಿನ್ನ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಹತ್ತಿರ ಅಂತ ಆದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ಹೆಂಡತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಉಂಟಾಗಿದ್ರೆ?
ನೀನು ಹುಟ್ಟಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಗಳಿಗೆ ಆದದ್ದು?
ಅದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ
4 ಗಳಿಗೆ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ನಿನಗೆ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಬರ್ತದ?
ಅಪ್ಪ, ಅದನ್ನು ನೋಡುವಾಗ ಅಂಥದ್ದೇ ಒಂದು ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಇದೆ.
ನೋಡು, ಯಾರನ್ನು ನೋಡುವಾಗ ಯಾವ ಭಾವನೆ, ಯಾವ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಕೋನದಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಬೇಕು ಎನ್ನುವುದೇ ಮುಖ್ಯ. ಅಮ್ಮನನ್ನು ನೋಡುವಾಗ ಭಕ್ತಿಯಿಂದ ನಾವು ನೋಡಬೇಕು. ಹೆಂಡತಿಯನ್ನು ನೋಡುವಾಗ ಪ್ರೇಮದ ಭಾವನೆಯಿಂದ ನೋಡಬೇಕು. ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತಲ್ಲ?
ನನಗೆ ಹೆಂಡತಿ.
ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನು ನೋಡುವಾಗ ವಾತ್ಸಲ್ಯದ ಭಾವನೆಯಿಂದ ನೋಡಬೇಕು.
ನನಗೆ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಯಾವಾಗ?
ನಿನಗೆ ಕಾಲ ಬಂದಾಗ, ಯಾವಾಗ ಕಾಲ ಬಂದಾಗ ನಾ ಮದುವೆ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಿನಗೊಬ್ಳು ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಬರ್ತಾಳೆ.
ಅದ್ಯಾಗೋ ನನಗೆ ಕಾಲ ಬರುವುದು?
ಕಾಲ ನಿನಗೆ ಸದ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ಬೋದು.
ನನಗೆ ಬೇಗ ಕಾಲ ಬರಬೇಕು.
ಹೌದಾ?
ಬೇಗ ಕಾಲ ಬರಬೇಕು.
ಅಗತ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನಿನಗೆ ಮದುವೆ ಆಗಬೇಕಲ್ಲ?
ನನಗೆ ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಬೇಕು.
ಇಂಥ ಒಂದಲ್ಲ, ಇವಳು ನಿನಗೆ ಅಮ್ಮ.
ಅಪ್ಪ, ಇವಳು ಅಮ್ಮ.
ಅಮ್ಮ
ನಿನ್ನ ಹೆಂಡತಿ.
ನನ್ನ ಹೆಂಡತಿ.
ನನಗೆ ಅಮ್ಮ.
ಅಮ್ಮ.
ನಾಳೆ ನನಗೆ ಮದುವೆ ಆದ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವಳು ನನಗೇನಾಗ್ತದೆ? ಅವಳು ನನಗೇನಾಗ್ತಾಳೆ?
ಅವಳು ನಿನಗೆ ಸೊಸೆ ಆಗ್ತಾಳೆ.
ನನಗೆ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಆಗ್ತಾಳೆ.
ಅವಳು ನಿನಗೆ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಆಗ್ತಾಳೆ.
ನಿನ್ನ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ನನಗೆ ಅಮ್ಮ. ನನಗೆ ಒಬ್ಬಳು ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಅವಳನ್ನು ನಾನು ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುದು. ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ನಿನಗೆ ಅಮ್ಮ.
ನನಗೆ ಸೊಸೆಯೋ?
ನಿನ್ನ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ನನಗೆ ಅಮ್ಮ ಆದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ನಿನಗೆ ಅಮ್ಮ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಅದ್ಯಾಕೆ ನೀವು ಹಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ತಪ್ಪಿಸಬಾರ್ದು. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ನನಗೆ ಅಮ್ಮ ಅಂತ ಆದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ನಿನಗೆ ಅಮ್ಮ.
ಬೇಕಾದ ಹಾಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬದಲು ಮಾಡುವುದಕ್ಕಾಗುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಪರಂಪರೆ, ಹಿಂದಿನಿಂದ ಆದದ್ದಲ್ಲ. ನನ್ನ ಮಗ ನೀನು, ನಿನ್ನ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ನಮಗೆ ಸೊಸೆ.
ನಿನ್ನ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ನನಗೆ ಸೊಸೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅಮ್ಮ.
ಅಮ್ಮ.
ಆಯ್ತು, ನಿನ್ನ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ನನಗೆ ಅಮ್ಮ, ನನ್ನ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ನಿನಗೆ ಸೊಸೆ. ಸರಿ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಸಂಶಯ ಉಂಟು.
ಇಷ್ಟರವರೆಗೆ ಬಂದದ್ದಲ್ಲ.
ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸಂಶಯ ಉಂಟು. ಇವರು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹೆಂಡತಿ,
ನೀನು ನನ್ನನ್ನು ತಪ್ಪಿಸಬೇಡ. ಅದನ್ನೇ ಮಾತಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಇವರು ನನ್ನ ಮತ್ತೆ ತಲೆ ಹಾಳಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಎಂತದೆಂತ
ಇವರು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹೆಂಡತಿ,
ಅದುವೇ.
ನೀವು ಇವರ
ಗಂಡ.
ಅದು ಸರಿಯಾಗುದಿಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ.
ಯಾಕೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗುದಿಲ್ಲ?
ನೀವು ಗಂಡ, ಅವರು ಹೆಂಡತಿ. ಅವರು ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಅಂತ ಆದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಗಂಡ ಆಗುದು ಹೇಗೆ?
ಮತ್ತೆ
ನೀವು ಗಂಡತಿ ಆಗಬೇಡುವ. ನೀವು ಗಂಡ ಅಂತ ಆದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಆಗುವುದು ಹೇಗೆ? ಅವರು ಹೆಂಡ ಅಂತ ಆಗಬೇಡ, ಒಂದೋ ಗಂಡ ಹೆಂಡ, ಅಲ್ಲದಿದ್ರೆ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಗಂಡತಿ ಹೀಗಾಗಬೇಡು.
ಇದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಇವನ ತಲೆ ಓಡ್ತದೆ. ಗಂಡ
ಹೆಂಡ ಅದು ಸರಿಯಾಗ್ತದೆ.
ಎಂತದ್ದು ಸರಿಯಾಗ್ತದೆ? ಅದು ಒಳ್ಳೇದಾಗುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಗಂಡ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಅಂತಲೇ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಒಂದು ರಾಸಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಒಟ್ಟುವ ಮಾತಾಡುವುದಾ? ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಪರಂಪರೆ, ಹಿಂದಿನವರು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದ ಕಟ್ಟುಕಟ್ಟಲೆಗಳು. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಆಚರಣೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಬೇಕೇ ವಿನಃ ನಾವು ಈಗ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದವರು ನಮ್ಮದು ಹೊಸತನ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಕೊಂಡು ಇದ್ದ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಪೀಳಿಗೆ ಹೊಸತಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಆದ್ರೆ ಹಿಂದಿನವರು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಂತಹ ಕಟ್ಟುಕಟ್ಟಲೆಯನ್ನು ಮೀರಬಾರದು ಅಂತ ಆಡುವುದು ನಾವು.
ಅಪ್ಪ ಏನು? ಅಮ್ಮ ಗಂಡ ಹೆಂಡತಿ, ಅಮ್ಮ ಅವಳು.
ನಾನು ಆಗಲೇ ನಿನಗೆ ಸೂಚನೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಹಿರಿಯರಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡುವಾಗ ಗೌರವ ಭಾವ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಅಮ್ಮನನ್ನು ಗೌರವದಿಂದ ನೀನು ಕಾಣಬೇಕು. ಹೇಗೆ? ಗೌರವದಿಂದ ಕೈ ಮುಗಿಯಬೇಕು, ತಲೆ ತಗ್ಗಿಸಬೇಕು, ಬೆನ್ನು ಬಾಗಿಸಬೇಕು. ಅಮ್ಮ ಪಾದಾರವಿಂದಗಳಿಗೆ ಪಡಮಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಶಬ್ದವನ್ನು ಹೇಳು.
ವಂದಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ.
ಶುಭವಾಗಿ.
ಅಪ್ಪ ಎಲ್ಲ ಎದ್ದು ಹೋಗುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಹೌದು.
ಎಲ್ಲಿಗೆ?
ಅದು ಅವರವರ ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೆ.
ಅವರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ಇದೆ.
ಹೌದು.
ಅಪ್ಪ
ಏನು?
ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರನ್ನು ಗುರುತಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಹೆಸರಿದೆ, ಮಾಡುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಉದ್ಯೋಗವಿದೆ. ಈಗ ತಾನೇ ಹುಟ್ಟಿಕೊಂಡವ ನಾನು. ನೀವು ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಮಗ ಅಂತ ಕರೆಯಬಹುದು. ನಾಳೆ ಹೀಗೆ ನಾನು ಹೋಗುವಾಗ ಉಳಿದವರೆಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಮಗ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ನನಗೆ ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಆದೀತ?
ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಆದ ಕಾರಣ ಗುರುತಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಹೆಸರು ಬೇಕು, ಮಾಡುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಉದ್ಯೋಗ, ಆ ಮೂಲಕ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸೇವೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು.
ಮೊದಲು ಯಾವುದು ಬೇಕು?
ಒಂದು ಹೆಸರು ಕೊಡಿ. ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಹೆಸರಾಗಬೇಕಪ್ಪ. ಅನರ್ಥ ನಾಮ ಆಗಬೇಕು ನನಗೆ.
ಏನದು?
ಅದಂತೂ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ.
ಅನರ್ಥ ಅಲ್ವೋ? ಅರ್ಥ ಗರ್ಭಿತವಾದಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಹೆಸರು. ಅನ್ವರ್ಥವೇ
ಅನ್ವರ್ಥ ನಾಮ. ಅಪ್ಪ
ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಗಾದೀತು ನೀನೇ ಹೇಳು, ನನಗೆ ನೆನಪು.
ನಾನು ಸೂಚನೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಆದೀತಲ್ವ?
ನೀನೇ ಸೂಚನೆ ಕೊಡು.
ಹೀಗೆ ಮಾಡುವ.
ಹೇಗೆ?
ಕಲ್ಲಿನಿಂದ ಹುಟ್ಟಿಕೊಂಡವ.
ಹೌದು.
ಕಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ.
ಮೊದಲೇ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಗುಡ್ಡಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಕರೀತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಗುಡ್ಡದಲ್ಲಿರುವವ.
ಒಳ್ಳೇದಾಯ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಗುಡ್ಡಪ್ಪನ ಮಗ ಕಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ.
ಹೆಸರು ಒಳ್ಳೇದಿಲ್ವ? ಅದು
ಇಲ್ವಾ?
ಗುಡ್ಡಪ್ಪ ಕಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಎಂತದು?
ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಹೀಗಾದೀತು.
ಹೇಗೆ?
ಕಲ್ಲಿನಿಂದ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದವ.
ಹೌದು.
ಕಲ್ಲು ಕುಟ್ಟಿ ಅಂತ ಆದೀತು.
ಅದು ಆಚೆಯವರಿಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೇದಾದೀತು, ಈಚೆಯವರಿಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೇದಾಗುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಕಲ್ಲು ಕುಟ್ಟಿ.
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತೂಕದ ಹೆಸರು.
ತೂಕ. ನಾನು ಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ ರಾಯನಿದ್ದೇನೆ.
ಕಲ್ಲಿನಿಂದ ಹುಟ್ಟಿಕೊಂಡವ.
ಹೌದು.
ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಕಲ್ಲೂರಾಯ ಅಂತ ಆದೀತು.
ಹೇಗೆ?
ಕಲ್ಲೂರಾಯ.
ಕಲ್ಲುರಾಯ ಅಂತ ಬಹಳ ಮಂದಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಮಗನೇ. ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾನು ಕಲ್ಲುರಾಯ ಅಂತ ನಿನ್ನನ್ನು ಕರೆಯುವಾಗ ಅವರು ಬರುವುದು ಬೇಕಾಯ್ದಲ್ಲ.
ನೀನೇ ಒಂದು ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳುವಾಗಿ.
ನೀನು ಭಸ್ಮದಿಂದ ಹುಟ್ಟಿಕೊಂಡವ, ಬರುವಾಗಲೇ ಆಸುರಿ ಪ್ರವೃತ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಮೈಗೂಡಿಸಿಕೊಂಡವ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಿನಗೆ ನಾನಿಡುವ ಹೆಸರೇನು ಬಲ್ಲೆಯ? ನೀನು ಭಸ್ಮಾಸುರ.
ಸರ್ವೇಶ್ವರನ ಮಗ ಭಸ್ಮಾಸುರ. ಸಂತೋಷವಾಯಿತು.
ಹೆಸರು ಒಳ್ಳೆದುಂಟಲ್ಲ.
ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಬೇಕಪ್ಪ.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಯಾಕೆ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಹೇಳು?
ನನಗೆ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಕುಳಿತುಕೊಳ್ಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಹುಟ್ಟಿ ಕೆಲವು ದಿವಸ ಆಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಮಗನೇ.
ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಕು. ಆ ಮೂಲಕ ನಿನ್ನ ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ನನಗೆ.
ಇವನಿಗೆ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಎಲ್ಲ
ಎಂತದು ಅದು?
ಮೊದಲೇ ನಿನ್ನ ಉದ್ಯೋಗದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಎಡವಿದ್ದಿ. ನಿನ್ನ ಉದ್ಯೋಗವನ್ನೇ ತೆಗೆದು ಅವನಿಗೆ ಕೊಡು. ನೀನು ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲ ಇರು.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಲ್ವ? ನಾನು
ನನ್ನ ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಅದೇ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತುಂಟ? ವಿಭೂತಿ ತರುವುದೇ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತುಂಟ?
ಮತ್ತೆ
ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ತಿರ ಇದ್ದೇ ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡುವುದಕ್ಕಾಗುವುದಿಲ್ವ ನಿನಗೆ? ನೋಡು, ಅಮ್ಮ ದಿವಸಕ್ಕೆ 3 ಹೊತ್ತು ನನಗೆ ವಿಭೂತಿಯನ್ನು ತರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ಲು. ಭಸ್ಮ. ನನ್ನ
ವಿಭೂತಿ.
ನನ್ನ ಭಕ್ತಾದಿಗಳ ಚಿತಾಭಸ್ಮ.
ನಾನೆಣಿಸಿದ್ದು ಒಲೆ ಬದಿಯಿಂದ ಭಸ್ಮ ಅಂತ.
ಚಿತಾಭಸ್ಮ. ನನ್ನ ಭಕ್ತಾದಿಗಳನ್ನು ಸುಡುವ ಆ ಶೇಷರೂಪವೇ ಭಸ್ಮ. ಆ ಭಸ್ಮವನ್ನು ಇವಳು 3 ಹೊತ್ತು ತರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ಲು.
ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ 3 ಸಲ.
ಹೌದು. ಆ ಹುದ್ದೆ ಇನ್ನು ನಿನಗೆ, ಆ ಕೆಲಸ ಇನ್ನು ನಿನಗೆ.
ಅಮ್ಮನಿಗೆ?
ಅಮ್ಮ ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲೇ ಇರ್ತಾಳೆ.
ಆಗಲಿ.
ನೀನೇ ನೆಗಡುದು
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಮುಂಬಡ್ತಿಯ ಹಿಂಬಡ್ತಿಯ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ.
ಅದು ನಿನ್ನ ಕಲ್ಪನೆಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟದ್ದು. ನೀನು ಹೇಗೆ ಬೇಕಿದ್ದು ತಿಳ್ಕೊ.
ಆಗಲಿ. ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಭಸ್ಮ ತರುವ ಕೆಲಸ.
ಹೌದು.
ಭೂಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು. ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಲ?
3 ಸಲ.
3 ಸಲ ಹೋಗಿ ಶುದ್ಧವಾದಂತಹ ಚಿತಾಭಸ್ಮವನ್ನು ತರಬೇಕು. ಹೀಗೆ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ತರುವುದ?
ಇಲ್ಲ ಮಗನೇ. ಹರಿವಾಣ. ಈ ಹರಿವಾಣದಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ನೀನು ಭಸ್ಮವನ್ನು ತರಬೇಕು.
ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ 3 ಸಲ. ಈಗ ವೇಳೆ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಹೋಗಿ ಬರ್ತೇನೆ.
ಹೋಗಿ ಬಾ.
ಅಪ್ಪಣೆ.
ಹೋಗಿ. ಉಳಿದು
ಭಸ್ಮ ತಂದಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಲಿ. ನೀನು ಧರಿಸುವ ಚಂದವನ್ನೊಮ್ಮೆ ನನಗೆ ನೋಡಬೇಕು.
ಹೌದಾ?
ಸರಿ
ಮಗನೇ, ಇದು ಭಸ್ಮವನ್ನು ಹೀಗೆ ತೆಗೀಬೇಕು.
ಸರಿ.
ತೆಗೆದು ಅಂಗೈಗೆ ಹಾಕಬೇಕು ಮಗನೇ. ಜಿಡ್ಡು ಜಿಡ್ಡಾಗಿದೆ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮೃದುವಾಗಬೇಕು. ಮೃದು ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿದ್ರೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ನೀರು ಹಾಕಬೇಕು, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಂದಾಗಬೇಕು.
ಇನ್ನು ನಾನು ನೀರೆಲ್ಲಿಂದ ತರಬೇಕು
ಮಗನೇ? ಇಲ್ವಾ? ನೀನು ನೀರಿಗಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗುವುದು?
ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದಾದ್ರೂ ತರಬೇಕಲ್ಲ.
ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲೂ ಹೋಗುವುದು ಬೇಡ. ನೋಡು ನನ್ನ ತಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಶಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಗಂಗೆ.
ಎಂತ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಪ್ಪನಿಗೆ. ನೀರು ಹತ್ತಿರದಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆ, ನಿನಗೆ ಸ್ನಾನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಆದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಕೆಲಸ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಕೆಳಗಿಂದ ಹೀಗೆ ಉಜ್ಜಿಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಆಯ್ತು, ನೀರು ಬೀಳ್ತದೆ. ಆಗಲಿ ಆಗಲಿ.
ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹೀಗೆ ಮರ್ದಿಸಬೇಕು ಮಗನ.
ಅಪ್ಪ ಅದೇನು ಮಾಡುದು?
ಮರ್ದಿಸುವುದು.
ಮರ್ದಿಸುವುದು ಹಾಗೆ. ಸರಿ.
ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮೊದಲು ಹಣೆಗೆ.
ಯಪ್ಪ, ಒಂದು ಸಂಶಯ ನನಗೆ.
ಏನು?
ನಿನ್ನ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬೆರಳುಗಳಿವೆ?
5 ಬೆರಳುಗಳು.
ನಿನ್ನ ಹಣೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಅಗಲ ಇದೆ. 5 ಅಡ್ಡನಾಮ ಹೀಗೆ ಹಾಕ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದ್ಯಾಕೆ 3 ಅಡ್ಡನಾಮ ಹಾಕುದು?
3ಕ್ಕೆ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂತಹ ಅರ್ಥ ಉಂಟು ಮಗನೇ.
ಏನಪ್ಪ?
ಈ ಪ್ರಪಂಚ ಎನ್ನುವುದು ಅದು ತ್ರಿಗುಣಾತ್ಮಕವಾದದ್ದು. ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ, ಸ್ಥಿತಿ, ಲಯ. ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ, ವಿಷ್ಣು, ಮಹೇಶ್ವರ, ಸತ್ವ, ರಾಜಸ, ತಮ. ಹೀಗೆ 3ಕ್ಕೆ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ಅರ್ಥ ಉಂಟು. ಈ ಪ್ರಪಂಚವೇ 3ರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಡಕವಾಗಿದೆ ಮಗನೇ. ಸತ್ಯಂ, ಶಿವಂ, ಸುಂದರಂ.
ಪ್ರಪಂಚವೇ 3ರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಡಕವಾಗಿದೆ. ಸರಿ, ಹಾಗೆ ಆಗಲಿ. ಮೊದಲಾಗಿ ಹಣೆಗೆ.
ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕೈಗೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಭುಜಕ್ಕೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆಗೆ.
ಅಪ್ಪ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನಿಲ್ಲಿ. ಏನು ಚಂದಪ್ಪ, ಏನು ಚಂದ. ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದ್ದು, ಲಕ್ಷ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ನೋಡಿದ್ದು. ಏನು ಚಂದಪ್ಪ, ಏನು
ಚಂದಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಡ.
ಮತ್ತೆ
ಏನು ಚಂದಪ್ಪ?
ಆಗ ನೀನು ಹೇಳಿದ ಹಾಗೆ ಸತ್ಯಂ ಶಿವಂ. ಅಪ್ಪ, ಲೇಪನ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಇನ್ನು ನಾನು ಹೋಗಿ ವಿಶ್ರಾಂತಿಯನ್ನು ಪಡೆಯಲೇ?
ಎಲ್ಲಿಗೆ?
ಇನ್ನು ವಿಶ್ರಾಂತಿ, ದುಡಿಮೆ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ಲ.
ನಾನು ಆಗೇನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ?
ಏನು?
3 ಹೊತ್ತು ನೀನು ಭೂಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಭಸ್ಮ ತರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ.
ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ 3 ಸಲ ಭೂಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಭಸ್ಮ ತರಬೇಕಾ?
ಹೌದು.
ಇನ್ನು ಪುನಃ ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾ?
ಹೌದು. ನೀನೇ ಅಲ್ವಾ ನಾನು ಹೋಗ್ತೇನೆ, ನನಗೆ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಬೇಡಿ ಕಾಡಿ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡದ್ದು.
ನಾವೊಂದು ಉಪಾಯ ಮಾಡೋಣ.
ಏನು?
ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಶರೀರವನ್ನು ದಂಡಿಸುವುದು ಯಾಕೆ? ನೀನು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಒಂದು ಮೂಟೆ ಕೊಡು ನನಗೆ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಭಸ್ಮ ತರ್ತೇನೆ. ನಿನಗೆ ಒಂದು 4 ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ ಸಾಕು.
ಹಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗುವುದಿಲ್ಲ ಮಗನೇ. ನಿನ್ನ ಕೊಳೆತ ಭಸ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಧಾರಣೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ನನಗೆ ನಿತ್ಯ ನೂತನವಾದಂತಹ ಭಸ್ಮವೇ ಬೇಕು.
ಹೌದಾ?
ಹೌದು.
ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಪುನಃ ಹೋಗಿ
ಬರಬೇಕು.
ಅಪ್ಪ, ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಬೇಕು, ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಬೇಕು. ಯಪ್ಪ, ಈ ಸಲ ಒಂದು ಅಪ್ಪನಿಗೆ ನಾಮ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂತ.
ಅದನ್ನು ಹಲ್ಲು ಕಚ್ಚಿಕೊಂಡು ಹಾಗೆ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ನಾಮ ಹಾಕುದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಭೂಲೋಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಉಂಟು ಮಗನೇ.
ನಮಗೆ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಅರ್ಥ, ನಮಗೆ ಅಂತದೆಲ್ಲ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗುದು. ಅಪ್ಪ, ಈ ಸಲ ಒಂದು ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಆಸೆ.
ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು,
ಭಸ್ಮವನ್ನು ಲೇಪಿಸಬೇಕು ಎನ್ನುವ ಆಸೆ
ನನಗೆ.
ಅವಕಾಶ ಉಂಟೆ?
ಉಂಟಪ್ಪ.
ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಮೊದಲಾಗಿ ಭಸ್ಮವನ್ನು
ಅರ್ಪಿಸು.
ಎಡಗೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಯಪ್ಪ, ಒಂದು ನೀರಿನ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡಿಯಪ್ಪ. ಅರ್ಪಿಸುವುದು ಹೀಗೆ. ಮೊದಲಾಗಿ ಅಪ್ಪ, ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಉಳಿದಿದೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಲೆ ಹಾಳು ಮಾಡುವುದು ಯಾಕೆ?
ನೋಡು, ಯಾವುದು ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಬಾರ್ದು. ಹೆಚ್ಚಾದ್ರೆ ಅದೇ ಹಾಳಾಗ್ತದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೆಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗುತ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ.
ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಬೇಡ,
ಅದಾಗುವುದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದನ್ನು ಬಿಸಾಡು.
ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಮುಂದೇನು?
ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು.
ಹೋಗಿ ಬರ.
ಒಂದು ದಿವಸ ಪಕ್ಷಿವೃಂದದ ರತಿ ಕ್ರೀಡೆಯಾದ ಕಾಣುತ್ತ ತನ್ಮನದಿ ರತಿ ಕ್ರೀಡೆಯಾದ ಕಾಣುತ್ತ ತನ್ಮನದಿ
ಚಿತಾಭಸ್ಮವನ್ನು ವಾಯ್ದು ತಂದೆಯವರಿಗೆ ಒದಗಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಎಂದಿನಂತೆ ಇಂದು ಕೂಡ ಭೂಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಭೂಲೋಕ ಬಹಳ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಕಂಗೊಳಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಕೆಲವರನ್ನು ಕರೆದು ಕೇಳಿದೆ ಏನು ವಿಶೇಷ. ಭೂರಮೆ ಹಚ್ಚ ಹಸುರಾದಂತಹ ಸೀರೆಯನ್ನುಟ್ಟು ಮದುಮಗಳ ಹಾಗೆ ಕಂಗೊಳಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾಳೆ. ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ವಸಂತ ಋತುವಾದ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದಲೇ ಸಸ್ಯ ಶ್ಯಾಮಲೆಯಾಗಿ ಕಂಗೊಳಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾಳೆ. ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಈ ವಸಂತ ಋತುವಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಭೂಲೋಕದ ಸೌಂದರ್ಯವನ್ನು ನೋಡಬೇಕು ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಉದ್ದೇಶದಿಂದ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸಂಚಾರವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ದಟ್ಟವಾದಂತಹ ಅರಣ್ಯವನ್ನು ಸೇರಿದೆ. ದೊಡ್ಡದಾದಂತಹ ಮಾಮರವೊಂದನ್ನು ಕಂಡೆ. ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ 2 ಗಿಳಿಗಳು ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂತಹ ಯಾವುದೋ ಆಟವನ್ನು ಆಡುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಗಂಡು ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಹೆಣ್ಣು. ಮಗನೊಂದು ಕಡೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ 2 ಜಿಂಕೆಗಳು, ಅವುಗಳು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಒಂದು ಗಂಡು ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಹೆಣ್ಣು. ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂತಹ ಕ್ರೀಡೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಗ್ನವಾಗಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಡೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂಟಿ ಸಲಗ ಒಂದು ಹೆಣ್ಣಾನೆಯನ್ನು ಅಟ್ಟಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿ ರಮಿಸುವಂತಹ ದೃಶ್ಯವನ್ನು ಕಂಡೆ. ಭೂಲೋಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಗಂಡು ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಗಂಡು ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಒಂದಾಗಿ ರಮಿಸುವಂತಹ ಈ ದೃಶ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಕಂಡಾಕ್ಷಣ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ನನ್ನ ಶರೀರದಲ್ಲಿ. ಸತ್ಯವನ್ನು ನಾನು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಪ್ರಪಂಚ ಮುಂದುವರಿಯಬೇಕು ಎಂದಾದರೆ ಗಂಡು ಹೆಣ್ಣಿನ ಸಮಾಗಮ ನಡೆಯಲೇಬೇಕು. ಕೈಲಾಸಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ತಂದೆ ಹಾಗೂ ತಾಯಿ ಒಂದಾಗಿ ರಮಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಕೇಳಿದ ಕ್ಷಣ ಕಂಡಾಕ್ಷಣ ನನ್ನ ಮನದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಹೊಸ ಆಶೆ. ಹೆಣ್ಣೋರ್ವಳ ಸಾಂಗತ್ಯದ ಅಗತ್ಯ ನನಗಿದೆ ಎನ್ನುವ ಹಾಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸರಿ, ತಂದೆಯವರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿ ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗನೆ ನಾನು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಭಸ್ಮದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೇನೆ ಕೈಲಾಸ. ಭಸ್ಮ ಕೊಡುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಮೊದಲು ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವು ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಆಡುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಉಂಟು.
ಏನು ಮಗನೇ?
ನೀವು ಅವತ್ತೊಂದು ಮಾತು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಿ.
ಏನು ಅಂತ?
ನಿನಗೆ ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಮದುವೆ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಯಾವಾಗ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು?
ಕಾಲ ಬಂದಾಗ.
ಇಷ್ಟು ಸಮಯ ಆಯ್ತು, ಇನ್ನೂ ನನಗೆ ಕಾಲ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಮಗನೇ, ನಿನಗೆ ಕಾಲ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ.
ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳುವುದಿಷ್ಟ
ಏನು?
ನನಗೆ ಬೇಗ ಕಾಲ ಬರಬೇಕು, ಬೇಗ ಮದುವೆ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ.
ನೀನು ಗದರಿಸುವುದು ಯಾರನ್ನು?
ನನಗೆ ನೀವು ಮದುವೆ ಮಾಡಿಸದೇ ಇದ್ದು ನಾಳೆ ನಾನಾದ್ರೂ ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ದೂರಿ ಪ್ರಯೋಜನ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅಪರಾಧಿ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವೇ ನಿಲ್ಲುವುದು. ನನಗೆ ಬೇಗ ಮದುವೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು.
ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಿನ್ನನ್ನು ನಿನಗೇನಾಗ?
ನನಗೆ ಬೇಗ ಮದುವೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು.
ಆಯ್ತು ಮಗನೇ, ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಯಾವುದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಕಾಲ ಅಂತ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು.
ಕಾಲ ಬೇಗ ಬರಬೇಕು.
ಆಯ್ತು, ಬೇಗ ಬರ್ತದೆ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ನಿನಗೊಂದು ಕಾಲ ಬೇಗ ಬರ್ತದೆ.
ಅಪ್ಪ ಹಾಗಿದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಭಸ್ಮ
ಭಸ್ಮ ಲೇಪಿಸುವುದಾ? ಆಯ್ತು.
ನೋಡುತ್ತ ಚೀಟಿಯ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಲವಳನ್ನು ನೋಡುತ್ತ ಚೀಟಿಯ ಮಾಡುತ್ತ ಅವಳನ್ನು ಕಾಡುತ್ತಲಿದ್ದ ಜಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ರೀಡೆಗಿವಳು ಮನ ಮಾಡುವಳು ಎಂದು ಕ್ರೀಡೆಗಿವಳು ಮನ ಮಾಡುವಳು ಎಂದು ಹೇಳಿಗಳರಸ ಮುಗಿದುದು ನೋಡುತ್ತ ಚಿಂತೆಯ ಮಾಡುತ್ತ ಅವಳನ್ನು
ಸಾಕು ಮರ್ದಿಸಿದ್ದು.
ಬಹಳ ನಿಷ್ಠೆಯಿಂದ ಬಹಳ ಏಕಾಗ್ರತೆಯಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಕೆಲಸ ನಾನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ.
ಆಗ್ಲಿ ಲೇಪಿಸಿ ಮಗ.
ಹಣೆಗೆ
ನಿನಗೇನೈತೆ?
ಏನು ಚಂದ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಚಂದ ನಿನ್ನ ಹಣೆ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಚಂದ.
ಮಗನೇ, ನನ್ನ ಹಣೆಯನ್ನು ನೀನು ಮೊದಲು ನೋಡುವುದು? ಇದು
ತುಂಬಾ ಸಲ ನಾನು ಭಸ್ಮಲೇಪನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ,
ಇಷ್ಟೊಳಗೆ
ಆದ್ರೆ ಕಣ್ಣು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನೋಡಿದ್ದು ಇವತ್ತು ಮಾತ್ರ.
ಓ ಹಾಗೆ.
ಇದುವರೆಗೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಭಸ್ಮಲೇಪನ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ನಾನು ಭಕ್ತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಣ್ಣು ಮುಚ್ಚಿಯೇ ಲೇಪಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದದ್ದು. ಇಂದು ಮಾತ್ರ ನಾನು ಕಣ್ಣು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಚಂದ.
ಭಕ್ತಿ ಇಲ್ವಾ ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ?
ಈಗ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು.
ಭಕ್ತಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಯ್ತು?
ಅದೇ ಭಕ್ತಿಯು ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯ ಭಕ್ತಿ ಸಮೇತವಾಗಿ ನಾನು ನೋಡಿ. ಏನು ಕಣ್ಣು ಬಿಚ್ಚಿದವರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ, ಕಣ್ಣು ಬಿಟ್ಟವರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಭಕ್ತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಉಂಟಾ?
ಕಣ್ಣು ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಏಕಾಗ್ರತೆ ತಪ್ಪುತ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು.
ಅದು ಕೆಲವು ಸಲ ಕಣ್ಣು ಮುಚ್ಚಿ ಏಕಾಗ್ರತೆ, ಕೆಲವರಿಗೆ ಕಣ್ಣು ಬಿಟ್ರೇ ಏಕಾಗ್ರತೆ, ಕಣ್ಣು ಬಿಟ್ರೇ ಏಕಾಗ್ರತೆ.
ಆಯ್ತು
ಅಪ್ಪ ಪೂಜಕ್ಕೆ ಎಂತ ಮೃದು, ಎಂತ ಮೃದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪೂಜಾ.
ನನ್ನ ಪೂಜೆ ಮೃದುವ? ಸತಿ, ನೀನು ಯಾವಾಗ್ಲೂ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಭುಜ ಗಟ್ಟಿ ಗಟ್ಟಿ ಅಂತ ಆಡ್ತಿ, ಅವ ಮೃದು ಮೃದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ. ಏನೇ ನನ್ನ ಭುಜ ಮೃದುವ ಮಗನೇ?
ಹೌದು.
ಹೌದಾ?
ಅದು ಅವರವರ ಭಾವಕ್ಕೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ. ನೀವು ಅವತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಹೇಳಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ,
ಏನು
ಆ ಭಾವ ಬೇಕು, ಭಾವ ಬೇಕು. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ನಾನು ಈ ಭಾವದಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡುವಾಗ ಮೃದು. ಅಪ್ಪ ಸತ್ಯ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾ? ನಾನು ನನಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಬರುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಕುಳಿತು ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋಣ ಎನ್ನುವ ಆಸೆ.
ನೋಡಿ, ಮಗನ ಭಕ್ತಿ, ಮಗನ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯನ್ನೊಮ್ಮೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಅವನ ಕೆಲಸದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವನಿಗಿರುವ ನಿಷ್ಠೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡು. ಆದ್ರೆ ಮಗನೇ
ಆಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ ಅಮ್ಮ, ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಳಿತುಕೊಳ್ಳ.
ಬೇಡ ಮಗನೇ, ನೀನು ಇಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಕುಳಿತುಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಕಷ್ಟ. ನನಗೆ ಭಸ್ಮ ಆಗಬೇಕಲ್ಲ 3 ಹೊತ್ತು. 3 ಹೊತ್ತು ತರಲೇಬೇಕು ಭಸ್ಮ.
ಈಗ ಪುನಃ ಭಸ್ಮ ತರಬೇಕು.
ಭಸ್ಮ ತರುವುದು
ನನಗೆ ಮದುವೆ
ಕಾಲ ಬಂದಾಗ.
ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಕಾರಣ ಬೇರೆ ಏನೂ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಪಾರ್ವತಿಯದ್ದೇ ನೆನಪು. ಪಾರ್ವತಿಯ ರೂಪಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಮಾರು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಪಾರ್ವತಿಯನ್ನು ನಾನು ಬಯಸಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಹೇಗೆ ತಾನೇ ಅಪರಾಧವಾಗುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ? ಕೆಲವರೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಬಹುದು, ಹೇಗೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಅಪರಾಧ? ಅಮ್ಮ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಅಮ್ಮ? ಹಾಗಿರುವಾಗ ಅಮ್ಮ ಹೇಗೆ? ನನ್ನ ಅಪ್ಪ ಅಮ್ಮ ಯಾರು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದರೆ ಭಸ್ಮ ಮತ್ತು ಕಲ್ಲು, ಹೊರತಾಗಿ ಶಿವಪಾರ್ವತಿಯರಲ್ಲ. ಪಾರ್ವತಿಯನ್ನು ನಾನು ಬಯಸಿದರೆ ಅಪರಾಧ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಮತ್ತು ಒಂದು ಕಾರಣ ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ ನಾನು. ನನಗೆ ಹೆಸರಿಟ್ಟದ್ದು ಯಾರು? ಪರಮೇಶ್ವರ. ಇಟ್ಟ ಹೆಸರೇ ಹೇಗೆ? ಭಸ್ಮಾಸುರ. ಎಲ್ಲಿಯಾದರೂ ಉಂಟ? ದೇವರ ಮಗ ದೇವರೇ ಆಗಬೇಕಲ್ಲ, ದೇವರ ಮಗ ಅಸುರ ಆಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಉಂಟ? ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಅಪ್ಪ ನನಗೆ ಅಸುರ ಅಂತ ಹೆಸರಿಟ್ಟ, ಭಸ್ಮಾಸುರ ಅಂತ. ಅಸುರರಿಗೆ ಅಪರಾಧ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವುದು ಗೊತ್ತುಂಟ? ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರ ಹೆಂಡತಿಯನ್ನು ಅಸುರನಾದವ ಬಯಸಿದರೆ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಅದು ಧರ್ಮ. ನಾನು ಅವನ ಹೆಂಡತಿಯನ್ನು ಬಯಸಿದರೆ ಅದು ತಪ್ಪಾಗುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆ? ನಾನು ಭಸ್ಮಾಸುರ ಬಯಸಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಹೇಗಾದರೂ ಮಾಡಿ ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ನನ್ನವಳಾಗಬೇಕು ಎನ್ನುವ ಹಾಗೆ ನಾನು ಆಕಾಂಕ್ಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಆದರೆ ನನ್ನಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡುವುದು, ಆ ಕಿಚ್ಚುಗಣ್ಣವನ ಮೇಲೆ ಇವಳು ಹೇಗೆ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು? ಅವನನ್ನು ಹತ್ತಿರ ಹೋಗುವುದಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತದ? ಪರಮೇಶ್ವರನ ಹತ್ತಿರ ಹೋಗುವುದಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತದ? ಜಿಗುಟು ಜಿಗುಟು ವಾಸನೆ ಬರ್ತಾನೆ. ಕಾರಣ ಏನು? ಅವ ಸ್ನಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ. ನಾವು ಭಸ್ಮ ತಂದು ಕೊಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಭೂಲೋಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಅರೆಬೆಂದ ಭಸ್ಮವನ್ನು ತಂದು ಇವನಿಗೆ ಕೊಡುವುದು. ಪ್ರಾತಃ ಕಾಲ ಲೇಪಿಸ್ತಾನೆ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಮೈ ತೊಳೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ ಪುನಃ ಅದರ ಮೇಲೆ, ಸಂಜೆ ಅದರ ಮೇಲೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ತಿಂಗಳ ಭಸ್ಮ ಅವನ ಮೈಗೆ ಅಂಟಿಕೊಂಡುಂಟು ಗೊತ್ತುಂಟ? ಅದೇ ನೋಡಿ ಆ ಹುಳಿ ಹುಳಿ ವಾಸನೆ ಅವರ ತಲೆಗುದಲು ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀರ? ಹಕ್ಕಿ ಗೂಡಿನ ಹಾಗಾಗಿದೆ. ಎಣ್ಣೆ ತಾಗದೆ ನಿಕೃಷ್ಟ ಜೀವಿ. ಅಂಥವನೊಂದಿಗೆ ಇವಳು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಜೀವನವನ್ನು ನಾನು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡುವುದು. ದಾಂಪತ್ಯ ಹೇಗೆ ಸಾಗ್ತಾ ಇರಬಹುದು? ಆ ಪಾರ್ವತಿಗೆ ಪರಮೇಶ್ವರನನ್ನು ಚುಂಬಿಸುವ ಅರ್ಹತೆ ಆದರೂ ಉಂಟ? ಈ ಚುಂಬನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಾದರೆ ಮುಖ ಹೇಗಿರಬೇಕು? ಹಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಖದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಗ್ನಿ ಉಂಟು ಅಂತಾದರೆ, ಕಣ್ಣು ಅಗ್ನಿ ಉಂಟು ಅಂತಾದರೆ ಅಂಥವನನ್ನು ಚುಂಬಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾರಿಗಾದರೂ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಉಂಟಾ? ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಅವಳಿಗೆ ಚುಂಬನದ ಸುಖ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬೇಡ. ಭದ್ರವಾಗಿ ಆಲಿಂಗಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವುದಕ್ಕಾದರೂ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಉಂಟಾ ಅವಳಿಗೆ? ಮೈಯಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಓರ್ವನ ಮೈಯಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ಪ ಉಂಟು ಅಂತಾದರೆ ಅಂಥವನನ್ನು ಅಪ್ಪಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವುದಾದರೂ ಹೇಗೆ? ಎಂಥ ನತದೃಷ್ಟಿ ಅವಳು. ಅದೇನೇ ಇರಲಿ, ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ನನ್ನವಳಾಗಲೇಬೇಕು. ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಹೋಗಿ, ಮತ್ತೆ ನನಗೆ ಅವ ಮದುವೆ ಅಂತೂ ಖಂಡಿತ ಮಾಡಿಸುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಈ ಬೂದಿ ಹೊರುವುದಕ್ಕೆ, ಗೊಬ್ಬರ ಹೊರುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಳುಹಿಸುವುದು. ಯಾಕೆ? ಈ ಕೆಲವು ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಂದರು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಮದುವೆ ಮಾಡಿಸುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಮದುವೆ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಅವರು ಬೇರೆ ಸಂಸಾರ ಹೂಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ದುಡಿಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಜನ ಉಂಟ? ಇವನಿಗೆ ಗೊಬ್ಬರ ಹೊರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ಬೂದಿ ಹೊರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಜನ ಬೇಡವಾ? ಯಾಕೆ? ಈಗ ವೀರಭದ್ರನಿಗೆ ಮದುವೆ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಯಾರಿಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರ ಗಡ್ಡ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಿಳಿಯಾಗಿದೆ ವೀರಭದ್ರ. ಅವರ ಮುಖ ನೋಡುವಾಗ ನನಗೆ ಬೇಸರ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಮದುವೆ ಮಾಡಿಸುವ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವೇ ಮದುವೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಏನು ಮಾಡೋಣ? ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಪರಮೇಶ್ವರನ ನಾಶವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಪಾರ್ವತಿಯನ್ನು ಸ್ವಾಧೀನ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಹೇಗೆ? ನಮ್ಮ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಮಗೆ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಉಂಟು. ನಮಗೆ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಇಲ್ಲದ್ದು ಯಾವುದರಲ್ಲಿ ಬಲ್ಲಿರ? ಅವನದ್ದು ಆ ಮೂರನೇದ್ದೊಂದುಂಟಲ್ಲ, ಕಣ್ಣು, ಅದರ ಮೇಲೆ ನಮಗೆ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಲ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾನೆ, ಇದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಬಿಚ್ಚಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಆದರೂ ಇಡೀ ಪ್ರಪಂಚ ಸುಟ್ಟು. ನನಗೆ ಅವನ ಹೆದರಿಕಲ್ಲ, ಕಣ್ಣಿನ ಹೆದರಿಕೆ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯದ ಮೂಲಕ ಪಾರ್ವತಿಯನ್ನು ಸ್ವಾಧೀನ ಮಾಡುವುದಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡೋಣ? ಕುಟಿಲತೆಯೇ ಸರಿ.
ಶಿವನ ಅಲ್ಲದಡಿ ಮೇದುರುಗಿ ಬಂದಾಗ ತನ್ನೆರಡು ಕೈಗಳು ಕಂಡವರ ಶಿರಗಿಟ್ಟೊಡನೆ ಬಾಳ್ಮುಳಿಯಲಿ ಉರಿ ಬಂದಿಗೆ ಶಿವನೂದ ಪಡೆದು ತೆರಳಿದನು ಕೈಲಾಸಕ್ಕೆ ತಾಗು ಕುಟಿಲತ್ವವು
ಶಕ್ತಿಯಿಂದ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ಎಂದಾದರೆ ಯುಕ್ತಿ, ಆಯದಿಂದ ಅಲ್ಲ ಎಂದಾದರೆ ಉಪಾಯದಿಂದ ಹೇಗಾದರೂ ಮಾಡಿ ಪಾರ್ವತಿಯನ್ನು ಪಡೆಯಲೇಬೇಕು. ಏನು ಹಾದಿ ಸರಿ, ಅದುವೇ ಸರಿಯಾದಂತಹ ಹಾದಿ. ಭೂಲೋಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಸ್ಮ ಸಿಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ಎನ್ನುವ ಹಾಗೆ ಅಭಿನಯಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಪರಮೇಶ್ವರನ ಸನಿಹಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ವಿಶೇಷ ವರಪ್ರಸಾದವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದು ಆ ವರುಹಿನ ಬಲದಿಂದ ಅವನ ನಾಶವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಪಾರ್ವತಿಯನ್ನು ಪಡೆಯಬೇಕು. ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಅಳುತ್ತಾ ಈಗ ಪರಮೇಶ್ವರನ ಹತ್ತಿರ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದುವರೆಗೆ ಅತ್ತವರ, ನಮಗೆ ಅಳುವು ಎನ್ನುವ ವಿಷಯವೇ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರನ್ನು ಅಳಿಸಿದ್ದಲ್ಲದೆ ನಾವು ಇದುವರೆಗೆ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅತ್ತದ್ದಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಕಣ್ಣನ್ನು ಕುಕ್ಕಿದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಕಣ್ಣಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಹನಿ ನೀರು ಹೊರಸು. ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡೋಣ? ಅಳುವ ಹಾಗೆ ನಟಿಸುವುದು ತಾನೆ. ಕಣ್ಣಿನಿಂದ ನೀರು ಹರಿಯದೇ ಇದ್ದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಪಾರ್ವತಿಯನ್ನು ಕಂಡ ಮೇಲೆ ಜೋರಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಾಯಿಯ ಜೊಲ್ಲು ಸುರಿತಾ ಉಂಟು. ಆ ಜೊಲ್ಲನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದು ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಹಾಕಿಕೊಂಡು ಅಳುವಂತೆ ಅಭಿನಯಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಪರಮೇಶ್ವರನ ಹತ್ತಿರ ಹೋಗಿ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ವರಪ್ರಸಾದವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದು ಆ ಮೂಲಕ ಅವನ ನಾಶವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಪಾರ್ವತಿಯನ್ನು ಪಡೆಯಬೇಕು. ಒಮ್ಮೆ ಅಳುವ ಅಭಿನಯ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಿಡುವಲ್ಲ, ಆದೀತಲ್ಲ.
ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯೋ? ಅಪ್ಪ ಸಾಯಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಮ್ಮ ಸಿಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಎಂತದು? ಅಪ್ಪ ಸಾಯ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕಾಯುದ?
ಅಪ್ಪ, ಭಾವನೆ ಅಧಿಕವಾದಾಗ ಶಬ್ದಗಳು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಶಬ್ದ ದಾರಿದ್ರ್ಯ ಉಂಟಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಅಪ್ಪ ಸಾಯಲಿಲ್ಲ ಭೂಲೋಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು, ಅಮ್ಮ ಸಿಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ಆ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ಭಸ್ಮ.
ಹಾಗೆ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟ ಹೇಳು.
ಅಪ್ಪ ಸಾಯದಿದ್ರೆ ಅಮ್ಮ ಸಿಗುತ್ತದ? ಅಪ್ಪ ಸಾಯದಿದ್ರೆ ಅಮ್ಮ ಸಿಗುತ್ತದ?
ನೀನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ಹೇಗಾಯ್ತು ಗೊತ್ತಾ? ಅಪ್ಪ ಸಾಯದಿದ್ರೆ ಅಮ್ಮ ಸಿಗ್ತದ. ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡಿ?
ತಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆದೇ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಕೆಟ್ಟದ್ದು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
ನಿನ್ನ ಬಾಯಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆದೇ ಆಡಬೇಕು.
ನಾನು ಏನು ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದೆ?
ಅಪ್ಪ ಸಾಯ
ಅಪ್ಪ ಭೂಲೋಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಯದಿದ್ರೆ ಅಮ್ಮ ಭಸ್ಮ ಸಿಗ್ತದ?
ಹಾಗೆ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ಮಂಡನೆ ಮಾಡು. ಅದನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅರ್ಧ ಮಾತಾಡಿ.
ಭೂಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದೆ, ಸ್ಮಶಾನ ಅಲೆದಾಡಿದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಶುದ್ಧ ಚಿತಾಭಸ್ಮ ಸಿಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡುವಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ವಿಫಲನಾಗಿ ಹೋದೆನಲ್ಲ ಎನ್ನುವ ಬೇಸರ ನನಗೆ.
ಈಗೇನು ಮಾಡೋಣ? ಏನು ಮಾಡೋಣ?
ನಾನು ಭೂಲೋಕದಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬರುವಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಬಂದದ್ದು ಅದನ್ನೇ. ಅಪ್ಪನಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಗತಿ ಕಾಣಿಸಬೇಡ.
ಹಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಬೇಡ. ನೀನು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನಿಂದಲೇ ಆಡುವುದು, ಆದ್ರೆ ಕೇಳುವವರು ಏನು ಯೋಚಿಸಿ ಯಾರು?
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಭಸ್ಮಲೇಪನ ಮಾಡುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಪ್ಪನಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಆಗಬೇಡುವ?
ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಒಂದು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು.
ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಯೋಚಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಬಂದೆ.
ಏನು?
ಈಗ ನಿನ್ನ ಭಕ್ತರು ಮಡಿಯಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಆದ ಕಾರಣ ಯಾರು ಸುಡಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಭಸ್ಮ ಸಿಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ಮಡಿಯುವುದು ಯಾಕೆ? ನಾವೇ ಕೊಂದು ಬಿಡುವ ಕೆಲವರು.
ನಮ್ಮ ಭಕ್ತರನ್ನು ನಾವೇ ಕೊಲ್ಲುವುದು ಅದು ಅಪರಾಧ ಅಲ್ವೇನೋ?
ಹೇಗೆ? ನಾವು ಕೊಲ್ಲುವುದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಅದು ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದಷ್ಟೇ. ನಾವು ಮೋಕ್ಷವನ್ನು ಕರುಣಿಸಬೇಕು.
ಅದು
ಯಾಕೆ? ನಿನ್ನ ಭಕ್ತರು ಈ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಮಂದಿಗಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ರೋಗ ರುಜಿನದಿಂದ ನರಳುವವರು, ಎಂದಿನ ದಿನ ಶಿವ ಪದವನ್ನು ನಾನು ಸೇರುತ್ತೇನೆ ಎನ್ನುವ ಹಾಗೆ ಹಾತೊರೆಯುವವರು, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ವೃದ್ಧಾಪ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನರಳುವವರು. ಇಂಥವರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಮೋಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಕಳುಹಿಸಿದೆವು ಎಂದಾದರೆ ಅದು ಅಪರಾಧವಾಗುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವೇ?
ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಅಂಥವರ ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂಥವರನ್ನು ಸುಟ್ಟು ಆ ಭಸ್ಮವನ್ನು ತರೋಣ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವೇನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಗೊತ್ತು? ಒಂದು ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ವರಪ್ರಸಾದವನ್ನು ನನಗೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು.
ಯಾವ ವರ?
ಉರಿಹಸ್ತದ ವರ.
ಉರಿಹಸ್ತದ ವರ ಕೊಟ್ರೆ
ಯಾರ ಶಿರದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಕೈಯಿಡುತ್ತೇನೆಯೋ ಅವರು ಆ ಕ್ಷಣದಲ್ಲೇ ಭಸ್ಮೀಭೂತರಾಗಲಿ ಎನ್ನುವಂತ ಅನುಗ್ರಹ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ 3 ಕೆಲಸ ಆಗ್ತದೆ.
ಏನು?
ನೀವು ಆಗಾಗ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀರಲ್ವ, ಪ್ರಪಂಚ 3ರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಡಕಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ.
ಹೌದು.
ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ 3 ಕೆಲಸ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ.
ಏನು? ಯಾವುದೆಲ್ಲ?
ಯಾರ ತಲೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೈ ಇಟ್ಟ ಕೂಡಲೇ ಅವ ಸಾಯ್ತಾನೆ. ಒಂದನೇ ಕೆಲಸ ಆಯ್ತು. ಎರಡನೇದಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಇದು ಕಟ್ಟಿಗೆಯ ವೆಚ್ಚವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾರ ತಲೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೈ ಇಡ್ತೇನೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಅವರು ಭಸ್ಮ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ. 2 ಕೆಲಸ ಆಯ್ತು. ಮೂರನೇದಾಗಿ ಸ್ಮಶಾನ ಅಲೆದಾಡಿ ನಾನು ಭಸ್ಮವನ್ನು ಆಯ್ದುಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾದ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾರ ತಲೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೀಗೆ ಕೈ ಇಡುತ್ತೇನೆ ಸಾಯ್ತಾರೆ, ಭಸ್ಮ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಕೈಯನ್ನು ಕೆಳಗೆ ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಯಿತು, ಭಸ್ಮ ಹೀಗೆ ಹೆಕ್ಕಿತು, ಹರಿವಾಣಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಕಿತು, ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ತಂದಿತು, ನಿಮಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿತು.
ನನ್ನ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿತು ಅಲ್ಲ, ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು. ಇದು ನಿನ್ನ ವಿಷಯ ಏನು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದುಂಟು. ಇದು ಆದ್ರೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಈಗ ಬೇಕಾದದ್ದು
ವರಪ್ರಸಾದ,
ಗುರಿಹಸ್ತದ ವರಪ್ರಸಾದ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಹಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ವರಪ್ರಸಾದ ಕೊಡುವುದಕ್ಕಾಗುವುದಿಲ್ವೋ?
ಯಾಕೆ?
ಹಾಗೆ ಕೊಡುವುದಕ್ಕಾಗುತ್ತದ?
ಯಾಕೆ?
ತನು ಶುದ್ಧ ಆಗಬೇಕು.
ನಮ್ಮ ತನು ಮನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಶುದ್ಧವೇ. ಮತ್ತೆ ತನುವಿನ ವಿಷಯ, ನಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಶುದ್ಧವೇ. ತನುವಿನ ಸಂಗತಿ ಕೇಳ್ತೀರಾ?
ಎಂತದು?
ನಾನೀಗ ಇದು ಭೂಲೋಕದಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬರುವಾಗ ಎಷ್ಟು ತೋಡು ದಾಟಿ ಬಂದದ್ದು ಗೊತ್ತುಂಟು.
ತೋಡು ದಾಟಿದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ?
ಆದ ಕಾರಣ ತನು ಶುದ್ಧ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ.
ಮಿಂದು ಬರಬೇಕು.
ಅದೇ ನಾನು ಬರುವಾಗ ಮುಳುಗಿ ಬಂದದ್ದೇ.
ತೋಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಳುಗಿ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಮಿಂದು ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಆಗುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಹರಿವ ಸರಸಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೀನು ಶುಚಿರ್ಭೂತನಾಗಿ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ.
ಅಪ್ಪ ಹೇಗೂ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಉಂಟಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಳಿತುಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ, ನಿನ್ನ ತಲೆದನ್ನೊಮ್ಮೆ ಹೀಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟು.
ಅದು ಹೀಗೆ ಬಿಡುವ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ.
ಹೇಗೂ
ಹಾಗೆ ಅದು ಸಿಕ್ಕವರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆಯ್ತಾ?
ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ
ನೀನು
ಮಾಡಿಯೇ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು,
ಸರಸಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಿಂದೇ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು.
ಆಗ್ಲಿ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಬರ್ತೇನೆ.
ಬೇಗ ಹೋಗಿ ಬಾ.
ನಾ ಮಿಂದು ಬರ್ತಾನೆ ಆಯ್ತಾ?
ನೋಡು ಮಗ
ಪ್ರಭು
ಏನು
ರಮಣ ಕೇಳಿ ದುಷ್ಟನಿಗೆ ನೀ ಉರಿಯ ಹಸ್ತವ ಇತ್ತಿರಾದರೆ ರಮಣ ಹಸ್ತವ ಇದ್ದಿರಾದರೆ ಸುರನಗರನು ಜಯಿಸುವ ಕಿರಿಗುಳೆನೋ ನಮ್ಮ ಸುರನಗರನು ಜಯಿಸುವ ಕಿರಿಗುಳೆನೋ ನಮ್ಮ ರಮಣ ಕೇಳು ರಮಣ.
ಭಸ್ಮಾಸುರನ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಕೇಳುತ್ತಾ ನೀವು ಮೈಮರೆತವರಿದ್ದೀರಿ.
ನಮ್ಮ ಮಗನೋಡು ಪಾಪ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ.
ಹೌದು,
ಅವನ ಕೆಲಸದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಹಿಂದುಳಿತೇನೋ ಎನ್ನುವಂತ ಹೆದರಿಕೆಯಿಂದ ಗುರಿಹಸ್ತವನ್ನು ವರವಾಗಿ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ.
ಅವ ಮಾಡುವಂತಹ ಚೇಷ್ಟೆಗಳು ನಿಮಗೆ ಅರ್ಥವಾಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಭು.
ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಚೇಷ್ಟೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾರು ಚೇಷ್ಟೆ ಮಾಡುವುದು?
ಮಗನೆಂಬ ಮಮಕಾರದಿಂದ ಅವನನ್ನು ಮುದ್ದಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ, ಪ್ರೀತಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ.
ಹೌದಪ್ಪ.
ಅವನಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ, ಒದಗಿಸಿ ಕೊಡುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ.
ಮಗ ಅಲ್ವಾ?
ಆದರೆ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಅವ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಭಾವದಿಂದ ನೋಡಿದವನೇ ಅಲ್ಲ.
ನೀ ಹಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡಬಾರದು.
ಕಾರಣ ಉಂಟು.
ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಉಂಟು ಅವನಿಗೆ.
ಇಲ್ಲ,
ಅಮ್ಮ ಅಮ್ಮ ಅಂತ ನಿನ್ನನ್ನು ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೊಂಡಾಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿಸ್ತಾನೆ. ಅಪ್ಪ ಅಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ.
ಆದರೆ ತಾಯಿ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಭಾವನೆ ಅವನಿಗಿಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಭು.
ಏನೇ?
ಕಾಮದ ಭಾವದಿಂದ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ನೋಡುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ. ಇದು ಸತ್ಯ.
ತಾಯಿಯಾಗಿ ಮಗನ ಮೇಲೆ ನೀನು ಸಂಶಯವನ್ನು ಪಡುತ್ತಿರುವೆಯೇನೆ?
ಹಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಆ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಚೇಷ್ಟೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ.
ಅವನಿಗೆ ವರವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತದೆ?
ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ನೀವು ಉರಿಹಸ್ತದ ವರವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ರೆ 3 ಲೋಕವನ್ನು ಅವನು ಸ್ವಾಧೀನಪಡಿಸಿ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಗಾರಗಿಡಿಸುತ್ತಾನೆ ಪ್ರಭು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ, ಅವನಿಗೆ ಉರಿಹಸ್ತವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಕಂಟಕ ಎನ್ನುವುದು ಎದುರಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಬೇಡ ಪ್ರಭು.
ರಮಣ ಆದಿಯೋಗಿಗೆ ಭಕ್ತನೀತನು ರಮಿತ ಬೀಡ ರಮಣೀಯೇತಗೆ ಬೆದರುದಿಗಿ
ಯಾಕೆ
ತರಳಗೀತನು ದುಷ್ಟನು
ನಮ್ಮ ತರಳನನ್ನು ನೀನು ದುಷ್ಟನೆಂಬೇನೆ. ಹೌದು ಪ್ರಭು. ಏನೇ ರಮಣಿ, ತಾಯಿಯಾಗಿ ಮಗನ ಮೇಲೆ ಇಂತಹ ಆರೋಪವನ್ನು ನೀನು ಹಾಕುವುದೇ?
ಅವನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಭಾವ ಇಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಭು.
ನೋಡು, ನಾವು ಮತ್ತೊಬ್ಬರನ್ನು ಯಾವ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ ಎನ್ನುವುದೇ ಪ್ರಧಾನವಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ನೀನು ಅವನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಳತನವನ್ನು ನೀ ಕಾಣುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀಯಾ, ಆದ್ದರಿಂದಲೇ ನಿನಗೆ ಅವ ದುಷ್ಟನಾಗಿ ಕಾಣುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ ನಿನ್ನ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಗೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಬಿಡು. ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ಮಗ ಎನ್ನುವ ಭಾವದಿಂದಲೇ ಅವನನ್ನು ನೀ ಕಂಡೆ ಅಂತಾದ್ರೆ ಅವನು ನಿನಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯವನಾಗಿಯೇ ಕಾಣುತ್ತಾನೆ. ಅವನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲವೇ ದೌಷ್ಟ್ಯ ಎನ್ನುವುದು ಇಲ್ಲವೇ? ಪಾಪ ನನ್ನ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಆ ಆಸೆಯಿಂದ ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಉರಿಹಸ್ತವನ್ನು ವರವಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ, ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವ ಆಲೋಚನೆಯೂ ಅವನಲ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಆ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಆಡಬೇಡ. ಅವ ಬರುವ ಹೊತ್ತಾಯಿತು. ನೀನು ಹೀಗೆ ಬಾ.
ನಿಮ್ಮದೆಂತದಿದು ಸಂಭಾಷಣೆ? ನಿಮ್ಮದೊಂದು ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಗಿಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲ್ವಾ? ಯಾವಾಗ ನೋಡಿದ್ರು ಆಟವೇ ನಿಮ್ಮದು.
ಗಂಡ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಹಾಗೆ.
ಬೇಗ
ಬೇಗ ಉರಿಹಸ್ತವನ್ನು ವರವಾಗಿ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಹೋಗು ಭೂಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ.
ಯಾರ ಶಿರದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಕೈಯಿಡುತ್ತೇನೆಯೋ ಆ ಕ್ಷಣದಲ್ಲೇ ಅವರು ಭಸ್ಮೀಭೂತರಾಗುತ್ತಾರೆ.
ಹೋಗು ಮಗನೇ ಭೂಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ.
ಭೂಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗುವಷ್ಟು ವ್ಯವಧಾನ ನನಗಿಲ್ಲ. ನನಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಇಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು.
ಹೇಗೆ?
ಏ ಬೆಪ್ಪ,
ನಾ ಅಪ್ಪನು.
ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಅಪ್ಪ?
ನಿನಗೆ ಅಪ್ಪ.
ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಅಪ್ಪ?
ನಿನಗೆ ಅಪ್ಪ.
ಹೇಗೆ ಅಪ್ಪ?
ಹುಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಕಾರಣೀಕರ್ತ ನಾನು.
ನಿನ್ನನ್ನು ಭೋಲೋ ಶಂಕರ, ಇವತ್ತಿಂದ ಅದಲ್ಲ
ಮತ್ತೆ
ಬೋಳೆ ಶಂಕರ.
ಮಗನಿಗೆ ಹಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಆಡಬಾರದು.
ನನಗೆ ವರಪ್ರಸಾದವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ನೀನು ಮರ್ಕಟನಾದೆ.
ಏನೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಡ.
ಒಂದೇ ಮಾತು.
ಏನು?
ನಿನ್ನ ಹೆಂಡತಿಯನ್ನು ನನಗೆ ಕೊಡು, ನೀನಿಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಓಡು.
ತಾಯಿಯನ್ನು ಬಯಸಿದೆ ಮೂಢ.
ಯಾರು ತಾಯಿ?
ನನ್ನ ಮೂರನೇ ಕಣ್ಣು ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ನಿನ್ನನ್ನು ಸುಟ್ಟು ಹಾಕಿ.
ನಿನ್ನ ಮೂರನೆಯ ಕಣ್ಣ ನನ್ನ ಉರಿ ಹಸ್ತವನ್ನು
ನೋಡುವ. ಮಕ್ಕಳೇ ಬಂದವನೇ ಆಡಿದ್ದು ಬೇರೇನು ಅಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರು ಸಾಯಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಉರಿ ಹಸ್ತವನ್ನು ವರವಾಗಿ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ. ಬಳಿಕ ಅವನ ಬಣ್ಣ ಬಯಲಾಯಿತು ಮಕ್ಕಳೇ. ಅವ ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಾಯಿಯನ್ನು ಬಯಸಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಉರಿ ಹಸ್ತವನ್ನು ನನ್ನ ಶಿರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಇಡುವುದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸರಿಯಾದ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು.
ಅವನನ್ನು ತಡೆದು ಚಕ್ಕುರಾದ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಿ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ.
ಹೋಗಿ ಶುಭ. ಬದಲಾವಣೆಯನ್ನು ತರುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಿಸುವವ ನಾನು. ಇದುವರೆಗೆ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಜಗದ ಪಿತರವು ಒಂದೇ
ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ಪರಮೇಶ್ವರ.
ಅದನ್ನು ಬದಲಾಯಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದದ್ದು.
ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ?
ಜಗದ ಪಿತರವು ಒಂದೇ, ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ಭಸ್ಮಾಸುರ.
ಅದನ್ನು ಬದಲಿಸುವುದು ಬಿಡುವುದಿಲ್ಲ.
ನೀನು ಕತೆ ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಡ. ನಿನ್ನ ಕೋಡನ್ನು ಮುರಿದು ನಿನ್ನ ಕೈಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ.
ನೋಡುವ.
ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಬೆನ್ನಟ್ಟಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ. ಉಳಿದಿರುವುದು ಒಂದೇ ದಾರಿ, ವೈಕುಂಠ ಹರಿಯನ್ನು ಕಾಣಬೇಕು. ಹೋಗ್ತೇವೆ.
ವೈಕುಂಠ ಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದು ಹರಿಯೇ ಹರಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಮುಖ ನೋಡುವಾಗ ನನಗೆ ವ್ಯಥೆ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ ಉಂಟು.
ನಾ ಕೈಲಾಸದಿಂದಲೇ ಹರಿಯೇ ಹರಿಯೇ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾ ಓಡೋಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿಯವರೆಗೆ ಬಂದದ್ದು.
ಅಷ್ಟು ದೂರದಿಂದ ವೈಕುಂಠ ಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ ಬರುವಾಗಲೂ ಹಾಗೆ ಹೇಳಿಕೊಡು.
ಕೂಗುತ್ತಾ ಬಂದೆನಾ?
ನನ್ನ ತಂಗಿಯಲ್ಲಿ
ಅವಳಿಲ್ಲ.
ಗಿರಿಜೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾಳೆ?
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಬರುವವರೇ.
ಹೌದು, ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬಂದದ್ದು ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ?
ಇವತ್ತು ಬರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನಾ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇನೆ.
ನೀನು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬಂದದ್ದ? ಅವಳೇ ಬರುವುದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ.
ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ,
ಕಾರಣ
ಅವಳೇ ಬರುವುದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ, ಅಪಾಯ ಅಂತ ಅವಳಿನ್ನು ನನ್ನ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಇದ್ರೆ ಅಂತ ಅವಳನ್ನೊಂದು ದೂರದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ನಾವೊಬ್ಬನ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬಂದ.
ಏನು ಬಾವ, ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಅಪಾಯ ಸಂಭವಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕುಂಟ. ಏನು ಅಪಾಯ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಬೆವತ್ತು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಿ.
ಹೌದಪ್ಪ.
ವೈಕುಂಠ ಲೋಕ ಇಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಬೆವರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ ಬಾವ?
ಆದ್ರೂ ಬೆವರಿ ಹೋಯ್ತಲ್ಲ.
ಕಾರಣ ನನಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈ ವ್ಯಥೆ ಯಾಕೆ ನಿನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳವಳ ಗೋಚರಿಸುತ್ತಾ?
ನಿನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ದು ಮಾತಾಡುವುದು, ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಮಾತಾಡುವುದು.
ನನಗೇನು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ.
ಜಗದ ಸಮಸ್ತ ವಿಚಾರವನ್ನು ನಿಂತ ನಿಲುವಿನಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ತಿಳಿಯುವ ಸುಜ್ಞಾನಿ ನೀನಲ್ಲ.
ಈಗ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ.
ಏನ ಬೇಳಲಿ ಬಾವಾ?
ಹಾಳಾದುದಿ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಏನ ಬೀಳಲಿ ಬಾಬಾ? ಏನ ಬೀಳಲಿ ಬಾಬಾ ಹಾಳಾದುದಿ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಈನ ಭಸ್ಮಾಸುರನಿಂದ ಗಿರಿಜೆಯ ವ್ಯಾಮೋಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಗಿರಿಜೆಯ ವ್ಯಾಮೋಗದಲ್ಲಿ ತಾನಟ್ಟಿ ಬರುತ್ತಿಗೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಭಸ್ಮಾಸುರ ತಾನಟ್ಟಿ ಬರುತ್ತಿಗೆ ಇನ್ನ
ಏನು ಭಾವ?
ನನ್ನ ಸಂಕಟವನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ಹೇಳಿ?
ಜ್ಞಾನದ ಕಣ್ಣನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿರುವಂತಹ ನಿನಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಿಸಬೇಕು, ಹೇಗೆ ಮುಂದುವರಿಸಬೇಕು, ಹೇಗೆ ಮುಗಿಸಬೇಕು ನಾನು ಪ್ರತ್ಯೇಕ ಪಾಠ
ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಬರ್ತಾನೆ. ಹೇಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾನೆ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುವುದಿಲ್ವಲ್ಲ. ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೂ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಭಯವಾಗುತ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ನನಗೆ.
ಏನು ಬರುವುದು?
ದೇಹ ಕಂಪಿಸ್ತಾ ಉಂಟು.
ನಿನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಭೀತಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಿಸಿ ಯಾರು ಭಾವ? ನನಗೆ
ನನ್ನ ಹಣೆಯಲ್ಲೇ ಬೆವರು ಹರಿಯುತ್ತಾ ಉಂಟು.
ಅಸಮಾಕ್ಷಣದಂತಹ ಏನು ಭಾವ? ಏನು ಕಥೆ ಏನು?
ದೇವಾ, ಏನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ನನಗೊಬ್ಬ ಹುಟ್ಟಿಕೊಂಡ
ಭಾವ. ನೀನೊಂದು ತೊಟ್ಟಿಲ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ನನಗೆ ಕರೆ ಕಳುಹಿಸಬೇಕು ಬೇಡ? ಇದು ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ನನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಹಂಚಿಕೊಳ್ಳುದು, ಒಂದು ಮಗುವಾದ ವಿಷಯವನ್ನೊಂದು ಹೇಳುವುದಪ್ಪ.
ಇದು ಹಾಗೆ ಮದುವಾದದ್ದಲ್ಲ, ಇದೊಂದು ಬೇರೆ ರೂಪದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿ ಹೋದದ್ದು.
ಹಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗ್ತದಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ಹೇಗಾದದ್ದು ಭಾವ?
ಇದು ನನಗೆ ಭಸ್ಮ ತರುವವಳು 3 ಹೊತ್ತು ನನ್ನವಳು ಗಿರಿಜೆ.
ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ವಿಶೇಷ ಉಂಟು? ಅದು ಇದ್ದದ್ದೇ ಅಲ್ವಾ?
ಒಂದು ದಿವಸ 1 ಹೊತ್ತು ಭಸ್ಮ ತಂದ್ಲು, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲ್ಲು.
ಕಲ್ಲಿದ್ರೆ ಏನಪ್ಪ? ಒಂದು ದಿವಸ ಕಲ್ಲಿದ್ದು
ಭಸ್ಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಸ್ಮ ಇರ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ, ಭಸ್ಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲ್ಲಿದ್ರೆ ಅದಾಗ್ತದಾ?
ಭಾವ, ನೀ ಮೃಢ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ನೀ ಮೃದುಗೊಳಿಸುವಲ್ವಾ? ಹೆಂಡತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಟ್ಟು ಮಾಡದ ಅದನ್ನು ಮೃದುಗೊಳಿಸಿ ಹಚ್ಚಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವುದಪ್ಪ. ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನೀನೇನ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ?
ಕಲ್ಮಶ ಆಗ್ಲಿಲ್ವಾ?
ಹಾಗೆ
ಪರಮ ಪಾವನವಾದದಲ್ವಾ ಕೈಲಾಸ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ?
ಹಾಗೆ ಕಲುಷಿತವಾದದ್ದು ನನಗೆ ಬೇಡ.
ಅದಲ್ಲಿರಬಾರದು ಎನ್ನುವ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಗಿರಿಯಾಚೆ ಬಿಸಾಡಿದೆ.
ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ ಅತ್ತಲಾಗೆ, ನೀರಿಗೆಯೋ ಗಾಳಿಗೋ
ಹೋಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಂದದ್ದು.
ಎಂತ ಬಂದದ್ದು?
ದುಷ್ಟನೊಬ್ಬ ಹುಟ್ಟಿ ಬಂದ ಕೈಲಾಸಗಿರಿಯನ್ನು ಏರಿದ.
ಈ ಬಿಸಾಡಿದ ಕಲ್ಲು.
ನಾ ಕಲ್ಲಿನಿಂದಲೇ ಹುಟ್ಟಿಕೊಂಡ. ಬಂದವನೇ ಏನು ನನಗೆ ಹೆಸರು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ.
ಕಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಿತ್ತು.
ಅದು ಅವನು ಸೂಚಿಸಿದ. ನನಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೇದಾಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಆ ಹೆಸರೆಲ್ಲ ಇಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಭಸ್ಮದಿಂದ ಹುಟ್ಟಿಕೊಂಡವ ನೀನು, ಆಸುರಿ ಪ್ರವೃತ್ತಿ ಮೈಗೂಡಿಸಿಕೊಂಡವ ಭಸ್ಮಾಸುರ ಅಂತ. ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ.
ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಇದು ಬೇಕು, ಈ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯರಲ್ಲೂ ಜಾಗೃತ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ.
ಯಾವಾಗ ಜಾಗೃತ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಉಂಟು. ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ ಕೂಡಲೇ ನಾನು ದುಡಿತೇನೆ ಅಂತ ಜಾಗೃತ ಆಯ್ತು ಅಂತ ಆದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅಧಿಕ ಪ್ರಸಂಗ ಅಂತ.
ದೀರ್ಘಕಾಯ ಬೆಳೆದು ನಿಂತಿದ್ದಾನೆ, ಒಂದು ಉದ್ಯೋಗ.
ಅಪ್ಪ ಪ್ರಸಂಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಧಿಕ ಮಾಡಿದ.
ನೀನು ಉದ್ಯೋಗ
ಕೂಡಲೇ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾನೆ.
ನೀನು ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಬಿಡು.
ಯಾರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು?
ಅದೇ ನೀನು ಹೀಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋ ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ.
ನಾ ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ ಅಂತ. ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಗಿರಿಜೆಯ ಉದ್ಯೋಗವನ್ನೇ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ. 3 ಹೊತ್ತು ಭೂಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು, ನನ್ನವರ ಚಿತಾಭಸ್ಮವನ್ನು ತರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಆಡಿದೆ.
ಉದ್ಯೋಗವನ್ನು ಕಸಿದು ಬಿಟ್ಟೆಯ? ಅವಳಿಗೆ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಇಲ್ಲ?
ಅವಳಿಗೆ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಉಂಟಪ್ಪ, ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ
ನಿನ್ನ ಹತ್ತಿರ ಇರುವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಉದ್ಯೋಗ, ಅವನಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ. ಪರಿಣಾಮ
ಹಾಗೆ 2-3 ದಿವಸ ತಂದ. ಒಂದು ದಿವಸ ಬಂದ, ಅಪ್ಪ ಸಾಯ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಮ್ಮ ಸಿಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಆಡಿದ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಪ್ಪ ಸಾಯ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಮ್ಮ ಸಿಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀಯಾ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಅಪ್ಪ ಭೂಲೋಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಸಾಯ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಮ್ಮ ಭಸ್ಮ ಸಿಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ.
ಕೊನೆಗೂ ನಿನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತಲ್ಲ
ಎಂತದಂತ
ಅವ ಹಾಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದರ ಮರ್ಮ. ಆ
ಪರಿಣಾಮ ನನಗೆ ಉರಿ ಹಸ್ತವನ್ನು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ಭಜಕರ ಯಾರು ಸಾಯಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತಲೇ ಇದ್ದಾರಾ ಅವರ ತಲೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಇಡ್ತೇನೆ, ಯಾರು ಶಿವಪಾದವನ್ನು ಸೇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಪಾಪಿಸ್ತಿದ್ದಾರಾ ಅವರ ತಲೆ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಕೈ ಇಡ್ತೇನೆ, ಅವರು ಸಾಯ್ತಾರೆ, ಭಸ್ಮ ತರುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಉರಿ ಹಸ್ತವನ್ನು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು.
ಉರಿ ಹಸ್ತ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಬಾವ,
ನಾನೇ ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ ಅಂತ.
ಅಯ್ಯೋ ವೃದ್ಧರು ಸಾಯ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇರುವವರು ಅಂತ ನಿನ್ನ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ.
ಹೇಳಿದ್ಲು ಬೇಡ ಕೊಡಬೇಡಿ ಅಂತ ಆಡಿದ್ಲು,
ನೀ ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ.
ಅವಾಗ ಅವಳೊಂದು ಮಾತು ಹೇಳಿದ್ಲು, ಅವ ಜನ ಸರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅವ ಅಂತ ಆಡಿದ್ಲು.
ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳೋದು, ಹೆಂಡತಿಯರ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಆದ್ರೂ ನಾವು ಕೇಳಬೇಕು.
ಅವ ಕಾಮುಕ ಅಂತ ಆಡಿದ್ಲು. ಆದ್ರೂ ಮಗ ಅವ ಅಂತ ತೆಗ್ದಾಕಿದವ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವ ದುಷ್ಟ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವ ಹಾಗೆ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಕೊಡ್ತಲೇ ಇರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ.
ನಿನಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಮೇಲೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು,
ಕೆಟ್ಟು ಹೋದೆನಲ್ಲ.
ಈಗ ಉರಿ ಹಸ್ತ ಕೊಟ್ಟದರಿಂದ ಏನು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಆಯ್ತು ನಿನಗೆ ಅಂತ?
ಅವನ ಉರಿ ಹಸ್ತವನ್ನು ಅವ ಪ್ರಯೋಗ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತೆ, ಹೋಗು ಭೂಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಭೂಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗುವಷ್ಟು ವ್ಯವಧಾನ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತೆ ಅವನಿಗೆ. ನನ್ನ ಶಿರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಇಟ್ಟು ಅವನಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಯೋಗ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತೆ. ಅಮ್ಮನನ್ನು ಕೊಡು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ. ಅಮ್ಮನನ್ನೇ ಬಯಸಿದ ಕಾಮುಕ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನವಳು ಗಿರಿಜೆಯನ್ನು ಅವ ಕಾಮಿಸಿದ್ದಾನೆ, ಗಿರಿಜೆಯನ್ನು ಪಡೆಯುವುದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನನ್ನನ್ನೇ ಕೊಲ್ಲುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂದಾಗಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಈಗ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಅಟ್ಟಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ, ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನು ಕಳುಹಿಸಿದೆ, ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನು ಓಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ನನಗೆ ನೀನಲ್ಲದೆ ಬೇರೆ ಗತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ದೇವ.
ಆರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀ ಹೇಳುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ತೊಡಗಿದಾಗ ಇದೊಂದು ಕಥೆ ಅಂತ ನಾ ಯೋಚಿಸಿದೆ. ಇದು ಕಥೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಶಿವನ ಜೀವನ.
ಇದು ವ್ಯತೆಯ ಕಥೆ.
ಬಾವ, ಯಾರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ಬಾವ ನಿನ್ನನ್ನು ಶಂಕರ ಅಂತ? ನೀ ಶಂಕರ ಅಲ್ಲ ಬಾವ.
ಶಂಕರನೇ
ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ.
ಶಂಕರನೇ
ನೀ ಬೋಳೆ ಶಂಕರ.
ಬಾವ, ಅವನು ಹಾಗೆ ಆಡಿದ.
ಹೌದಾ?
ನನಗೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಬೋಳೆ ಶಂಕರ ಅಂತಲೇ ಹೇಳು.
ನೀನು ಅವನಿಗೆ ಆರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದೂ ಅವನಿಗೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಅರಿವಿಗೆ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಬಳಿಕ ಉರಿಹಸ್ತವನ್ನು ಕೊಡುವಾಗಲೂ ನೀವು ಯೋಚಿಸಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಗಿರಿಜೆಯ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಒಪ್ಪಲೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಪರಿಣಾಮವಾಗಿ ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಹೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು.
ಜ್ಞಾನೇಶನಾದ ನನಗೆ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ.
ಅದು ಯಾಕೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನನಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾರದ್ದೋ ಒಂದು ಕೈವಾಡ ಇರ್ಬೇಕು,
ನಿನ್ನದ್ದೇನೋ ಇರ್ಬೇಕು.
ಭಾವ, ನನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನೀನು ಪರಿಹಾರಾರ್ಥವಾಗಿ ಚಿಂತಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಬಂದವು. ನಿನ್ನನ್ನು ಕೈ ಬಿಡುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗುತ್ತದ ಭಾವ? ಮೂರು ಮೂರ್ತಿಗಳಾದಂತಹ ನಾವು ಜೊತೆಯಾಗಿ ಲೋಕಕಂಟಕರು ಪ್ರಾಬಲ್ಯವನ್ನು ಹೊಂದುವಂತಹ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಚಿಂತಿಸಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸೂಕ್ತವಾದಂತಹ ಪರಿಹಾರವನ್ನು ಹುಡುಕಬೇಕಾದವರು. ನೀನು ಚಿಂತಿಸುವಂತಹ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಎಂತಾದರೂ ಉಪಾಯದಿಂದ ಅವನನ್ನು ಅಂತಕನಾಲಯಕ್ಕೆ ನಾಟುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಯ್ತಾ?
ಈಗ ಧೈರ್ಯವಂತು ನನಗೆ. ನೀನು ಅವನ ಅಂತಕನ ಆಲಕ್ಕೆ ಅಟ್ಟತಿ ಅಂತ ಆಡಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಇನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ.
ಇನ್ನೇನು
ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ?
ಎಂತ ಎಂತ ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ?
ಭಯವನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ.
ಭಯವನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ.
ಶ್ರೀಮುಖದಿಂದ ಬಂದ ಅಪ್ಪಣೆ ಅದು ಹಾಗೆ ಆಗುತ್ತದೆ.
ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ? ಹೋಗುವಾಗ ದಾರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದರೆ
ಮತ್ತೆ ಹತ್ತಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದ್ರೆ
ಭಾವ, ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಸದುಪಾಯವನ್ನು ನಾ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ.
ನಾ ಎಲ್ಲಿರ್ಬೇಕು?
ಈ ಕಥೆಗೆ ಪೂರಕವಾಗಿ ನೀನೊಂದು ಸಂಪಿಗೆಯ ಮರವಾಗಿ ಇದ್ದುಕೊಂಡು ನನ್ನ ಲೀಲಾ ನಾಟಕವನ್ನು ಗಮನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರು.
ಆಗ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಮರ ಆಗ್ತೇನೆ.
ಹೌದು.
ನಿನ್ನ ಒಂದು ನಾಟಕವನ್ನು ನಾ ಮರವಾಗಿದ್ದು ಕಣ್ತುಂಬಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಹೋಗಿ ಬಾ.
ಅವರನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆಯಕೂಡದು. ಅವರು ಯಾವ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲೂ ವಿನಾಶಕ್ಕೆ ಮುನ್ನುಡಿ ಬರೆಯಕೂಡದು. ಅತಿ ಶೀಘ್ರವಾಗಿ ದುರುಳನ ಹನನಾಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತಾದರೆ ಸದುಪಾಯವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕು. ಶಿವನು ನನ್ನಿಂದ ಅಭಯವಾಣಿಯನ್ನು ಹೊತ್ತು ಹಿಂತಿರುಗಿದವನಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಹೇಗಪ್ಪ ಇವನನ್ನು ಕೊಲ್ಲುವುದು? ನನ್ನ ಭಾವನಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಹರಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವ ವರಬಲಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತರಾಯ ಬಾರದ ಹಾಗೆ ಅದೇ ವರಬಲವನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಅವನವಧೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಅವನಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ದೌರ್ಬಲ್ಯವನ್ನು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ತಿಳಿದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಹೆಣ್ಣುಗಳೆನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಪಿತ್ತ ಅವನ ತಲೆಗಡರಿದೆ. ಆ ಮೋಹಪಾಶಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳಗಾದಂತಹ ಆತನನ್ನು ಹೆಣ್ಣಿನ ಮೂಲಕವೇ ಸಂಹರಿಸುವುದು ಸರಿಯಾದ ಉಪಾಯ. ಯಾರನ್ನು ಕಳುಹಿಕೊಡುದು? ಯಾರ್ಯಾರನ್ನು ಯಾಕೆ ಕಳುಹಿಕೊಡುದು? ನನ್ನ ಸ್ತ್ರೀವೇಷ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀರ ನೀವು? ಮತ್ತೆ ಈಗ ನೋಡುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಕರ್ರಗಿರಬಹುದು, ನೀಲವರ್ಣನಾಗಿರಬಹುದು, ಆದರೆ ನಾ ಮಾಡಿದ ಸ್ತ್ರೀವೇಷಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾರು ಹೋದವರು ಅದೆಷ್ಟೋ ಮಂದಿ. ಬಿಡುಗಣ್ಣರು ಹಾಗೆ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಸುರರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಮೋಹಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಂತಹ ಮೋಹಕ ರೂಪವನ್ನು ಸಮುದ್ರ ಮಥನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾ ತೋರಿಸಿದ ಬಗೆಗಾಗಿ ಜಗತ್ತೇ ಬೆಕ್ಕಸ ಬೆರಗಾಗಿ ಹೋಗಿದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸ್ತ್ರೀ ವೇಷ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನೇ ಸ್ತ್ರೀ ರೂಪವನ್ನು ಅಂತೂ ಅವನ ಸಮಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ತೆರಳಿ ಅವನನ್ನು ಮೋಹಪಾಶದ ಇಳಿಸಿ ಅವನನ್ನು ವಧಿಸಬೇಕು. ತಡೆಯಾಕಿ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ನೋಡುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ ಹಾಗೆ ಆ ಹರಿಯೇ ಇದು ಎನ್ನುವ ಹಾಗೆ ನೀವು ನಿಬ್ಬೆರಗಾಗಬೇಕು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿ ತಕ್ಷಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೋಹಿನಿ ರೂಪವನ್ನಂತೂ ಅವನ ಬಳಿಗೆ ಸಾರ್ತೇನೆ.
ಸ್ವಮನದ ವೃಂದಗಾವ ಶೌರಿ ಅಸುರವೈ